Hello and welcome everyone to another year of the Rainbow Six North America League. That's right, we're back with another year of epic Rainbow Six action. And it's gonna be amazing because we got a new format, we got new teams, we got new players, we got new basically everything. So I'm ready to get started. How about you? Hello, gentlemen. Here we are at the Rainbow Six North America League desk. We're not standing this time. It's not a big round thing. We got a more of a normal desk, I would say, this time around. But we got Jesse J. Chick as usual. We've got our new face as well. Demo, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Don't ask me how I'm here, but I suppose Citizen and Spoit need friends, I guess. I guess.
Welcome to North America.
Thank you, happy to be here.
Yeah, that's right. That's where we definitely are. Jesse,
yes.
How you been since Invitational? I feel like it's been a long time since we've been on a desk together, of course.
It has, though,
Yeah.
but I'm glad to be back here with you. I think we're gonna have a great year this year, and yeah, you know, back with Demo as well.
Choose your words very carefully.
We'll see how it goes. I'm sure we'll have a fun time.
I think it'll definitely be a good time. And a big part of that good time, of course, is going to be our tournament format. So let's check out kind of how things are going to break down here, because it is a little bit different than you may remember. As you can see, we'll have up to 10 teams. We have 8 teams specifically here in NA. They're going to play a round robin. The top 6 of those teams will then go on to play in the decider matches later in the stage to decide who moves on to phase 2 and phase 1 of the Rainbow Six Major. But of course, Jesse, there are a couple teams that are gonna have to fight a little extra hard if they don't do quite as well in the round robin.
Of course. Basically, these first 2 weeks are a big group stage. We got round robin going on. Most of the teams that are in that group stage will continue on to the bracket stage. Some of those teams go to the major. Some of them have to fall down to different phases of the qualifier where they will face open qualifier teams. So any team in North America could make the major this year.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Demo, if you're one of those teams that like goes down to the other matches, like how difficult of a path is it realistically to get to phase 1?
Well, you have to play a lot more matches. It's a gauntlet run that you have to go through, and
Right.
I think especially for this season, top 2 is so important now for teams. We're done away with the whole, top 4 and you're into the major. Really, you want to be pushing 1 and 2 to get straight into that phase 2 section of the major. It just gives yourself a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here you can see our year as well, right? We've got 2 extended stages versus last year, a major after each one, and then an off season as well, which is kind of nice. Honestly, one of the things about esports that can be a little bit tricky sometimes is that in the best teams essentially never get a break, right? If you're always doing well, that's a real thing. So I think having an off season in an esport is an important thing, even if it is a mouse and keyboard affair, right? So I'm glad that that's been worked in there as well. Now, that's kind of a little bit of what we're looking forward to this year. Let's talk a little bit about what happened last year in 2022, and I guess a little bit of 2023 as well. We had our major winners, of course, NA taking it home with Darkzero in our Charlotte major, then Berlin and Yangcheping were won by EU. Rogue and BDS taking that one, and then the Invitational, G2 swooping in and kind of get a win. I mean, like, obviously they looked very good. I think some of us were kind of surprised. Some of us, Jesse J. Chick, excuse me, might have said they were going out in groups.
Was that me?
That was I had a
Did
cough
I say
there.
out in groups? Pretty sure I had them at least finals, top 4.
My bad.
Was that not me?
No, you thought Parabellum were going to win Invitational.
I didn't think Parabellum were going to win the Invitational. No, I didn't. We're not even in the Invitational.
Oh, you thought so.
This is going well so far. I'll try to keep these 2 in line. It's all I can do here. But we have got a lot to look forward to, including our very first match of the North America League. It's coming up. But before that, we got to take a look at our day's schedule. We're doing 7 best of ones today. Now, looking across this entire list here, which one jumps out at you the most, Jesse?
I think looking at these squads right in the middle there, Soniqs versus SSG. Soniqs, obviously, we know them to be a stable team. The only squad that did not change their roster after the 6th Invitational. Space Station, the complete opposite. Still great players on that team. They've absorbed a lot of the core of Astralis now.
Yeah.
So they're a completely fresh face coming into the league this year, and I'm really excited to see how they match up against one of North America's best.
And Demo, as perhaps one of the biggest North America fans in Rainbow Six, like you've got to be thrilled to look at this layout we have going for us today. Which one jumps out at you the most?
Match 5 for me. I think that's
Okay.
a great matchup to very experienced teams throughout the year. We've seen them at a lot of events. Obviously, DZ winning that first major, and an M8, I think, have had an incredible year for such a new team.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I mean, we're going to see a lot of it. It's going to be a long day, but stick with us. It's going to be a ton of fun, and there's going to be a lot of very interesting discovery along the way, I think, too, because you did mention Soniqs, you know, staying the same, but all the other teams making at least some change, whether it was a big one or a small one. So we're going to kind of be able to deduce what all of that means. Here are our 8 teams. The one I'm perhaps the most curious about is Mirage. How is this new Mirage, this brand new Mirage squad of DP Fire, Kanza, Rampy, Surf, and Yeti, essentially, from what I understand, built by Drip, hashtag built by Drip. We will see how well this one goes. Demo, any predictions there?
Let them cook.
Let them cook.
All right. Nothing more needs to be said. Jesse, what team are you kind of looking forward to seeing here?
I'm looking at Parabellum as well. They're another team that completely rebuilt their entire roster from last year. They got Skies and Laxing leading the charge, and then 3 really young new fraggers to join that squad. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to what Parabellum might be able to do this year.
All right, well, we're not going to have to wait too long. We're going to get into our matches right after this break coming up here. We're going to see Oxygen take on Beastcost, the very first match of the very first stage of the year here at the North America League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America League desk. I'm your host, Doa, here along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo as well. And we're about to get into our first match of the day. As you can see, it's Oxygen versus Beastcost. I can't believe I pointed the right direction, actually. That was a mere thing. You have no idea how hard that is. Anyway, we're getting into this one. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be exciting. Oxygen, of course, kind of the kings of North America right now. They took a solid third at the Invitational. They looked very good there. Made a little bit of a change after that. Yeah. But now coming into this particular stage, still looking very, very strong. So the question is, looking at this Beastcoast roster, is this going to be as one-sided as it maybe looks on paper? And that's not to talk down to Beastcost, but this is kind of going off of Oxygen's recent results. They're coming into this as sort of like the stage 1 team to beat.
On paper, I think you have to look at Oxygen.
Yeah.
I think overall for their invitational run was good.
Yeah.
But I think they'll be disappointed in themselves that they probably didn't do as well in the bigger games whenever it came to the main stages.
Fair enough.
What they probably wanted to.
Yep.
You know, they suffered a 7-1 defeat, they suffered a 7-0 defeat in the main stage. That's going to linger on your mind, thinking, you know, we should have done better, guys. And I think this is where now they can really set the stall out for the rest of the year and say, you know, we're just going to build on that. We're going to get even better as time goes on, which I think is terrifying for a team like Oxygen.
Yeah, and it's interesting that OXG decided, you know, even after getting third in the Invitational, best result of any North American team, they still made a roster move, right? They dropped Vertical off the team, and now he's flipped to the enemy. He's on Beastcost. I pointed the wrong way. He's on Beastcost.
It's not as easy.
Told you, it is harder than you think. See, we're looking at Paramir there.
And he's going to be bouncing back and looking for a little bit of revenge, you know? And he didn't have a bad tournament at Invite, particularly at the very least. I think it's just a change Auction wanted to make, so I'm really excited to see what Vert can do today.
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about these rosters a little bit more in depth. We mentioned a little bit about Vert going over to Beastcost. Let's talk a little bit more about that roster as well, because our new Beastcost roster, we've got Doc coming over from Parabellum, then we have Hat and Mr. B from Reality TV, obviously making a lot of waves in Challenger League, now moving up to the big leagues, as it were, to NAL. And then we've got Hyper, most recently on Mirage, but perhaps best known still in the recent mind of NA Siege fans as a Darkzero player. So when you put all of these components together, what do you think we can expect, Jesse?
I mean, I think this is going to be a really interesting kind of experiment of a team, because usually you look at a lot of the rosters that have formed, right? And you've got a solid kind of old core, right? Some support players that are really veterans, and then you get a bunch of young fraggers. Beastcoast kind of did the opposite. They got Hat and Mr. B, the support duo from Reality TV, the #1 Challenger League team last year. And then they brought in kind of these old fraggers. They brought in Hyper, who is tried and tested. They've got Vertical as well. So it's kind of an interesting flipping of the script. And I think it could work really well. Maybe it will need some time, though.
Yeah, I think the rookie aspect is really good to see, I think, for NA over the past year. I think EU, we kind of set, I think, the precedent back in 2020, where we kind of cleared out a lot of the old guard, and we brought in, I think it was the kind of UK scene got involved, coming up from our national leagues and into that. And I always thought for NA, it would be great to see more of those younger players come in from CL, and I think finally it's kind of clicked. You look at what Newers has done in the past year, I think he's really set the precedence of what a rookie can do for a team. And yeah, it's great to see more people get involved now from the CL level, and more so supports, which I think as well is what actually EU's starting to experiment with, is actually bringing up some really decent supports into the big leagues.
We are seeing a bit of a changing of the guard too, so then that becomes kind of Hyper and to a certain extent Doc's job as well, who has a little bit more seniority now at least, to kind of shepherd some of these new players and get them through some of the matches where they're used to the pressure of competing, but maybe not they're maybe not used to competing on this stage per se. So there is that kind of pressure on it. But getting into this a little bit more on the Oxygen side of things, do we feel that the changeover, bringing Yaga back to the team, he was on there in the past, do you think that's going to help elevate them to kind of new heights this stage?
I mean, I think I think Yaga is coming back to Oxygen much stronger than he left it, right? When he was, when he left that roster to go over to XSET, now M80 last year, it did feel like he was one of the weaker members of the team. He played so good last year for XSET, for M80. He's looking really strong. You go back to SI, I thought he was a defensive powerhouse of a player. He really did shine there, I think, in that event. And so for him coming back, I'm really excited to see how he kind of does. He is kind of a player who likes to be off on his own sometimes. He likes those far off roams, those far off lurks. That may kind of clash with Newers a little bit, who's obviously joined the team. But we'll see how it goes. I think they will be a very deadly combo when they're on that defensive side. Yeah,
it's intriguing, and we won't have long to wait. And first, we're going to find out where the players are going to play. The map vetoes are in. It's been decided. Let's see where we're going. It's going to be Border. You know what, North American League, what map would be more appropriate to start out on with Border? I feel like Border was like every other map in 2022. So here we are again.
Yeah, Border, really strong map coming in for Oxygen. Not a surprise at all that they wanted to play this. They played it 5 times at the 6 Invitational. They went 2-2 in groups, and then they beat W7M upper bracket finals 7-1. 0. It's long been a powerhouse map for them. Beastcost, obviously brand new team. Difficult to say how they'll perform on it, but I mean, certainly Oxygen are not upset with this map fan face.
Yeah, and I do want to make a quick note too, just to correct that it's actually Oxygen on attack, we've been told. So
okay.
does that change how you look at the start of this one at all, Demo?
I think Border, for me, I prefer the attack. I think the attacking half gives a lot more flexibility. Border, in its kind of resurgence over the past year, whenever it got kind of, 2 years, whenever it got added back in, teams are very scared to go near this map. I think during the beginning, you wouldn't really see it played, but as time developed, it's a very easy map. The fundamentals is quite clear. There's not a whole lot of, I think, roam clear out that you have to worry about. I think it's very easy to target one section of the map and just take it. And then you'll start to see these very minimalistic takes come through. Rushes are a massive thing for Border. And I think that's probably a reason why Beastcoast have came here, because it is a very easy map just to cheese out a couple of rounds. If you're up against a big dog, you want to just try and just get a win. It can be a scrappy win. It doesn't have to be incredible. A win's a win in this league.
Yeah, and an important note quick, when they did 7-0W7M, they started on attack. So they're really proficient 6 rounds in a row attacking this map.
All right, well, that's about that for the map, and so that means we're just moments away from getting into our first game of the day here at the Rainbow Six North America League. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the action begins, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. We are back again here at the Rainbow Six North America League desk, and while we wait for the players to get all loaded into the game, it's time to talk predictions. So, the moment of truth. And you know what? I'm going to break precedent a little bit here. Those who watched NAL last year, they probably remember a coin. A certain coin was flipped to see if the casters and analysts could be better than a coin flip. Well, I feel like it was fun. It was fun for a year, and I'm not saying the coin's going away forever, but I am saying for now, I'm going to go on my own. I'm going to try to make real predictions. You know, the only prediction I made, actually, the entire year last year was the DZ Astralis prediction at the end of the Charlotte Major, and I was perfect on that one. I said either Astralis would win it 3-0 or DZ would win it in 5. And DZ would win in 5, so I guess it was 50-50, but I got it right. Kind of. Anyway, the point is I'm making predictions, and I'm predicting Oxygen to win this one. I think, like we talked about before, on paper, they are coming in as arguably the strongest team in the league based on recent performance. I'm going to go with that. I think the numbers don't lie. I think it's going to be Oxygen. What do you think, Jesse?
Through 6 games and 2 years, OXG have never lost to Beastcost in organizational history in the NAL. It's a brand new roster for Beastcost, but I don't think it's going to be enough to change the tide. I'm going to go Oxygen as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think Oxygen, the presence that they set, I think they'll come out first day, do the business. I think they'll set themselves up, showing themselves that, yeah, we are going to be one of the big heavy hitters in this league. And yeah, I think if Beastcoast do win today, it will be an upset. It will be.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for it, right? I mean, upsets kind of are what makes sports fun in a certain way. They're one of the many things, right? But you know what else makes sports fun? The commentators. That's right, the casters. And so, with our predictions out of the way, it's time to send it over to Pengu and Intero to see what they think as far as who's going to win this one and to call the action.
All right, well, thank you so very much. I'm excited to be here in Copenhagen.
You're on my turf now.
Your home. We were just on my turf in, well, not Montreal, but Canada, Canadian soil, and now we are here in yet another country, giving our wonderful voices to the new North America League. I'm excited to be here, reunited, as always, with a great-looking desk. And we've also got some fresh faces coming in. I don't know if you saw this, but the talent announcement that went out earlier today, we've got another host that'll be coming in.
Yes.
Brimstone will be making his Tier 1 debut. Lynx technically filled in for you last year, but will be making his official Tier 1 debut for the entire stage. It's going to be really exciting.
A lot of things to unwrap. Also, all the teams. So many roster changes.
Yes.
You know, teams or players going from one team to another. And it's quite puzzling. You're going to go, who's on SSG? Well, not the people you expect. And that's the saying for almost every single team in the NAL.
We'll be going through the rosters as we get into the actual map. Just in case you are wondering where that is, it's Border, baby. We're going to Border to start things off. And we're not going to waste any time. Let's get ready for, as Doa put it, the very first day and the very first matchup of the very first year of Blast Rainbow Six's North America League. A new look to an OXG team bringing in an old face. A brand new look to Beastcost. OXG have never lost this map.
The thing
in the
is,
in the North America League. Let me finish.
Sorry, you go. You finish.
You were so excited. You just
I was so excited. I was going to make a point for the operator benefits, but we're just going to fly right on in. Nook being removed from play. That's, of course, Beastcoast's choice.
So I said, let me finish, and you didn't let me finish.
Well, then like, I had to take it here, so now you take it back.
Oxygen have never lost to Beast Coast in the North America League. Over the last 2 years, they have played 6 times, and OXG's never lost. There we go. That was my point that I was trying to make. You interrupted me twice.
It's a good point.
But now
I
I got it out there.
apologize. Twice.
We've talked about it. Operator bans, very similar to what we saw at the 6 Invitational. For those of you that didn't tune in, all of these operators that you see on your screen at this moment are exceptionally strong. Solus, another very strong operator. Kaid, a strong operator too. And it's Solus being banned out. So 3 operators, all released relatively recently. With Nook a while back, but then Azami and Solus being very recent. All removed from action, then Ying, of course, too.
And while OXG, they have a good track record on this map, particularly at the 6 Invitationals against W7M, I actually think that Beastcoast did quite a good job getting here. Getting Border, a relatively simple and straightforward map that you can play as a newly found squad. Because as you saw, it came down between Border and Bank. And they are so different, right? Bank, one of the biggest maps, requires the most amount of team coordination and team play. Well, that's going to be hard for a newly acquired roster that Beastcoast is. And on the other side, Beastcoast, they chose to start defense. They gave OXG the strong attacking side because they want the comfortability of knowing the setup, knowing what their role is, and they can do that on the defense. So while attackers are favored statistically, Beastcoast get to get into it and get comfortable, and let people like Mr. B and Had, who have never played Tier 1 in Pro League themselves, kind of find their ground.
Newest operator being added to the mix is Brava, by the way, if you didn't follow along. Oh, and we already need a rehost, it looks like. Beastcoast calling for a rehost right off the rip. Not sure what the reason is. We will update you whether there's confirmation or not. For the time being, live action will remain, and no. we will come back to us.
They pulled the fast one on
Welcome
us.
back.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you again. How are you? We were talking about Brava, the operator, being added, the Brazilian operator just coming in with Operation Commanding Force, a drone gadget operator.
Yeah.
Played immediately in the first round.
Yeah, and it honestly, the simplest way to kind of talk about Brava is that it's very similar to Twitch, right? It's a drone where you can deny information, but also gain some. A Twitch drone will zap a camera, it gets destroyed, that's it. Brava will hack that camera, make it yours as the attacking team, and removing it from the defender's play. So you're going to see Twitch and Brava being played kind of interchangeably throughout probably this entire year.
Brava's a trickster. For those of you that don't know how her gadget works, it zooms around the map. It's 2 drones, very similar to Twitch. Zooms around the map, and as long as it can remain in line of sight of an opponent's gadget, that's the defender's gadget.
Yes.
But also could be the attacker's gadget taken over by a Mozzie pass.
Okay.
As long as it stays within line of sight and still has charges remaining, it can take over the opposing team's gadget. That means if you stand in front of a Capkin trap as Brava,
Oh boy.
and that drone takes the Capkin trap, if you as a defender try to run through a doorway or jump out of a window with the Capkin trap on it, the trap will damage you. ADSs will also work against defenders.
Yep.
Maestro cameras working against the defenders. Valkyrie cameras will work against the defenders. She is a trickster. She turns your assets against you, sometimes in comical fashion.
Yeah, I know some players are going to be like, you know what, that is such a fun interaction. And you know what, it is. It is absolutely hilarious seeing a defender getting blown to pieces by a Capkin trap, their own gadget. But it creates this kind of uncertainty in the same way that Nuke does when you're on the defending side, where you cannot really trust your actual intel or your gadgetry, which is very uncommon in Rainbow Six Siege. And it's why Nuke is often either banned or played, because that uncertainty at the highest level of play makes a big difference. And I do believe that as time goes on, as teams get better and better at using Brava, I do expect that ban rate presence to appear rather quickly. Just like with Solus, just like with Dasami, this is an operator with a lot of potential.
It was still in the 6th pick phase, so I mean, it's possible.
It is possible.
It's entirely possible that Brava would not be chosen, but we've been bamboozled before. I like the idea of bringing the newest operator right off of the rip. And I think Brava's ability really relies on what the defenders bring, right?
Absolutely.
She's an operator that is most often reactive.
Yeah.
If you see a Capkin on the board, if you see a Maestro on the board, if you see a Wamai on the board, a Jaeger on the board, a Bandit on the board, you can find an awful lot of value, even an Electroclaw, because now that allows you to bypass that defense and get in, whether it be lack of vision. If there's a Valkyrie or an Evil Eye watching a certain area, even a bulletproof cam,
Yeah.
that's taken away. If you're looking at a Bandit or a Kaid, if you can repossess the Electroclaw, you don't need to worry about shooting the Electroclaw with
No.
a Twitch drone or shooting it manually. You don't need to worry about EMPs disabling it. You just take it, and now it's not a problem anymore. You've got clear passage as a hard breacher to breach through the walls. There's a lot of options, but again, if you see a smoke on the board, if you see a smoke on the board, if you see a Warden on the board, if you see a Caveira on the board,
Yeah.
if you see a Tachanka on the board, and those are 4 of the 5 operators, you don't really need a Brava because you're not gaining any real value off of her gadget. Outside of maybe taking over a default cam, there isn't a ton there that you could potentially hack and have for the attackers.
No, you're right, and it's why defenders have to choose how they want to play the game as always, where now you can kind of play, okay, heavy roam setup, Jago gets attacker repicked, right? Play heavy setup, Brava now is an option. It's adding more and more depth to how you can combat the defending setup, because that's how every single round starts.
Yep.
Defenders will create this massive problem, this big network of tasks, and the attackers have to figure it out, problem solve it, and attack it correctly, otherwise they'll likely not win the round.
I mean, this has always been the way that Rainbow Six has worked, is that especially when we saw bulletproof and gadgets be created that required explosives,
Yep.
the attackers would always need to bring enough tools to deal with that. The attacker repick that we see right now, which is open to every single player, has completely changed the flow of these rounds. Before, it was the 6th pick, as it was called, where a single player was able to do a mulligan and pick another operator. But now you can see, all right, there's a Bandit on the board, there's a Mira on the board, we need a Twitch, and we likely need some level of EMPs. Oh, look, they've got a lot of shields, they got bulletproof cameras. We're gonna need some explosives.
Explosives.
So Way back when we were in what was called the 20-second meta, you need to bring tools to deal with that. Before, you would need to bring tools to deal with all the bulletproof gadgets. The only time that I would argue that the defenders didn't really set the meta were during the Yinglas meta and during the Lion meta. And the attackers had such a strong position because of those operators being, I don't use the word overpowered, but very powerful. It didn't really matter what the defenders brought.
Yeah, I was going to say there was no real clear counterplay where defenders could just say, okay, they bring a line, we bring this. Sure, the jammers will do like a small area of the map where you could move, but not really a arguable counter strat to that. And speaking of players, we actually have player caps.
If you watched the EU League at all over the last couple of years, this will be a very familiar sight for all of you, is that individual player cams are present. NAL is no longer played on LAN. It's no longer hosted out of Las Vegas the way it was over the last couple of years. Now it is instead played in the homes of the players. Whether they live in a team house or whether they have their own respective housing, it's spread out across the country, or countries actually, because I know that there are 2 players currently awaiting their visas that are both playing from the Great White North today. Both Spoit and Citizen are in Canada as it stands, and I'm not entirely certain if Foxay is in Canada as well, though he is Canadian. That would be a question for another day. The lobby is ready, so we will get right back into it, and fingers crossed that there will be no issues with this lobby upon first blush. Foxay immediately logging in the Brava yet again. And I know that we try to avoid talking about operators prior to the repick comes in, because he could sit on Brava until the 6 seconds to go and then change off to somebody else. But OXG don't seem particularly keen on switching things up at the moment.
Also, this is not like a Grim situation. I mean, Grim, the operator on attack as well, where it's not a super reliable operator. No, Brava is legitimately one of those we are expecting to see her being played, so it being hovered early on in the round makes a lot of sense. Foxay can immediately start to take over either default cameras or gadgetry. Like we spoke about, Parker, but when you have Warden, Lesion, Alibi, Oryx, the only real high-value gadgetry here are going to be the Runegates from Hyper. Everything else is mostly going to be about the gunplay.
I mean, I think goo mines could be quite effective.
If you want to walk up a staircase, sure. No
if you've got somebody on a retake, somebody coming in from a flank, then I think you get high value from that. Round number 1 underway, and the Brava did indeed stick. Foxay will stay with this operator, the new Brazilian op, added in Operation Commanding Force. Very first defense for this new Beastcost squad. Hat making his Tier 1 debut. Mr. B, same thing. Doc, you've seen him before. He's on that old Parabellum squad when Asian was added to the roster as well. They both came in to join the teams. It was a short-lived roster before they made some further swaps. Parabellum has completely blown up that roster as well. You will see that later today.
You see Beastcost, all 5 members getting active, both in terms of operators, but also where they are on the map. There's a relatively big network right now. Break room and security, 2 members playing together, but OXG, they're just in.
Wow, Sweater taking matters into his own hands, and OXG wanting to make something happen and finding every opportunity to do so. Hat slaughtered as Oxygen have taken 3 players from Beastcoast down in about a minute or so. That's not the start that you want for this new team. Mr. B and his prowess as an IGL has been talked about extensively in circles that go around the T2 and T1 scene. There's a lot of expectations on his shoulders. And funny enough, it's the 2 most experienced members of Beastcoast still alive in Hyper and Vertical. Vertical looking for some revenge against his former team. He was dropped by OXG at what seemed to be the 11th hour and replaced by Yaga, who was on the team before, the Yog Dog, as he's called. No longer on the M80. Again, M80 making some roster moves.
Thing is, Hyper finds 1 though, leaving just Yage, Dream and Foxy alive. No Armor can be breached up, but the nade goes on in.
Ooh, Beastcoast have closed this gap very quickly. Hyper finds 2 kills, leaving a minute to go. And even numbers. Don't really know what trickery that Brava drone has been up to. Be Kludge, what it's been able to do.
I mean, it was a great start for OXG, but they can't get in through this armory breach. The wall is reinforced next to Dream, but so far, all 3 Selmas in his pocket, chosen not to open anything up, waiting for information to act upon. With 30 seconds left, it looks like Beastcoast on a stable position.
And Foxay is back on that drone to give information for Dream to know if he has an opportunity to walk on in. That whole wall is not reinforced, by the way, and there Dream goes. Selma going off. Here's the sound cue. Easy pick on Vert, and then we'll do the business that needs to be done. Diffuser in hand, Hyper in the other bomb site. 2 kills for Hyper. We'll look for more. Bullet tracers just going over his head. Diffuser down, and now Hyper to fight from Metal Detector. He has an inkling as to where that diffuser is. But does he find the 2 players? No, Dream finds him first. OXG, they take round number 1 on Border.
But it wasn't pretty. Great opening, great early start to the round, but then things just slowed down. No progress was being made on the map, no walls being opened up, no crossfires established. And Beastcost, they get to that 2 versus 2, but then OXG, they have a secret weapon. Dream might be a support player, he might get a ton of plants down at the 6 Invitationals, but when he is needed to injury, he does it. Walks into Armory, uses the first Selma charge to cover the sound of him walking on in, gets that opening kill, enabling the 2 versus 1, gets the diffuser down, the cover is there from his teammate, and you can see his face, he's laughing about it. That was way too easy for them. And things are going to have to change up for Beastcost. That net that they had, it looked like it was solidified. Break room player, security player, but there was no interaction between the 2. Sweater and Newers is inside security through that window out of nowhere. Finds 2 kills in 5 seconds, and there's no trade from Beastcost. On Border, you gotta play a tight knit, close together. If you are longer than a 2-second sprint from a teammate in one of those crucial positions on the map where the attackers will be coming at you, you're not gonna be able to support anybody, because it takes the blink of an eye, your first man in that line is gone, and then you're next. Once that chain is broken, it's gonna be the defenders inside, kind of looking at that 2 versus 5, 2 versus 4 as we saw, and then you're gonna make a hero play. Hyper almost did that, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Well, you can see this castle strat extending upwards to a very important part of the map that isn't where the actual bomb site will be this time. Beastcost have every single site open at their disposal, but as we see from so many teams, they're not going to go up to Armory yet again. They will extend upwards, but will be playing down below in what is often a very favorable secondary bomb site for most teams. That's the Bathroom Tellers portion of this map. And as you can see from the individual players cycled through there by our observer, these Beastcost players are all over the place. Force Oxygen to not maybe be as quick to get into the building and have to do better drone work than they did on the previous round.
That has been the case, because they are droning more. Even Newers, just flies into a window or door, has started to drone out this archives area off the map. But the issue is that Jammer is put by Mr. B. You're going to slow things down and keep OXG guessing as to where Beastcoast whereabouts are going to be precisely. So now a change of approach here. Into Passport Sweater goes, we'll drone that on out instead, sees the castle barricade. No one is really there to protect it. Should be a free one for him. Has 2 ass breaches, 1 goes out. Working both floors right now is OXG.
They've cleared out Armory, but Dream is just very patiently awaiting some more information. Hat winning the duel against Fox. It doesn't come without a cost, though. That's Mr. B on the board as well. Beastcoast already having a much better start. They did that at the first minute mark by not having 3 of their players dead. Dream the only player from OXG on the board. Down goes Vertical. Longtime teammates, now adversaries. And it was Vert roaming as at Oryx. Mr. B next in the line of fire. Very active downstairs. It does appear that OXG is still in a team house, at least from the angle that we see in the camera of Newers. Equalizing Dream, finding all the kills in the world. Yeah. 4 so far for his team, 3 spread out between the rest of the OXG players. Hyper will need to take a risk, a necessary risk, some would say, holding this very tight angle. The moment he enters through the doorway, there's going to be a cross established. They must have seen him, Nick.
And they must have. Oh,
Dream does. 3 kills for Dream so far through the round. Mr. B already softened up earlier on. Doc likely playing safe inside the bomb site.
Yeah, and Wangzhouji, they find that middle player. Things really start to get easy for them, but again, with no breach above because Dream is so far off, the time is going to get so low for them. 20 seconds on this bathroom execute. They got to drop soon.
Mr. B holding this off-site angle. He has a rotate on in. 15 seconds left. But Dream's found his way into the bomb site. He's got diffuser in hand. The rest of OXG will guard. Doc sees one towards lobby. Bullets go over, none hitting the mark. And there goes Dream to Doc, looking for yet another. He's got the information, but it's Yaga. What a performance on his second round, coming back to this roster. And they line up, making it look so easy. Every one of the regions that we've watched so far have started with a 7-0. EU 7-0. OCE 7-0. Southeast Asia 7-0. Will we see North America follow suit? Oxygen sure hope so. They're en route to that already with this 2-0 start.
And as Jesse said on the desk, I mean, they 7-0, the W7M starting on border attack, so they are in familiar territory in this regard. See the player cams, Mr. B really giving it his all there.
Very emotive.
Yeah.
Very, very emotive, Nick.
Now, they're not next to each other, but he's really, you know, getting it home. Like, guys, listen, this is the problem, right? And I can imagine for Beastcost and for Mr. B, that link between the anchor players on bomb side and the deep roamers, like, far away in the map. Once that middle player gets removed from play by RXG, everything falls apart because you can no longer assist one another. And the same thing happened again. We have two members on the bomb side, unable to help the two people upstairs, far off the bomb side, and then RXG can just swarm those players. And it's Dream getting the job done on the entry in that mid-round, finding those open engagements, but he doesn't really get to use his utility. The Selma charges, not a factor whatsoever in this map so far, and thankfully for RXG, they have not been needed. But if things change up, if Beastcost come into a position where a wall has to be reached open by Dream, that could be a problem for RXG. Maybe they can keep forcing these rounds, maybe not. Foxy flexing for that squad. Some Brava play now onto the Dokkaebi instead to help his engagers win those gunfights.
Not surprising that Fox will inherit that flex role. They've got a dedicated hard support in Dream. Where on earth was Hat looking? Newer's very confidently walking into lobby, dispatching the first player from Beastcoast. 30 seconds off of the board, and you've already found yourself at a deficit. That's not where BC wants to be. They could have yet another. They know Mr. B's whereabouts, taking some damage as he escapes into break room. I appreciate the player cam on Mr. B an awful lot. He is an incredibly animated player.
I have to say, if you have your opening game as Hat, you know, as Mr. B against like peak performance Newers and Border, he walks and just tears you a new one. That is not easy to deal with. York with a nade finds a second member. That's Vert once again off the board, yet to find a kill on his side. And OXG just building that man lead.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Just too much man for Beastcoast to handle. I will keep saying, as there's a lull at the moment, is that the appreciation I have to see Mr. B in action. Wonderful stuff. Back to Armory, they're losing some of their hold on this back portion of the office bomb site. There goes another nade in from Yaga. Oh, what a shot! Good lord! Beastcoast find two, answered back by Sweater very quickly on. Logic bombs go off. Foxay still upright with another one there as well. Hyper trying his best, but it's all in vain, leaving Doc in a 1v3. He'll take matters into his own hands, but there goes another logic bomb. They know exactly where he is. They can hear him jumping out the window. Foxay far enough back as the diffuser was getting planted. And that's 3 in a row for OXG.
It is, and it's 3 relatively clean ones. Sure, round number 1 and 2 came down to those 2v2s and 2v3s, but the round that we just saw, round number 3, a very clean swoop. Once OXG established that they were in control, they never really let go. Foxy, because of Newer's find that early opening kill due to the drone work, could hold on to the Dokkaebi phone calls to just leverage them later in the round to establish the plan, to make sure that no flanks were happening. And I have to say, BC not really playing border very vertically. They're all horizontally on the same plane, no C4s going out, no real shotgun usage whatsoever. The ventilation bomb set that we're going to see in round number 4, it really speaks to verticality. The bomb set is downstairs on the first floor, but you always go upstairs one level to that Armory Archives area to hold it from this plane instead. And if they have to leverage it. Vertical, whenever he gets a gunfight, he's lost it so far. So try and leverage utility where you can. We keep bringing the Oryx, they keep bringing out Deletion. Those are not really important operators right now in this game. They've had 0 value so far. Information, very low as well. Hyper keeps bringing on that deployable bulletproof camera, but outside of that, you're just working with default cams. Valkyrie is open. Pulse is open, and maybe this is the fact that Brava is now in the game. That could be a defining factor. If you bring the Valkyrie, those cameras get hacked, and it gets 0 value. The enemies will now see you instead. The Foxay is bringing out that Brava operator.
Yet again, this is the 3rd time that we've seen this operator. Is that not correct?
It is correct.
At least by my counting. I've never been one good with arithmetic, so it's just basic numbers, you know. E1D burned very early on, 2 of the 3 rounds that have played out. Involved to death from Beastcost. The first 30 seconds, not the case this time. Just past that mark now. And it's a third bomb site. Trotted out by Beastcost. They tried armory upstairs twice, failed. Bathroom tellers. Now it's ventilation and workshop. And there goes the arena gate. This is exactly that Brava drone in action. Look at all this, all the goodies. Foxay doesn't seem to know which one he wants. Proximity sensor.
Damn.
A razor bloom, the Surya gate, which one is it? It opens up the gates and there goes yet another. Why?
Yeah.
Because now he can take it. Beastcost have set up all these traps specifically to slow down a rush from OXG, and as Foxay removes all of these, they're now not going to have enough intel on Beastcoast's side to know that OXG can just rush in and go for a free plant inside events.
Absolutely, and that's the thing where Brava makes things uncertain. And not only that, in terms of utility, but they also get the opening kill. Vert once again off the round. 0-4.
Answering back though, Yaga down and out. Trying to match the firepower that Dream has been providing. A bit surprising for Dream, a player dedicated on hard support, not usually the one getting close to these entry kills, but Dream has been phenomenal. He's got 2 diffusers down so far, very narrowly missing out on a 3rd diffuser in the previous round. Hat posted up inside of break area. He's got 2 different windows to watch, a doorway as well, and needs to be a little bit careful towards this balcony, but he's on the hunt. Hat creeping up. He might be able to get a free pick right here. Oh no, he sees the lion, wins the duel against Sweater. Almost losing his HP in the process. Hat 4-3 to start off his pro play debut. That's pretty darn good, but as we talked about, OXG is inside of the bomb site, 40 seconds to go. Firing through the soft wall, waiting for the pop-up as the diffuser goes down successfully from Dream. He hits the deck, missing out on an opportunity to pick off Hyper. Sidearm out, somehow winning these duels. Foxay in a 1v4. This is where things will get tough. Beastcoast on the diffuser. Fox able to behead one, but nice coverage from Hat. No 7-0 to be found here in North America's first match. Beastcoast win their very first round by getting on the diffuser, disabling it. There's baby Foxay in the bottom left corner.
And of all the rounds Beastcoast could win, it's the retake. The 4 versus 3 on ventilation with diffuser going down effortlessly because of that Bravo work early from Foxay. It seemed almost unwinnable, but what do you know? Hyper the Deagle can just make things happen. Gets 2 kills to open things up. That last member had to overcome 4 members off the defending side. Well played by them. Team play actually from Beastcoast was shown in that round for the first time. A little bit of life being shown from every single player except for Vert, who's yet to get his first kill. And I hate to bring it up constantly, but this is Border. Frags is very important.
And I mean, it's not even just that this is a very claustrophobic map that is often referred to as Hell in a Cell.
It is.
For those of you that are wrestling fans will know that reference quite well.
Attackers have discovered the location.
You can call it the Elimination Chamber, but I think that's a little bit deeper into the lore of wrestling.
Okay.
The one thing that always came up in conversations about Vertical and his position on this OXG squad, Nick, was consistency.
Yep.
Vert would have signs of just total life through multiple games and then would just flatline and would disappear from action, especially at international competition. But domestically, Vertical was almost always a beast. Now, from what we are led to believe, Vert could have been a very last-minute addition to Beastcoast. So you have to forgive a slow start when he's still finding his footing with a brand new team. But you'd think that Vert playing against his old team would still have some idea as to how they're going to tackle this. OXG should still show some similarities. This is a very good map for them. They just played it at SI a whole bunch.
Yep. Well, you're hitting all the right points.
And even if he's not the most strategic player, he's still great mechanically. So the fact that he is at an 0-4 at the moment through 4 rounds of Border, terrible for Beastcoast.
Oh, and it gets worse. Hyper injured and also taken out by Sweater. It's always Sweater. Dreamer News is finding these kills. Yaw got a nade as well, find success time and time again. Then it's had to strike it back for Beastcoast. Always trying to leverage back the numbers. Always standing his ground.
For those of you that don't know the visual cue, that's not what's going on at the moment. That's how most of these rounds have played out.
Yeah.
No nades from Yaga tossed in, though he does have one in his pocket still. There are the logic bombs. This extended hold from Beastcoast. Very similar to what we've seen round by round. They've got a hole to wander from fountain through hallway back into this security area. Hat loves break room. Oh, nice shot on the sweater. Very much distracting with the impact into the wall. Mr. B not too far away. Just for some additional fire. Now it's Newers to take some more damage. That T5. Good fire rate, low recoil.
Yeah. The confidence, though, that's the sheer thing here. Standing your ground, not trying to run away. Hat recognized that he has to just try and find kill after kill inside a break room.
It's funny because Hat's inclusion on this roster was criticized a little bit on social media by the fact that he didn't have the same pedigree as a lot of these other Beast Coast players. And, you know, saying, is he ready for Tier 1? So far, I think the answer is very much yes. We'll see what happens when he moves to attack, because it's easier to defend on a new team.
Yep.
But this is Border after all. You're going to come to blows no matter what. Whether you're an attacker or a defender, you need to be prepared for that. Hat has finally been found out, but Dream gets baited in by this position of Mr. B inside of security. He's lined up, looking for another. The kill that had started was finished off by Newers. Hat is now down, leaving just Mr. B in security. Holding off the Horde, seeing Foxay, and again, doing some serious damage.
Such a good round from Mr. B and Hat, basically 2v5ing Oshi for half the round, if not more.
They've killed so much time, Nick, and you're down to the final 15 at the moment. Yaga dropped off. Beastcost looking to keep these numbers even. There's this roam from Beastcost, and Vert finds not just his first kill, but his second. Back to back. Vert shows up exactly when you need him at the tail end of that round. Beastcost strike gold, round number 5. A 3-3 first half, still very much within their grasp, but they have to do it on this final round.
Yeah, like you said it, Parker. You said that when you're new into this league, it's comfortable to be on the defense where things are familiar to you. And I think that is really why Beast Coast chose to start on the defensive side of Border, because they had the option to go attack. What it also brings you is that you can hide your attacking strats, not give anything away until that side swap. That means your opponent, or XG in this case, they cannot get inspiration from what you were doing. Turbine Benz, Ying, for example, from OXG is going to stop most rushes you can do on the attacking side. But someone like Mr. B, who's been cooking things up in CL, in Tier 2 of the North America scene for quite some time, he's going to have these one-off strats he can pull out and use when this side swap comes out. Before they get there, this final round number 6 has to happen first, and Beast Coast are in a position to tie things up 3-3, which puts them statistically in an incredible position, because Border is attacker favored, it's where teams want to start, it's where they expect to get the majority of their rounds, and BC, they can stop that from happening right here, right now.
Yeah.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Fascinated with how much OXG struggled to pop that bubble that we saw continue to grow from Beast Coast and pop the pressure, blister, you can call it whatever you'd like, that Beast Coast had inside a break room. Like there's really no difference from that round, at least that we could see, with the way that Mr. B and Hat were holding it. It's exactly how Beast Coast have wanted to hold that part of the map, and they did so spectacularly.
Fox has got sound, you can tell here. He knows someone is somewhere around East Stairs, but exactly where. And who do you know? It's Hat once again in this first position, and with Wamai this time. Meaning that grenades and flashbangs not going to be as big of a problem for him. He can stand his ground for even longer than that of Lesion.
Hat creeping back up. We've seen a wealth of operator changes here on the defense. Beast Coast running with a little bit different from the previous couple rounds, looking for their 3rd round in a row to clean up this very first half. Yeah, that's innocent to even footing.
Much more utility now. Again, I was going to say the Valkyrie camera, C4 goes out, does a bit of damage, but no kill. And no Brahma from Foxley. He's on the floors instead, so a bit of a misread, perhaps.
He just loves the drones, doesn't he? Just loves these drones, but when you are playing on an upstairs bomb site and you're looking to deal with utility, Flores is an excellent operator, very high value, can take out deployable shields relatively easily, can take out mute jammers if you're within the radius of it. Vertical lines up and gets shut down by Newers. Yaga falls too, so both teams end up in a very similar position, but look at Hyper. Oh, I don't think Hyper's been found. That is not good. Sweater and Newers also taking their lumps. So OXG might have got that very first pick, but it's not without some small sacrifice. Hat is gone now too. So Beast Coast trailing numbers yet again, even though it was only for a second before the equalizer came in from their team. Hyper still creeping from above.
He has to make a hero play now. He can't escape, can't get out. He can hold onto the ground to try and get aggressive somewhere on the map.
Mr. B Sees one, he'll toil, trying to just waste as much time as possible. There goes Newers, the remainder found by Hyper. You said he was trapped. Well, Hyper's fighting his way out of this one, it sure would seem. Dream coming to the rescue yet again. Hyper still doing so much damage from above. This is why he was a highly sought out free agent. Playing with that Mirage core during the qualifiers, now finding a home on Beastcost and showing exactly what he's capable of doing. Huge disparity between him and Doc. Doc 1 and 5. Hyper 8 and 4. All eyes will be on him in the final 1v2.
Also rotate.
To try and tie things up. There goes the diffuser. Steady as she goes for Hyper, UMP in hand, but there's a retake that could happen. OXG getting into position in this post plan. Hyper wandering in. Difficulty for him is going to be the fact that Foxay is upstairs on the balcony, and Hyper sees Dream escape. Castle Barricade to give him a little bit of safety. That's Dream to seal the deal. The best player for OXG in this first half has to be Dream, no questions asked. 4 diffusers planted, almost a 5th. Didn't get the 5th down because the rest of his team killed everybody too quickly. And also getting, what was that, 6 kills, 7 kills in the first half alone? Yeah. That is exactly why you are the star support of Dream. First half in the books, 4-2 in favor of OXG.
Yeah, and the thing about the current meta is it's very quick, it's very aggressive, you gotta get into gunfights, and every single member on the squad, to be a top-level team, they have to get these kills and find these openings, and that is what separates a fantastic, a great support player from the average. And Dream, by all standards, is a fantastic support player, statistically, performance-wise, and also consistently. That is the keyword. Consistency is probably the highest thing you can invest in Rainbow Six Siege right now in professional play. If you can play an average or slightly above average game every single time, your stonks as a player goes up drastically. Whereas if you have these games where you go 20 kills or 0 kills, it's hard to work with because you need to be reliable in these rounds, time and time again. We'll have to see what Beastcost can cook up on their attack inside because this is where the biggest challenge will come. They've had 6 rounds to get acclimated to the professional league scene, to get Mr. B and Hat into their first game in professional play in Tier 1, and now they have to do the difficult job of picking apart the setup from OXG as an attacking squad and do so successfully.
Very top-heavy first half for Beastcost, with 14 of the team's kills in the hands of both Hat as well as Hyper. That is...
yeah.
That's a lot of kills between 2 people, Nick. Things relatively evenly spread throughout OXG, and we were actually very wrong. 8 kills for Dream. I said, what, 5, 6 kills? Something like that. I was way off base.
Well, maestro of all operators, so...
That's a prime target for a Brava. Not present, though, for Beastcost. There's 3 main drone operators that you'll see quite often. Twitch, Flores, and now Brava.
Yeah.
One of them, I suspect, will be brought on most of these rounds. Oh, no.
That's so free.
Newers. Vertical gets droned in and almost has a second pick now as well towards Fountain. He darts off as the drone finds one other player over by Armory. This is not an Armory defense, by the way, despite all this action happening near that bomb site.
And Sweater's going to be in a tough position because he has no support inside of Fountain, and that was the issue that Beastcost had themselves. Foxy is below with the C4 in hand on that Valkyrie, could do some damage there. But Vert inside of office, he needs support. They gotta find Sweater's corner Fountain, take him down, and build that 5 versus 3 situation.
Beastcost walking and getting a first pick early has bought them so much time. 90 seconds left in this round with a big advantage. There's Dream picking up kill number 9 on the Hats. Vert's patience pays off by Fountain, and now can continue to exert his influence over towards Armory and Office side of the map. All of this is happening. The drop hatch is still closed off. Foxay sees that. He can play underneath it. Sledge opening up. Finds a sight into the bomb site. Beastcost in a 4v3 advantage with a minute to go.
Has that C4 in Park, not spent it yet, but Yellow Pinks are coming on out. With both Sledge and Buck on the board, Beastcoast, they have more time than necessary to destroy this bomb site from above. They should be great for a site execute in 20 seconds time. Foxay almost has to land this C4 because Yogg and Dream have nothing but guns to work with. Perhaps Dream and 9 kills could make the difference, but no.
Oh! Foxay rips the Nitro Cell, almost taking Hyper out of action. He's still upright. Sledge in a precarious spot as you sledge from above because you can be shot through those floors, you can be Nitro Cell, even impacted. Down goes Bird, and Mr. B will follow. Numbers now favoring OXG in the final 15 seconds.
That's the diffuser as well.
Doc will jump on in. They will need to retrieve the diffuser before that plant can go down.
10 seconds
Doc
remaining.
spotted looking for his second kill through 7 rounds. So far
5
eluding him.
seconds left.
Yaga retaking from above. He can go for the drop. Things grim for Beastcost as that's 4 unanswered kills from OXG. 5-2 in favor of the more experienced squad so far, and their very first defense round is a success.
Yeah, honestly, Beastcost, when you have the top-down view like we do as casters, it's really, and as spectators as well, it's easy to say there was a big mess up there from the attacking side, and more, you know, specifically the IGL of Mr. B, because there was a very easy way into the bomb site with the diffuser that almost presents you with 0 risk of dying to someone ratting inside a passport, customs, or anything like that. That is that side window to tellers directly. The attackers, they had
need to
bathroom control
locate and
above,
defuse
they had
bombs.
workshop control from above. No one can shoot you when you jump in that side window from anywhere. But instead, down the east stairs through open area, with double crossfires and passport in open area, you get shot down, diffuser on the ground, no one can retrieve it.
located by
Well,
attackers.
you'd have no chance to win as an attacking team because now you gotta storm through the bomb site to retrieve the diffuser, go all the way back to it and plant, and you're in a 2 versus 4. It's not gonna be easy, and in most scenarios, just not going to be possible. So there was an easy way for them to get inside. They chose the harder option. They got punished for it. NorXG's team
10
play
seconds
a
left
little bit
before
better,
insertion.
and Dream as an individual just keeps on finding success in
seconds
these
left.
rounds in the most precarious of ways. It's a maestro in Passport finding 2
Attackers'
kills and
objective is
diffuser
to defuse
essentially.
the bomb.
It really is astonishing the way that Dream has been playing this entire map. He was omitted from the Siege GG top 10 players of the year, and I saw a bit of tomfoolery that was going on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you spotted.
I did
Basically said, you know, how could you omit this man with the most plants at SI?
Oh, it was a lot. It was a lot.
He had like
So,
30 plants at SI, some ungodly number.
well, she had a miracle run. Not a miracle, because then it's like, it was supposed to, but they played really well as a team. Dream, great performance himself. Getting top 4 for OXG. Or top 6, technically.
There's the power of the Flores drone, the Rotero drone going on in. See the electrification as well above. That's the electric claw that's gone on in there. This Rotero drone is actually about to run out, and there it goes. Did it open up the wall? Hard to tell. Let's hold on to the vent and workshop bomb site is extended upwards. Not uncommon whatsoever. Vertical play is so incredibly important for this bomb site. Just as we saw in that bathroom teller's bomb site as well, you want to get a sledge, a buck, somebody with soft destruction in position over the bomb site to take away those safe spots for the defenders to sit. On ventilation and workshop, it is not uncommon for not a single person to be in the vents component of the map and have people either playing from above, over top of it, or far back in workshop. Doc is just in, by the way, in the middle of the bomb site. First kill goes to OXG though, and Doc, despite being in this position, he's done and dusted. Hat the only kill for Beastcost so far.
Flashbang out.
Been able to flush OXG off from above, and there goes Newers, unable to escape the clutches of Vertical. Back to a 3v3, and now it's Hat's time to take some damage. OXG still have 1 player from above, though.
Attackers
Foxy
drop
needs
the
to
bomb
shut that
diffuser.
phone down as quickly as he can so that he
Attackers
can
recovered
get
the bomb
the
diffuser.
sneak up on these 2 remaining players of Beastcoast. It was a 3v3, now breaks in favor of OXG. Ready for a nade to go on down. Beastcoast need to translate this upstairs hold towards the bomb site, and there we go. Hat will drop. Vertical holds on to the diffuser. Shadow giving away the position to Sweater, doesn't matter. Still wins the duel. Vertical in a 1v3. And he's gone to Dream.
Again. It was a beautiful mini execute by Beastcoast, right? Doc goes on in, distracts, then Armory Door, 2 members, they fly on in. They get 2 kills, back to a 3 versus 3. But then again, Oxygen, they take all the boxes. They extend the buff, that's checked. They play their crate, deny hatches, verticality, they have map control, but also they had side presence. That single member, the castle, sneaking downstairs, holding the fort down, ensuring that no diffuser can go down from the attack inside. OXG, they buy themselves another round. And Dream, once again, way off middle of nowhere, finds that last kill. And the thing about
There's a
saving...
stock door.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you
It's a stock
doing
door
there?
with
Why would
Locate
stock
and defuse
door as a
the bomb.
maestro?
But that's the thing, right? He's probably gonna do that old yokai play where you have your gadget on side, yokai drone, or in this case the Maestro Evil Eye camera, and you're gonna be way off in the middle of nowhere. If you're on side, you hop on, you zap the enemy, you gain information, and if not, well, you just whip out your gun. You're gonna be in a weird position for a great flank setup, holding that main staircase, for example, and that's what he did. 11 and 3 to his name, and every single round so far, just gonna keep on playing Maestro. OXG are playing a very different border defense than Beastcost chose. They're going for utility, deployable shields, bulletproof camera, intel. Look at this, Maestro and Valkyrie and a bulletproof cam from Neos on Frost. And there's no counterplay being chosen from Beastcost besides the Dokkaebi. When Dokkaebi goes to those calls, both dead players and alive players cannot check the cameras. That's only going to give you about 20 seconds in the full round of action, whereas Brava can shut them down immediately from the beginning of the round.
The two preceding rounds from Beastcost also had a Flores on the board, so
Yeah.
lots of utility there at their disposal. This is really early bloodshed. OXG have lost Fox A and Sweater. Vertical has been taken out of action, who after having an 0-4 start, Vertical picking up the pace, sitting at 6 and 8. Not a great standing for a player like Vert to be in. You want him to break even at bare minimum. If he's going 9 and 8, that's fine. Sweater just nice shotted and then thanked himself. Excellently done. That's the Obama putting the medal on
Yeah.
himself meme right
That is
there.
good-
It's Sweater saying nice shot. Sweater saying thank you. So
This round turned into a Wrangler for a second because Spawn Peak got Lord from OXG trying to catch Beastcoast off guard with the early aggression, but it got shot down nicely. Slow approach the building with that drone work, find some kills, and now it's OXG down in a 2 versus 4 situation.
spent so much time talking about Dream that we really haven't focused on how poor of a matchup Noors is having as well, and it gets worse. Beastcoast not taking their time out, staring down a loss to OXG, but Dream finds himself in a 1v4. Best opportunity that Beastcoast has had so far on their attack to win a round.
Attackers have
For a
dropped the
wake-up
bomb
call.
diffuser.
Dream's life might be short-lived. Mr. B has hopped into a Frost map. Frost rework is not live just yet, so he is not able to get himself back up. Somebody from Beastcoast is going to have to be there to do it manually. It's done. Hibana's back up. Dream can play this cool as a cucumber. He's not in a bad spot. Gets one read into Fountain, though, and might have just given his position away. Small opening now created by Mr. B towards the back of the A-bomb site. Diffuser, though. It's not in his hands. He doesn't have Diffuser.
Oh.
Nobody on Beastcoast does, and Dream picks off Hyper. Diffuser will need to be retrieved, and you can see the look on Mr. B's face. That was a surprising position. Now it's Dream at metal detectors. He doesn't seem to have any idea the wherewithal of where these Beastcoast players are. Hat now picked it up. Diffuser going down. Spam ping's going in. Dream in a dangerous position. Chase downstairs. Hat had fallen off of the defuse. They know where he is in the corner. And spraying through the floor. Dream gets the hit on the Hat. 30 seconds to go. And they will have to hunt down this Maestro. They still have the Maestro cam inside of the bomb site. It's giving information away to Dream. Will have to go for a reload. 24 bullets left. Doc now holding on to the diffuser. Mr. B watching from above. They have pings. He can retake. Can Dream pull this one off? So close. Looking one way. Creeping up on the Hibana, but his luck runs out. Good Lord, what a run that was for Dream. He picked off 2 of them, but just can't get all of them.
A clap for Mr. B saying, good job, we didn't throw the round. And it started off with a very small mistake again, where Mr. B's in a fantastic spot to plant down a diffuser. But as you said, Parker, he realized at the wrong time, he doesn't have it. In fact, no one did. It was dropped inside of office, I believe, on the ground. And then, you know, a little bit of trolling happened, right? Members died, Dream found openings. Those Maestro Evil Eyes and Valkyrie cameras just kept on yellow and red pinging the attacking team. And the verticality from Dream, fantastic use of the internet intel, but he did not have any impact grenades in his pocket. Couldn't really do any work besides floor banging. And sure, he hit the heads of 2 members where it mattered the most, but then he runs out of options. You're planting concrete next to that Archive's window, there's no angle from below necessarily, so without the impact, you gotta go back up that main staircase. That's where things get dicey. It's 6-3 in favor of OXG, and they're gonna go to that Telus bomb site. It's a bomb site on border that gives you the most amount of map control. You can play across the entirety of the first floor, customs, open area. the bomb site itself, of course, workshop insulation, but you can also go up above.
seconds to go.
So Beastcost either have to go for a direct approach, you know, through that bomb site window. Not really something that you want to do unless you bring some rush operators, the blitz, the glass, etc. Not going to be the case.
Attackers are
They're
heading
likely
out
to have
to
to fully roam clear this map out. Usually teams will go upstairs, start with Armory Archives, work their way across, use the verticality, that's Hyper and Slicks in this case, and they got both Mr. B on the Lion and Hat on the Dokkaebi to help clear out these roamers from Oxygen to start things off.
Selma's going off on the jail wall as Oxygen will find themselves on match point for the remainder of regulation. Whether overtime will be required is just about anybody else's guess, but Beastcost just winning their very first round on attack is not exactly an inspiring place to be, but there will be growing pains with these new rosters, and we're going to be seeing a lot of them.
Yes.
Almost every single team in this North America League has blown up their roster to a certain extent. DZ only made one change. This OXG squad only made one change. And for OXG, it's not even like they made a huge change. They actually brought in an old member of Yaga, so it's not a massive change for them. Going up against Beastcost, who have now suffered the first casualty of this round, finding themselves in a 4v5, but equalizing with Hat. Hat really showing up so far today. He's been the top go-getter on this squad. There's going to be a lot more work for him to do. Him, Hyper, combining for 17 kills.
Yeah.
Dog has had some struggles. Yaga looking for more, lined up over towards Metal Detector, getting out of that position. But Beastcost have got some of their players not too far off. OXG still with the advantage. They need to ride out the remaining 90 seconds.
I'll give them a call.
Last call going out as well. Limited on drone work from the remaining alive players. Hyper is on drone duty right now, using that last piece of utility. Hat's in a great position, sort of, you know, workshop. Has lines of sight towards the bomb site itself, but they cannot get a diffuser down in this case. They have to go for kills.
And there's Newer's gone. He's been having a really rough game as well. Beastcost managed to make things close. 2v2. There's a difference maker himself. An absolute unit. Inside, customs, sitting ever so quietly. May get thrown down. Gumine hit as Hyper goes up sledging from above. You see that Maestro cam inside the lobby.
Yeah. Also no diffuser outside of break room doors, so when somebody picks it up, that would have to be a Hat in this case. They have to find both members and go for kills because the diffuser is... Dream, where are you going? He's going further and further in. He's gonna pay for time.
Well, they droned him out. That's what I said. There was a drone down below in customs. He's wasting so much time. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. Now there's only 20. He can't be seen from this position. There go the
Stealing the
beepers
diffuser.
inside of customs. They don't have the diffuser. They're going to have to go for kills. And at this point, you just need to wait and welcome them with opening arms. Foxay, the first one to say hello. And then it's Dream to say goodbye. OXG 7-3 in our very first matchup of this new North America League. A relatively good showing, all things considered, for the new Beastcost lineup. But they are just not able to stop what the desk considered to be one of the most dominant and probably the best team.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I gotta say again, Dream, MVP for me in this match. I just got always in the right place, right time, finding value every single time. Great job.
And that's it for our very first match. We'll toss to a quick break, and then we'll come back with more of the North America League.
And there you have it. Welcome back to the North American League. Desk Doe, your host here, along with Jesse J, Chick, and Demo. And that was it. First game in the bag. We had Oxygen taking out Beastcost and doing it, there was a couple moments here and there where Beastcost, I think, showed some life. There were definitely sparks of hope, sparks of brilliance there. But overall, it's kind of like what we expected. It was a little bit of Oxygen kind of, getting it done, basically. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we started off really strong for Oxygen, right? Those first 3 rounds in a row, they were fast rounds. They were not close. Immediately, OXG were getting in. They were finding the angles. They were taking down those players, and it didn't really feel like the roamers on that squad could find those trades. It kind of helped out rounds 4 or 5. They got bounced back a little bit, but it was never really there.
Yeah, the fundamentals, I think, for Beastcoast, they need to look at that border game and think, okay, where did we actually go wrong? For me, it was probably they didn't find a replacement for Azami being banned out. No Cass was being brought in. How are you going to hold security, hold break room, the places you want to roam, if you're not giving your roamers any kind of support? There's not even like denial for ADSs. I didn't see that once at all.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we got someone we can talk to about all of that right now. We got Foxa waiting by. Hey, it's good to see you again. It's been a while, I feel like, but congrats on the performance at SI. And now here you are getting the win, day 1 in the North American League. So the first thing I want to ask you about is you're back teamed up with Yaga once again. What's it been like? Kind of getting back in the groove with him, doing some practicing with him now that first match. How's it been going?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great having Yog back. I think when he left, that was definitely something that I guess kind of like our team definitely took a hit with losing Yog. So the fact that we were able to get him back, it was such a spur of the moment chance that we were able to get him. It's been pretty good. Just meshing well with him is always easy. I feel like he's a very flexible player, very smart. He's able to think for himself a lot of the time too. So he's able to just, I don't know, kind of mesh in very well. And it was such a spur of the moment thing. Like by no means did we have this planned or anything. And we just played against Ver. Like we love Ver. Like I personally love Ver. It's just it was a very difficult decision for us to make. But
I'm sure.
I mean, we're hoping that it keeps going well.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean.
Well, best of luck with the future of that. It sounds like we've got a little bit of an audio issue, so we're gonna cut it off right there. Sorry about that, Foxa, but congrats again on the win here today, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again real soon. All right, there you go. Well, we're gonna check out some highlights now from that one because, man, Oxygen did certainly put some up, didn't they?
They absolutely did. I mean, we saw these players really get into the action quickly. That was the biggest thing. Sweater and Newers did find a lot of those good entries. Dream had some great frags as well. You saw one there. Nice to see everybody getting active. And I think the real thing that I was kind of disappointed with from the side of Beastcoast was the fact that even though they were losing some of those opening picks, they weren't able to come back, get those trades. The response wasn't there. It felt like sometimes they were a little bit maybe unaware of where they're getting pushed from, of what the situation was like, of what Auction were trying to do with some of these pushes, and that did seem to hurt them throughout this engagement.
Yeah, we say the highlights. It's Dream. It's Dream. That's the guy who we're looking at. I mean, what a performance. I've just fell in love with the guy, I'll be honest, after seeing it. I already liked Mitch before the hands, but...
We've all fallen in love with Dream over the last few years here.
Yes, yeah. And we got Hat on the screen as well for a couple of those. Hat was a player that I think was talked about on the cast. He really did get some hate for being on this roster, right? He has had poor performances.
I thought he held his own.
He was fragging really well. I think, again, there were some moments where he lost fights because he didn't know where a player was or something. But when it came to actually fair gunfights where he's got to hit his shots, he was hitting his shots every single time. So I thought this was a good showing from Hat.
This right here.
Oh, yeah. That round with Dream in the one before. Yeah. That one got very scary for Beastcoast. Wasn't able to clutch it out, but man, oh man, that was one that maybe you want to look back, even though you won it, and just say, what could we have done a little bit cleaner?
Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, let's talk about that for a moment. So, again, looking at Oxygen here and focusing in on Dream, what specifically was he kind of bringing to all of this? Obviously, we saw the gunplay, right? We saw the kills, but what is it about the way he moves around the map, the way he puts himself in the right place at the right time?
He's very clever with the positioning. He always gets himself in the best opportunity to have a gunfight and give himself as much of an advantage as he can. Dream's not a guy who you look to sit here and break kill records, sit here and break the montage reel.
Sure.
He's a support. He comes in, he does his job very well, but he's able to almost outsmart his opponents.
Yeah.
At the Six Invitational, there were 95 players with better kill-death ratios or differentials to Dream. And for him to come back in and have so many frags in this battle, I think was really important for them. I think he's always been really solid in the droning. I think he's always been really good when it comes to getting the plant down. Yeah. But he sometimes was a little bit lacking when it comes to having his gun up and winning those fights.
And in this meta, you need a support who can gun.
You do.
You're not going to get away with it. You look at G2, for example, Blur. You look at his kills. He was able to go in and do the job. That is what the best teams in the world are made of.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Just how the game has changed. There's a lot more about the gunplay
Had
now.
to get G2 in there somehow. I needed to. Sorry, everyone. I needed to.
Of course.
I mean, we've got a lot more time for that kind of thing later. Don't worry. You'll be able to get plenty more in before the day is done, because we're only just getting started here. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the day continues on 6 more matches. I can't believe it waiting for us here, so don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six North America League returns in just a few. North American League. I'm your host, Doa, here along with Demo and Jesse J. Chick, and it's time. It's time to go on to our second matchup of the day. It's going to be M80 versus Parabellum. I'm excited about this. I mean, M80, obviously kind of the evolution of XSET per se. XSET was a team that last year I said was my favorite team to watch, the most dynamic, the most exciting. Now they are perhaps even more so. And they're going up against a Parabellum team that has a lot of questions around it, right? You've got some veterans, you've got some rookies. That seems to kind of be how a lot of Parabellum teams end up being, just with the shifts, of course, we saw last year in NA. So breaking down this one, just surface level right off the bat, is it going to be another one like last one? I do feel like it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Parabellum coming into this.
I'll let you take Parabellum because that's your favorite team.
It's not my. He'd usually say this because I'm Canadian. I like Parabellum, and listen, I
Great
do.
social media presence, I gotta say.
And they've got an interesting little lineup going on here, right? You've got Skies and Laxing coming in as the core of this team, the bedrock, the veterans to come in and be that foundation for the team. And they've got 3 really young players. You've got Spiff coming back in, who obviously just played for Astralis at the Six Invitational. Performance was fantastic. You got Spiker, who's coming in as well as maybe more of like a flex player, flex support, flex sentry. We'll see. Right. And then Fish, who has just been a monster through Challenger League, not always on the best teams, but has been a really big fragger in the past. So Parabellum genuinely are, like, I think, a really good concept for a team.
Sure.
Week 1, we'll see how that actually gets executed, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to obviously take a little bit of time to kind of develop some synergy, even with good players. And that kind of leads us into our other team to talk about here with M80, right? Because you have a group of extremely good players, right? You've got that sort of former XSET core of Diaz, Gomez, and Kino, and now you've got the additions of Iconic and Spoit. 2 of the probably most, I almost said iconic there, but I mean, it goes without saying. 2 of the most exciting, heavy gunning, like head-shotting players in, well, one's in North America, one coming over from Europe, obviously. So when you put all of those players together, is it too many cooks in the kitchen as far as gunplay goes, or is it just a match made in heaven?
No, I think the additions for M80 have been phenomenal. I think Iconic getting picked up. I think Iconic at the start of the year, obviously the Charlotte Major was unbelievable. You know, he has a call-out named after him now because of how good he was, and that really says a lot about the player. But then I would say throughout the rest of the year, probably along with the rest of the Astralis team, they kind of dropped off a little bit, but I would say he was at his best. Invitational was back to being that guy we know can create these insane moments, these incredible plays. And then Spoit, who obviously I've seen this guy flourish for the past couple of months.
I'm sure, yeah.
He's incredible. I can't speak highly enough about him. I just think that he is a player that for M80, yeah, what a pickup. You know, you can understand why they went and got him because he is that good.
Seriously, when I saw this roster, I was like, does anyone can you win 1v1s against this roster? I don't know. It's not going to be very easy, but I'm excited to watch Iconic play again. He was one of my favorite players from last year. He was a player though that I felt like he was, to a certain extent, kind of became a little bit beholden to his cultivated image, right? He was the Dark Knight. He was the Batman, right? He was coming in and trying to like swoop in essentially and make big plays, right? But at a certain extent, I felt like that kind of worked against him, and that he felt the need to maybe overstep sometimes, to maybe not play as carefully as he should have in certain situations. And he's got the skill, but sometimes I feel like he doesn't need to put the burden of making those plays on himself. And maybe on this squad, you don't need to with some of these other players like Kino and Spoit.
Not with Spoit.
Yeah.
Definitely not with Spoit.
Yeah, I mean, Iconic is a risky player. He's always going to step up and take those engagements. He's not going to back down. I think that's why he's so good, like in the clutches. He's not going to sit back and be afraid to take fights. No, he's going to go in, he's going to challenge you. He's going to make your life difficult in any situation, even when you have a clear advantage. I think it is also his probably biggest downfall. Sometimes they're in a good situation, and Iconic, he oversteps.
He tries to make the play too much. You know, he overdoes it. You know, of course, I think Jesse's made a great point that he's a clutch machine. You know, he can pull out these incredible clutches that nobody will be able to do but him. Look at that 1v5 he had during Invitational.
Of course.
You know, it's either you make the play or the play makes you, and he makes the plays. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think M80 is a good home for him, but we'll have to wait and see. The map vetoes are in though, so we get to find out what battleground we're going to here. We're going to find out that in just a second. That'll inform us a little bit more about maybe what we can expect. Waiting to get that information. There it is. We're going to Oregon. All right.
Interesting.
Welcome to North America.
Another one of those maps that I feel like is a new team, which Parabellum are. This is what you're going to fall back on. It's a map that everybody knows how to play. It's
Straight up map.
very default, right? Not a lot of variations going on this map. M80, you know, they did love this map. They won it for their very first game of Six Invitational, beating out FaZe. Then they lost to W7M and to G2 in the playoffs. But those are strong opponents to be dropped off the map, right? So no shame in that. Certainly a solid map for M80 as well here.
Yeah, I think you mentioned about the G2 game, the W7M games. It wasn't like, you know, a stomp by any means. I think they still put up a fight at least, but like you mentioned, I think G2 and W7M at that event were miles ahead of most other teams at that competition, so you can't really blame them. But yeah, you mentioned before, Parabellum, they'll go to this. It's an easy map. It's classic. That and Clubhouse are your two main ones, I think, as a newer team.
Yes.
You try and learn first.
So I've got a question for you as far as Spoit goes here. Well, I've got a few minutes. Being our EU expert, right? We've
it's a very loose term you've used there, expert.
adopted you
Very,
into
very
North
loose.
America. I mean, I think I'm the host here. I get to decide these.
Thank
things,
you.
All right. But we've adopted you into NA, but we still want to draw on that expertise, that knowledge, that familiarity, perhaps, with your European brethren. So the question is, do you think there's anything that Spoit has to do to adapt to playing in North America? Is there anything play style wise, or is there anything strategic that you need to keep in mind when you swap regions like you did?
I hope M80 are building it around Spoit.
Okay.
Because that is why it worked so well for Rogue/Koi in the past few months, is because they designed the team around this guy. Spoit for me is a player where if you tell him, okay, you're doing this, you're going to go in and kill this guy, that will happen. M80 were very, very weak at Invitational with the opening kills and deaths department. They were losing a lot of engagements. Spoit's not like that. Spoit's very good at going in, gets an opening kill. That's going to help them tenfold already, having a consistent fragger. And the way that it worked so well for Koi was they had Spoit who was able to go in, get the kill, and then you would have Cryan just lurk around and just do his own thing.
Yeah.
That's what Iconic is really good at. Let Iconic go and do his own thing. Let Iconic off the leash. Keep Spoit on it, but let Iconic do what he wants.
That's kind of my big question, right? Because, you know, we've talked a lot about Iconic and Spoit, but we also have to talk about Diaz, Gomez, and Kino, right? The core from Xset. These guys are a great squad as well. How do they incorporate these two new running, gunning, to a certain extent, slightly more individualistic players into their core that they've played together for so long?
I mean, I think it's exactly what they need, right? Because you look at M80, I think the big thing that's always stood out about them is they're fantastic young support players. Kino and Diaz, I've always said,
Kino. You're brilliant.
the best support duo in North America. And they're so consistent at that. Staying alive is Diaz's bread and butter. He wants hyper-aggressive players on his team because he wants them to be the entries. He's going to be the backbone. He's going to stay alive, play that way of Siege. Kino as well can be a little bit more aggressive massive, right? I think he can kind of go out on the roam, and we saw that a little bit at SI, but probably he's going to play a little bit more loose with these 2 new players on his team. I think he does want to kind of fill that similar role as Diaz now, play kind of more hard support, and they're feeling very good, I think, with this. And yeah, Gomez, disgusting player as well. His Yana play at 6 Invitational was fantastic.
So now we come to the prediction times where we have to kind of we have to reveal who we think is going to win this one. And I think this one is a little bit more difficult to call than last time. I think there's an on-paper favorite once again, but I do feel like it is a little bit closer than what we saw in game number 1. You can't discount the individual skill on Parabellum. The question there is, can the veterans keep the NA rookies in line per se? And I say rookies with quotes, right? Obviously, I have a lot of tournament experience, but not necessarily in NAL. So the question is, who do we think is going to take it? I went first last time, so I want Demo to go first this time.
I'm going to have to go M80. For me, they're the more well-rounded team on paper. I think Spoit and Iconic will just slot right in. And I think the Brazilian core, like you mentioned, Jesse, they're young. They can adapt very easily to situations. So, yeah, they'll work really well. I haven't really talked about Parabellum, what I think of them. I think they're a team that has obviously a great companionship on their team with Laxing and Skies, and the amount of experience. It's probably the oldest duo I think we have in Siege, so that's always something you have to take in consideration.
All right, real quick, Jesse.
I'll keep it quick. M80. I think they dominate this game. Their players are way too good. Spoit and Iconic. Come on.
Fair enough. I think there's a lot to be excited about with this Parabellum roster, but I think they're going to take a little bit more time to gel than just this first match. So I'm also going with M80 there, but that's it for us. That's our predictions. Now it's time to send it over to Pengu and Intero once again to hear their thoughts and to hear their calls in this next map.
Oh, thank you very much. I am very excited with this matchup. There's a bunch of haters over there saying that they think that M80 is going to win. You know what? I think Parabellum might have a fighting chance, Nick.
Honestly, I have to agree with you, especially because we are in Oregon. It is so fun to see how we have all these roster changes, and the maps are also very friendly towards having so many changes in your roster, because Border being the first map, relatively straightforward, Oregon being the second map, also very simple and linear compared to maps like Bank and Theme Park. So it seems like comfortability is the name of the game here. Operator bans, similar story. We are seeing that stable Ying ban going out time and time again. Hibana being chosen by M80 to strengthen that basement hold on the bomb side, meaning that all those hatches can't be opened up as easily, or you gotta bring different Heartbreach utility. Asami,
Not a surprise. This is going to be a soulless operator ban. So far, 2 of the operator bans have been identical to our very first map, and a Valkyrie ban on Oregon.
It's the other Intel operator.
Yes, of course. The Ying ban is probably the least surprising of all of the things which you see on your screen. Why is Ying such a potent operator on Oregon, Nicholas?
So obviously, I will always say it's that basement bomb site, right? That's where she's really powerful. And you always say, but actually, it's also everywhere else. Oregon, the way it works for every single map and every single room is that it's a relatively large room across all the bomb sites, which means one single Candela will gain you so much value. If you put one Candela in the middle of the B bomb site, it'll blind almost every single area besides close that elbow rotation. So Ying in general gets a ton of value from a gadget. She then can bring secondary gadget of smokes or that Heartbreach canister. That makes her so flexible. You can play her all 4 attacking rounds on those various bomb sites, and her gun, 81 bullets. Who doesn't love having that many bullets to shoot on through on those opening engagements? And also, Mirror being opened. Direct counters the Ying. Now Skies on this Mirror operator can thrive on the bomb zone, not have to worry about it. What's the answer, you might ask, if Ying is banned? Capital, Kino, right off the rip, recognizes this. Takes up the operator, he has smokes, he has fires, he can help isolate areas of the map in a similar fashion to Ying. So a great read by M80, a great counterplay to Parabellum's opening operator bans.
It's going to be a debut for both Spiker and for Fish on the side of Parabellum. That's it, by the way. It's Spoit's NA debut, so we do get to say that.
That wasn't on my 2023 bingo card that Spoit was doing the NAL, but I'm all for it.
I mean, this is a guy who won a major back with Rogue at the time. Now they go by Koi.
True.
This was back at the Berlin Major.
Very true.
Gave us what I think is easily... Reading Diaz like a book. So long. Farewell. Nice toss out from Laxing to read into that. And the Amaru swinging into back tower is a fairly common play for these attacking teams.
Yeah, I was
surprised to see it happen, but Diaz down for the count. It's not ideal.
I would say for Amedi, though, they've done good work because while that happened, they got first stock control, doing verticals inside a kitchen for that dining side.
Hold on a second. Just
That's me window. He's out. He's absolutely out. He could use a smoke arrow there, or a smoke bolt if you will on the capital, but he has no backup. Recognize that this is too risky, or lost Diaz. Gonna fall back upstairs. Use the utility because Kino did have those secondary Harvest canisters on the capital. He was needed first to breach, then the execute.
Thought he was going to pull something off here. No, I mean, I totally agree with you. Spoit coming onto this M80 squad is probably the most surprising thing that happened in the North American League, in my opinion.
Yeah, when I heard about it, I was like, that's gotta be false. There's no way. And
when
then
I heard the initial rumors, I was like, this, really? I was like, okay.
And then it wasn't announced till like a few hours ago today. So it's like, is it actually happening? But it is. And here we are.
It is, in case you were curious. It is the real deal.
Yeah, not just a name change.
No. That's the real Spoit.
Yeah.
I can't believe you replaced him on Koi, though. that was the craziest rumor.
That was the craziest rumor for sure.
Nade goes in, Spoit taking some damage. Down he goes to Spiff. It's M80 on the board, but Parabellum are answering back, and okay, that's the round. very quick one. Everybody died.
Damn.
5 people died in the span of about 6 seconds. Radical, dudes. First round goes to PB on defense.
You know, M80 though chose that backside execute, and the thing is, the timing for Sport on that big tower staircase a bit unfortunate, right? Toxic Babe went out, cutting the rotation, but the rest of M80 inside that blue double door, they said, we're going. Sport had to sprint to the Toxic Babe, and to help his team not be that last member alive in a bad position, and unfortunately, he was caught sprinting. He was shot, couldn't fight back, and that means the entire pressure from M80 was coming from a single location of that blue double door attack. Because they lost Diaz early on, they didn't have the manpower to strike from that many different locations because imagine he was alive. He can grab the freezer hats, drop down laundry hats, go for a backstab. That's where the mirror windows are. But the thing is, nobody was really behind them from Parabellum because they knew all the members, they're gonna be in that backside. They counted 3 people outside double door blue, 1 person big tower stairs. That's easy math. Meeting half sure, but you got members in that position. It doesn't really matter.
It was a challenge when you see a round like that to break down exactly what happens when, 5 people die in 2 seconds.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
But that's Oregon. He gets blood in the basement attack almost every single time.
Well, it's an upstairs hold onto the Dorm's bomb site. Extension down below. You saw Attic being fully reinforced off as well. What is one thing that is absent on the side of Parabellum?
Well, the thing is, what is what is absent, Parker?
There's no bandit, there's no Kaid. So you've only got the meat jammers, that's it.
Okay, that's a fair point.
It's the only thing to slow you down. Not uncommon for a team to bring some of the electrification, but that's also a part of it. As part of that closet wall has been opened up.
I was gonna say, yeah, they're actually adapted the entire strategy to say we don't need electrification. Open up the closet wall, extend out, shoot inside a trophy, establish that crossfire. Laxing on mute downstairs with those jammers, has a C4, has verticality. He can find Sport in a single doorway entry point, and he has the irony gate from Spiff to support him. So unless they can find these grenade kills from below, from M80, they have no easy way to get into the bomb site.
Iconic on that nook. Had one nade go out. Not too far removed from Laxing. Playing down below with the shotgun. Laxing on this mute roll yet again. Down goes Spiker to Spoit, and now that will compel Laxing to get into action. Multiple players from M80 in close proximity. The logic bombs going off. Still ringing through. Kino has used both of them.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Every member is in the corner from PB, waiting for that first engagement from M80. They know they have to come to them. But with these shields being destroyed by these grenades, it's going to mean that Spiff's location is compromised.
He's in a tough spot. He does have some ADSs, though. Fish, 1 pick. Skies goes down, so does Spiff. M80 getting in there blows, leaving Laxing still down below. But I mean, at this point, with a minute to go, is he playing solely to stop whoever's on big window? You better hope that that's the only player that's holding on to that diffuser, or the player holding on to that diffuser. Laxing spotted by Iconic. Now it's all up to Fish in this position in dorms. He's got spam pings, but they're surrounding him, putting him in an unideal position as diffuser goes down. Diaz will be successful in that manner. Fish has a way out. He's found it. Able to control the recoil onto Diaz, but Iconic getting ever closer towards the top of White Stairs. Cannot see Gomez to his left. Valiant effort, but just too many players for you to contend against. M80 answers back with a much more comfortable round than we saw out of them back in round one.
One of the very, very difficult things to do if you're Parabellum in that position, and Laxing most specifically, is when you're downstairs holding on to a single area, that big window jump in. Well, if the members of the team holding the bomb site itself, they fall apart and they die, you're going to be stuck downstairs with no way up because you're more likely being held by a player or a drone, maybe claymores, etc. It's not ideal. And to make matters worse, Laxing actually died downstairs without even really getting up the wide staircase back to bomb site, leaving Fish in that 1 versus 4 / 1 versus 3. And the opening duels really do tell the majority of the story for Oregon, because once you start finding numbers advantage, you can just throw bodies at the problem and eventually it'll disappear. Parabellum strategically playing really solid siege in the first 2 rounds. They got good understanding of the key positions, the deployable shields, protecting with ADSs or magnets. But when it comes to the individual gunfights, that's where a team like M80, they come out ahead. The addition of Iconic and Sport means there is an endless amount of clutch potential and firepower for that mid-round adaptation. And the coach of M80, Budé, he actually made a tweet very recently, kind of explaining why M80 chose to go for roster changes, because they had a great time of last year, but they needed that mid-round adaptation, and they thought someone like Spoid could bring just that.
It seems we're going to get a rehost as... Yeah, we had some server issues or some game issues there, so we'll get everybody right back in that lobby. Always unfortunate when there's a rehost because you lose the player stats.
That's true. And everyone knows that that's all that the players care about.
You do it for the stats.
The stats, baby.
That's correct. Play for yourself, play for nobody else. Play for the kills.
Yeah, I think there was a tweet going on for the, I guess it's like when the CL calls or invite calls one, it's like, guys, remember, it doesn't matter how far you go in the tournament. If you drop the most amount of kills, you'll probably have a future in this game way down the line.
I think Super tweets that every time.
I think that would seem right.
Yeah, he's like, just remember, it's all about the kills.
Yeah.
It's not about your teammates. Bait if you need to, but just ensure that you get your kills. And Skies himself, who's in the lobby, has said before when they have lost matches, back on some of his earlier teams, he's like, I got my kills.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure if it works that way, but...
I mean, at the same time, if you're an up-and-coming player, right? Let's say you've been grinding Tier 2, CL, etc. for a while. The best way to go into Pro League these days, because we don't have that relegation match with CL, is you gotta get picked up as an individual player or as a full squad. So having an outstanding performance can be career-defining.
That's the chaos that we saw back in round number 1.
Boom.
It was, I think it was 6 seconds. 5 players died, which is very quick. And there was still plenty of time left in the round. That was the valiant effort that we saw from the Jaeger of Fish. Wasn't able to do it. He got the coaches literally sitting in his room, apparently.
Just clapping for himself and his team. We did it, guys. We won the round.
Excellent job. I really don't think through those 2 rounds we got to see a good idea of what Iconic and Spoid are able to do for that team, right? It's only 2 rounds of Oregon. It's going to be very structured play. We hope so. That first round was pretty chaotic. But, I mean, the second round seemed a lot more structured from the side of M80. Iconic was on that lurk entry role of Nook down below, and it was very critical given the fact that we saw Laxing in that position, which you kind of harped on the fact that he spent so much of it downstairs.
Yeah.
When you're in a 2v4 and you got a player off site, as you pointed out, you have to get back to the bomb site relatively quickly, or you have to play for a single focus. For Laxing, he's hoping that whoever's hopping through big window is the one that has the diffuser.
Yep.
You get the kill. Somebody from that team now in the remaining 3 is going to be dispatched to try and get you from below. Yada, yada, yada. Hopefully you end up winning those duels. But then Iconic was still down there. That was the problem, is he didn't know that somebody was already being dispatched.
Exactly. And before Iconic did that, well, he was using his frag grenades from below, trying to fish for a kill, and he didn't find any, but he spent all his utility first, then he became a free member, and he can just linger around. Whereas Laxing, he had a C4, he had verticality, but he couldn't use any of it, right? And maybe M80 didn't allow him to.
Yeah. And through these 2 rounds, you don't have a ton to go off of because you haven't seen as much from these teams as you would hope. So now we'll get another crack at it. Before the rehost came in, it looked like this PB squad was going upstairs. As far as I'm aware, the rehost rules have not changed. They still need to go to the same bomb site that they were on before. What is the background that Kino has, by the way? Is that one of the new team backgrounds, or is that just something completely unrelated? I saw the Cyclops one that was being used by Lion?
It was
Spoit?
Yeah.
And then Iconic was running the G2 background. I couldn't quite tell what Kino's background was.
That's a good question, actually.
I do want to say that I am a fan of pretty much all of the new Rainbow Six Share skins, but I think one of the best changes that was made are no more are they just doing the same carbon copy of the team logos.
Yep.
You know, the old gray, and then you've got the team roster, like the team logo right there. No, now they allow themselves to personalize backgrounds, and I think that is really rad. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I saw the G2 one when it went on social media, and it's like this massive, like the entire thing is filled out. Just like we saw with the Spot one, the CAG, every single area of the upper background card is being utilized in terms of color and design, essentially. Taking up a lot more space into that corner, as you said.
Everything seems to be working just fine here in this 3rd round. Early Lion burn by Spoit. See some very annoying operators being brought. You have to deal with a Nook, you have to deal with a Dokkaebi, you have to deal with a Lion. That's not particularly fun.
I mean, to make one, Laxing is in the mute, that can nullify at least the Lion and Dokkaebi if you're near a jammer. Of course, only 4 jammers with 5 members, and you have the nice on walls, so not every member is equally lucky there, but some people are more comfortable than others due to those jammers being available.
Is Spoit running like the beginner pack universal skin? Is that what that is?
There's no way.
I think that's the beginner pack
Oh, God.
universal skin. I think so. First logic bomb goes off, a very familiar position for Laxing, who's able to squelch that call. He's got 2 mute jammers, full reinforcement, and a Surya gate in front of him. He's going to be pretty protected in that position.
And I think M80 is going to have a similar approach, right? They can ignore Laxing for the majority of the round if they want to and strike elsewhere. We see Iconic on this lobby staircase looking for a different approach.
Oh no, Skies is in a position where Iconic picks him off. And yet again, it's the Nook lurking down below to do some serious damage. It's the Ella, who at close range could engage. Laxing will drop out right into the waiting arms of Iconic. Excellent team play from M80. They knew Laxing was in that spot.
That is beautiful. Look at the time between the summer charge going out on Iconic. He just arrived on location the second the wall got opened up. That's when actually either going to stay in the corner or drop down that hatch. Either way, if he stays under pressure, if he drops under pressure, almost guaranteed dead. And that's just off one member making a rotative play while his teammates place around it. Beautiful stuff from M80.
Iconic lost about half his HP in the process, but half his HP for 2 kills, and now Spiff has been all but mortally wounded as well as Rotero drone goes on in. That's another player of Parabellum down for the count, but Spiff and Spiker putting together a nice body of work. Diffuser in the hands of Gomez. It's almost the halfway point. Spiff is gone. Spiker will need to clutch out, smoking his way back to the bomb site. Everybody knows that smoking ain't allowed in school here, Spiker. He's no more. He gets a single kill before he's traded out. A nice exit frag, but it's not enough. Through the smoke. Easy read for M80. They take their 2nd round in a row.
Honestly, I would say this is like impressive because M80, squad got put together pretty last minute given the whole visa situation, sport and travel and whatnot, and just getting things put together after Invitationals where most, teams that were a part of this roster rotation, they played a part of that tournament. So I wasn't expecting to see this level of coordination. It's a simple thing, but it takes a lot to really put into motion. Someone's got to, figure out, okay, Ella's inside a meeting, Laxing's playing server again. Which order do we kill them in, and who is the main player going to be? Well, Iconic's on Nook downstairs. It makes sense to make him make the first move, and we saw Iconic silence out of Freezer in the basement, kind of droning things out. Came up lobby stairs, found a kill. Immediately turns around, sprints all the way to Freezer, says, guys, I'm ready for the next one. Open the wall, Laxing job, 2nd kill got secured, and again, the opening kill man advantage has been the story for all first 3 rounds. Round number 1, PB, they get open the kill. Laxing does C4 inside a big tower, they win the round. Then the following 2 rounds, both on the Kids bunk attack, well, M80, they get open and kill, they also win the rounds. So now we're gonna go back to that stronghold, the basement bomb site, where all defenders love to win, because they're gonna kill.
Controversial of you to raise such a statistic that
It's almost
They
like,
who get the first kill gets
it's
the
almost like it's important,
Wow.
right? It's almost like teams
Crazy
need to focus on that.
crazy stuff.
And the thing is, there are teams out there who will have a high opening kill percentage, but a terrible conversion to round victory. So they get the advantage, but they cannot do anything with it. So being able to do so is an important statistic for sure.
It's a very standard hold now in blue. Spiker sitting by elbow with the deployable shield up. There's a Lucy Banshee to slow them down. Question is, will M80 decide to go for a blue take? Because teams can go for hatches, forego all of blue entirely, get somebody down that laundry stairs. The one thing that stopped the laundry take before from M80 was the mirror window inside a closet. If you take a look, it's over by freezer now. I don't think they have one. Oh no, they do have the closet, but it's a different side. They haven't opened up next to the mirror window. It won't chase anybody away, but it allows Skies to reposition himself, though nobody is actively watching the mirror and closet.
Yeah, essentially what the mirror windows being on the front side allows you is that you have one member holding essentially both mirror windows, allowing 4 people to hold the back side. That means the attackers either will attack the utility of the mirror window, which is difficult, or they'll attack the back side, but they could be matched 5 versus 4 or 4 versus 4. Either way, defenders benefit majorly from this. Attackers have to try and deal with those things.
Gomez taking some damage. You can hear the cries and yelps of a Maverick as he attempts to get one of those hatches open. There's a Kaid present this time, so electrification still there. Gomez using it's about half that tank. It looked like to open up one of those hatches. Look at this. They've opened up all of meeting completely, and now Flores drone will go back towards the back stairs. This boy taking serious damage as he's almost chased off in his position. Down goes a nade, 1 minute to go, and he'll scout for more information, but very quickly the Gemini is taken out of action. This is a backside take. Nice shot from Fish. The fire will continue to spread. Iconic is down. It's a team kill from Diaz. He wants all of them. So far, he's got 3 kills to his name, 2 of which have been on Parabellum. But they haven't dealt with the PB players over by Laundry. Diaz and Kino. We talked about these support-esque players, whether it be Kino and Gomez or Kino and Diaz. Spiker still has 1 toxic babe in his back pocket. He greets the Capitao. So many people have lost in that exact same position. Their Terror drone will take out the bulletproof cam, but Diaz knows exactly what lays in front of him. A 1v3, and he flashes himself. Not the spot you want to be in. Marching down the corridor towards Laundry, and it's a crouched laxing to finish him off. This bomb site, very firmly PB's playground. They've won it both times. They've locked it for the remainder of the first half. 2-2.
Honestly, just looking at Parabellum, it looks like they had the fundamentals locked in, right? How they set up the bomb sites, the positions that they played, how they hold things, solid. But tertiary and secondary bomb site, when things aren't as solid for them on terms of the site itself, things kind of fall apart. And despite Parabellum winning that second defensive side on basement, they're going to call a timeout. Probably to talk about what side do we go to? How do we fix the problem?
Yeah, I mean, you lost the Dorm's bomb sites pretty decisively.
Yes.
Laundry Supply is and was one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege. Doesn't matter what map, doesn't matter what teams, doesn't matter what operator bans. Defenders will almost always win that bomb site down below. So PB have done what they need to do. They've followed that pattern. Dorms is a relatively easy bomb site to defend as well, but we have seen significant struggles from this PB team on that setup. A lot of it is hinged on Laxing being down below, playing in that position to retake White Stairs, get a Nitro Cell off, potentially stop somebody at Big Window. It's a strong spot to be for the Mute, but Parabellum have relied maybe a bit too much on it because M80 dance around it. Either they ignore Laxing entirely, which is what happened in round number 2, or they hunt him down aggressively and very quickly on, which is what happened in round number 3. Either way, it means that Laxing in that position is a non-factor.
Yep.
So if you're going to go back to Dorms and your defense hinges on Laxing in that spot, what do you do?
Yeah.
Well, in this case, I don't think the timeout was long enough to give them enough of an idea how to change that, because whether you want to take or whether you want to defend Dorms fundamentally in a different way, they're not going there. They're going to a completely different bomb site this time.
Yeah, I do like this. And you can argue this both ways, right? Sure, PB have not seen how M80 will attack this, so it'll be unknown to them. But the same thing we said, M80 don't know how PB are going to defend it. So both teams are now in the unknown. Of course, there are expectations, right? These teams, they scrim this map every single day. They have attacks for the attack and the defense. For Parabellum, they're holding small tower. ADS is verticality, and you got a Warden of Fish playing upstairs, holding on that area. M80, first decision to make. Are they going to challenge Fish in that position, kind of like with Laxing's server, or just kind of leave him be floating on that island, unable to help anybody else from his team, and just hold map control? Well, the answer is M80, they don't care. Go big tower, halfway across the map, take that area relatively for free, and start working away from A to B.
I think it was discussed by this... But the analysts, when talking about the teams ahead, is how Laxing plays as a player. He does like to play those lurk styles. He does like to play those solo roam styles. And he was doing it yet again. Up in attic as he escapes through that attic hatch. On the Aruna, he's able to get away relatively quickly and unscathed, not losing a single point of HP. There's a Doc on the board. Not unusual to see that operator, but still, Spiker's 3 stim pistols can bring people back to basically full HP.
Yeah. Now it's a big question I have for myself is Laxing going to play like he used to back in stage 1 and 2 of 2022? Or is he going to have a newfound playstyle with this roster and having some time off on the bench and coaching Elevate? The Skies, also that old guard, gets the opening kill onto Iconic. It's Bog off the board and PP in the driver's seat.
Oh my, Parabellum, those first 2 picks. That's bad for M80, spelling serious trouble right now. Lost Iconic, lost Gomez. Spoit now losing half his HP as well. Looks like the timeout has worked. First nade gets tossed in by Spoit, but it hits that opening, bounces in the wrong direction. Now it's Laxing to find yet another. Can we see our first flawless round? Yes, we can. First flawless round here in the new North America League, and it's Parabellum to do it.
And then what a way, territory bomb site after tactical timeout to figure things out, works flawlessly for them. A big surprise. And again, this looks like a matchup of M80 with great synergy and mid-round adaptation versus great fundamentals from Parabellum. When they can hold on to their ground and nothing's really being figured out by the opponents, rock solid. They played all the positions perfectly. Dropping down that kid's bedroom hatch bomb site when needed to, when grenades started flying out, other members staying above because they're not being spotted out by drones as of yet. M80 struggling to use their drones actively on those mid-round executes to make their inter-fraggers take fights with knowledge and information. You saw it, Spoit is jiggle peeking every single corner of the map, not knowing where the enemy is. Then he overflicks too far, being a little bit lazy with his check, and then gets found out as a free kill, or a free death rather, because of lack of information.
Well, first half for Parabellum, let's shut up the analyst desk. I'm certain they were haters. There's a bunch of haters.
Were. Even Jesse was hating, right? Which is like, I mean,
drinking on that haterade in between these naps. Jesse, you're not supposed to be the logical guy. Jesse, you're supposed to be the hot takes guy now. That's your job on the broadcast. I would like some more hot takes from you, served piping hot, of course.
To be fair, I think Demo, as we kind of dwell into the weeds, I think he'll be our hot take guy, just like kind of passively, you know? He'll take that for himself.
The little hairy hot takes.
Yeah, we love him.
Harry Hot Takes Dempster. There you go. You got yourself a new handle.
What is surprising to me is that Laxing is still inside a server. PB's primary focus is the same downstairs, but there is an addition here. Skies has swapped onto the mirror, so the bomb set itself has changed. And I think it's because Laxing downstairs wasn't necessarily a problem. And now he's gotten even further support by Skies' mirror window, saying, okay, let's double up. He stays alive, bomb set stays alive, everyone's happy.
I mean, I think fixing the way that Laxing plays this bomb site is pretty critical given what we've seen out of those first 2 rounds. Adaptations are really the name of the game. It was something that M80 talked about, was they said that they struggled with adaptations. Yeah. That is why they made the roster moves that they did. Well, if they struggle with adaptations, they might have some difficulty dealing with a new PB line of defense that has adapted itself to deal with the way that M80 decides to attack this bomb site. Look.
Oh, he's changed position too. So Laxing chooses to get active instead because he recognizes they're not coming for him. So get out early, get somewhere else. Let Skies be that downstairs player instead.
Well, we said Laxing is isolated all the way back in round number 2. Down goes Spiker. Iconic is in. Iconic is in. Iconic is in. He gets 2 kills. Almost gets a third on the Spiff, who secures the down but cannot finish things off as Gomez just manages to crawl away. As the diffuser goes down, Kino gets one pick and then takes to the objective. It leaves Skies and Laxing on the white stairs, and guess who's waiting? It's Spoit himself. That's why you import him. Bringing one of the best of Europe over to do some serious damage on NA soil.
Yeah.
First half, dead even. 3-3 for both teams.
And such a different attack from M80 as well. Iconic doing that classic approach that Astralis is known for, just getting the bomb site out of nowhere completely effortlessly. I assume it came from either attic window or attic breach from Big Tower because he was inside a kid storm out of nowhere, and that's where Nuke is the perfect operator, right? If there's any, sound cues, you can nullify those at the gadgetry and the camera, same story there. You will not be seen or heard. You will get into the bomb site if you're Iconic in that case. We're tied up 3-3. Not the result we expected, but one that is very welcomed.
Are you forced to say that?
No, I think it's great.
An outcome unexpected, but welcomed nonetheless.
Absolutely.
First half in the books, by the way. You talked about that opening duel. Barring that last round, every round that was won by the team that got that first pick.
Yeah.
It was a tie, or a draw rather, in terms of opening pick in round number 6. Diffuser planted 3 times by M80, done in all the rounds that they were successful on, so you could also say that.
Oh, yeah.
You planted the diffuser, you win the round.
Easy.
Simple stuff. You don't need to be a mathematician to know that one. No degree in diffuserology required.
Diffuserology.
In terms of bomb site rotation, Laundry was played twice by Parabellum. In the first and fourth round, they won it both times. They struggled with Dorms, though. M80, a perfect 3-0 on that Dorms bomb site on attack. The other defensive bomb site won by Parabellum was that Dining Meeting, which is very much a tertiary bomb site, and is a little surprising, frankly, that it was won so steadfastly by PB.
Oh, the trade? Okay.
Oh, nice shot.
Well, that means it's anyone's round because no one got the opening kill, technically speaking, but also a very different stylistic choice to defend this base and bomb site. Parabellum, solid in their setup, right? The mirror windows, the shields, etc. Whereas M80, very aggressive, very proactive. They're bringing the Goyo, the Legion, the Oryx. They're going for gunfights and shutting down PB's entry. And I mean, trading 1 for 1, I'll argue as a defender, it's worth it. You're trading Oryx for a Buck with secondary Heartbreach gadget. It is a good trade for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Though Oryx is the fastest operator in the game, he can get on the map pretty quickly. I don't know if you know that.
And no one can beat him in that department, but then again, speed.
He's a fast boy. He zooms around.
Speed is not relevant for this one, Parker, I don't think, but progress is, and so far the attacker's being quite slow about it.
The meeting hatch is soft.
Yeah.
We don't see that every day.
No, I mean, I guess that's for the roam, right? But Spot with that secondary shotgun, he gets taken out early. Sure, Kino Iconic, one
Not a
impact
second.
there.
It's a
Wait, he's
bailiff.
down?
Fish is down. They're just barging on in. Parabellum looking to exploit a hole in the defense. M80 looked prepared to deal with it, but everybody's hitting their shots, but not enough to kill everyone until M80 does it. It's yet again another round where every single player engaged in that duel dies very quickly. What a mess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what an absolute mess.
What a mess.
Off-pace attack by PB, gets punished.
I love that round, though. I love it. So M80, so PB get, arguably they trade the first pick.
Yeah.
They realize, hey, they are completely designed and...
Okay.
I thought that was his bedroom, but then I saw a pool table in the back, and I was like, there's no way this guy has a pool table in his bedroom. Come on, Kino. What kind of luxury are you living?
I was gonna say, you'd be surprised.
Just splashing that. Wrong kind of pool. Anyway. I like that read, though, from Parabellum, Nick, because they saw that it was set up for a complete roam.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, they left these hatches soft.
Yeah.
They are expecting us to do what we need to do to cross off offsite players. What if we just hit the site? Let's do it.
Yeah.
And they did it. And they almost won the round, but there was a bunch of sloppy gunfights where it seemed like 4 separate players mag dumped, did a bunch of damage, but not enough, and that was it. And then ultimately, M80 just came out ahead at the end.
I think that's a very accurate description of what happened, because I did see a mag dump and no one died. Oh my god! No! No! Spoit!
On to Laxing as well. The Buck gone again.
Welcome back from a short-term retirement from Laxing, a coaching break, if you will. It sucks dying that way if you're laxing, right? You stop, you make a call, guys, I'm gonna go, I'm dead. Okay. He's on drone duty now, and you can see laxing is hovering between a drone and player spectatorship. He'll do some calling, I'm sure, with his experience that he brings to the team from Parabellum, but that means that Bach is off the board. That's half your vertical, half your soft reach. You do have 6 grenades if you're Parabellum. They're gonna have to hit their marks because you're already down in terms of player count. PB has downstairs control. Those air jabs from Skies being a flex player for his team. He can control the downstairs retake possibilities for the defending team, make it comfortable for his teammates to get those nades off successfully, but then they gotta find the opening. That's where Iconic and Medi, he kept finding it on the nuke. Spiker is in the same position as his Kino of laxing inside a server with that mute. Both teams playing a similar style on this Kid Storm defense and attack.
I like the mute pick for a variety of reasons, but especially with what we often see as the prevalence of Dokkaebi allows it to be really influential. Down goes Spoit to Spiff. Spoit Spiff, say that 10 times fast right now.
Good luck. I'm not even gonna attempt it. It'll just be like...
Or Skies Spoit Spiff 5 times fast, see if you can do that. Halfway point of the round right now. There goes some of the goo mines from Iconic. He's about to get yet another, leaving a painful entry. Or a painful retake for anybody that wants to go into the bomb site should they get the diffuser down. Keep in mind, M80 is undefeated on this bomb site. Successfully winning it 3 times on attack, but defense is a very different ball game. Spiker might get a pick off here. Fish with a kill, he's answered by getting downed. M80 trails. Spiker not detected just yet. Can Fish be retrieved with 45 seconds to go?
No one's on camera. Iconic is now that nuke with the flank can make a huge play. Spiker again. Oh, the door's barricaded. Disaster.
That's tough for Spiker. Gives his position away, and now the cam will also see him as he shoots it. Keep in mind that Nook is cloaked to a certain extent when the cam is on and her gadget is going. Gomez will even the numbers, but down he goes as well. These teams trading so effectively. Diaz catches one on the cross as he walks in, gets the other down, and will now drop as the diffuser's been surrendered. 15 seconds and Spiff can pick it back up. He's got sole control of the bomb site as the last 2 players from M80 are down below. They'll need to retake, and they'll do so together. Kino fearlessly rushing on in. Spiff missing out on that opportunity. Towards Attic he goes. Shot through the wall from Kino. What a play. M80 still undefeated here.
Attackers need to protect the diffuser.
No idea. I was a bit confused, but they've got plenty of time to hop on it, and M80's lead will continue to grow.
Oh god, another close round, and things really, again, PB, they're really situation quite well. Members downstairs, they're far off the bomb side, they just make an aggressive play, get on in and try and take down Diaz, but 2 very accurate shots from Diaz, it salvages the round. He drops immediately, no hesitation, allowing that 1 versus 2 retake, and then with a little bit of luck with timing, 1 member gets past the cross being held from the sledge in towards the generator area and flanks around Attic. That was not expected for them to happen. No cameras now inside to lock down that flank possibility. And because Nuke opened up the door before dying, they feared the armory flank. PB, they do not find success on attack. They desperately need it. Tertiary bomb site. This would be the time for them to find it. This is statistically where things start favoring attackers more and more as you go through these bomb site victories for M80. Basement, defender expected. Kid Storms, I would argue 50-50. But tertiary, more often than not, favors the attack inside.
And I mean, it was the tertiary that went to the defenders of PB last time.
But all the timeout, right? They had a full 45 seconds to talk it through and really set it up. And then, of course, you know that maybe M80's attacking style was poorly judged. It was not the right way to go about it. But either way, PB didn't need a round, because if not, you go match point against you. Then 1 more mistake, 1 more round, and then it's over. And you lose 7-3.
It was the last round that was successfully won by Parabellum 2. Was that dynamic tertiary bomb site?
That's correct.
I'd like to highlight the Dokkaebi that's on the screen right now. Spiker holding on to those secondary EMPs, but more so the 2 logic bombs in the back pocket as well. There is no mute for M80. So the 1 round that you don't see this operator get brought, despite all the play that we'd seen from mute all the way along, you now find that the single greatest counter to a Dokkaebi is no longer present. All right, fair enough.
Classic. There's a bandit though, for those walls and stuff, upstairs rather. That means PB to work around it. Go from the opposite side, go from west, small tower. There's this upstairs hold from M80 though. It's gonna be Sport and, well, Gomez was there. He's now skedaddling out of there with the Oryx. Holding upstairs.
Bomb located by
PB have to
attackers.
figure out both the vertical and horizontal take at the same time, because otherwise one will be a problem for them. Spiker always on this flank. Now has a global gadget on the Dokkaebi. He can help his teammates despite being alone inside the armory.
Toxin set.
Logic Bomb's finding extraordinary value. That's a bit odd to see all of the top of white stairs reinforced off.
Yeah, it's not very common.
Yeah, not common at all. I
It
mean,
kind
but
of,
if it works, it works.
kind of locks down so that there's no crossfire being helped from either attack or defenders. But this is immediately playing a pass upstairs hold. PB have to problem solve, and so far they're not really finding any openings.
Sky's taking a bit of damage. That seems to be the first bit of contact that's occurred. Iconic just missing out on another opportunity to do so. More Gubines to go out. That first one should do the trick. He's really flirting with this first engagement. Now it's Gomez to the rescue. Takes down Spiker. Iconic didn't even take a single point of damage in that altercation. Spoit is fallen by M80's, or at 4 M80, the hands of Parabellum.
No way in, huh? It's not that easy.
Nope.
Yeah, they gotta change their approach now, just hit it directly from that horizontal line, but then again, the verticality becomes a problem later on. There are still members from M80 up above watching that bomb side of kitchen.
Setting a needle and then setting a nest. Just enjoying all the calls. Kino on that smoke, a very comfortable operator for him. Tossed out 2 of those toxic babes. Iconic still on the roam upstairs, and he is making this all his own. Finds 2 for the price of 1. Laxing and Spiff, the last 2 players from Parabellum. Spiff is in the bomb site, but he doesn't have access to the diffuser, so Laxing will very quickly have to join him. He'll plant in a relatively safe spot just by split. Spiff needs to win his heads-up gun duel, and we'll go for the reload. Laxing's all by himself, popping up, and he gets caught with his pants down. Huge play from Iconic to get all 3, and it's M80 to hop on that diffuser and move to match point.
Wait a second. Wait. Let's just empty the magazine 2 times here. There it is.
Easy.
Okay.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Tertiary bomb site breaking in favor of the defense, by the way. That's 4 rounds in a row by M80. Now,
Yeah.
here was a troubling situation that Parabellum has found itself in, was that after they burned their timeout, the conclusion around number 4, they needed to do that because they'd only had success on a single bomb site on defense.
Yep.
So they call their timeout and they say, we need to use this to strengthen and shore up our defense. You now have no way to fix your attacks because you've already used it. You don't have another timeout at your disposal. Troubling
Attackers need to
spot.
locate and
With a
defuse
team
the
like
bomb.
Parabellum, you're a new team. Yes, you have some leadership from both Skies and Laxing, but if you don't have a fully defined leader the way that some other teams might, you don't have a central voice like other teams might, or a defined player to do that, then you don't really have anybody to take control of the ship and turn it around.
Yeah, and it seems like for PB, I mean, they have their fundamentals that they rely upon, but when that singular thing doesn't work for example on their defensive side, they have one way to play with single bomb side. If that doesn't work, panic. No real other options. They tried on Kid Storms with a small adaptation, didn't work either. They kept losing the same bomb side. On attack, not finding success, ever. But they're getting close, right? 2 diffusers planted, however they still lose the round. And because of that perfect bomb site rotation from M80, they're gonna go back to the strongest one, the basement. And that's what they were roaming very heavily last time. And people said, you know what, let's pull a fast one. Rush the bomb site, didn't work. But now things have changed. M80, they seem to have 2 ways to play all their attacks and defenses. One very aggressive, one more passive and adaptive. Now they bring out the Smoke Toxic Babes, the Mayor Windows, the Ella Grismut Mines, and the Wamai Discs. And PB had to, again, problem solve, which honestly seems like their weakness. When an enemy isn't swinging into their gun into their face and they get a kill, they can't really break things apart strategically on their attack and round. And that is likely because they just need more time to gel together and work these things out. This is week 1, day 1 of NAL. We got much more to go.
One thing with these new rosters, and when we say new rosters, we don't mean the fact that like a team like Space Station made some serious shakeups. We're talking about like completely newly assembled team. All the way back in our very first game, just a couple minutes ago, maybe 40, 50 minutes ago. Beastcost was a brand new team assembled likely under the eyes of Mr. B. Now Parabellum was brought together. We don't know if there was a particular brain trust behind that or whether somebody decided to take charge of that and take that initiative themselves, unsure. But either way, this PB team cobbled together and really high potential. But I mean, the question is how long does it take for them to gel? It's a hideous.
I was gonna say that
it's a
stands
great
out.
task.
You know,
Boo. Wait, what? Whose charm is here?
that's Spoit's charm.
Is it Spoit's charm?
That is Spoit's charm.
I didn't know Spoit got a charm.
He got it this season. Yeah, I believe this season. Yeah,
Spoit streams?
Spoit. Actually, sometimes, yeah. He also makes YouTube videos. Actually. Yeah, you might have seen them. You know, maybe. He's like the European Bolo, some people would say.
Or Bolo's the North American Spoit.
Well, except Bolo's like way older, you know? Spoit was a baby when Bolo came to his rise.
Yeah.
But still, very slow and quiet around, but PB gotta hit the speed soon, and that meeting hash looks mighty fine with 4 members on it.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the long
Oh,
drawn. Oh
boy.
no! Here they go. They're in the bomb sites. Parabellum getting rebuffed by M80. 2 for 2. Another added from M80, and it's all down to Skies in a 1v3. Nice flick from Skies to take one down, but he can't outduel Diaz as M80 takes a 5th round in a row.
Yeah. And I mean, PB, they cannot seem to problem solve these quote-unquote simple basic rounds that everyone gets to play in because they don't have any solutions. They drop a hatch, they rush it once again, and it is to their demise. 5 rounds in a row, M80 looked like the better team.
Huge victory for M80, and that new change, or the 2 new changes, paying off. The desk is going to want to talk about this, and we're not going to waste any time whatsoever. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Well, there you have it. M80 getting their first win in the North American League. Doa back here with you, along with Jesse, Jay, Chick, and Demo as well. We need to figure out a longer name for you eventually. We'll get
Harry
there.
Demo Dempster.
No, do not use the full title. Stop.
Oh, all right. Oh,
Stop.
never mind then. Never mind.
We got it.
We're moving on. We're moving on. We've got Iconic standing by to chat with us a little bit about that last match. Iconic, it's great to see you again. It's been a while. Congrats on the win today. And I just want to ask, since Astralis kind of broke up, how's it been settling into your new position, settling in to your new role in M80? So far, so good, huh?
Building that initial synergy and just kind of, just getting to know each other. So, it's been fun, and it's going to be fun this whole year.
Awesome.
Iconic, I know on Astralis you guys were all very close, right? That team did great things at the Invitational and previous to that in Charlotte. What was it like kind of coming to the end with that team, with everybody moving on, going different ways? And, what are your thoughts about the other players from that squad who have ended up around the league on various teams?
I mean, I only have the highest thoughts for my ex-teammates, It was an amazing thing that we started and kind of ended up creating on Astralis. And, it was extremely hard for myself personally to kind of like let that go. And I was personally like afraid to let that go. Joining a new team, it's a big step, just getting into a new environment, new people. But, life is life. So I just move with whatever happens. So, the future's the future. So I just kind of stay in that mindset, yeah.
Yeah, Iconic, obviously you're on a new team, but there's also a new player who's also came with you in the form of Spoit. Is he as hyped up as what everyone said, or is Koi has Koi sold us a ghost, or is he really that good?
Trust me, he's not a ghost. I mean, Spoit, he's like, I watch him do some things that it's just like, I'm like, bro, you're cheating. But he's not cheating, but it's just a little skeptical. But he's truly amazing. He's a very charismatic guy. He's very attentive, and he wants to get better day in and day out. So it's just a good guy to have on the squad. So I'm really excited for the future with him.
All right. Well, one last question before we let you go. It's the beginning of the year. There's a lot to take in, obviously, a lot to think about. You've been practicing hard. You've got that first win under your belt. Not looking too far ahead, but do you have any sort of incremental goals for yourself throughout the year, or is it just SI or bust?
I mean, I'm just looking to improve myself day in and day out. So, whatever happens this year, it's my fate. So, I'm not really thinking too much about the future. I try to live in the moment as much as I can. So, right now I got DZ next. So,
There you go. One round at a time. I get it. All right. Well, thanks for chatting with us. Once again, great to see you back on the maps, and great to get a chance to chat as well. Good luck surviving over there. We'll see you next time, man.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Funhouse.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, it looks like things are going well. It looks like he's settling in quite well with M80, and you can't deny the results here in the first game against Parabellum anyway.
No, you absolutely cannot. It seems like there's a very similar vibe to Astralis, where they like to have a lot of fun. I think that's important for the squad, and I think that's part of the reason, why they came through, and it seemed like they did have that synergy with one another. They bring in two new players. There's always a worry how well are they going to work together, but it didn't feel like that was too big of a problem for them. Obviously, 3-3 on their attacking half, dominated on the defense. M80 really great showing to start this off here in the North American League.
Yeah, very impressed. M80, I think they set up the way that I wanted them to, where you had Spoit be that dedicated player on the entry. I think it was 3-1 is how he ended off. So you can see there he's positive in that department. And then Iconic being able to just do what he wants, and he had a great game today. And then everyone else being able to adapt. I think Kino had a great moment where he's able to just push in and get a plant down whenever he sees an opportunity. So yeah, very opportunistic team's probably the best way to describe them at the moment.
Yeah, and take a look at Parabellum as well. Obviously they struggled in that attacking half. For a brand new team who hasn't had their roster together for very long, that's always going to be a struggle, right? And it's not surprising that they're stronger on defense than attack. But it is, it's still unfortunate to see.
I'll counter you.
Sure.
Fair enough. Okay, they're maybe not as strong on the attack as, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But I look at the two basement attacks that they had. It wasn't like, it wasn't even close. What they were trying to do, in my eyes, is not the way you should be attacking that basement. I know we've discussed, Jesse, about how difficult it is to attack, but these guys are just like dropping into sight without doing any clear out. They're trying to skip steps. you know, there's levels to sure you maybe don't win the rounds, but you know, decisively losing the rounds is for me, it's the standard, the quality of the rounds.
Right. I mean, it would be nice maybe to have some more angles coming through there, right? Pinching in from the front if you have to, going through the freezer. But certainly, their defenses weren't bad. I do want to say it felt like there was synergy immediately between Skies and Laxing. They had that one round where they're roaming top floor. Lax gets like a 3K, Skies picks up one. So it was nice to see some of that old-time synergy coming back from the veterans. But yeah, I think definitely they know where they need to improve.
Of course.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we want to focus in on one round in particular, round number 6. This was Iconic getting a lot of work done, but it was more than just that, wasn't it?
Oh, this is exactly what I wanted to see. You can see M80, they're gearing up Spoit, they're setting him up in a position where he can get that entry. But then this is Iconic here. Probably should have had the 3rd kill, but this guy's just appeared out of nowhere. Though he just jumped an attic window.
Yeah.
Nobody's watching him, nobody's there. And for me, this is the key thing for M80. Kino is straight in. As soon as he sees Iconic make the play, they're not even second guessing themselves. They are straight into the bomb site. They are on it like ants on an apple. They're straight on it.
That's fast.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those bomb sites where you typically don't have a ton of people, right, not on the site. They did have a couple down below there, but still being able to like have somebody come right in through the attic like that, I believe there was probably a bulletproof on there, but it's a Nook. That doesn't matter, right? A great call from Iconic to make that happen.
That's right. So, final thoughts on this one before we move on. And I want to zero in on Parabellum a little bit, actually, for this final thing. What is the main thing that we want to see from them in their next match?
Attacks. Has to be the attacks, you know. I think the defense, I thought they were solid. I thought they were good at keeping M80 at bay, especially on the basement defenses. Being able to win those is good. But it's just the attacking structure for me. I would have liked to have seen them be a little bit more adaptive. I think they were kind of doing the same thing over and over again. I just want to see a little bit more variation in their attacks.
Yeah, and there was no one player that like really dropped the ball. You know, you can look back at the Beastcost game and there were players that really didn't show up in the server. Skies didn't have the greatest kill count, I get that, but he's also their hard support, right? He's not one of the young guys that you're worried about. The point is, I don't think any of the young rookies that you were worried about to drop the ball didn't show up. They all had solid games, especially through that first half. So, yeah, I think focusing on the team play, focusing on attack, the coordination, the strats, I think that's really where the struggles need to come in and improve.
There you go. Well, M80 with a strong start, Parabellum with some stuff to work on, but we'll see them again later today as well. That's going to do it for our second game. But again, we got 5 more to get through here on our first day of the North American League for Rainbow Six. Do not touch that browser. We'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rainbow Six North America League Analyst Desk. Your host, Dowie, here, along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo. And we are going to our third game of the day. It's going to be Darkzero taking on Beastcost. And I'm particularly excited about this one. Darkzero, one of my favorite teams. You know, way back when I started watching Siege, way back in the ancient year of 2020, you know, Canadian reached out to me on Twitter and was like, hey, if you want to know what's up with the game, let me know. And I didn't ask him. He was very nice. So that right away set my heart a little bit on the Darkzero side of things, but I'm objective. You know, I'm an objective person, so I had to wait and watch games later on. I mean, I guess back in 2020 he was on Space Station Gaming, but I digress. He's a nice guy, that Troy Canadian.
He's not a DZ fan, he's a Troy Canadian fan. There's a big difference.
That's
We
true.
all
That is true.
Demo.
I had to check myself there for a second.
I
But
am.
they're going to play against Beastcoast, and Beastcoast is an interesting duck this season, aren't they? They're a bit of an experiment. They're a bit of the drip experiment. We need a reality TV show about this, I think. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? But I feel like Jesse has a little bit more to share. I feel like you know a little bit more about this. So,
Well, Doa, welcome
Story time?
to the Drip Boolin story time.
Oh.
This is the story of a little restaurant out in the countryside named La Mirage. Now, La Mirage had a problem because they wanted to make an exciting new dish to debut at their new season for the restaurant grand opening, but they didn't have any money to buy ingredients. Thankfully, head chef Drip Boolin came up with a plan. He went around to all the other restaurants in the area and he started digging through the scraps that they had thrown away, foolishly disposing of restaurant gold. First, he went to Steak Station. He found a T-bone ramp dog steak as well as a lean cut of Yeti tenderloin.
Delicious.
He moved on to the Wings to the Stars restaurant, something that had recently closed down, and he got himself the sour and spicy wing sauce combination known as Dill Pickle Fire. He moved on to Burgers by the Coast, a restaurant he used to work at, and he found a plate of prawns, one half of the surf and turf dinner that they served. And then he went to Sonic Subs, and he found pro Rainbow Six player Kanzan Yankari, whose name cannot be turned into a food pun. I tried. And he went back to La Mirage, and he began to cook. And there were critics who said, no, you can't let Drip do that with this ingredient pool. You can't let him make that. And the owners of Mirage said, no, let him cook. And now, for the first time, Drip Boolin is ready to debut his brand new recipe in front of his #1 fan, Troy Canadian. And we all get to watch.
Wow. When is the animated film coming out?
This June.
Oh, exciting. That's not long, actually. They've
been working on it fast.
Well, a lot to look forward to. Before we do that, let's look back a little bit. Let's check to see how things have gone so far. We've got some match results, I guess, to check out. There you go. Well, 7-3 victories for everybody so far. Well, everyone named Oxygen and M80 anyway. Beastcoast and Parabellum falling there. But now we have Darkzero versus Mirage. I just remembered I said Beastcoast earlier when I meant to say Mirage. But there you go. Corrected it now. Mirage is the drip experiment. And a lot more coming, so there you go.
I mean, as you said, Drip Boolin used to work at a similar restaurant named close to Beastcoast. It makes sense. Mix them up.
All right.
You're very good, aren't you? He's very good. And
Quite
it
good.
pains me to say that as well. He's very good.
That's the first positive thing Demo's ever said about me.
And the last, sadly. But we digress.
I've heard Demo's going to have an entire like 80s rock ballad for us later about a match.
Oh, I'm excited for that
yeah,
one.
me too. I can't wait.
What's
I can't believe you're doing that.
I've agreed to this.
Put into day one. That's really a lot to look forward to. But let's talk about these teams in particular here. Let's dive into Darkzero first. We heard a little bit about Mirage and the new roster for them, but let's talk about Darkzero. Not a ton has changed. You know, how are they going to build on the learnings from SI at this point?
I think for Darkzero, you know, they had a decently successful Six Invitational, right? I mean, they played through the lower bracket. They won a couple of big games. They beat out Soniqs in that first round, which I think a lot of people were surprised by. They do make a move. They drop out, unfortunately, who did they drop out? Skies. We just watched him play. They bring in Achieved instead, and it's a pretty exciting pickup.
Yeah.
It's probably the most underrated pickup for me. I think Achieved, obviously the TSM gang, you know, they've kind of dissolved, and it's quite similar to Astralis now. They're kind of scattered throughout the cosmos inside of NAL. But I think Achieved is a top quality player. I think Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
I think consistency is one thing that I always look at for a great Siege player, and I think Achieved has got that. Someone who comes in, does the job week in, week out, you know exactly what he's going to do, exactly what he's going to produce. And I think for DZ, where it takes more pressure off, I think, Canadian, because obviously Canadian trying to IGL, trying to do this and that. It just gives Canadian the sole focus on, hey, I can just micromanage Gav, who we know is still the work in progress for this side. We know he's still the rookie in this team. So Achieve can go off and do his own thing, which is going to be a big help to Troy.
Yeah, absolutely. Canadian runs a tight ship. I think Achieved is going to help him do exactly that. Well, we're going to find out what map we're going to. The vetoes are in, so momentarily, there we go. It's going to be Skyscraper. All right, our first Skyscraper of the season, picked by Mirage there in the end. Mirage will be on attack, it looks like. So what can we deduce from the map pick?
Well, it's interesting because we've had 3 brand new teams playing, right? First we had Beastcost go to Border, simple map, easy map that they should know pretty well. Then we get Parabellum on Oregon, another kind of simple, easier map they should be pretty proficient at playing. Mirage go to Skyscraper. It doesn't exactly have that same reputation. It can be a very tough map to get those attacks down on. Thankfully, it is a map that DZ have not had the most success with 4 games played ever on Skyscraper. DZ have only ever won it once. That was an 8-6 game over Team Secret in Montreal. Not the greatest of opponents or the most dominant of scorelines. So there is hope there for Mirage, but still, this is going to be a tough one for their very first ever game.
I hope that DZ have reworked this map. From what I see in Invitational, I remember the game against G2. Too slow. Way too slow. And that was the biggest consensus for us watching DZ Invitational, was just the pacing. It was so behind the time. It was so behind the meta. In this meta, though, you have to be quick. You have to adapt, which is the key thing. And DZ weren't doing that, and that's why we've seen them suffer some pretty heavy losses.
Well, this is, I feel like, one of the struggles we saw from Darkzero in their iteration last year as well, where they can be a methodical team to a fault to a certain extent, where if they're in a best of 5, sure, by the end, they're going to be completely ramped up. They're going to be on fire. But in that best of 1 situation like we have in the round robin, it can take a little while, sometimes too long for them to get going. So will Mirage be able to take advantage of that? Time to make a choice. Time for our predictions here. I'll go first. Actually, no, I'm going to make Jesse go first.
He hasn't went.
I've not gone first
Yeah,
yet.
you're right. Go first, Jesse.
Well, listen, as sure as I am that Drip's new dish would be delicious, I gotta go for Darkzero. I mean, Achieve coming back on in really does feel like a great pick. Exactly. It is a comfort dish.
What do you call Achieved?
What am I calling Achieved?
Give us a dish name for Achieved.
Achieved, that is the anchovy Achieved pizza.
Oh my goodness.
Delish. All right.
Yum.
What's your pick?
DZ. I think DZ, the Mirage team, I mean, it's difficult to predict whenever we have no idea what to expect. I don't think any of us can go in and blind pick Mirage, because what do we have to back it up? You know,
Exactly.
I think me and Jesse, sometimes we do tell facts, and there isn't really any facts from Mirage, so what are we supposed to say?
There you go. I mean, there is a bit of an unknown still with Darkzero. Giveni, we'll have to see how he performs on the
I'm looking forward to Gav this season.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. I suppose we've got some experience with him already, but we'll see how he does here in the early stage. But I got to go with the semi-known quantity. I also feel like I have to go with DZ. And on these day ones, I feel like, if you have the unknown teams, it's hard to pick them early on unless there's some really compelling reason. More than a storybook, perhaps. So I'm going to go DZ here. We're all going DZ.
Did the book not sell it to you?
Well, it did. I'm buying the audiobook too. I can't. I'll
Bestseller.
to sleep tonight, I'm pretty sure. We're going to send it over to our casters once again, Pengu and Intero, to take it from here. Have fun.
Thank you so very much, Eric. Greatly appreciated. You see the beautiful sights of the Japanese skyscraper in front of your eyes. That means we're just moments away from getting into our 3rd of 7 matches today. We are on an accelerated and compact schedule.
Yeah, we're flying through it, honestly. Doing good work. Also, shout out to Jesse. That was a fantastic segment earlier. I loved it.
The only thing I will say, I know Edmonton doesn't have a lot of culture, Jesse. But Kansan Yakitori would have been a perfect way to tie off his name.
I don't know.
But I mean, if that's the only criticism I can make, I think you did a pretty damn good job.
Also, I think it was nice to kind of break the reality and be like, and I couldn't figure something out, boom. Or I thought he was going to go with, he was like an employee there working at a restaurant, but...
Could have been the ultimate curveball.
Yeah, it could have been. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Fantastic.
You know, one thing that I did compliment on is that, you know, I don't know if it's improper for me to reference all the other different things that I've worked in Rainbow Six, but I will say the music so far today has been top-notch. I've been really enjoying the music, like just thoroughly impressed with it.
No, it's been great. The visuals and audibles have been great so far.
It's rocking.
Great day one, yeah, absolutely. Even the fly-throughs. We got new fly-throughs on the maps.
We do. Look at those streamers. Isn't that so nice?
The theme park one, I have to say, I saw them doing rehearsals yesterday. The theme park ones are spectacular. That was my favorite so far that I've seen.
And we're ready. We're ready to get into game right now. Nope.
Nope.
Right now.
Yeah, let's high five. Let's do it.
We got it.
Sure.
Darkzero versus Mirage. Mirage, another one of those teams assembled from, I don't want to say the spare parts of other teams,
Yeah,
because I think that is
I don't think that's fair.
quite improper. But a term that I actually quite like to employ here that I think is relatively inoffensive is often the Isle of Misfit Toys. Now, if those of you have ever watched the seminal winter classic known as Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer,
Oh
you would
my
be
God.
familiar with the Island of Misfit Toys. And basically, it's just the toys that didn't fit in anywhere else.
Yeah.
They're brought together to find new love, new life, and new purpose. And for a team such as Mirage, these players were dropped from their respective rosters. On the right side of your screen, that's NJR. He does not play for Mirage. Don't be confused.
An imposter among us.
Imposter. As our good friend Blue, who will be casting in just 2 matches from now with Lynx. Or as we like to refer to him as Linux.
Linux.
He would say an interloper.
Oh, yeah, he would.
Operator bans are dialed in Thatcher, Osa, Kaid, Azami, Nick.
Yeah, a little bit of a different approach here. The Kaid ban is common on a couple of maps, Oregon being one of them, Sky actually being another one, because it can be so tricky to get through these walls, and Thatcher is banned if Kaid is left open. So you often see if Team A bans the Thatcher, then Team B will ban the Kaid in response, because otherwise attacking becomes way too difficult. And to make it even more explainable, Mirage were the ones who did ban out the Kaid. They're also starting on the attacking side, so they want to rack up a couple of rounds here and make their first 6 rounds easier, because if you go down, let's say 0-5, 0-6, you're almost guaranteed to lose out here, because a single or 2 mistakes will cost you that match point situation, and then it's over. So DC, they are comfortable on the defensive side. They'll start things off, and because Kate is on the board, the Chief will roll out with that bandit instead to electrify walls, deny those breaches being opened on up, and Jesse set this on the desk. Skyscraper, a difficult map to attack on, and we saw in the first 2 matchups, teams opted for relatively safe and comfortable maps of Border and Oregon. Skyscraper is not one of those every single team plays, and it is not easy nor simple, so a different approach here for both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine that with the limited practice that this Mirage team has as a roster, Skyscraper has probably not been the map that they have been most practiced on. But the one thing is that a best-of-1 series usually results in somebody playing the map that they're familiar on. Like, think about how many opportunities Mirage had to ban maps.
Exactly.
If you allow Skyscraper into the final 3 maps, you have to at least have some level of understanding or proficiency, or Drip. Oh, our friend Drip Boolin, he got outfoxed in the operator bans. Is that the case? I don't know. I doubt it. But either way.
Had to see. Also, I mean, Darkzero historically not a great Skyscraper team, so if Mirage knowing that they're gonna face Darkzero early on in the very first opening game for their side, they can say, you know what, Skyscraper very likely to go through. So that's why we're here. It's a slow start, but Geisha has been opened up. Chief was not successful on the bandit trickery on that side, but once Mirage did that, they rotated back to the east side of the map, seemingly going for a roam clear after all. But because they go Geisha first, they get that job done. That frees up members, the EMP, secondary EMPs from Dokkaebi, the nades from DP Fire, and Surf as well. And now the tools have been spent. Now you have just free guns because all the utilities have been used. Now you can just start fighting DC on their own.
Gavin fighting off the drones. He's going to be watched by these other players. He's got some backup in hand. Canadian was around the same spot. Pambazoo is there now instead. Canadian has fallen down, and he's just giving calls, and the sledge swings on in. They trade. DP Fire the pick onto Pambazoo, goes back and forth. Gavin goes down to Kansan, and they trade as well. 2 trades back to back. Have you ever seen such a thing? I don't really know. There's a lot of reserve ammunition in that P90 for Canadian. Manages to drop Yeti, and he gets the grenade to send Yeti off home.
That's a risky one. Swing with a pistol and that gun.
Whoa!
It's Rampy.
Okay.
Nice shot.
Former teammates on Space Station. Rampy no longer on that team now. He gets Canadian on yet another squad, this time on Mirage. Honestly, it's going to take some time getting used to Rampy on Mirage.
Yes. That is going to be a big one.
He's been such a staple of that SSG squad. This round has flown by. It's the final 30 seconds. NJR still holds on to 2 of those toxic canisters. You can blanket anybody who wants to head into the bomb site. There goes yet another onto the main stairs. It'll be Rampy to probably take some damage here, but NJR will need to contend against it.
15 seconds
Achieved
remaining.
his down. Surf is on a single point of HP. NJR looking in one direction, pops up, and it's Surf on a single point of HP to give Mirage round number 1.
I have to say, an impressive first round from Mirage. They had a very clear goal from the very moment the round started. The second objective, basically freeing up every member, as I said, going for Gauge Wall first, then getting Office Wall, means every single thing is done right there from the get-go. And TP Fire, nah, no way both opening kills are a trade. I don't think I've seen that happen almost ever. Like, that is such a rarity, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, a trade once or twice in a game is one thing.
Yeah.
2 trades in the same
Attackers
round,
need to
2
locate
trades in
and
the same
defuse as many
game
bombs
is
as they
unlikely
can.
as well.
Yeah.
2 trades to start off the map? That's insane.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
No, it really is. Well, in Mirage, like fundamentally a great round for them, a really good read on what they wanted, and it did look a bit slow. Time was ticking down, last 14 seconds or so, but if you find yourself trading out evenly as the attacking team, going from 5v5 to 3v3, where you get full map control besides the bomb side, that is arguably a favorable position for the attackers to be in, especially since that Geisha was opened up early. Once the attackers got to that balcony of Geisha, that job was already
5
done,
seconds to
so they didn't need the manpower to help do that sim a bit together, because that was step number 1. It's a very smart way to
Attackers
approach the
must locate
rounds.
and defuse a bomb.
Mirage, they do have more tricks up their sleeves. The flexibility of this roster, because it's experienced players such as DP Fire, Canton, Yeti, and Rampy, Surf still being a little bit of a new gunner, they can flex operators. Rampy now and Ying all of a sudden just gonna lead the charge on these injuries for Mirage.
Canadian again reunited on this Solus operator pick. I really did like the way we saw Solus being used in the last round.
Yeah.
Trying to support both Pambazoo and Gavin from down below. It's over on the house side of things for DZ. Basically just scouting out drones. If you can make those drone calls to the rest of your teammates, they can swat away at the drones and force 1v1s. As they did, but nobody prevailed because both the 1v1s were perfect trades.
True. Also,
Canadian will be on the same spot, or in same idea down on the first floor.
and Canadian loves playing Pulse and Alchemy as well, so he loves that information, and Solus, he can make plays himself, but also, as you said, help his teammates.
He played the most Solus of anybody at SI, actually.
Is he actually the most, like, their number 1?
Out of all of the players at SI, Canadian played Solus the most, at least from the data that we have.
Interesting.
Even from the data that we have. Oh my goodness, Canadian.
Oh, come on.
That's the real deal. He sees Yeti's leg and hold on a second there. He'll walk back up very close to Pambazoo. His job down on that first floor seemingly done.
Yeah. I mean, that's Anna as well as a gadgetry-wise, secondary gadget as well, massive value, those grenades off the board. Still, of course, one set on DP's Fire's pocket, but he's way off on the other side of the map, and so is Surf. Opening up this exterior wall. No bandit trickery, just a mute jammer, so the secondary DP will take care of that immediately. But still, only a minute to go in this round, and Mirage haven't made much progress besides that exterior wall getting opened up.
There's a logic bomb and Rampy to follow up on it. Tosses out a Candela. Doesn't even need it. He just decides to repeat dry. Down goes achieved. Oh, he misses out on yet another. Rampy tossing out a Candela yet again.
He's everywhere.
He's just going to continue to follow it up. Hitting a goo mine and getting swung up on. This is so ugly. Unbelievable messiness from these players. Down goes Surf. You see the roam coming in quite well for DZ, but they'll now decide to consolidate closer to the bomb site. It's another trade, by the way.
Oh my god.
Another trade. Good lord.
It looked like Rampy was in a rush in that round as well. I mean, he...
Making up for lost time.
Yeah, he literally didn't like go the W key once. He was like, you know what, I'm gonna jump in the bathroom window, just keep going. 3 Candelas out, swings people with Candela in hand. Worked out at one time, didn't work the second, but yeah. Mirage with a different pace in round number 1 into round number 2 with a
Attackers need
different
to locate
result.
and
Very, very different pace. So, well, that's that. And back to Team Karaoke, they will go. This top 4 so far for DZ not being as fruitful as they want. But look at the lineup being brought from this Darkzero squad. Very similar to what we saw before. They'll likely have Pambazoo and Gavin roam. Canadian on the Solus will play from down below. That's my thinking.
Yeah.
They could change it up.
No, of course. One thing that just kind of struck me right now with the trades happening as well is that if you've been in NAL for the last year and a little bit,
Okay.
You have not played an online match unless you played like the qualifiers or whatnot in over a year.
Right.
Because they played LAN in Las Vegas, and then of course they played LAN tournaments with majors invitationals. This is the first time some of these players have played a game of tier 1 level Siege on what is actually having ping in the first place in over a year.
Well, the qualifiers, were they played on...
Besides the qualifiers.
Okay.
Which of course, like, I mean, DC, you know, they won the Charlotte Major. They didn't play the qualifier for Invite, for example.
That's correct.
So it's been a hot minute for some of these players.
Rambi did. No, Rambi played the qualifier.
did.
Rambi and Yeti both played the qualifiers on Space Station.
That is correct. So they would be a little bit more familiar with it. But one point was that this is actually quite a different scenario to, like, let's say EUL or other regions where we don't play domestically or locally rather every single week.
Why do you say we? They're not in the EUL. You said we play.
What they, I don't know, we, they, them, who, everyone, NAL, teams, players. I'm confused sometimes, Parker.
That's okay. It's not the same roam from Darkzero. That's a lot of value added from that Flores drone, by the way, on that top of backstairs doorway leading outside. Took everything down. I'm going to keep harping at this Flores play. I'm going to keep telling everybody who's watching, play more Flores. I beg you.
High value operator, underrated.
Flores in ranked, on attack, exceptionally strong. Azami on defense, in ranked, exceptionally strong. If neither of those operators in the band, play them.
Yeah. I concur. I really do.
And you're a world champion.
That is correct.
I'm just someone with a microphone.
Candela's going out, but nothing really being done, so perhaps a mini execute. Well, Rambi is in, but he's in a bit of a stuck place here.
Let's go with that Candela continue to roll towards the main stairs. Bullet tracers from down below. It's nice to see a bit of a rejuvenated Rampy here, whether it was just that Space Station had some serious organizational struggles or maybe the roster needed some motivation. Either way, there's Rampy to take down Gavin, but DZ finds themselves on the board twice. Rampy still post up inside of Geisha. 3 kills in a row for Darkzero. They are just very quickly cutting through these numbers of Mirage. TP Fire gets it down on Pambazoo, but not as secure. He gets killed from an angle he's not expecting. Achieved inside a drum. That'll leave Pambazoo to bleed out. Kansan not breathing any of those toxic fumes, not going through the laser gate. They know exactly where he is, though. And he'll cut through the gate, no problem. Back up, but now he has to wane out the toxic gas, of which there is no more, to be fair. NJR has used all of them. Thrown at the feet. Kansan now deciding, let's go on in, but NJR says, you know what, my toxic babes aren't there, but I'll just do it myself with the SMG.
Yeah, tough place for Kansan. Can't really do much in that scenario. Your team just kind of lost their fight on the Geisha side of things. And the only real criticism there from Mirage is that every single member came from the exact same location or side of the map. Besides Kansan stuck outside the balcony with an Aruni gate, with toxic babes. He couldn't help his team, so...
It's a very early timeout, Nick.
Very early timeout. But again, I actually think I am by the philosophy where you take it early, you get ahead of the problem instead of letting it get so big that you can't overcome it. So I'm actually a fan, I have to say. You know, for a moment I was in invitationals mode.
The dog!
It is a doggo. Look out the window.
Look at the dog.
Oh.
No, go back to the dog.
Go back.
Go back to the dog.
Please. Yes.
Oh, dog's lying down now.
When we saw the tactical timeout in the player cams, I was like in invite mode where we hear it, right? I was like waiting for the audio to come through, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
We're not that fortunate.
That's the forehead cam right there.
Classic player cams.
Yeah. Drip did not like something after that third round, calling a very early timeout. What do you think the woes are that Mirage are currently going through that you think you can correct?
I mean, honestly, I think if you were to take the simple route, it's like playing more together. Right now, it's Rambi trying to do things completely alone, which I think, again, rejuvenated Rambi, taking risk, making plays, looking for openings, but we're not progressing, or Mirage, rather, are not progressing on the map. They need to get in there as a team and have a clear objective, like in round number 1. The second one is so many members of Mirage come from that same exact position, same doorway, just funneling through the meat grinder, and that's why DC, when they get 1 kill, that turns to 3 because they're right next to each other. Utility work-wise,
5 seconds
Mirage, they're doing good. They're getting their walls opened up with EMPs, they're using grenades to clear pieces of
Attackers are
utility,
moving
but they're
to
not
the
getting
bomb.
into a winnable position in terms of gunfights. So they can do better in that department to weaken their opponents. But again, you know, talking about Darkzero, they are one of the most structured teams, one of the most fundamentally heavy teams when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. They have the paper shots, they follow them to the T, and one of DC's biggest weaknesses throughout the history of the organization and the team is that they're too structured, one could almost argue. But with time, they've tried to kind of get more loose in their gameplay, and something like Gavin and Pambasu and JR having that aggressive vibe to them, now getting achieved a consistent, stable factor. I think this could be one of the best Darkzero iterations that we've seen so far from them. But this is the first week, the first game. It's 2-1 up against Mirage. They're defending Skyscraper. This right here doesn't tell the full story.
Oh, that one's going to chase Gavini off the spot very quickly on. Out goes Elysian Mine. This is a spot that he liked before. Information is gained. Gavin having some serious difficulties when it comes to hunting down those drones. And Rampy almost gets one on a Pambazu. But Pambazu seemed to be a little bit surprised by that one over in Terrace.
Drive-by.
That is indeed what we call them. And that's all of the Lion scans off the board as well. That's not ideal.
No, and it slows Mirage down again because they get something, then they lose it. Now they gotta rotate around and figure out what's the next step. And you see, the clock is burning down. Half the round is over already, and they've only gone through step number 1, the initial office wall being opened up. It's the slowest round so far for Mirage. Glacier wall is next.
Good time to get it.
They got those 3 EMPs, but there's no wall to now, so they're not needed. Could throw one for safety if you wanted to, but nope.
Nope. Some small moonwalking on your screen. Things have opened up, and now you can walk through Geisha with relative confidence. This focus has been entirely upstairs, despite the fact that it is a barbecue kitchen defense down below. Another soulless round from Canadian. Are we going to see anything else?
Maybe not.
Yeah, it seems like it's the only operator that he's going to play. And I mean, he gets found out, spotted by DP Fire. Removed from action, say goodbye, say so long. Mirage still have not been able to translate this upstairs hold. A lot's going to fall onto the shoulders of the sledge of DP Fire as he now goes and does some destructive work. It's an advantage for Mirage. They have one extra body over this DZ team, but not a lot of time. There's a logic bomb giving information to the attacking forces as they now slowly move their way into the bomb site. Yeti drops, taking a ton of damage. Still alive, all 3 players from Mirage in roughly the same area. NJR fending them all off. He gets 2, and it's all up to Surf, who has the diffuser, but doesn't have time to get it planted, and DZ wins on the clock.
NDR. Honestly, if you go back to the last like 6 to 7 months, he will be the #1 player from DC who just keeps finding these victories and rounds that saves his team from a bad position, because they will be in a losing position like we just saw. He finds 2-3 kills back to back in a position where he has no backup from his team. And he is on hard support usually on the attacking side, and often on a semi-passive flex role on defense. And I read Reddit on occasion, and these people are screaming, please put NGR in a fragging role, because he's usually top gunning for your team. And again here, 6 kills, leading in the kills department for Darkzero in just the first 4 rounds. And sure, he's playing some Frost, now some Warden, but I actually wonder, in an alternate universe, what could NGR do as like an entry or maybe secondary entry player, because he clearly has what it takes in those positions.
Well then, 3 bomb sites played so far.
Seconds to insertion.
That T-Barbecue really probably should not have been a Darkzero victory, Nick, but I mean, sometimes you win games even though
Attacker's objective is to
you shouldn't.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Teams who win are always objectively better. Subjectively? I don't know. Objectively? Very much so.
Definitely.
Absolutely. How can you be objectively better and lose? That's just not how it works. Yeti's still searching for his very first kill.
Yeah, you know, I was sitting here pondering, should I bring that up? But
You should.
you did it. No, you did it for me.
Through 4 rounds, Yeti struggling with this team. He seemed to breathe almost new life into Space Station when he went onto that roster, but Sometimes it can take a little bit longer to acclimate. Vertical went 0-4, if you recall, before finishing, I think, as close to even as you're going to get after starting 0-4.
Yeah.
Still time for Yeti to pick up the pace as well.
I mean, the skyscraper attack, you're doing the entry and secondary entry work of your Yeti, and it's just not easy to get in the building. But if your team follows through afterwards, you've done your job arguably. That doesn't show on the scoreboard, of course, but we see it as spectators and as commentators. But again, Mirage, it's a slow start, kind of waiting for the first move to be made from Darkzero, but they're not moving an inch. In fact, there's no one even nearby in this attack and squad from Mirage on the map, because most of Darkzero, they've cut a line in the map halfway. One is belonging to Darkzero, and one now to Mirage.
NJR spies Rampy, but cannot get all the shots needed to take him down. A bit of damage is done, but that's it as they walk their separate ways. Cannot die without those EE1D charges being used. Rampy's already used 2 of them.
Oh.
Well, Canadian's actually got somebody here. He might be able to make some damage. Oh, just missing out.
He's on the other side, isn't he, bait?
Yeah. You know, he probably could have gotten an angle onto the wall if
if you
tossed
angle
out,
it.
Yeah, if he tossed out both of his impacts. Down goes Rampy, so he was hunted earlier on, felled inside a drum, not too far from where that first engagement with NJR was. It was Pambazoo's hands that do it, though. Yeti tossing in a nade, eaten by an ADS. Surf is not too far off, both players standing by the dragon statue. Creeping up. It's an office take, so this is about as close as these 2 players from Mirage are to be able to getting in to the bomb site. All the while, Kansan falls to Pambazoo as Rampage continues onwards. Pambazoo picking up kill number 7 in that engagement. Very narrowly a flawless round, Nick. It's Surf to get that 1 pick.
Bomb has been located.
Traded out, now it's DP Fire on the board, narrowing these numbers. He could potentially work a clutch here. You know he's inside a terrace as the bullets whiz on by towards the top of the stairs. On that sledge, making an awful lot of noise. He's not long for this earth. NJR, clinical precision. DZ storming to a big lead, 4-1.
Yeah, and you can show that 1 versus 3 in a masterclass, because that is a perfect 1 versus 3 or 3 versus 1 crossfire from Darkzero. The moment DB5 walks on in, all 3 members have an angle, so he would have to hit like a ridiculous 3 flicks in a row in a nanosecond to have a simple chance to win the round. And of course, that's just not going to happen. It is so often that teams will have a poor crossfire in a 1v2 or 1v3, and it allows for mistakes to happen, and that's how clutch rounds they occur. Even if you played it as perfectly as you humanly could, if you were the 1 guy against 3 opponents, there has to be a mistake somewhere from that 3-member core for you to get that clutch in the first place. DC did not allow for it. They're 4-1 up currently, but this is skyscraper defense. If Mirage win this upcoming round and they go 2-4 in scoreline, they're in a great position to turn things around on the side swap. If they even things up, we go to overtime, and if not, well, of course, then they falter. But this is one of the hardest positions to be in. Sky attack, especially for a new squad with little time to practice on it. Bit of flexing around, mostly Rampy though, going back to that Ying operator, 2nd time for him.
Far more successful and far more comfortable on entry on that operator than we saw on Lion. Now, obviously, Ying has very different tools for entry than Lion does. You could literally just Candela your way into a room and get a first pick, as long as there's nobody there to support whichever roamer it might be.
Sensor on.
I think it's a bit underrated. A lot of people, they will play the Ying and save everything for the bombs that execute because it makes the most sense, if you will. But as you said, you can use Candelas for the roam clear. And instead of getting, the bomb down, you'll get a kill or maybe 2 kills, and you'll have a different kind of advantage. Rambi playing Ying while being an injured player speaks to the possibility of him using those Candelas early in the round, like we saw the first time, to build that exact point. Panda also been rocking that Ghost Charm for as long as I can remember. That's his staple, I guess. Like Shago has the Spider, Panda has the Ghost.
It is cool. I mean, now that you're not playing on land anymore, it's nice to see these players on their actual account. They're able to play with skins. Surf was running that Christmas skin from ages ago that players talk about. Speaking of Pambazoo and that Ghost Charm, he has turned Rampy into a ghost because it doesn't seem to matter what operator Rampy plays. His influence in the last 3 rounds has been almost zilch. That's not what you want to see. Rampy started off well. We saw him using Ying quite effectively, goes to Lion twice, and now a 3rd round on that Ying and just cannot put together anything. First casualty for Mirage. Final round of this first half, and DZ have just bought themselves a lot of breathing room in the remaining minute and 30.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the attack and lineup, the only real utility they have for their bombs that execute is going to be the smokes from Thermite, and they can deal us some smokes from Ying. You know, that's all gone now. And in fact, the Surf on Thermite has flashbangs, so there's no smokes on the board even now. With Rampage being taken down, it's all gunfights from Mirage. They're gonna walk in and just try and fight it out.
Haven't been able to find anything. DP Fire sustaining damage inside of Geisha. He's softened up NJR, but he's still got all 3 of those smokes in his back pocket. This is the gamble that every single pro player who's a smoke needs to gamble on is, do you use your smokes? And there you go. NJR doesn't want that to go by without him. Now it's Gavin that takes some damage. Achieved, a Nitro Cell goes out. It connects with Surf. Canadian playing from below. The numbers from Mirage don't really allow them much wiggle room to send somebody down to get Canadian, so he can keep in that position. Down goes Gavin to Yeti, who's now barged into the bomb site. That's Yeti's very first kill coming in the final round of this first half. Final 30 seconds, and the shotgun on the back stairs in the hands of NJR will outduel Yeti through the wall. DP Fire could be next in line, losing to Pambazoo. As you want to call that, a cross-body karate shot. Sure enough, that's exactly what he pulls off. Kansan in a 1v3 after he subdued Pambazoo. He's got the diffuser, but he's a sitting duck. He'll go for the plant. The sound will ring out through the bomb site, and it's NJR to seal the deal, reduced to almost nothing at the midpoint of the round. But you can see how nothing can actually mean an awful lot. First half, Darkzero 5-1.
Damn. Yeah, and you can see that Darkzero, they always have that contingency plan. It's Troy, Canadian downstairs below with the Solus. He's always on his gadget, seeing if anyone's droning, any drones are being active, and also, let's say the bomb site control is lost for DC. Well, there's nowhere Mirage can plant safely with Solus below. He has those impacts and pockets, can always deny the plan, disrupt it, slow them down, etc. But it just so happens to be that DC are winning on the side itself, while having below control. They're winning on both fronts, and it's why Mirage are getting choked out in these rounds time and time again. But this is that moment where things can be turned around. Sure, Mirage are down 1-5 in terms of round count, but now they get a shot at the stronger side. There's not a lot of room for error or mistakes here because you are down that badly in round count, but DC now have that tall task ahead of them. How will they approach the attacking side? So far, it's 4 attacker repicks, plus Pambazoo just taking the nuke. He's 9-2. Give the man some freedom, walk around the map. Let's talk about NGR. He was going to play Dokkaebi. Use the gadget, draw a little bit. He's actually attacker repicking onto Ash. And Gavin instead is going to take the more supportive role of Dokkaebi. This speaks to an old philosophy, that is, if you're having a great time, you're being granted freedom to keep having a great time. Because it makes sense if NJR is on 9 kills and feeling great, and Gavin's on 3 kills, then you free up your main gunner. That's what DC's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, you see teams that might not have a dedicated support. Well, then somebody will start playing really poorly, and suddenly you're in that role.
Yeah.
Talking about these two teams, it was Iconic that was playing so poorly, he got put on support role, if you remember, all the way back to Charlotte Major. Iconic was the top player at the entire event going into those finals, and then had some serious struggles, and they put him on hard breach just because they're like, you know what, you can't ball today, so we're going to put you on something else. But if you're balling out like Pambazoo and NJR are, sounds a bit like a pirate. You can put him on Ash, you can put him on Nook, it doesn't matter.
I like it though. The flexibility of the team, of course, is what that highlights more than anything else. That the fact that Gavin, as a new player, quote-unquote new player, is still able to do these things for the team.
Activating drone.
Rampy's right now holding over by drum. First minute off of the clock. It's been no real superstars from Mirage. Everybody's numbers right now underwater. Looking for one of these players to really step up and stand down. It looked like it was Rampy at the start of this matchup, but he cooled off from that point onward. This setup for Mirage does not look very comfortable. They're constantly jostling. They've got 3 players inside the same room. It looks like they're very unsure of how to play this.
Yeah, and also just they're unsure of where Darkzero are because there's no one on the balcony. No one's on the breach, no one's on the window. They're all on the west side of the map or the south balcony. Pamba once again finds the kill onto Kansan this time, but Mirage, they clearly have no information and they desperately need it.
Kansan down, that's the Mira. Does a Nitro Cell die with them as well? No. Yes, it did.
Yes.
So, some explosive conduct no longer allowed. Yeti pulling trigger a little bit too quickly on the Ash. Tearing strips in NJR, but Still in a precarious spot. Now it's Rampy again. Nice read from Rampy on the Pambazoo, and a nice shot as well as Mirage are hitting their stride right at the perfect moment. Trying to deny Darkzero from moving to match point so quickly. NJR salvaging the round, or so trying to. Losing out as one of the players from Mirage just jumps on over. Diffuser only to be retrieved. There's Gavin to do some serious damage. 3 of the 4 remaining players in this round very gravely injured. Rampy's the only one who hasn't had a single bullet touch him so far. Final 10 seconds. Rampy pops up, Gavin goes down, and now it's NJR on 10 kills to walk in. And Rampy, what a huge round, 3 big picks. Mirage prevent DZ from moving to match point. They pick up only their 2nd round so far. There's a lot of work to be done for this Mirage squad.
Ironically, it almost looked like the round got easier for Mirage as more people died because it allowed people to have freedom to move on the bomb site comfortably enough because they're all fighting for the good spot. And Rampy just kind of laid down and said, this one out here, this one is mine. I'm not going to move an inch, and just kind of let DC come to him. He found 3 picks in the round without moving a muscle, really. While the rest of Mirage, they're, running around like headless chickens trying to figure out where is it actually going to be comfortable for me to play on. And it was only Yeti who found that spot inside of Drake, but even he did not really find success. He bought time, he slowed down NGR, but eventually he too fell in that 1-versus-1 gunfight on the Dragon statuary position. And this is the thing. Attack and Skyscraper, we saw it, it's difficult. Darkzero had a great plan. They had the open and kill. They got the walls open up everywhere on the map. And Mirage were looking very uncomfortable, but it's still a defender victory. So many things have to go out for defenders, and you execute, you cannot slip up. One small mistake, and you're just gonna not break the line.
Honestly, I gotta say, I was extremely worried for Mirage after seeing the start of that defensive round. I did not have a wealth of confidence that they were going to be able to pull things off with how all over the place they were. So kudos to them for making it work and just showing that sometimes firepower can indeed be enough. Even though we didn't get the greatest look at their strategic depth, I'm sure it was definitely present, just we didn't see it as well as we could have. Sometimes you don't get to see the intricacies. Yeah, sometimes you don't. Even the best spectating in the world isn't going to get you that. So I've had some pretty good spectating so far today.
As always. Big kudos to observers. They never let us down, except medics tends to troll sometimes in our ears, I have to say. We love him.
We do. We don't have to deal with him. We have to deal with his former co-worker in Easy. And Ali, who I think is actually, Ali's actually the one doing it right now, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Yeah. So, again, first minute off the round, and this hold might look like a karaoke T defense. It's not. Don't be fooled. Down below, inside of Barbecue Kitchen.
Reloading. Drone up.
Mirage was about verticality. Got the Capcan trap, so if the round, or the clock rather, and the round starts going too low and DC starts sprinting on in, those Capcan traps can be a big issue for them. Same with DB, find those frost traps. Plenty to go around. It's a very slow attack round from Darkzero. They've made a little bit of progress on both floors of the map, but no real combat has happened as of yet. No one's finding it out. We see drones left, right, and center on the map for Darkzero. They got information, but now they need to start acting upon it.
As the Flores drones yet again going in, the Rotero drones showing big value, but the Nitro Cell actually causing the drone to blow up a bit prematurely. Don't know exactly what the goal was there. Maybe they just simply didn't want to deal with it all. Bad timing, but NJR gets the kill either way. Yeti swings out a bit too much. NJR could have had another. Yes, he is. Unrelenting. Pambazoo and Canadian get on the board as well. Rampy denies a flawless round. There's a Capcan trap to get NJR from the dead. All eyes will be on Rampy from Mirage. Canadian getting the diffuser down. Does Rampy know this? Has he heard it amidst the calamity that went off?
Activating the diffuser.
Now he's aware. Rampy inside a kitchen. The table will not show him the way. He's have to fight his way out of kitchen, and there will be multiple sets of eyes from DZ looking in that direction. It's Gavin to get the final pick. Mirage able to gain one so far on defense, but DZ answer back, and they're on match point.
Yeah, and again, solid cross between Gavin and Troy in that 1 versus 2 with the third member off at his own place, not entirely sure where. But Mirage, they just got completely destroyed, and again, no one can really outduel NGR in these gunfights. It came down to a Capgun trap instead, taking him out of the equation. But NGR, he finds that first lucky, fortunate for him kill in the midst of throwing out a flashbang, and the second pre-fire on the wall. It puts Darkzero in a 1 or 5 versus 1 position as every member just won individual gunfights, but it still gets down to a 1 versus 3. It's still relatively close. If Randy had the C4 in pocket, he could arguably thrown that out, maybe killed Troy. That's a 1v2. Things are possible. So despite it being a 6-2 round score, there have been multiple rounds that were a bit closer than what the score shows us.
I feel like we had the same thing in that OXG Beastcost game.
Yeah, no, it certainly did.
Even though that very first game, cover your ears if you don't like spoilers, ended in a 7-3. Could have been much closer than that. There were a lot of rounds that came down to like 2v2s.
5 seconds left.
I mean, that was also OXG not having Newers show up the way he's used to.
That is correct. That is a good point to make. But our Dream, oh boy. Did you see the CCG statistics after the first 2 games? It was like all Dream, #1 in every category but 1. It was just Mitch's world. It was wonderful.
We're living in it.
And we're living in it.
A dream for him, a nightmare for everybody else.
Good one. Now we got Canadian on Monty.
Sounds
Now
very
that is
sarcastic,
something
by the way,
it kind of was. It was too easy of a pun to make. I'm sorry. Do better. Yeah, I have expectations for you, Parker, as do all the fans. You know? You're fans. You have fans.
I think we both do.
They rock your charm and game of seed sometimes. It's kind of cool.
I see yours as well.
Located.
Our charms came out on the same day.
Yeah, I know. I'm still surprised by that when you said it to me.
I know. I was like, wait a minute. We came out at the same time.
Okay, cool.
Very nice. And now Spoit joins the club as well.
I was gonna say, Spot the newest edition here. So there's the pro players at least.
I see Jinxie's charm everywhere. But he also had like 20,000 subs at some point.
No.
Like crazy.
40.
He had 40,000 subs.
Yeah, I think he had 43 last I checked. That was like a 5.
Hold on a second. What?
Hibana shotgun?
Hello?
Oh!
Nah. I love the sound of the suppressed supernova. I love it.
Oh, man.
Beat it to me.
It's the t-shirt cannon, man.
It sounds great. You ever see the movie Old Country for No Men?
Yes.
It sounds exactly like his suppressed shotgun that just... And that's it. I can't even make the sound. I don't think my voice can go that high. Sounds wonderful. Looks very funny.
Highly effective.
Highly effective. I was gonna say when you have Amaru running it, it's particularly enraging as well. You have an Amaru just yeet their way into the bomb site, and then they've got that shotgun in hand. Blows coming too for both teams, by the way. Now it's Kansan and Gavin in a battle to the death. Rampy missing out on his duel. There goes Kansan. What is happening here? The Monty will go in. Oh no, DP fire run. You're the last one alive. The Monty's breathing down your neck. Can you feel it? There are the flashes tucked into the corner. Completely blind. Oh no. Monty's still in there. Canadian on the Monte, needs to get the diffuser down. What is he doing? There's the shotgun. DP Fire gets the kill. Canadian almost down with the diffuser. Gavin low on HP too. This is winnable, but no, NJR upside down. Sends it home. Well, that was a quick one. 7-2 in favor of Darkzero. Showing that I suppose the addition of Achieved, making them a slightly better team. And they got some smiles on their face. Tough entry for this Mirage squad to the North America League.
The MVP screen for Pambisu with a shotgun in hand and silencer on it. A great showing for him as an individual player from Darkzero's team as well.
Absolutely. And that's it for this matchup. We've got more to go. We're not going to slow you down. We'll be back after this break.
Well, there you go. It was short, it was sweet, and it was the win for Darkzero over Mirage. And guess what? We've got Achieved here to chat with us as well. Achieved, good to see you again. Congrats on the win today. And I gotta ask, after being with the same squad for so long, what's it like making a transition to a new team? Even though obviously I would imagine you knew everybody on this one coming into it, but you hadn't played with them yet, really. So what was that like, kind of making that journey?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different atmosphere, environment. When you're on the same team with people for 3 years, you get, used to like how people play. I pretty much knew everything,
right,
from my old team. So coming into this, like, it's completely different. The atmosphere is different. Obviously, I'm playing a little bit of a different role, but yeah, I mean, everything's just completely different. So I just came in trying to slot myself, the best I could, and whatever they need, just help out with it, because I know they have, a lot of promising up and coming like gunners, and you got Troy, one of the best IGLs obviously in the game. So I just came in and tried to help them out.
Achieved, it still looks weird seeing you in purple. It looks good though. I gotta ask, obviously you're coming in here, you're trying to fit into their system. Obviously you're trying to learn how they do things. Is there anything that you're bringing to the roster as well? Is there anything that you're trying to teach to these players that you can kind of bring from TSM? Because obviously you come from an extremely experienced and prestigious roster yourself.
Yeah, I mean, some things, we can try and incorporate if it, I think the strats are good. So there's definitely some things that I can bring over. But in terms of like just me, like in the game, like I'm just trying to, if I see stuff, help with maybe a little bit of calling, maybe help with, like resetting man advantage, just a little bit in round, just helping out where I can. And yeah.
Yeah, Chief, for me, I think the biggest criticism I had for Darkzero over the Invitational was probably the pacing of the rounds. I think they're a little bit too slow in some areas. You come from a team where I thought was always very quick to, hit a site, see an opportunity, expose that weakness. Is that something you've been able to kind of develop in that team and kind of help them out just in the pacing department?
Maybe a little bit, but yeah, I mean, overall, like, DZ, like coming into this season, they wanted to change their attacks to begin with, be a little bit more unpredictable, because that's how the meta is nowadays. You can't, telegraph the same attacks over and over and over again, because it's usually not going to work, because it's a lot of aggressive plays now and stuff like that. So, I try to help out with that, as much as I can, but everyone just does like a really good job at that. So.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, one more quick question before we let you go here. Are you looking forward to playing against some of your former teammates down the road here in the stage?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to playing against. I think the only other one would be Merc right now.
Merc, I guess. Yeah,
so,
I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to play against them, because a lot of people, the SSG team, they got some very good players. So I mean, that just playing that team in general would be, would be nice, but especially since Merc's on it, it'd be nice to play against one of your older teammates for sure.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for taking the time to chat with us here today. Congrats on the win. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Achieved from Darkzero. You heard that right. It sounds strange to say, doesn't it? And like I was thinking about it before I asked him like that last question. I'm like, we got Merc, and I'm like, there's gotta be one more. I'm like, I know I'm missing one, but yeah, that's it, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. Crazy.
Also, for the record, I do know. Just let it out there. I do know.
We know.
Yeah, I do know. You know?
No, I know.
Yeah.
We know. There you go. Well, let's take a look at some highlights from that map. Again, it was pretty short. I mean, Darkzero do an extremely good job on defense initially, and then, we wanted to see their attack. You were talking about this demo.
Yeah, the pacing. The pacing was everything for DZ at Invitational. Me and Jesse had plenty of talks about that team. It was just too slow. Jesse obviously always Mr. Optimistic. Half full, thinking, oh, no, let Pamba do. And no, you need to play quick in this meta. You need to be fast on it. You need to see an opportunity, expose those weaknesses. I would say that they're still not at that yet where they're being able to look and say, okay, here, we can rush this, we can do that. They're still very methodical, but they have upped the tempo, which helps massively.
A commonality you're seeing between every single one of these replay rounds is that on every single one of them on defense, Troy Canadian is playing that Solus. I was surprised, Demo, we both said this probably should have been banned out. Canadian played more Solus than any other player at the 6th Invitational, and he continued that streak on 100% now, I do believe, throughout the North America League. Played it fantastically, always playing below, feeding that intel to his teammates, let them get away with a lot of really good roam games. So I think that was a massive impact coming forward from Darkzero.
Yeah, that's right. Well, a quick breakdown of that series, but we're not done quite yet. We'll be back in just a moment for Telestration from Jesse, the first of the season. You don't want to miss it. See you in a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I want to do one quick telestration before we continue on with the next game. Here we've got round number 2 already playing for you, and what this shows is the right way and the wrong way to play a game. Immediately, Rampy in an engagement with an opponent, this is achieved, and notice how he's throwing the Candela out before he even jumps into the gunfight. That's the right way to play this operator. You don't always have to wait for them to get full blinded out here. And now, we get to see a bit of a different pacing from Rampy. Now, Rampy, I think in this game, did a lot of things right, did a lot of things wrong. Undeniably, he was fragging out of his mind. This is round number 2. You can see 3-0 at the moment in the server so far. Now, last time we saw him, right, he's going in through the bathroom, he's being able to toss that Candela, and before it pops off, he goes for this, and as we see in the second round, he's panicking way more, right? He's not bringing out his gun after that second Candela gets thrown. He's going for the camera instead. It's not even an important player there, right? He's already known about in that clip. So, tough one from Rampy there. Again, felt like he did some things right, fragging out of his mind, some things wrong. Very solo a lot of the time throughout this game, kind of, not working the best with his utility. Unfortunately, nobody else pushing up there with him. So something I wanted to highlight, something I want to showcase to you guys. We will head back over to the desk now, break down the rest of that game, get ready for our 4th match of the day. But I hope you enjoyed this first little telestration segment.
All right. Thank you very much, Jesse. It was a wonderful telestration segment. It was. And I got one last question before we kind of look ahead to the next one. If you are Mirage here, if you are thinking now, are you thinking we need to change the roles around? You probably want to give it another map or two first. You want to try to, you've got this plan coming into it. Obviously, there was a lot of thought put into what they want to do in stage 1, what they want to do in this map. Sure, this one didn't work out, but I feel like you don't start changing up the playbook just yet. You got to try to, I think, at least one more time, right?
Give it a week.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly.
See how the first week plays out. Then you have a full weekend to think, okay,
right,
what have we done that we maybe want to change? And then you kind of take it step by step from there.
Yeah, the problem with that is give it a week is half the group stage.
Fair enough.
Right? I mean, if you've got a problem, you kind of need to fix it like now, before game 2, at least tonight. Things need to be talked about. I don't know if I would make a full roster role change, right?
Well, roster changes already. Wow, Jesse, after one match.
Jesse, the window's closed. You can't do that.
But it's difficult. It's a brutal league right now.
He's done a full bit on this team and what Trick's cooked up. And all of a sudden,
One
no,
map.
throw it out. New team.
Hey, I can make more food puns if they get new players.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. But you're saying role change, just to be specific.
Yes.
We might want to look at something like that. That's a little bit easier to do than switch the personnel, obviously.
For sure. It's limited on time is the tough part there.
Do you concur?
Yeah, I mean, I think they play SSG next. So it's, again, another well, we don't know how SSG are going to set up because, again, still pretty new for SSG. But still, I think it's going to be difficult for them.
Well, speaking of SSG, we got another match coming up. That's right. Don't go anywhere, because very soon we will come back with our 4th map of the day. It is going to be Space Station Gaming taking on Soniqs. More roster swaps, more madness, more excitement, more action here at the Rainbow Six North America League. We'll be back with that in just a little bit. And And we're back. We didn't want to make you wait too long. No, of course not. It's Rainbow Six North America League. I'm your host, Doa, Jesse J. Chicken Demo over there. My analyst extraordinaire. Extraordinary. We'll figure out the plural of that later. We're going into Soniqs versus Space Station Gaming. And this is going to be another interesting one, obviously. This is going to be Soniqs looking for maybe an improvement on what we saw out of them from Invite. And then Space Station. Wow. I mean, this Space Station team, definitely some big changes here. We got some people coming over from the old Astralis roster. We've got Mert coming over from TSM as well. What do you think we can expect from this? Obviously, aside from the default, well, we don't quite know yet, we can just kind of make assumptions based on what we know about the players on an individual level.
I mean, I think we can expect a good game, hopefully, because the last couple have been kind of one-sided.
so.
I picked this as my game of the day. I hope I'm not wrong here, because I'm so excited to see the Space Station roster. They brought in a ton of the players from Astralis. They brought in 2 players plus 2 coaching staff members, Call Out and Mango, both joining on this roster. They've completely revamped their lineup. So I'm excited for Space Station. I want to see big things. It's a tough first opponent, but I think they could win this.
Yeah, and I mean, Soniqs still kind of like trying to build on what they did with a little bit of a shuffle they did in Stage 3 of last year, right? Adding on Geometrics, making some other changes. Now we've added on Citizen. Demo, what do you think? How are they going to match up into the Space Station?
Of course, I get the Citizen question. I think it's only fair.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah.
It
seems natural.
It's his NAL debut. He didn't obviously play at Stage 3, got picked up for Invitational.
Right.
And, we've seen glimpses. I think Soniqs, they'll be kicking themselves about how they actually went out of that competition. Should have won it, right? Let's be honest. They should have beat Astralis in that game. They threw it away. It was their game, and they just tossed it out the window. It was a shock. It was an upset. It was definitely an upset of that competition. Little did they know what the chain of events Soniqs had unleashed amongst everyone else in that competition, and what Astralis went on to do. But I still think it's very optimistic for Soniqs. We've seen a small look into the window of what this team can do. And I think with some of the matches that they did play, I looked at that Team Liquid game, for example. That was the opening day. I thought they were great.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Soniqs, it was poor standing at the end of the day, but they did play well at the event, right? I think with the roster move coming in, you had to see Gunnar play a lot more of that sledge role that we often would see Kansan pick up for a lot of the time. Not something that Citizen's playing a ton of, so Gunnar had to pick that up most of the time. I think he sometimes stumbled on that. He did have, I think, worse stats on the team other than Geo. Correct me if I'm wrong. It wasn't bad.
He was
right?
negative rating.
Yeah, so slightly, right? But he still kind of struggled. 6 nade kills throughout the whole tournament is a little bit on the low side. Maybe want to see him kind of smoothing into that role a little bit more. But no, I think it's a solid tournament overall from Soniqs. And I think the roster change so far has been relatively successful.
All right, let's take a look at what map we're going to, and that'll help us chat a little bit more about this informant. It's going to be Border. All right, we're making a run for the Border one more time. It'll be Space Station on attack first.
Okay. Space Station, if you're sure. 5-game win streak and Soniqs' best map, in my opinion. They picked this both of their playoff matches at SI, and they won it both times. Their win streak includes wins over Astralis, Darkzero, BDS, Mirage, and Space Station Gaming. Not really the same roster, but, similar org. This is going to be tough for Space Station in their very first debut match against Soniqs' best map.
Yeah, Border, again, it's one of those matches where it's a match where you definitely can win. I think any team can win in Border.
Sure.
But there's a massive skill gap in terms of a great team playing Border and a good team playing Border. And, we've seen it earlier. We've already seen Borders today and how kind of one-sided it can be for a team that knows exactly what they're doing against a team which maybe don't know exactly what they're doing in some accords from what I've seen. No, but I think certainly it's going to be a good matchup. I think for me, for SSG, the difference maker has to be Merc. For a long time, this SSG roster, it looked lost without Canadian. They never really truly replaced that player. They've picked up the 2022 IGL World Champion. That's as close as you can get, though.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to think, in terms of if we go a little bit farther back, we do have 2 former TSM players facing off as well. So, good bet.
This is going to be a tough one, I think, for Space Station Gaming. I think one big advantage they have coming into this is they do have the mind of Astralis. Right? I think what Astralis did really well at the Six Invitational was they were creative. They were going for really cool executes, really cool takes. I think they pushed the meta in a lot
Never
of ways.
say die as well for that team. That team died for the badge.
Absolutely.
Every time.
Absolutely. But they've got them both in, Call It and Mango. I'm hoping to see more of that here today.
All right, well, you won't have to wait too long. It's time to throw it over to our casters to get this one started. It's going to be Penguin and Terra for one more time. Take it away.
Thank you very much. What was that?
That was
voice
hi.
you did?
That's my normal voice.
Oh, I don't think it was quite your normal
I
voice.
put on an act when I speak typically.
There are a lot of matches today that I think could be the match of the day. We've been treated to a relatively brisk set of games so far. No losing team has accrued more than 3 rounds. Will Soniqs SSG break that trend?
Honestly, I agree with, I think it was Chase who said it. I think this is the real game of the day. And I think this is going to be a close one as well. If not, I'll be very disappointed.
I hope so. It is not our quote-unquote match of the day.
No, that already happened.
But you and I aren't going to be casting that one.
Oh, it didn't? What was it?
It's 5th. It's the 5th one.
Oh, it is the 5th one? Oh, is it M8 Darkzero? That's what it is?
I apologize, everybody.
I'm slow.
He's getting old.
I'm slow and old.
You can't even blame it on the jet lag. You live here.
I feel so tired and jet lagged. Oh,
This is my Super Bowl. This is my game of the day, as somebody would say, because you can't actually play
That's what I said.
in it yourself. Soulless Ban, along with a Ying, a Nook, and a Frost.
Okay, Frost on Border of all places.
Break it down.
Not in the most amount of windows, but Frost is still a solid pick. We saw her play rate today for the last 3 games being like not significant, but present, right? The deployable shield, the 1.5x, the great gun, etc. But pretty usual stuff here. The only thing that stands out is the Frost, the Solus, the Ying, the Nuke, all stable bans, either banned a lot or played, if not banned, as we have seen throughout today. And we see almost... I see DC partially on the left side. I was gonna say, those don't look like the right players.
Some of them.
I was like, Gav was like, wait, Gav is here? Wait, that's not right. Anyway, border between SG and Soniqs. I expect this to be messy. I did like what Demo had to say on the desk for once, where he spoke about how SSG, since Troy's departure, they haven't looked the same, but getting the, the invite winner Merc IGL here to kind of get some presence on the board for SSG, I think this could be a very good look for them. This is a TSM x SSG x Astralis roster mixed together, and honestly, I'm all for it.
They're taking some of the best parts of some of these old teams. J90 and Forest come over from SSG, and I know that when you talk about Space Station, or when you talk about Astralis, usually you're going to mention Iconic, but Forest was oftentimes one of the most consistent players on the team as well, and of course, nobody doubts Merc whatsoever as a player.
Nope.
And then J90 obviously coming over as well. He'll bring some instant chemistry.
Citizen on pause, I have to say. What is going on? This is debut in the NAL, and the very first round, he is on the wrong operator. UMP pose Citizen. Are you allowed to say that? I am, because this is unheard of. This is new territory. Okay, we're breaking the barriers and grounds here. I like it though.
Just like you like the CAG skin that's being used, is that what you like?
It is very colorful. I do like that.
Citizen is running the charm from the one event that he won, which was all the way back in Tokonami. He's on the old Na'Vi roster. Look at this setup right now that SSG is very quickly cutting through. Opening up Fountain, and Merc will be very quick in after Hot and Cold had already made some space. Oh, and Merc gets Gunner looking in that one direction. Merc might miss out on the other player. He looks renewed, but Grixer can outduel him from his position over by the printer inside of Office. There is just so much gunfire going on at the moment. Fulls picks up kill number 2 on Grixer. Down he goes.
Yeah, it's a great start for them, but Merc could have waited for backup, used his grenades. He died with those in pod, but it won't matter because General is there to strike Rexon in his back. Easy kill.
Geo will have to deal with another logic bomb that will go off. Citizen far off site, losing out to Forest, who's made his way into customs. And Geo gets taken down by Hot and Cold. SSG exceptionally good at trading there, and look, Hot was lined up, ready for it. SSG walks in, and that's, like so many of the rounds we've seen so far today, quite fast-paced.
Yep. And again, border attack is the place you want to be at if possible. Now, the operative bands between these two teams came down between Oregon and the border. So the kind of conversation about what maps teams are going to, it mostly sticks to comfort, right?
Right.
Now, border and Oregon, they're both one of those. Every single team plays this map. They all know how it goes. But Border is something that Soniqs in particular really like to play, both domestically and internationally. Now, Soniqs, they have not made a change since the 6 Invitationals, but they did not have Citizen in Stage 3 of the NAL. So this is, as we say, Citizen's debut here specifically, whereas SSG, a completely new roster.
Yeah, Citizen's first official match with the team was at SI.
Yes.
That's a hell of a standard to come in and set, but...
Yeah, but it's Citizen and on Soniqs who look so good already. It was almost like, it just made sense, honestly.
They got stunned by Astralis in the very beginning of the lower bracket run that Astralis would then later go on and make it to the top 6. And then Astralis, of course, stunning Koi as well, but it would not be fated whatsoever for it to go on much longer. They lost out to G2, eventually would go on to win the whole thing, and then Astralis pulled their roster from all of Rainbow Six.
And their skin with that. You saw the skin, right, that they had coming? The pilot program skin? The Jaeger?
The Jaeger one, yeah.
Yeah.
Kubi made that.
Kubi did make that.
And it is one of the,
lovely.
and I will say this, it is one of the nicest looking skins that would have been in the game. It is a shame that we will never see it.
I agree.
Well, I mean, assuming we never see it.
Yeah, there's a chance, of course. You never know.
Yeah.
But for now, at least, that's going to be the case. Versus G, they're starting in a similar fashion, applying Phantom Pressure in some parts, then Mirage just rushes on in.
Okay, well,
Again.
they're really making it their own. Merc the pick on to Gunner, who dies first yet again.
Yeah. Some things has never changed, and honestly, this is like peak TSM Merc kind of performance, right? Just confidence, goes in, gets the job done. Then the one mistake he makes sometimes, he over-aggresses, right? Too much confidence. You got a whole tight disadvantage. Does a bit of damage to Citizen, but then he dies.
Ooh, and he looks the wrong way to Rexen in this position upstairs.
Same as last round, right? Now you get the advantage, and it's gone again. No one's there to trade.
I mean, J9O running the exact same gun, the exact same gun, exact same skin. It looks that way.
Might be.
Fultz is there. Things seem to be going in almost the exact same direction. Rexen has made it out of his position. Over the top of East. Logic bombs will go out yet again. Try to find where these last 3 players from SQ happen to be lurking about. Citizen was picked off. It's the calm now as we hit the halfway point. You know, the buck is upstairs. Rexen doesn't want to fall off of this position whatsoever. All this action happening over top of the Vent Workshop defense. Down below. Down goes Fultz. Soniqs holding strong, but Rexen's spot is given away now as he breaks free, heading over towards Armory. J9O in a contest down below inside a bathroom, trying to find Geo and what remains of him. Geo's on just a single point of HP. Forrest out dueling Grixer. Look at the HPs of the last 2 players left. This is bad for Soniqs.
Yeah. One member is up above though. They got that vertical control so they can cover one another, but so is Forrest from SSG. What?
He looks the wrong way. Rexen's engaging from down below. Forrest thinks maybe that's a teammate. I'm not sure. Now it's J9O to go upstairs and try to salvage this round. He'll be heard. Rexen, what a phenomenal performance. Single-handedly carrying the round.
Oh.
Good stuff.
Unfortunate. Sprinting into your opponent's arms, not realizing what is actually happening, and that is the case sometimes. Whether it's bad intel or, you know, team comms in your ear, just going, you know, calling a lot of things happening at once, it can be hard sometimes to be fully locked in on what's happening with all those things occurring at the same time. 1-1 in round score. Looking better for Soniqs in that round.
Oh, absolutely. And I think all of it falls onto the ability to get in and then go through the beginning to middle round component, right? You get in, you get that very first pick. Merc is quite aggressive. He makes things work. He gets the entry pick. There's very limited follow-up. And you do nothing to get rid of Rexen playing above. All of SSG were around, scattered around the map. Forrest was down below.
Yeah.
He was the one that had to retake. Ultimately ended up being, you know, all for naught.
That's true.
So much of this action occurring in where the armory and office bomb sites would be, and that's exactly where they will actually go for their 3rd defense. Soniqs, restless, not committed to a single bomb site, as they, for 3 rounds, will now go to a different bomb site every single time.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I do like Hot and Cold here sticking the Osa. You can do a couple of things with this, especially against the mirror windows. You can do a bit of safety, of course, but also there are so many long lines of sight on border outside of both Armory and Archives on those balconies. So tons of options to work with. Of course, you can bring the smoke grenades as secondary gadgetry or the claymores. Hot and Cold has chosen the Claymore route instead, so there'll be 4 available for the squad of SSG. All those window jump outs will be covered nicely for them. And again, Space Station, big project for them. Just opening up doors, windows, destroying default cameras. It's kind of like playing like a 2018, 2019 style of Rainbow Six Siege where you don't want to show where you're coming from immediately. You're going to open everything up, take 30 seconds to do it, and then choose where you want to strike. That way it's harder for the defending team to know exactly what's going to be happening or what is actually going on. And the fastest operator in the game will get out of there.
Reposition doesn't reinforce at any greater speed, by the way.
No, he does not. Oh, Connor's unhappy with the drone skin. Look at this. Could just plant here, honestly.
He absolutely could. Hot and Cold in a position to go for the plant. He's going to do just that. Can somebody stop him? SSG with the perfect lockout right now. Gunner and Geo are down and Diffuser goes out. Nitro Cell ripped a bit too late. Grixer the first on the board for Soniqs. But that Diffuser is behind the Osa shield, and that's where things get really challenging because there's no way to get around it. You just have to simply go for the walk. J90 up top, missing an opportunity to get the pick. He's still got 2 logic bombs, so give some information to the rest of the team. Forrest posted up quite far away, giving calls, slaughtered by Rexon. These 2 players from Soniqs looking for a walkout, but it's Hot and Cold in another position with Fultz to do the rest of the work. And did Forrest just fist bump himself? It sure looked that way. Throw up towards Metal. There's a split take. Going back towards that Diffuser Space Station fundamentally had that round down pat.
Yeah.
And because of that, they take it.
Yeah. And I mean, an off-pace execute, essentially. They had no business planting that early and going for the plant, but that's, again, what the OSA can bring. The cover for the bullets, just going off-pace. There was no C4, no impact grenade nearby enough to shut that position down. Obviously, I don't even think the Soniqs knew the plant was going down until it was just too little too late because of that happening when it shouldn't have. That's the benefit of going off-pace. So we see the Ultra Strongest roster being so good at, where you think, okay, for the next 30 seconds, they're going to do X, Y, Z. And then it's just like, nah, they're inside, or they're planning, or they're rushing, whatever. And it catches teams off guard so frequently because professional players, they play Siege between 4 and 8 hours a day, every single day. Same 9 maps competitively, same kind of strats, same kinds of defenses, etc. You're going through the motions very frequently. You have a mental list in your head saying, okay, they're gonna drone, then they're gonna go in, then they're gonna try and clear this, then they're gonna try and clear that, then they're gonna plant. So sometimes just changing things up, even though it might be the weaker or less favorable outcome, simply because it's going to be less commonly done, it puts you in a good position for that. It's why rushes work as well. Obviously, if you rush every single round in the same way, it's not a surprise factor. Everyone expects it. But those once-in-a-while moments, it can really pay off and get you those individual rounds. That's what SSG did in that previous one.
We're getting a good look there of whenever the Azami is played. That new G2 R6 share skin.
Yeah.
Doki's excellent acting in it is really, really good. But
Do you know when he filmed that?
when?
Literally the day, like when he traveled back from Invite after winning, he flew straight to Berlin to film that video. Didn't go back to his homeland. Nope.
Man must have been on a relatively big high after winning.
Yeah.
I won't make this
And then
easy
shut
for
the
them.
content on that high. That's why he killed it.
You know what? It is actually a bit funny that we don't hear about Doki all that often was that Doki was not on the Na'Vi team that won the championship.
That's
in
right.
Tokoname.
He was out for 6 months, right? 'Cause
That
the
is
whole-
correct.
yeah.
Oh my. Forrest, what are you doing?
Don't say that.
Forrest, what are you doing down there? Follow up on the Azami. Pinched by SSG, but not without its troubles. Now it's Geo to take some damage. Hot and Cold is just
No.
in. Look down, look down, look down. There
No
it
way.
is. And now Hotten's going to immediately go for the plant, freezing everybody in place as the Lion charge goes off. Gunner taking J90 down, so much so that you literally turn into a landscape. Incredible shot that must have been. SSG now in a 2v2 at the post plant, but it's Fultz in a 1v2 now. Numbers going down in the wrong way, and Fultz is to scramble into position. In an opportune moment for Citizen to emerge. Fultz pulling out the sidearm. Grixer's on a single point of damage. A single point of damage. He needs to watch from the window. Castle Barricade will do its job just well. No, Fultz drops at the wrong time. And Grixer makes it look so easy. A bit of a misplay, I think you could call it. I don't really know why Fultz was trying to scramble back in. You were in such a good spot where you were.
I am curious. There were all 4 dead members from the station were on a drone. The same drone, most likely. And I don't know where it was, but it must have been in the wrong position, because if they actually had either audible or visual information on the diffuser, there's no way he should have dropped in that moment. So it might have been misinformation or just lack of information, and him fearing that the diffuse might have been in progress and him trying to shut it down. But no. That ties the series up 2-2. And this might actually be a close one, at least so far.
So we are being told that there are some players who are using skins on drones,
Yep.
which are verboten.
Yep, they're not allowed.
That is not allowed. It is being dealt with.
That's why they left. They can remove the skins.
The players have been
back
kicked off the
in.
team.
Yeah, yeah.
They were finding substitutes right now.
They're actually banned from pro play.
Merc and Forrest both kicked off the team. We've heard that both Demo and Jesse will be subbing in.
Really?
In emergency. No.
Oh, I feel bad for. Oh, okay.
No.
God bless.
Speaking of, we were talking about the operator background cards. That's CAGs in the top right behind Citizens Oryx. Obviously, SSGs is being shown. The one that you and I were confused with, that is apparently Team Secrets.
Oh.
Never would have guessed that in a million years.
No.
Never would have guessed that that's Team Secrets in a million years. Doesn't look like an eye.
Yeah, I do recognize their box skin was very vibrant in colors, but it did have the secret logo on it. I didn't see it in the background personally.
I didn't either.
But it was very colorful. That I will say.
We're just waiting for the last player to come on in. You might see us on your camera. Oh, look. Hello. Hello. What is that?
Hello. It's like the voice I do when I don't know why I do it. I was like, "Hi guys, my name is Pengu."
That's not good.
It's not. I should never do that again, ever. Ever.
You decide.
Hold on.
Should he make these noises again? Yes or no? Producer says yes.
He's like, please do it again. We'll hold on for now, but
Makes
for
me deeply
special
unhappy.
occasions, we'll do it. It makes you deeply
unhappy.
Then I will never do it again. I would never want to hurt you intentionally.
Producer said yes, so you have to follow the rules.
So I will maybe do it intentionally on accident. On occasion.
Hey, producer, you still think it's a good voice to do? You can't hear it. Production
did
just
it
did the
too.
same voice in my ears. I
Maybe it's a Danish thing.
quit, man.
You know, we were actually working with Danish like everyone here is Danish, but you guys essentially, like the actual commentators, mine is me. So I feel very at home, and you guys feel like so foreign, probably.
Not really. I mean, everybody here speaks English.
Well, half the time.
Like all the people that we've interacted with outside of like where we're staying have spoken English. Game is ready, by the way, so we're gonna
Yeah,
get back
fly
to
in.
the action. Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
So what was it? It was.
I was gonna say. I mean, like I don't feel much culture shock here.
No, I will say it's. I honestly neither do I, because I lived in America for like a year and a bit. But obviously I was in Denmark before. But no,
I don't think Vegas gives you an accurate look at American.
I want to be honest and say I agree. I don't think it. I also think East Coast in general is more representative of like European culture than the West Coast is. So it would have been less of a culture shock if I'd been on the East Coast probably. But yeah,
Possibly.
either way.
Either way.
Happy that we're back. Didn't take much time either. And
I understand the point you were making. I understood it.
Okay.
Or maybe you could say that Vegas is like a perfect microcosm of especially like the Vegas Strip.
Sure.
I mean, neither of us are Americans, so I mean that's
No.
no.
But we did share some time in LA together, which was nice.
We did, but it's correct.
Yeah.
But
now
either
we're
way,
in Denmark.
we're in the matchup. Drone skins have hopefully been taken off of the drones. So there's that. I don't think you can do it in-game. You have to leave the game, if I remember correctly.
Gotta go back to the lobby.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
This pace, as we now
Wait. Oh.
Merc shot the wall, by the way, in case anyone was curious. Yeah.
Oh, he hits the far to the left, I see. Yeah.
He hit too far to the left. I don't think it hit the wall the way he wanted to. Just maybe a bit too ambitious. A bit too quick. Not what you want.
Citizens fighting for his dear life. There's 3 members out there.
Oh, they're coming for him. Oh, they're coming for him. And he looks the wrong way, giving his position away. Look at, oh, he takes one down. That could have gone even worse. No! SSG lose 2 players for that against Citizen. That is not what you want. Good Lord.
Disaster. You know, Ben in the comms gonna go, you know what, boys? That's on me. That's my kill, that one, actually, right there. two for the price of one. SG, they are in shambles now. They got the fair control though. Almost looked like they were considering a fast one again. Forrest is known for just being in the bomb site out of nowhere. He could have jumped in ventilation there, but you know, he thought maybe not this time around. Has one more line charge from Parkgate. Could go for it. But SG will slow things down, get a little bit of bird control, and then make their next move.
Yeah. Do you call it the 417 or the 417?
417.
All right, there you go.
Yep.
That's what we'll do from now on. Hits like a truck. It really hurts.
69 damage, I believe.
Nice. Oh. Soniqs getting very much in the action now. And there's that 417 in action again. Let's say action twice in a row. Down goes hot and cold. J9O inside a bathroom, making his presence known, making his presence felt onto Geo, who must have surely known he was in there. I don't know what Geo was doing. Looking the wrong way. J9O does not have access to the diffuser. He will need to retrieve it, or he'll just go for kills. It's really that simple.
Or is it? No crossfire being established. Not needed.
Oh, not needed at all. Grixer posted up inside of the small office inside of Customs. Takes him down. No more. Relatively easy round. And Soniqs, by taking that second round in a row, have now taken the lead for the very first time.
Borders on those maps where any round can really go, I don't know, it's chaotic, right? Like that injury that was just over Citizen. If the team kill doesn't happen, that could have changed the outcome of the round. But let's say Citizen stayed alive and he just like ran away. He has a C4. He can also get a vertical kill.
Shh.
Oh.
Look at the fake dog in the background.
I was going to say it's a fake dog.
That looks like the dog from Undertale.
Locate and defuse as
I
many
don't...
bombs as they can.
I wouldn't know, actually.
You've not played Undertale?
I have not, no. No, I'm gonna...
Okay.
Undertale.
One of the greatest.
Would you recommend it?
One of the greatest games made in the last like 15 years.
Oh, that's a fact.
And you can beat it in like 6 hours. And then guess what? You can beat it like 5 more times to see all the ending. Excellent soundtrack. Very charming game.
Oh, I heard the soundtrack was good.
Soundtrack's incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway, looks like it does production. I don't know if any of you played Undertale, but it looks like the dog from Undertale. So, I just want somebody to agree with me. That's it.
just one person.
Please, anybody.
Mirror being used more and more frequently now as these rounds are progressing through. We saw PB play early on Oregon as well. Now, if you're finding issues with the enemy just inter-fragging you on the attacking side, like Mirage, for example, putting up some mirror windows will slow him down and will stop those kinds of rushes from happening, so it makes a lot of sense for going to bring it out, because that has been the pain point for Soniqs.
I think a lot of the mirror play as well, Nick, is that the defender bans are so baked in at this point. You need to ban either Azami or Solus in pretty much every game.
Yeah.
So if you look at the operator bans that we've had so far today, Solus and Azami banned in matchup number 1. Azami banned in matchup number 2. Azami banned in matchup number 3. Solus banned in matchup number 4. These two most recent defenders are just so strong at the moment that you see most teams take at least one of them out. That leaves you a single operator ban. You've got operators like Capitao, who are very site and map specific that, or sorry, when you're watching Capitao, you'll see an operator like Kaid, who is very site or map specific, who will need to be banned out depending on what attacking bans there are. Valk, a very strong ban against a lot of teams.
Yeah.
You know, you're not always going to see that mirror ban as commonly as you used to. So it doesn't surprise me that we are seeing more mirror play. Now, Merc has a great read on Grixer, and that allows Forrest to just walk right in, but looks the wrong way. Maybe gets a bit too hasty on the entry point. Soniqs getting slaughtered by SSG, and they look quite poised to send this first half away. Geo swung on, almost a flawless round. 4 unanswered picks. SSG gets the very first one, and they walk in, take the bomb site for their own, and they send the first half away 3-3.
I have to say, I'm actually very impressed watching Space Station play right now. It's been a very short time with this roster. There are players from 3 different teams, TSM, SSG, and Astralis, but they look like they got things locked in. They're on the same page. They're finding opening after opening, and they're approaching these rounds in so many different ways. It was 6 attacking rounds across 3 different bomb sites, but they attacked them all differently each and every single time. The only common factor is that they're quick. Like, this is the quickest team we've seen in action so far in day number 1. both in the plant department and injury department. There's just no hesitation on their attacks, and I'm curious to see how that's going to shape up for the defensive half, because you can't necessarily be running into your opponents on defense. At the very least, it's not recommended, not commonly done, because yeah, you're often just going to die.
Right.
So, first half in the books, 3-3, as close as it can get. An Armory bomb set will be the starting grounds for Space Station. It was not for Soniqs, as they started Tellers instead.
Yep. It actually took 3 rounds for the Soniqs to go downstairs to Armory. So they weren't...
5 seconds left. Attackers
Downstairs
have
to
located a
Armory?
Sorry,
Upstairs.
upstairs to Armory.
bomb. Attackers are moving to defuse the
Apologies. How could I ever get that so wrong?
Thought we were playing Clubhouse for a second. Church Arsenal. Arsenal, Armory, I feel like that's like similar enough.
What is this from Merc? Peeking through the doorway and break room. Is he gonna get the read? No. Looks away at the last second. Merc playing on Oryx, the fast operator in the game.
And the strongest.
Got the Bailiff for some very good destruction.
Could it be
Oh.
Archives attack?
Geo has a read on one of the players. That's the Warden that was positioned in there. J9O just watching, waiting. Did he see the drone? Did he shoot it eventually? He got peeked from it up above. He might have been dialed in though, not necessarily seen it, but he's under watch either way.
See, Soniqs look a bit more disjointed than a Space Station. They start Archive side, now use an Armory side, they're breaching below, and they're going above. It's been the first minute, progressed the round, but nothing's really happened yet, besides a single injury from Citizen downstairs. But it looks to be primary focus on security side, with 2 nades in pocket. He's going to try and aim for that target up inside security, most likely.
He timed the word security with the security in game. He said it at the same time that you did. Soniqs are being really patient right now, trying to figure out where SSG is off roaming. They've acquired the target of Hot and Cold, now get his way back into the bathroom. Duck down. Citizen is waiting for a flush out from that workshop door. He's not going to get it, so he needs to move somewhere else. And they don't drone Merc upstairs, evidently. Merc picks up 2 kills on the Gunner and Rexon. Hot and Cold finally found from Citizen. Merc just flirting with that opening. Turns his back, Citizen looking for yet another nade from Grixer down below, but nobody home to accept that. Problem with Soniqs, they've got 2 players downstairs. They need to translate this to the upstairs bomb site.
And it's not happening. I mean, these yellow pings are not even near any players. I'm not sure what is being pinged out here.
And I mean, the nade doesn't even work.
I mean, there's nothing there.
Yeah, you can't do anything with
There's
that.
still nothing there. They're still nading it.
That's a bit unideal.
This one, though.
Grixer might actually get it here. Yep. Good is gone. So it makes it work, and suddenly Soniqs have taken the lead against SSG with 25 seconds left. This is excellent position for the Teal team. Up the stairs they go. Merc looks the wrong way. No, 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 no. And Fultz can do nothing. 4 in a row from Soniqs. And goodness gracious, they get their 4th round with 4 unanswered kills.
That entire round is just chaotic in the weirdest of ways, right? Nothing really happens. Nades are going wide. They're not hitting a mark, but the 3rd or 4th nade then gets a kill. A follow-up kill on the gun from Grixer as well, somewhere else at the same time. And then the unfortunate timing from Merc. That could have been a kill or 2 for him to change things back into SSG's favor. But no, Soniqs, they get hit around somehow, but it wasn't clean.
Yeah, no, that's a head scratcher. That's really a head scratcher. I mean, they knew that there was downstairs players. They knew at least 1 player was downstairs. When Hot and Cold got flushed out by Citizen, have to think, okay, hey, there's somebody down here. Maybe be a bit more careful, but you have to share something with the class. You giggle.
No,
Why are you giggling?
I was giggling for reasons I cannot disclose.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I just enjoy what we're doing here, what's happening.
Unlikely.
What do you mean unlikely?
Unlikely.
I actually had a question from doing last round. Was Merc one of the 2 people who left due to drones?
Yes.
Did that reset his kill count, right? That's
no,
what I
it did
can't
not.
figure. It did not. Okay,
Did not.
that's what I couldn't.
You think
figure
Merc has
out.
gotten 8 kills in 2 rounds?
Locate and defuse a bomb.
It has been more than 2 rounds.
You think that he's died 6 times.
Okay, see, that's a good point.
He's
should've-
died 6 times.
See, I'm still getting the assist and the deaths twisted around because of that change from KD to KDA or whatever. I'm still struggling with that one.
No, because the lobby was not reset. They just rejoined.
Okay.
Forrest obviously having a not so great start.
Nah, 2-6 is not the greatest start for him, but to be honest, he's done his job. He just tried to sneak in 2 times and got shut down immediately. Also, he was like 1 versus 3 last alive on line a couple times. You hate when it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think any player does, to be honest. You're like on the roof baiting for KD, being like, why is my team dead? It's the worst feeling in the world.
It's a Teller's bathroom take that will come in. Soniqs on attack already, that strong start. You're getting drone work down. Rexon is within striking distance of the bomb site. Merc upstairs gets droned out. He could potentially contest Rexon's entry, but Merc has fallen back because he doesn't know what comes next. Usually if you see a drone, it could be pounced upon after that. I think it's a very safe bet for Merc to make.
Yeah. Soniqs still playing a relatively slow-paced game so far, really prioritizing information game on anything else. They don't want to run blindly into someone like Merc like they did in the previous rounds. They're taking things slower. It's paid off so far. Fult's taking Merc's position instead of office. There are 3 members from SSG there, but they're going to fight back inside of East stairs, it looks like.
I cannot believe Fultz is still staying here, still contesting this. Down goes Merc. Very first pick. Happens off screen. Fultz holding in this position. There were 2 players from Soniqs that could have been in his line of sight towards the top of East. All the while they hold this attention, Space Station would then only have 3 players to stop the aggression on the site. SQ very close in. Grixer will hit a tripwire and then get softened up through the wall, hot and cold. Completes him, there he goes, but Gio's in the site getting the diffuser down, and it seems nobody is any the wiser whatsoever. Upside down repel works out, but they're managing to shut down Gio, so diffuser is surrendered. J90 and Forrest, the 2 former players from Astralis, in a 2v3. Let's see what kind of synergy they can have. Still on the same team. Different supporting cast. Diffuser will need to be picked back up. Nobody from Soniqs in that position right now. I like Forrest's position from above, Nick, but Citizen is very quickly encroaching upon Forrest's space, and Forrest is not looking in the right direction. They don't know that he's there, so J9 will have to swing out, and it's to his demise. Soniqs, 5-3 over SQ so far.
Bit of an awkward position there with no rotations out of the bathroom. J90 couldn't really leave that area, but also he knew where the diffuser was. He had control over it, but when your teammate above dies on the hatch play, that's when things get really poor because you're stuck inside a bathroom with no help to be gained now. And Soniqs, while being slow, it's working out for them. If they go too fast, odds are they find Merc and then they die. But by slowing things down, forcing Merc back slowly throughout that round, they seem to just get a little bit of map control, they hold on to it, and then they can wait for someone to aggress into them instead. That's what Fultz tried to do. He stairs, didn't work out for him. Merc tried as well, also did not work out.
One of the things that wasn't really talked about with the SSG roster moves, from us at least, was that Callout was also brought in as the coach of the team. So it wasn't just 2 players from Astralis who came over, it was 3. J90, Forrest, and Callout. I know that the desk talked about it, but you and I did not talk about it.
No. But it's valuable. Coaching staff especially.
Mango and Callout, technically.
Yeah, Mango and Callout.
More than just one. Luke was announced as DZ's analyst.
That is correct.
That we saw in the background.
think it
former
was-
SSG analyst. SSG really unhappy with this roster, I'm guessing, as they blew it up completely. Dropping Bosco, dropping Yeti, dropping Rampy, dropping Luke, dropping Lycan. That is a massive amount of upheaval.
I mean, sometimes big, to get big, very different results, you know, big changes are needed. And I think after all, it's essentially like 2 years of not living up to expectations from themselves and fans and whatnot. I think it was time to kind of blow that entire thing up and just try something else. And with the amount of roster changes, how many players are available on the market, and their possibilities, why not join in the fun? Why like watch all these great opportunities just pass on by?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Sometimes, as tough as it might be, sometimes you need new blood. J90 taking down Gio. That's one of the new faces added.
No
Whoa!
way.
J90 getting a very perceptive read through the door I don't know if he's aware that he's down Gunner, by the way.
Might not be. He doesn't go for it. Could jump out the window, could open the door, but no.
There's Citizen with a nade from below, taking out Fultz. It was actually SSG who coined the term as a depth charge, even though it actually works the other way. Not exactly what a depth charge is. Rexon now needs to rotate over to go retrieve Gunner, but he should be able to get there, right? I think he should.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, he's going to get there. The sledge might actually get there first, yeah. Gunner gets picked back up as both Grixer and Rexon had to go do that. But that's now 3 players who've been tied up, unable to assist with the actual entry, unable to assist with the job of getting in. That's not ideal.
No, that's the thing. Sometimes you might get injured and think, I gotta get that confirmed kill because otherwise it doesn't matter. No, an injury does matter. Gunner is on 20 HP, it wasted time, and that puts you in a great position. Citizen got 1 nade kill earlier and fishing for his second, but again, not working with any live information here. We're just guessing as to where the players might be playing at.
These nades, as they go fishing, are unsuccessful, but oh, a nice opportunity for Citizen, cannot connect. He has to get out of there as quickly as he entered. Soniqs now with just a minute to go. Very close to being able to pull off and execute. Gunner wants to hop in. Rexon needs to give the signal. And there you go. Beautifully well played. Rexon walks in, but he doesn't see Forrest from a long ways away, playing down by the armory wall. Still sitting on that mirror window. It's completely forced Soniqs to have to go for a back take instead of confronting the armory portion of this bomb site.
But they're also now going back to office because Ben's on east there. So what exactly are Soniqs going to be doing here? They're all across the map. There's no real plan, it looks like. They gotta just go through the motions and get the kills and get the openings.
Oh, and Grixer has the lineup, manages to outduel Hot and Cold and sees another, but the door frame is his greater foe. Gunner is so close by, but Merc gets the final 2 picks. A bit of sloppiness from Soniqs as it seems like they were just fighting blindly, trying to swing their way through that round. And indeed, we have the closest matchup so far. Both of these teams hitting 4 rounds means that even if they lose, it's a greater scoreline than any of the losing teams so far today. This is the match. This is the caliber of the match that we wanted, and we're getting it. I will say, the fact that Soniqs came in, yes, they picked up Citizen before SI, but they've been with this roster for a significantly longer period of time. SSG being able to hang as tight as they have so far is very promising.
Yeah, I mean, looking at teams that are making a lot of changes versus some that are making fewer, we're always going to be like, okay, we're going to await the team that has made fewer changes higher because they have had more time to practice, they got more fundamentals down and figure it out, and they haven't made any significant, like, well, even the operator releases, right? It's not like Brava drastically changes things around. It's like a great addition to the game in the competitive scene, but it's not like a Mira or a Valkyrie that changes all the things you know about the game, really. So when you see teams like, let's say, Mirage, if they go in a close game with Darkzero earlier, which, spoiler, they did not, that's a bit of a worry if you're Darkzero. If you see SSG put up really good numbers against the Soniqs, it kind of speaks to the possibilities for this roster and how good they are looking already, but also how good they can be looking long-term with more time together. Now, the one thing that I've seen from SSG on defense that I'm not as big fan of is that they haven't made a ton of adaptations, whereas on the attacking side, they did. They were changing things up constantly. This round could be the turning point, however. Forest on the Mirror, Hot and Cold on the Valkyrie, Force on the Bandit. Those 3 operators can play together quite well to establish strong points on the map, grant information, and therefore get into a stable position. It might be a counter here. Citizen the Brava can shut things down. Hack cameras, Valkyrie cameras, default cams, etc. Even magnets of bandit charges.
They've already taken 1 Valkyrie camera so far, so pretty good value for Citizen. This is the first time we're seeing Brava since our very first match of OXG versus Beastcost. I think it is.
I believe so, yeah. It was Foxy playing it earlier, and now Citizen's second time around.
All right. I like seeing this Trickster op. And not, I mean, I think calling her a Trickster op is not fully accurate because, yeah, she's a Trickster when she takes Capcan traps or Maestro cams and shoots you with it. But she's also excellent at stealing intel.
Yeah.
Which is huge. You can steal default cams, you can steal black eye cams. Those are both very high value targets, especially default cams, because you might not know, like, oh, when a Dokkaebi is there, you might not know that, hey, guess what? We've lost the cam. With Dokkaebi, you know your cams are hacked. That was a beautiful shot, by the way, on the Merc. Soniqs looking to move to match point. They've got the first pick, which is so critical.
One thing they don't have yet with a minute and 20 to go is that upstairs control of armory. They're all horizontally applying pressure right now, but that's not going to allow you to plant on the bomb site itself, because as long as one member is above from SSG, they can shut down any plant attempts out of ventilation, which looks to be the execute focus for Soniqs. But Gunner, he might sneak up.
No, he doesn't. He gets absolutely slaughtered. J90 was there. There was also another player from SSG who basically sandwiched him in his position.
It's a great play. Now that means top floor control at their disposal. They got the side in their hands, and J90 just keeps on giving for his team.
Yeah, J90, who saw a bit of a resurgence on Astralis over the last couple months. Obviously, adding Spiff onto the team and changing some things up really rejuvenated his level of play. It's been a disappointing day so far for both Forest and for Gunner. They are not usually on roles that want you to go so deep into the negatives the way that they have. Gunner sitting at a 3 and 8. Forest could join him as he's 3 and 7. It depends on whether or not Forest is even capable of getting a kill. Rexen sees an easy pick on the hot and cold. Citizen to come up close. Forest taking down Rexen. Now it's Citizen nearby. But you've only got 10 seconds left. A drop into the bomb site. It's very haphazard, leaving Geo to desperation plant, pulling out the sidearm and doing some damage, but nowhere near enough. SSG have guaranteed us all 12 rounds as they take their 5th to match the Soniqs 5th.
It's looking good there, and great adaptation for Space Station. However, I want to call out a little bit of a fraud list here, right? Because Merc was the only member dead from Space Station. He was not watching cameras, and the 90 default cam was up the entire time. As you saw, I think it was Rexen. He looked at the cam, was like, no one's watching it, I'm not going to shoot it. Unless that 90 cam was hacked by Bravo, which it didn't look like it was. I couldn't tell if it was, at least. Bit of a fraud, I have to say there. It almost cost them around, but it didn't. But a tactical timeout being taken here from... Is it from Space Station? I actually don't know who took it.
I mean, it could be...
It could be... Oh, Soniqs, okay. So Soniqs took the tactical timeout, which makes sense. They lost the round, but it could be either way.
Yeah.
You never know. And I mean, it makes sense. It allows both teams to talk to their coach, or coaches in some cases, and figure out what the next steps are.
Is that an astronaut helmet?
That's, well, yeah, of course. Because he's a Space Station boy now.
There's no way they sent him that fast, right?
Come on. They got the hookups. Depending on where Merc lives, he might be in the neighborhood, you know?
That's true.
TSM and Space Station's houses, I believe, at least back in the Vegas days, were relatively close, if not very close. Same neighborhood.
I will say I never really got to go to any of the team houses, so...
Never?
The only team house that I remember visiting was Luminosity's.
So, did you...
Way long ago.
Because you went for the interview, or like, why were you there?
No, I was there, what were you there for? Was it was either USN or it was one of the NAL things.
Oh, okay. Roger.
But I remember going and I saw Slashhug, who was living at the Luminosity house at the time.
Oh, cool.
And then we all got in the car and we all, I think it was like Stokes, Blue, myself, Slash, and I think there might have been one more, I can't remember. But anyway, we all drove to the Hoover Dam. It was very nice. So,
That's a good show.
either way, timeout taken by Soniqs. What do you think Goddess is saying to this team?
Honestly, at this pace, I don't know if there's that much I would change for Soniqs. I think pace is one issue. A little bit slow, a little bit cluttered. I think having one aligned plan would be a great first step because they're playing Okay.
Okay.
I think Merc is getting a little bit too aggressive. That's smoke, by the way.
Smoke dying to Grixer.
Main door spot. I think it was main door halfway across the nose, far away from the bomb site at least.
No, he's in the bomb site. He's right there.
Oh, Oh, I can't see anything these days.
He's right there.
Oh, he's after the window.
He was
then.
probably killed through the window. That was probably just an unlucky pre-fire, and if that is the case, that is devastating for SSG. Your smoke, it's Merc. That's not what you want.
I thought his main door. He died main door last round at least, so I thought he'd make the same mistake twice, but no. Either way, a huge loss. Soniqs, if they can get on the same pace, on the same page, with the same strategy here, and play more united on a united front rather, I think that's the way forward. These mirror windows, problematic inside a fountain. You cannot deal with that as a single member. You need help if you're the attacking side and play together to eliminate that position. Oh, jumpy jump.
Arson get a lot of intel from that. Sees the mirror window, like you said, you need somebody to be able to play off of you.
can't quite go below because that is also where SSG is playing. So dealing with that horizontally means you need grenades and you need Geo Selma charges or Gunner's EMP. So 2 or 3 members need to work together for that first to be dealt with. But they found a way around it. The back wall I found to be opened up, it compromised that mirror into position. That's a job well done.
And there goes Hot and Cold. The Nitro Cell ripped from the hands of Fultz. Does nothing to any of the attackers who managed to scatter as it blows up.
Now the question is, how hard do you hold on to this top floor? Half it is compromised so far, but generally he sticks around for now with 1 minute and 9 seconds to go.
But they know where he is. They just got information on him. And he can drop, you're absolutely right. But the moment he drops, you've now given up everything upstairs. The good news is that there's only 1 minute to go.
But just a minute, that's honestly a rather large amount of time, especially given that it's a 5 versus 3 in favor of the attackers. You can do a lot here. Open up the floor. They got a bit of verticality on Rex, but it's the only member with it, and he almost dies.
Question is where are the drones? Because at this point, Forrest has repositioned so heavily. He's now at the bottom of main stairs looking upwards. Fultz was the one who I'm sure did some of the damage to Rexon. SSG, not necessarily in the bomb site, but at least close enough where they can get back very quickly. But that eagerness might be their undoing. Gunner knows there's another player there as well as he creeps on up, but he doesn't want to be a bit too hasty. A flawless round for Soniqs, well within their grasps, until Gunner looks the wrong way. It leaves Forrest in a 1v4.
Oh.
He takes down a single player, but the diffuser is in Geo's hands, and it's going down, and it's going down in a hurry. Just like Forrest, who's ended by Citizen, and it seems the timeout pays off. That's match point in favor of Soniqs.
And now imagine Merc was alive on the smoke with 3 toxic babes in pocket with the time going so low again. That can be the difference maker, but it's not the case. Smoke gone early in the round, that is a big punishment for defenders, and what do you know? Another timeout as now it's SSG's turn to slam the brakes and figure out what is going wrong.
Now, the thing that people might not know about these timeouts is that you can talk during them, both sides.
Yes.
Both sides are capable of talking about it. So in this instance, Soniqs are going to have another opportunity back-to-back to discuss it. And I don't know exactly what is being said right now. Fultz seems to be contributing, but again, I'd like to remind you that Call Out, as the main and primary coach for this SSG team, is going to try to give some good information to his team. And I mean, his impact on Astralis was huge.
Yeah.
Almost every single time that he would take a timeout for Astralis, they would bounce back by winning the next round. Almost every single time. Their conversion rate was top-notch. Can he find the same success with SSG? Because if not, that's it. That's curtains. It's over. Soniqs look like they're going to be locking in the Brava yet again. They've been getting immense value, it seems.
Attackers
Oh,
need
they
to
have
locate
been.
and defuse
I
any bombs
personally,
they
I'm one of those kind of, I'm a simple guy. I kind of want to see some overtime action, right? So get us at least one OT game in the first play day of the NAL Stage 1 here in 2023. That's what I'd like to see. We'll see if we get there. Bravo being showcased so far. Of course, you can attack a repick off that operator, as can any other member of the attacking squad. No 6-picking any longer in the game, so defenders will have to stick with their 5 operators that they choose for the operator phase. And again, SG, same kind of core, right? Always bring out the Valkyrie, the Mirror right now, and in the smoke with Bandit and Wamai being kind of flex operators if anything, but they're kind of keeping the same core, the same setup. The thing is, Soniqs, it dealt with it quite easily in the previous round because, well, Thatcher's open for one. You got secondary EMPs now, and you're always going to bring at least 1, if not 2 sets of grenades with Iona plus Sledge. The one difference here is Brava is in play for Soniqs again. There's not really any high-value utility besides those Evil Eye cameras from Fultz and, of course, the default cameras. And Gunner's not in Thatcher, so these mirror windows could be more problematic this time around. That's one camera hacked. Pretty effortless from Grixer. I didn't even see the cam, to be honest. They might have info earlier on. Scouting that second one, you can tell right now, checking all the corners of the ceiling of the room. That's the thing, if you hack a default camera, the defenders lose access to it, and you grant access to it as well. So not only do they lose info, but you also gain some. That is why Brava is so good. Yep, there we go, second try. You gotta keep looking at it.
Uh-oh. You don't have to keep looking at it, but you have to stay within proximity of it.
Well, he was in proximity, but didn't charge. So, him flicking away didn't matter. Are you sure?
He flicked away on the Valk cam down below. With the last round.
So
If you
fun
go back
fact,
and watch.
I've actually never played Bravo myself yet. And I'm champion ranked.
Already.
Yeah, already.
Oh my.
I've played a lot.
Rexon walks in, down goes Merc, but a Nitro Cell catches Rexon before he can get out of dodge. Now it's Gunner's turn to take a lot of damage and unable to get the swing that's needed with that hammer to open some things up, and finally does it.
A bomb has been
Citizen will
located.
enter from a separate point in the map, but proximity alarm will give him away. Oh, he sees something and he does not like it.
Shield going out.
You're champ already? The season's been out like a week.
I've been playing a lot since the season started.
Good lord.
50-something games. Loving it.
It's unheard of.
It's been a great season, I have to be honest with you.
I appreciate the honesty. 1 minute to go. Both of these teams have lost one. Merc dying first for SSG is not exactly what they want.
Nope.
Down goes Gunner. Fultz trying his best, and the rest of SSG trying their best to keep things in a position where they can go to overtime, something that you would like. You know?
Yeah.
Toxic Canister goes out from Forest, and now it's Grixer to march up the hallway. And Selma charge is going off as well, just poking holes in the bomb site. Grixer doesn't have any intel. He's a great shot, but he's gonna have to outduel one, and he does it on the hot and cold. Toxic Canister goes in front of him, and a Nitro Cell as well for good measure. That's an awful lot. Now it's Citizen's turn, and he underthrows the nade. Down goes Fultz's HP, but Fultz still stays upright. Geo toiling in the midst of the smoke with 10 seconds. Will need to get in and hold that diffuser for the 7 seconds required. It's Citizen to do some oversight. Forest will greet him with a shotgun, and this is where things get real tough. And there it is. Space Station get both the picks, and we've got overtime on the board. 2 more rounds to see, at minimum, whether either of these teams can pull ahead.
Now there is one slight advantage for Space Station here. They actually get to go into their attacking side now, where they looked a lot more comfortable than on the defense. And the same thing can be said for Soniqs. Soniqs, they thrived more. Well, they went 3 rounds to 3 for both sides, but looking at how they seem to be doing, both sides now get to kind of swap things up. Space Station running out of juice in defense, didn't really find the most success. Then they went to the Mirror, the Bandit, etc. They were winning some rounds, but mostly it was Soniqs in the driver's seat. The nades below always hit their marks, information mostly good. Citizen not really being an injured player for Soniqs in this matchup, mostly being a +1 lurker, playing Iana with the grenades below. Has really found the most success. He's even 9 for 9, not a huge thing there. So my eyes honestly right now are kind of gonna be on someone like Geo and Gunner. Geo, despite being a support player, used to be a guy putting up great numbers for Soniqs, both at the Invitationals and of course in Stage 3 of NAL, whereas Gunner, he's not really gunning, is he, Parker? And this has kind of been an issue for him, consistency. And it's hard to come by from any player, but it's, as Demo said, it's something that anyone values very highly. If you can show up when it matters the most, and more importantly, pretty much every single day and go even, that's great. Gunner, not really doing that so often.
Yeah, and especially as we circle back to this point that was made earlier in the show as well, is that it's his role that is the bigger issue.
Yes, he's
If
not the support guy.
Exactly. Look at Geo going 4 and 9. Not much better than Gunner. But on his role, you expect that a little bit more.
Yeah.
On Gunner, you don't want that. It's bad news.
Bears.
Very bad news, Bears. First line charge burned as Merc takes up space inside of Armory, walking forward.
Oh,
That's a Nitro Cell that goes off. Gunner, the very first pick on the hot and cold. Those bullets were intended for Merc, but they go somewhere else. I don't think Soniqs are going to be sweating that, as the outcome was still very much the same. Merc here's the MPX down below. He'll go hunting for Citizen. Look at this. Merc is just fearless right now. He's
is.
cleared half of the map.
What?
ADS'd. Getting more information, waiting for some patience. He knows there's one towards east. Nice pick on the Citizen, and Merc is continuing to move forward. He's not slowing down at all. This man cannot unbind the W key.
no, he's had no info or help.
Through the wall takes out Geo. What the hell, Merc?
That shouldn't be happening. I mean,
Not at all.
and no one can stop it either. Now, where is his support? Where's the backup here? Surely it's arriving soon.
Astonishing stuff. Down goes Merc finally. Finally, he's been stopped. Somebody blunting that momentum. It's Grixer to do that, but SSG have a supporting cast that looks quite eager to get in on the action as well. Forrest doesn't hold that diffuser, but he's in the bomb site, likely making calls for Fultz to get on in there. And misses the flash, and actually flashes both of his teammates. But that actually allows Gunnar time to reposition. It also gives Gunnar information that they are heading to the bomb site, and this could be his superstar moment. But despite having 3 players from SSG lined up, he botches all of them. Grixer can't get it done either. Good enough for a single kill. That's all she wrote on that round. SSG pulling victory from the jaws of defeat so far. They're on match point.
So I actually think we you know when the C4 call happened in Armory, I actually think that's not what happened. I think that Hot and Cold used a breaching charge and rappelled in the window, which damaged Merc.
Oh,
then,
yeah.
Yeah. And then he runs across and gets wall banged seconds after and just dies outright. Because I checked, there was no C4 from the defenders, and there was 3 breaching charges.
It did sound like a breaching charge.
Exactly.
It did sound like a breaching charge.
Because I was like, huh, really? Like, how did Merc not out of C4 if he thought? But then it's like, yeah. So no, I think it was like Hot and Cold and Merc having a bit of a tomfoolery moment, but then Merc just makes up for it. Like, face checks everything, goes down the staircase, gets 2 kills, one being a straight up clean kill, one being a wall bang. Such an odd round, really. There were so few actual gunfight engagements, and one of the few ones that we did see was Gunnar's 1 versus 3 almost collateral triple kill, which didn't kill a single member. And then Grixer was set up for a beautiful 1v3 possibility of a clutch because all members from Station were so low on health, but then he trades in the final moments of the round. Massacre. So messy.
5 seconds to insertion.
16 kills Grixer, by the way.
Yep.
That guy is
Very quietly putting it together.
Yeah.
We talked about Merc an awful lot. He's got 12 kills. J90 with 12 kills, but only 6 deaths versus Merc's 12 and 11.
I mean,
Nice.
Merc will die every single round of every single round ever, basically. That's his peak performance. He will get a kill every single round, he will die every single round. That's Merc and TSM back when they won Invite, and it's Merc right now in SSG. I like this from Geo. Again, they also play from the long balconies, providing cover and a plant possibility.
This is a very standard OSA setup.
Yeah.
So get the first shield a little bit farther back so that somebody can have some covering fire if they want. And then your second OSA shield can be a little bit closer to the bomb site, but you have to bait out a C4 and you have to ensure that nobody's down below.
Yeah.
Because a lot of teams like this OSA strat, and teams might often double up, run an OSA, run a shield, go for the plant behind that shield, and well, if somebody's playing down below, either with a shotgun or a nitro cell, they're doomed.
Well, you're correct. One Toxic Babe going out, that's a little bit early in the round, but that's the thing, if you don't have information on the side, you have to just toss it out and gamble it sometimes. The benefit Soniqs, they're joining out the bomb set itself, and Geo has that spare Talon shield on Oza in his pocket, can move up closer if he wants to. There are 2 C4s in play, one from Hot and Cold, one from J90.
There's no way Forrest is
Forrest?
All right.
Hey, no Toxic Babes.
That is something that I don't like.
I mean, if you're... yeah, I don't like that from Smoke
That
either.
is something I don't like. Oh, no.
Oh, that's tough.
When you're walking with the shield, you can still be shot at ever so slightly, and Fultz has to be very concerned with this, taking the head off Erexon. Nice little bit of do-si-do out there, and he sees Grixer, but he's just a bit too immobile, down on the ground. He's a worm, and he becomes worm food. Now it's nade time. But missing on the target. Geo dropped by the door. Hot and Cold getting quite aggressive in this position. Nades from below. Citizen making his presence known. It's got Hot and Cold's attention, that's for sure. Geo's still been unretrieved, as Hot and Cold had punished him just a bit earlier.
He's got a teammate there in Gunnar on the line. They're gonna try and crawl back behind his shield, I believe, to revive him. There it is. Geo back on 20 health with that talent shield in pocket. Only J90 can stop him with that C4 in pocket. Let's see. Grixer 17 kills to him downstairs. 1 nade left, so I mean, Citizen's always tossed out 2, so that's gonna be bombarded from below over and over again.
He's gonna try to bank this nade up. Maybe no. Gets Merc on the down though, and then his position given away as he tries to crawl away from the hatch. Final 15 seconds. J90 holding court up top. He and Hot and Cold are side by side, but not all the players from SQ are coming in the same direction. That's not ideal. Hot needs to watch the cross, and it's Citizen to ensure that he's watching, but that's all he can do. 15 rounds needed between these teams.
There. Yeah, and I mean, Soniqs are playing a high-risk, high-reward style of Siege right now. They're in a 2 versus 2, and they are completely split on the map. One member outside Armory, one member outside Archives. They could not get further apart near the bomb site if they wanted to. And if one person dies, well, the other one is so far away either without diffuser or without the right map and control to get the diffuser itself. So either way, it's like a lost cause. But they win their gunfights, and they play that kind of bait and switch very well, and it keeps SSG on their toes. You saw it in Constant of Archives, always guessing, is there a guy below me? Is there a guy in the window? Is there a guy in the door? SSG, they never truly know what is happening, and when you play the Valkyrie in defense, well, Bravik gets attacker repick, or Dokkaebi gets attacker repick, and then those Valkyrie cameras don't really give you that actual information anyway, and we see that now in reverse. Gunner goes to Valkyrie. What do you see? Falls on Dokkaebi. So those Valkyrie cameras, again, the information not super reliable, that makes it a bit of a guessing game, and that's what favors the attackers, as they will always have those drones to give you accurate information. We haven't seen Mute played in this matchup very much, actually, at all. Whereas, like, OHG earlier, they played it a
10
ton.
seconds left before insertion.
Camera feed up and running.
5 seconds left.
Blitz.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
7-7 blitz time? Let's go, Forest.
This is right now either the smartest thing I've ever seen or easily the stupidest.
I mean, the one thing that's confusing about this is that normally when you see a blitz, you see like Ying or Glass or something to kind of follow up with it. It's just kind of the blitz and maybe the Lion. Or they're gonna pop the customs wall here. It's soft, but still. Or is it?
No, it's not.
It is hard, okay.
They're off to the races. Forrest trying to hunt them down. They'll hear the shield, by the way. You can hear it coming a mile away. So...
Throwing up smoke.
I mean, they got map control, but the train has stopped, unfortunately.
a lot of map control. They've lost some of the roof above Forrest, though, inside of customs. He smoked off the cross as if they could walk in and go for a plant, but I don't know if that was the intention or if Forrest was just trying to draw them out. It's a very bashful play from the shield. Wow, Gunner. All right, well, you know, he's been having a bit of a rough game, but he picked it up the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's doubled his kill count in 2 rounds. That's pretty good, at least. He's gonna hold his guns out of security, has information as well, but no teammates are nearby to help him, really.
This is a vintage Merc game, by the way, where he ends up dying early. He racks up a lot of kills, and then round after round, he ends up getting the first pick, but his team still wins. That's exactly what Merc needs. As Space Station have now picked off both Gunner and Rexon, answer back their fallen comrade. Forrest looks completely lost upstairs.
He does.
He looks like he is not in team chat and has never played this game before, and it is very amusing to watch. Meanwhile, Space Station are executing everybody. Oh no, there he is. Forrest is literally an insane person, and I love every single moment of this. And Grixer's the next one in. Forrest picks up 2 kills. What an unbelievable finish. Forrest is literally not a sane person. Forrest is a crazy person, and I adore it to death.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I don't know, it was like a last-second blitz pick, and it seemed
Look
like
at them all laughing.
Yeah,
Forrest is just killing himself laughing. I am stunned. I am stunned by that one. Grixer finishing with 18 kills, by the way.
Damn.
Really remarkable stuff, and ultimately, you couldn't ask for a more thrilling conclusion. Not necessarily because it was highbrow Siege, but boy, was it ever entertaining.
No, that it was. And I mean, and we got overtime, all the distance, 15 rounds. We got what I wanted, what the fans wanted, so everybody wins.
Everybody wins. And you get to win because you get the Tier 1 debut of Lynx and Blue up in just a couple minutes. We still got 3 more matches to go. So you win by getting to see more Rainbow Six Siege. Thanks so much for joining Nick and I. We're going to pass it off to some very capable hands. We'll be back in a couple minutes with more of the North America League.
Hello and welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America League. Your host Noah here along with Jesse, and we got Demo as well. And standing by, we have none other than Forrest. Now from Space Station Gaming, it's Forrest with all the changes going around. Well, first of all, it's great to see you again. Congrats on the win here. But with all the roster shuffling and thing that's been happening, obviously players have had to adjust to new squads and all that. So I've been asking everybody this that's ended up on a new team since we last talked to you. How's the process been? Getting used to rolling with the Space Station squad?
Yeah, rolling with the Space Station squad, it's like a breath of fresh air. You know, we're just trying to figure ourselves out, you know, create like a new team culture and kind of like feel each other out and see who should play what, you know, what positioning and how we should play. And like, you know, I think the biggest thing is just getting everyone like is on board. And so far, it's been pretty great.
I mean, Forrest, it's obviously a new team for you, right? You're coming in for Space Station, but it is 2 SSG players, 2 Astralis players. You're under the SSG name, but you got the Astralis coaching staff, a call out, and Mango. Does it feel more like you're joining a new team in Space Station? Does it feel more like you've got new branding and a couple new players joining you on Astralis? Or is it kind of neither and you just have to think of it as a brand new slate?
I see it more like a brand new team, but more so trying to retain the core fundamentals that brought us so much success. And so, you know, bringing in like the staff really just helps like do it in the first place, especially call out like, you know, retaining as much of the team culture as we can, and then like kind of having players buy into it. You know, I think we just believe in our system so much, so like we can make any team with it. It's just, you know, who's willing to like buy into it. I think it's all that really matters. So I would say like, it's a breath of fresh air, but you know, the same core at heart.
Yeah, I agree with Jesse. I think if you actually look at how you guys played today, I think it was very much Astralis. I think you guys were very, very quick on being able to get into the building. You were able to see opportunities, and you exposed that today against Soniqs. There are a few times where I think Soniqs just had no idea what they were up against.
Yeah, it's, you know, we just, you know, as we said like before, anybody just let your nuts hang, and like, you know, sometimes it pays off.
There you go. Nothing more needs to be said. So you've got a match against Mirage coming up next with their big changes. Any comments on that team going into that one?
I mean, obviously, they're like a pretty good team on paper. I think they're kind of slept on despite the result earlier. Like, I still think they're a very, like, formidable opponent. We're not going to treat them any different like we did Soniqs. We're going to, you know, come in, like, you know, treat them in, like, just like the hardest team in the world. Simple as that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. It's a good attitude going into it. Thanks for joining us and talking with us a little bit. Good luck for your prep for the next one.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Forrest from Space Station Gaming now. Lots of new team names attached to players from before and things like that. It's different. It's a different stage. It's a new stage. It's a new year. That's right. It's a new operation in Rainbow Six.
That it is.
Indeed.
Same old face.
Yeah, same old face, same older face. Let's there are highlights that we will check out from that one. And Jesse, you said this was going to be the game of the day.
I did, Noah.
I think it was so far. I think this is the game of the day thus far.
Thankfully, yeah. Our last couple of games, a little one-sided. This one, the full distance, and I think it's going to be a bit disappointing for the Soniqs. We're the only team coming into this season with no roster changes, losing to what is really a brand new squad. Yeah, it's kind of the continuation of Astralis, kind of SSG, really a Frankenstein team put together, still figuring out their roles. But they played fantastically throughout this game, and I think we really saw Soniqs struggling to get some of those attacks going. It felt like they were really slow. You talked about how SSG had sped up their pace. SQ were really a snail's pace on a lot of these attacks going forward. I think their attack timeout did kind of fix that. However, they still were struggling throughout some of these, and it was a close game. Absolutely could have come out with the win, but ultimately it is Space Station Gaming on top today.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Soniqs being a little bit too slow. I mean, I think that's the Sonic style. I think they're very controlling. I think whenever they are ahead, they will just kill the game off there and then. They will slow it down to their pace, the way they want to play. Because I think whenever you are in a man deficit, you then start trying to figure out ways, okay, how do we get kills back? And that's where Soniqs will stand still, let you swing and kill you, and gain even more of a man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like they were often able to kind of bait maybe opening picks. They still got that early advantage despite going slow. Merc died a lot in those early rounds. He was also getting his frags on a couple of rounds here, but it did feel like this was one where Soniqs were kind of controlling the pace the way they wanted to, but that did punish them sometimes in the late round, right? I loved seeing the Merc and Faults combo come back in. The very first round, Faults drones in Merc for the first couple of kills. It's just beauty. Way
back the years. That's
way
it.
back. Organized Chaos, Season 9. My first ever Challenger League season as a caster. That
Congratulations.
duo dominated them. And now they're back joined once again for Space Station. It feels really good to see.
Yeah, definitely good to see you. Definitely the match of the day, like you said, so far, but we're not done yet. In fact, we're not even done breaking down this game. We're going to take a momentary break, and when we come back, we got Demo with another illustration on a particular play. It's going to be a fun one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to break down with our Telestrator segment for that game between SSG and Soniqs. And this is a round for me on Border that I personally have never seen. It's going to be an armory attack, but it's not the kind of general armory attack you would expect to see. This one is very, very creative. We're going to be looking at round number 6, the final attack for SSG. Before this, they already had a couple of pocket strats before. And this one's very, very unique. So there's going to be a couple of things I'm going to point out. So we're first going to be looking at the man in the window. So you're going to have the sandwich player, which is the Capitao in this instance. You're then also going to have Merc right here, right below. He's got his nade in hand, ready to go. And the final person that we're going to be highlighting is quite literally the man in the fire ring down there. That's going to be the Warden. And the idea that SSG went for, which is very, very creative, is to eliminate the man in the fire, this man down here, by basically trapping him in this area. You know, you can see the flames there. Let's see if I can highlight a little bit better. This is the danger zone. You're using the Capitao bolts, you're firing it in, you're making sure this guy is stuck in the corner, and then as we roll it now, you'll see what happens to him. Oh, look! A nade from below. Now, this will cause a whole chain of events. Forrest then pushes straight into metal. He knows for a fact, small box is clear. Nobody is in that position. But the big but, he doesn't end up actually getting his kill, which at this stage you're probably thinking, oh, bit of a worry. Forrest doesn't pick off his man. He gets traded out by Archives. But what this has actually done, as we roll it again, so Forrest moves in, gets eliminated, but now this means that, as you can see in the top right, everyone else has flooded the bomb site. Nobody is there to stop the sandwich player swinging in. They have full bomb site control, and that is simply down to them eliminating the player inside a small box, using the Capitao very creatively, being able to trap him in, using the nade. I've never seen it before, but it works so, so well. Border's a map where it's like Jenga. You take away one piece, the whole shebang will fall. So yeah, excellent from SSG. Love that one. Definitely going to be trying out in the rank stacks.
Thank you very much, Demo. You know, I think as far as what I got out of that game, I'm just going to play Blitz and run at people.
That's the strat, I guess.
That's what I do.
That is the winning play.
That's all Devil does on Border.
Exactly. Final thoughts on that last series we just saw.
I mean, it was a great game, right? And I think Space Station and Soniqs probably both have a little bit to walk away with, and maybe some things to improve on throughout that match. It was not clean victory, no dominance, but still really good to see a good showing from Space Station Gaming. Of course, they'll play again later today against Mirage.
Yeah,
for Soniqs,
not too long.
Tough one for them. That was, I believe, their only game today, so they'll be back tomorrow. But ultimately, yeah, great showing from these two squads. Match of the day? I think so.
Yeah, so far so good as far as that goes. As far as your prediction, we'll see how these next ones go because we've got an exciting one coming up. I don't want to get into it too much. I want to get your final thoughts on that one before we go to break real quick.
I think SSG, they'll build on this. I think that's going to be a great momentum boost for such a new team with new players.
Yeah.
The first win's the most important. That's the difficult one, is get the first win on the board.
Yep, exactly. Well, game that went the distance all the way to the end, but don't go anywhere. We still have 3 more games to go here on the Rainbow Six North American League. We got Darkzero versus M80. 2 teams getting wins earlier today, but only one of them will come out with the 2-0 at the end of the broadcast. Let's find out who it's going to be right after this. And welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doa here, along with Demo and Jesse J. Chick. And guess what? We got a winner's match going up next for you here. And it is a round robin, so I don't mean winner's match in a bracket sense. I mean a winner's match in the fact that both Darkzero and M80 have won their earlier games today. Now we get to see what happens when they take each other on. This should be a good run, too. I mean, I wasn't sure coming into the day. We were, talking about these matches, and we thought, well, we kind of really need to wait and see how everyone does before we really dive into it. Well, now's the time. We saw both of these teams get wins, and they were also convincing wins, too. A 7-2 and a 7-3. So looking ahead at this one, can we make any sort of predictions? I feel like personally, M80 showed a little bit more energy, but you can't deny the methodical takedown that Darkzero showed us.
Yeah, I mean, technically, this is the top 2 teams in the league right now.
Technically.
But Darkzero
early for that.
Round count in
the
M80.
best teams in NA.
Well, yeah, I know. But this is also a rematch from the Six Invitational. These two teams were in the same group back at SI. That was a very swingy but close 3-game series. It went all the way to the distance, and Darkzero did end up winning in the end. Now, that was a game where M80 were already secured top place. After they had won their one map, Darkzero were fighting for their lives in that game. Yeah. But still, we've seen these two teams go up against each other many, many times in the past throughout NAL, and I'm very excited to see who comes out on top in this grudge match.
Yeah, it's great work. I was literally about to say that.
I just
grudge
match.
Out-grudge matched him.
Yeah, I was speaking to the players at Invite, and I think it's a match that both teams just want to win. It's one of those, and I think it's not the case of where they will sit in the standings. It's just we want to make sure we beat those. Doesn't matter if it's you're playing for points, you're playing for the hammer. Doesn't matter. They just want to beat each other.
Yeah.
You absolutely have a bit of pride going into it, too, not only because of the invite situation, but also just because of what happened earlier today. Neither one of these teams wants to go out 1-1. You want to go out of the day 2-0.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with a round robin like that, this part of the NAL is going to be over before you know it, right? So every game really is extremely impactful, and so you need to keep that in mind, too, and I'm sure they are.
Certainly. This is going to be one that I think you can expect to be going the distance as well. We saw that this one was going to be either game of the match or game of the day or yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, last game.
I mean, I think this is going to be a great game, similar to what we've seen yesterday. I think they're teams that you expect to do well in this league. I think they're heavy hitters. I think with the changes that both teams have made, they've been very smart pickups. I think it's going to be a lot different than what Invite was, because I think both teams have shown that they have changed their playstyles.
That's right. I believe we've got the map, Vito, ready in the moment here. I think we've got that to show you. There we go. We're going to Bank. All right.
Okay. So this was map 3 in the game that they played against each other at SI, and it was a 7-5 win favoring Darkzero. It was a very attacker-sided map. We saw both teams really doing well. I thought NJR had a fantastic attacking half, doing really well in the roam clear. M80, when they moved to their attacking side, it felt like they were just loose with it. They were having a good time. They were getting aggressive, getting into gunfights. So we may see another attacker-sided Bank if history is to repeat itself, but there's a couple new players in the server, so who knows?
Well, M80 choosing defense here. What does that tell you, Demo?
I think for Bank, from what we've seen already during maybe in other regions, not per se NA, but I think it has showcased to be that Bank has been a difficult one for people to actually defend these days. I just think with the way the attacks have went, with new Opera, I think Brava is certainly one that you can look to hack a lot of cameras, can enable the kind of nuke element of crouch walking in undetected. So yeah, I think there's certainly facts that do back up maybe attacks as a good start for Bank.
Are you surprised at the amount of Bravo we're seeing today? Because there was a little bit of debate coming into this one because it's a new operator. Sometimes you have teams that are kind of prone to playing a new operator first, whether or not, people agree if it's, great. Obviously, her drone can be very impactful, but at the same time, if it gets shot, that's it, right? So there is a pretty substantial risk element with a gadget that some other operators don't have to worry about. So are you surprised at all?
I don't think so, because I don't think I expected Bravo to completely dominate.
No, she's okay. I think she's okay. She's not going to break the bank.
We're not seeing her all the time, but we're seeing her a bit.
She's got a good pick rate, I think. Fox played her a bunch, and then that last game we saw her a bunch as well.
Yeah. More than other new operators in the last 365 days.
Looking at you, Sens.
Leave Skims out of this. Leave Grim,
I didn't want to
leave
bring
Grim alone.
I'm sorry. Oh, Grim, we forgot about the bees. All right, there we go. Well, I believe we're still waiting for a couple players to get logged in, so we're going to dive into this a little bit more here, too. When you look at things stylistically for each of these teams, Darkzero, we mentioned at Invite, they were able to win it when it went the distance. That's kind of been Darkzero's thing historically, is they do kind of ramp up over time and get stronger the longer the either map goes or the best of goes in experience. We saw that way back in Charlotte, even when they had to go all the way to map number 5 to take down Astralis and win that major. So against a team like M80, who can be very strong defensively, if we kind of look at sort of the X-set defense success that we saw in NAL last stage, where does that leave Darkzero, especially with M80 on defense here? I feel like Darkzero is being put in a position where they do need to have a strong start, because once the rounds flip over, then suddenly if you haven't been successful on attack as Darkzero, it's going to be a little bit tougher to take it to the distance.
Yeah, the consistency for DZ is the thing for me. I think it's a team that maybe hasn't been as consistent as what you expect a major winning team to have, because they did have, of course, the big drop-off that a lot of teams seem to go through whenever you win a big event, and they just didn't have the consistency for a while. It was very hit or miss. The good thing for them today, though, is that the players that you want to show up, your Pambas, your NJRs, were gunning on all sides today. But then again, so we're Iconic, so we're Spoit. So you're going in to this matchup where both teams are on good form now. I think we've seen that.
Yeah.
So it really is just, do you think this team is better, or do you think that team is better? I don't think it's a case of, is there an advantage to this team because they start on this side? I generally think both teams are very even.
I do want to get quick predictions before we go here, because I'm genuinely curious who he's thinking. As we do that, we see a little bit of a warm-up from M80. This is your typical Kino warm-up, I think. you got the portable Bluetooth speaker there. Yep.
Well, I vibe with it. I do think M80 are going to come out. I'll predict them throughout this game. I think that you go back to that last time where M80 did lose to Darkzero on this map, and I think that some of their weaknesses, right? I mean, they had, obviously, Spears was on that team, as well as Yaga. They bring in Iconic and Spoit. I think that's going to allow them to be a little bit more proactive on the defense.
I mean, they are upgrades in terms of players.
They are.
They are 100%.
Yeah. So I think that, like, with that can get their defenses up a little bit more. Their attacks were already good. I'll go M80.
All right. Would you agree? M80.
Again, we talk about upgrades. Upgrades. I think that for Achieve coming in, that's another upgrade, and that's for DZ this time around. So, I mean, Achieve didn't really do much, albeit in the last game he went 2-6.
Okay. Well,
but then again, did he really have to do anything if NGR and Pamba's getting all the kills? Did we really see the full measure of Achieved in the last game?
I mean, we'll find out, I guess. Right? I mean, and that's why I think I'm going to lean towards Darkzero. I'm going to predict it. I think the stability, I think the methodology is there, and we've got a huge sample size of 1. That's what I'm going off of.
Of course.
There you go. I'm going to pick Darkzero.
Hey, that's top team in the league right now.
That's right. I'm just the host. Don't take my predictions too seriously. Come on.
Get the coin back.
Come on. That's right.
Get the coin back.
It's here. It's in the country of Denmark. It's just not with me right now. I might bring it back. If things go too poorly, we'll see. We're going to send it over to our casters. For the first time today, it's going to be Blue and Lynx. Take it away.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be back once again for another year of Rainbow Six action. I've got Lynx here with me this time. Welcome to the NAL, first of all. How's it feel to be here?
Honestly, feels really good because, I mean, I've been watching this game for so long. I've been watching these teams for so long, and this has been such a dynamic roster shuffle before the season began as well. Seeing how these teams are shaping up, especially in such a dynamic format, as, I mean, again, 7 best-of-1s in a day, you really got to be on it. You don't just get one map and then you're done. Many of these teams that got to play 2, got to be at least a little consistent.
So how are you feeling about this match as we get ready to load into things now? I think the current theme going into it for both of our teams had a pretty straightforward match to start the day. Also, haven't necessarily been fully tested as of yet. How are they going to be looking to be tested more now as we move into this matchup where they're now going up against each other?
Well, I mean, with DZ going against M80, who they bring in Iconic and Spoit, as the desk has mentioned multiple times, 2 undeniably powerful fraggers inside of the server, rounding out what was already a scary roster to deal with. I mean, you look at DS Lucas, their highest rated player, seemingly a little bit more quiet in the server than Kino. He's actually their highest rated player. That's how deep the fragging power goes. Their supports, their flexes, everyone can shoot on this roster, and now they have Iconic and Spoit. That's why me personally, I'm leaning towards M80.
All right, I'm feeling pretty similar about this one as well. I feel like the fragging power is just a little bit stronger for M80 right now. We're gonna have to see if it holds through though, as they do have that defensive start where we have oftentimes see teams struggle on a map like Bank here. But we're into the bans now, so let's focus up and see who exactly M80 is gonna be looking to knock out. They've got the first attacker and final defender bans on the orange side. Darkzero has the 2 center bans, of course, being the blue team in the middle there.
Yeah, name of the game on attacking on Bank will be secure securing that map control, and Dokkaebi can be so powerful, not just in any situation, be it the early round or the late round, but in securing that map control can be so useful. Send out a Dokkaebi call, send somebody inside a CEO window, try to clear out that roamer on the top floor. The Dokkaebi call can make it a lot easier, even if you're droning, maybe a little bit sloppy. Darkzero following it up with a Hibana. You need to ban some kind of hard breach on Bank, and given how many hatches are on that basement floor, especially Hibana is a very standard one for DZ to start out.
It's going to slow things down, especially if teams are committing themselves to that extended roam as well. It's just going to add to the amount of time you need to get true access to the basement. Azami, no surprise there as well. We've been seeing her get banned out quite heavily, especially for this map, just because she has so much room to play on the defensive side, so it makes absolute sense to knock her out here. And then finally, the last ban coming in from M80 is going to be heading over towards Solus.
Yep. As Jesse brought up earlier, Solus is one of Canadians' favorite ops to play, and was his favorite op to play at Invite, and very much was an op he loved to play in their initial game against Mirage just a couple hours ago. But the problem is this triad we have, Azami, Solus, and Valkyrie. Which two do you ban? Which one do you leave up? Valkyrie on Bank, Valkyrie on any map, but on Bank as well, having those black eye cameras in the possession of the defense. Well, M80 will get the advantage of that right now, but of course they'll have to play the attack at some point, and that is a very powerful tool to leave in the defense's pocket.
And they're absolutely going to be using that. Like you said, because it's Bank, we'll have plenty of places to hide those cameras out of this very prop-heavy map, and not only that, of course, you have areas like the lobby where you have these massive, high-vaulted ceilings where you can very easily hide those cameras amongst the framework and the molding sitting up on the top towards the ceiling itself.
M80 starting out, though, not bringing that Valkyrie. Instead, DS Lucas sticking the Echo. I was actually talking, I believe, to maybe Pengu while we were just sitting yesterday during the rehearsal about how many people actually play Echo anymore. Talked about DPEC on Koi over in Europe, but we couldn't name many more solid Echo players than that. DS Lucas obviously very much liking the operator right now. If you want to sit inside maybe Garage, or at least put a Yokai inside of Server, or even what we've seen on this map, such as TSM do all the way back last year, was send an aggressive Yokai drone to help out the roamers on the top floor. So say Spoit with that Oryx, who will likely be playing the top floor for the first 45 seconds to a minute and a half. If he's got a Yokai to back him up and help find some of those attackers droning in or moving into that top floor, that'll make his job a lot easier. And of course, having a Yokai down inside a Garage for the site will help stop anybody from lurking in either in the early or the late round.
There's that massive advanced intel when the push is going to be happening, and as long as M80 continues to maintain that position behind the truck, it's going to be quite a difficult task for Darkzero to work their way into it. Darkzero taking some initial first floor control, not going to be scaring M80 too much here though, because the Twitch drone as well starts to sneak in through the basement and scout things out as well here. See where M80 have their players tucked away, so Darkzero can begin the process of knocking out the extended room here.
Thankfully for DZ, there's no presence on server stairs, and Kino is playing very aggressively with the shotgun. Now, this is certainly not a freebie. Kino is a renowned shotgun player, one of the best in North America, and maybe even the best in the world. So as Panda goes and watches the angle, Kino just swings it. No fear, all the confidence in the world. DS tags on for two, and M80 start out with two bodies wide.
Great team support here to play onto the inside of Server, immediately dashing the plans from DZ, resetting them basically back to square one here. Speaking of square, we'll see them now try to make their entry onto the inside top end of that. NJR will be trying to make the entry first, but gets scared away with good reason too. M80 adjusting pretty much immediately to that pressure and starting to force away players like NJR. Two more lost on the lower floor push, leading it all onto NJR, and he gets virtually nowhere as well. Free entry to stock, but gunned down the second he steps outside of it. A statement made by M80 here on the first round.
A statement, and a powerful yet quiet one. It did not feel like a very bombastic round. An engagement here, an engagement there, that all seemed to just happen without too much fanfare from DZ or M80. Kino just stays in his position, knows that they're pushing him, takes an aggressive fight with Panba, wins it, then DS Lucas backs him up on a long angle, gets the kill as well. I gotta feel bad for Gavini in that round. He was inside of Archives all the way through Square within the first 30 seconds. The ability for DZ to acquire that initial map control was quite admirable, especially without clearing that top floor. But they try to push the site, they succumb to Kino and DS Lucas, and at that point, going for the roam clear, when you're down two bodies, it's not gonna go well.
Yep. Certainly not the case. M80 will have a little bit more of a difficult time holding that direct pressure on the site. Of course, they'll move up to the second floor, where oftentimes you have that repel pressure from the attack, which is going to be way too omnipresent to be able to actually defend on the interior of the site itself. So we're seeing those extensions get set up now over towards meeting room. Janitor, of course, going to play over towards areas like stockroom as well, and extending further beyond that too. Echo is staying in for Kino, though, as they had its uses in the previous round. They're going to feel it's just as useful here for the second floor hold.
I'm getting a little nervous by DZ's op lineup right now. You talked about the repel pressure, and of course, it's something you always have to consider on this site. The other thing you have to consider is that they might just repel in very quickly. We see the Ying and the Capital on the board right now for Darkzero, and one op we forgot to mention during the ban phase that was left up, Thatcher. Those EMPs are on the board. You don't have to deal with the finicky impact EMPs. If there were any ADSs or magnets, in which case the latter, you can throw some outside that window, throw the Candelas and the smoke bolts in, and go for a rush. Right now, Panama's outside of ATM, but he can easily rotate over to that rappel, throw the Candelas in alongside some smoke bolts, and go for a rush. If that's going to happen, it might happen early in the round.
Explosive combos certainly building up for Darkzero, but they need to get into the right position to use it. They need to setting himself up here over by the skylight. My main stair to see if he can find these targets through that one, but anything cleaning up the glasses. Time continues to tick down, and M80 continue to remain stalwart in their current positions. No reason to panic, as obviously Darkzero have not started to put the pressure on, but now that we are approaching the 2-minute mark, now we're going to get to see exactly what they'll build towards here with this utility set.
Achieved is right on that rappel. He'll go in for the drone, get out some cursory intel. This Echo is going to be pivotal to deny this rush. Of course, the gunfights and the angle is really powerful, but if somebody gets in and that bomb starts to go down, Kino needs to be precise on this yokai to peer through all the utility and all the noise to try and deal with it. With DS Lucas being pressured on Kanto as well, he'll actually manage to get out. Whoever watching that angle, or if anybody who's watching that angle, will let it go, and that's just one more gunfight ready and waiting for Achieved or anybody from Darkzero to repel in or move inside a square.
And many players getting bunched up quite a bit as well, over by Janitor and Meteor sitting directly next to it. You've got 2 players sitting on each one of those rooms right now, so that could create a bit of a powder keg that Darkzero could knock out 4/5 of this roster with in just a few seconds if they're able to get one solid push. But they need to line themselves up for it here. Still half the round about to go here, and it looks like they're winding up for something big here. It's got Candelas moving in, Smokes as well to cover the square push. They move themselves towards it here. They'll take quick control of Z, trying to swing out beyond that over towards Banana. Beepers is going to give away Panba's push itself, but no one to follow it through just yet. When he's tested, though, not ready for it. And the jump out from Spoit is successful. He'll get killed from a Claymore. Gavini as well finds a trade onto Iconic, and that'll leave us on even terms with 3v3. But more importantly, DZ has the pinch established now from the outside. Gavini, though, gets scared away from things. He gets a shot set his way from top square and is forced back into a safer area of stock.
Thankfully, Darkzero have the diffuser dropped outside with only 45 seconds left. Someone might have to make the dangerous decision to go for a rotate. Gomez tries to hop out, and this is the man advantage DZ we're looking for. They could go and pick up that diffuser, but again, that'll waste time. With this man advantage, they'll take the time, use what little intel or what little time they have to gather that intel, and they can play man advantage, play these trades, and take out M80 with kills.
Good play advantage here so far from Darkzero. Nice, slow, stable play to wait for MA to make their own series of mistakes. But now it's going to turn against them here with time getting even lower. 15 seconds to go. They have to make a bid for this site now or never. Diaz and Kino, this is their time to strike as well. Will they be able to swing themselves out for meeting? Not looking like it. Kavini gets the pinch onto Diaz. Kino as well now sits alone here, doing so much damage, but can't actually get a kill. Finally strikes down one, but is traded immediately afterwards to give the round over to M80.
Really great recovery by DZ there. I mean, you got to commend them. Just as the repels can be dangerous for the defense if the attack manages to get those angles, get the bomb down, and then back out, if you lose on that initial rush, lose on that initial gambit, and lose 2 bodies like DZ did, that is a major problem. Diffuser dropped outside, time not high, but this is an experienced team. This is not a new team like PB or Beastcost. DZ successfully reset with what little time they have left. You saw everyone droning over by stock. Canadian even makes the rotate to pick up the diffuser, and combined with the 2 kills they got admittedly to bring that back from a 3v3, they were able to use the intel they gathered, still push in to maybe go for a plant, but then clean it up with kills. Really excellent recovery and reset by Darkzero.
Great read on the situation from them to come out on top of it. Now ties back up at a 1-1 scoreline. M80 chooses not to go for a retry on that second floor hold, and instead is going to go for open here on the 3rd site. Utility switch up will come with that smoke being swapped in for Kino. We got the frost mats coming out for Diaz. Lots of slow utility building up on top of their roam game, of course, which Spoit is going to be leading there on the Oryx.
Spoit always so fearsome on that roll. You saw him get that 2K with a jump out earlier, but not a lot of, well, at least not a lot of flashy plays in that first round, though he was able to have some bit of an impact and just wasting time on that top floor with the Valkyrie now in this round as well. Spoit will likely be the star of the show. As Darkzero, they can't play it like the first round or just go direct like the second. We don't see that same rush lineup. They'll have to go for some bit of map control here, maybe to clear out Spoit. But if they don't want to do that, we see Panba on the Nook. This is a site where if you want to send a Nook in through garage, maybe creep up those marble stairs, or even go in through main lobby for some quick control or pressure on bottom main, it's a viable strategy. DZ will need to acquire some bit of map control, but right now they've got 2 different ways of going about it.
Main lobby definitely seems to be in the cards based on the drone work currently being done by the Nook itself. You see Panda lining up for it. Not really going to find much from M80's defense, except for at the very top of spiral stairs there on the front end of it. Panda, I believe, has spotted that as well, so he's not going to advance beyond the ATM entry point here. Nice spot in the Legion back at the first floor entry point for main stairs. We'll be aware of that one. Rotates himself away from it. Gonna knock out the barbed wire on the way back up there as well, just so he doesn't give away any further rotates he might make down there later on in the round. You can see, once again, this is a slow wind-up here for Darkzero as they wait for, more importantly, Pamba to get in position here as he can try to line up his first big move himself. Nade going deep here towards Elevator as well. Not going to be able to find a whole lot as there's no one on that Teller's connector.
They're slowly starting to pinch the player on the banana right now. Pamba down below could have gone for the nade, but instead he'll opt to push a little bit deeper, follow the path of that nade, use this angle watching inside of Beepers. It'll be NGR with the first kill. He's been on this rappel for pretty much the entire round, and now he takes down Spoit, makes it worth Darkzero's while, and gets the man advantage. Gavini working his way into archives now. Pamba and Gavini, Darkzero as a whole, have control of that middle section of the floor. The only other control for M80 being the site. We do have Kino on the top floor, and the Legion as well. It's not completely secure for Darkzero, but again, they can take 30 seconds, drone them out. If they want to clear them, they can, but with Pamba and Gavini, they have constant pressure on the site that allows them to go for other options, be at the top floor or just hitting the site if they want to.
Yeah, we have seen teams execute directly into the site while ignoring the second floor extension before. I believe M80 actually was one of those. I saw a few weeks back here. So a really successful execute where they're able to work their way past it, brute force it to some extent, but it ended up working as the top floor hold just did not expect that play, was not able to adjust and react to it in an appropriate amount of time. With time starting to get a little bit low here, closer attention to how exactly DZ is going to try to approach the site. Gavini with the lineup, hoping to get some form of response, but Canadian will take out his target instead. It opens up a clean path to get himself into the depths of staff. Plant will start going down behind Kitchen as well. A good rotate from Kino, fends off one of the attackers from DZ, but they're still down a player, and that Plant is not being interrupted in any essence of it. Pamba quickly knocks up yet another member of M80 to down Kino. It's all up to Iconic and Gomez now. Iconic as well rotating in, counters out a Chiefs push into stock to find that at least, but still down by one here, as of course that counter defuse timer ticking heavily against them. Canadian with the winning angle as well. But once again, M80 on point here for the trades, but they need to get a two-piece at some point. Iconic gonna have to be the player to do it in a 1v3 fashion now. So moves forward, catches the first pick. We've got Gavini ready to swing out here, immediately put a stop to Iconic's counter defuse. It's gonna be so tough to pull off this retake here, and unfortunately DZ just not giving him any winnable options. So the round goes handily under DZ's control as they take the lead with it.
The name for Darkzero so far is efficiency. I mean, they get the bare minimum map control that they feel that they need, and then they'll leverage and execute with it and try to make it work. Right there, didn't deal with the top floor pressure at all. We just saw Iconic sprinting around the top floor, going to the CEO windows, roaming through Banana after Spoit was killed early on in the round, and all they ever had to poke and prod that top floor was NJR on the rappel, which in many ways is what you need. Watch the rotation down main or marble stairs, make sure that nobody's getting aggressive or vaulting over, and instead have Gavini and Panba secure the middle floor. They did not overcomplicate things. Sometimes they could be risky, like we saw in round number 1. If M80 gets aggressive, well, that minimal control means you don't have a lot to fall back on. But if you can get that first, maybe 1 or 2 picks, a minimal style can work wonders.
I think we're seeing a really good variety of attacking styles coming out from DZ so far here as well. Obviously, DZ has been notorious in the past for being like this really slow, really methodical team. And that's how they won the 2 rounds they've taken so far. But they've also shown us, of course, on that first round, a bit of a brute force tactic they tried to deploy towards them all. It didn't work. They've at least got that in their pocketbook, ready to bring out here at a moment's notice, which we could potentially see here again. But I would expect more slow play given the way that first round went when Basement was brought out the last time.
We'll see also lockers once again from M80. Again, the one round they have won so far, and they won it flawlessly. But DZ played directly into M80's positions, directly into Kino inside of server, and then after that it was fairly easy for M80 to clean up. This is where I want to see maybe a little bit of a shift. They'll know Spoit is on that top floor. They know he's going for that roam, and that Kino playing that shotgun inside of server, he's going to be there for the majority of the round, and he's going to have some backup in the form of DS Lucas, who can hold a long angle from Garage. Maybe you try and pinch out Spoit on that top floor. Try and get an opening pick. They were able to do it last round without getting that much control. If they can do it here, they'll start things off on a much better foot than round number 1.
5 seconds left.
Spawns come back in. Darkzero is going to lock the repicks out as well. Factor coming in as well as the sledge there for Panba. Gavini is, I believe, moving himself over towards the buck. Iconic. The aggressive peek to start things out. Don't really believe he's going to have anything line up here, though. So let's quickly back away from that. I believe he'll take up a position over here towards stock. The extension is well alive right now. M80 certainly wanting to waste some time in the first minute or so, just like they did previously.
And the 2 new pickups for M80, though, at least new to North America, certainly not new to competitive. They are the core roaming duo for M80 at the moment, but Darkzero again foregoing that top floor. Instead, they'll sledge a hole straight into cafeteria and hold open area. This can still work, though. They may not, again, be directly going for the kills, but now they have control of Square and Marble, the 2 main rotations for the defenders. One might just slip by Panba's control. He's made his way into elevator, but they do have the intel. He's trapped right now. Nobody inside the main lobby to hold his other cutoff. They'll just send a nade, but this Warden, he might just be trapped for the moment, but he'll still be something that Panba has to worry about.
Panba ready for the drop down as well. He's got another member of M80 lurking around the bottom of that hatch, trying to find him as well. We can see it now from Gomez's POV. He'll end up backing away from it. It's getting a little bit too hot for his comfort. So moves back from that position. The rest of the team as well for both Darkzero and M80 getting prepared for the first bit of aggression, potentially winding up to work its way down that hatch. Spoit gonna get pressured from the inside of Elevator here. Two different angles, I believe, working against him, but the main one sitting directly to his left here. Just gonna sit back, waste the time, force his opponent to challenge him instead. There's an explosion that shakes his aim a little bit. He ends up going down, but the trade ends up coming forward as well, so it's a 1-to-1 exchange to start us off here on round 4.
A little greedy for NJR right there, but trading at least one player for one, maybe it'll work out. DZ's been methodical enough, they can likely make this equal man advantage work, but maybe that was an opportunity for you to play it safe, play in the 5v5, but you've denied a good gun and an undeniably talented player for M80. And Darkzero still have a decent bit of time. 1 minute and 10 seconds left, though no nades, admittedly. They'll have to find some new way to deal with Kino and Server. Gavini will just drop down inside with a skeleton key. I'm not sure if he can outgun Kino, but Gavini's the man today. 4v3 opening up the wall now. DZ have more than enough time to set up this execute, and if they can deal with this Echo John, they'll be in the clear.
A little bit quicker on the shot for the shotgun there. Ends up taking things out. Opens up a path forward for Darkzero. Now they just need to execute upon it before time runs out here. M80 on the meanwhile. Still sitting themselves back, waiting for the timer to run down a little bit more themselves. Canadian ready to potentially make that first bid for it. Only one Nitro cell to use against this as well. If Darkzero has a choice from that, they'd love to bait that out, but they're running too low on time as they try to set themselves up for this. Canadian, as you just saw, they're losing about half of his HP while trying to go for that little pixel plant position. Iconic as well with the peek, but crosses over the hatch thinking it's clear. Panba easily executes it from that position. Canadian was down while trying to put that plant onto the ground as well, but he will be recovered. Brought back from the depths. Diaz just not ready for a fight down main stairs. Gomez as well gets surprised by the hatch drop, and with that, DZ take over control of the basement for the first time in this half.
That rotation from Panbazoo was really what they needed right there, because DZ lacked any garage pressure, and Diaz has a very long angle from garage or the garage double door, and is able to see that default plant spot, not enough to execute Canadian, not enough to kill him with one bullet, but enough to tag him, to poke him, and to let Gomez with that C4 put it off for a little bit, wait, and that be a second option while Diaz just prods the planter. And with Panba making that rotation, made that no longer possible. Again, you have to commend Darkzero overall, just able to get the 4v2, get the man advantage, and Gavini, the bravery on him to challenge Kino with the skeleton key. But still, the individual decision-making from Darkzero has been excellent. It was excellent in this round that we just saw, and going back to open area now, a round that they've won before. They've won the one site M81. They're looking pretty good on this attacking half.
M80 as well, already having used their tactical timeout, is not going to have an opportunity to reel back and figure out where things are going wrong here. Already used that up, so they're going to have to adjust on the fly from this point forward, and that includes the second half as well. That'll move them over to the attacking side, where hopefully things will get a little bit easier just on a general sense for M80. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be true. If Darkzero just runs this the full gauntlet out, it gets a 5-1. M80 may not really have much of an opportunity, if we're being real about it.
Yeah, 5-1 is not uncommon on Bang, but still, it's one of those halves that you just do not want to be on the receiving end of. Though M80, if they're able to maybe bring some of that fragging power on the attack, it'll work out. But we got 2 more rounds of Darkzero versus M80 on attack and defense, respectively. So let's see how this one pans out. Panbazoo going back to the Ying. Sometimes that might mean we see an open area rush, but that's not what we're seeing today. Achieved on the CEO repel. They are going for the full clear, or something they've not done that much so far. I mentioned they've gone for that minimal style, just gone for the cutoffs. When we see somebody go on this repel, they might just try to send someone in. But of course, you cannot forget NJR looking through these Kanto walls. This has been such a core element of the DZ attack, and even if maybe Achieved falls, they'll always have this ace to fall back on to deny these rotations for the defense.
NJR nearly gets pre-fire there lined up. So we have a few players from M80 dipping in and out of the first floor elevators. So another player jump back up to the second floor. But once again, as you mentioned, she's more than ready to take the challenge from that position. Panba already swung in as well here. First Candela used to get him onto the inside of it. There's no counter pressure, which took him out, but a nicely timed swing from Kino. He'll get blinded right afterwards, but there's not enough of a follow-up from DZ. Gavini's gonna try to make it work with a nade, but it doesn't bounce the way he needs it to. Kino, with the aggro swing, loses another half his HP here, but is still able to knock out Gavini in the process, bringing the numbers down from Darkzero, and finally giving M80 a workable man advantage for the first time in quite a few rounds.
Darkzero do have some things going their way. They've got that skeleton key, and they have quite a bit of time at their disposal, but that's just what you got to deal with on M80. Spoit, he's not having a great game so far, at least in terms of the entries. 1 and 3 so far on the defense. We have Kino to rely on, who's been playing inside of Janitor with that shotgun, gone unnoticed by DZ, and once he's challenged, Achieved. Unfortunately, too late to save Gavini from his fate. Now Darkzero on the back foot. They have that top floor control. They can start opening up this floor. Canadians even move down below, but he's a little isolated right now. Iconic is downstairs inside of server. Such a dangerous position, and if he holds it and DZ go for a cafeteria plant and they don't deal with that spot, they could have all the vertical control, all the square control, deny all the utility in the world, but if they don't know about Iconic, it could all be Raps and it could be M80's second defense.
Being incredibly cautious about his position there too. He went on and you can see all walking around here, not even wanting to make that little bit of noise that comes from it. He'll end up doing it anyway, and unfortunately just not expecting someone to be that close to blue door, I suppose, as NJR is able to catch that audio cue, spin back around and take him down, prevents disaster on the execute from Darkzero, but still there are other problems, especially in countering out the utility from the defense. The Toxic Babe going out holds back their attack when they were ready to deploy themselves towards it. NJR still a little paranoid about a secondary flank coming forward, and they're right about that as well. We do have a setup from M80 here. Canadian though, he's tired of this. He's just gonna go right for the swing, takes him down outright. Now gives Darkzero back the player advantage, and Canadian once again dashing through the Toxic Babe. He'll get the plant down to the ground, or should be able to get it anyway. Achieved will be traded back out, but NJR gonna be able to find Kino here too. Canadian going for another plant. He's left as the only player standing. Does he get it in time? Can he recover? No! Unfortunately not, as it's a triple from Diaz instead. The counter defuse comes in, and M80 finds a second.
Might have seemed, at least for a little bit, like that second flank, oh, it didn't mean anything. Look how easily Canadian shut it down. But what it still did, even if only for a single solitary second or two, it still threw DZ off their rhythm. Iconic goes for it once, gets shut down, and then the flank gets shut down again once M80 go for it. And you gotta hand it to DZ there, being able to have that synergy, being able to call those in the moment, or have the drones in the proper positions to deal with what can, even if there was one flank, derail the entire round. Two, and that could be a complete nightmare, and they shut it down perfectly. But M80, that was a story of individual players able to bring that back. The two flanks able to throw DZ off their guard. Kino able to take a 4v4 and make it a 4v3 early on. That is how M80 are going to play this game. That is what this new roster can do. They have so much individual skill in each of these individual players, and if they can somehow work as a team, and if they can get a kill here or there just to make it that much even, well, they can eke rounds like round number 5 through.
Good hesitance there coming in from M80 when they needed to show it, especially when Darkzero was winding up with a big push to get themselves into staff area. We've seen that in some previous rounds where Darkzero had been able to successfully bait out some aggression from a few of the M80 players they found in their entries or follow-up kills through that avenue. This time does not really end up happening, save for the denial of the flanks, and as a result of that, the site take is finally where they do falter in those final seconds of the round. DZ to attack things here. I think we're going to be getting ourselves a basement hole, if I'm looking at the sites correctly here. Didn't get to see it in pick phase, but yeah, looks like we've gone down here for the final round of the defense for M80.
We got some changes as well. Iconic rolling to that Goyo was the warden on the previous Lockers defense, and Gomez going to the cap can will still have that C4, but they are completely foregoing any form of hard breach denial. And again, DZ taking this very subtle map control. Panba has sneaked in to print a window, one just around the corner, but it's not him. He's got backup in Gavini, 7-2 so far, and there's that one of the two C4s for the defense, and they'll just send it in, John.
They've got so much map control already. This is the third basement attack in a row. I think they've just stolen first floor control. Unfortunately, M80's been able to do nothing to counter it. Kino will grab Panba though as he tries to move forward into the plant zone. As a result, gets knocked out, re-evens out the player power here. But Gavini, of course, still deep in gold bars. This is going to create a very awkward situation for M80 and the rest of their hold.
And saving Private Gavini, unfortunately, down inside of gold. Not much support from his team. Understandably, the play, the gamble did not work out, but here comes Achieved. But they have to deal with Kino. Such a difficult player with that shotgun. They tried to pinch him in round number 1. It didn't work out. Darkzero able to bring it back in round number 4. And everyone from DZ waiting at the moment. This will give Kino time to just wait. The rest of M80 to maybe even consider challenging Gavini, who they know is trapped inside of gold. If they can win this fight, that's an easy 4v3, but at the same time, if they get distracted, maybe challenge him, DZ might just push in. Down goes NJR, and well, I was gonna say down the stairs, but also down he goes from the shotgun.
Kino as well continuing to play this out perfectly. Great utility usage. Deals with the issue coming in from blue stairs, but he'll be flashed out here. Still is able to get one for his trouble, though, before going down. Ends up with a triple on the round, leaves it all onto Achieved here in the 1v3, as Gavini, of course, was taken care of in the depths of gold bars while that fight was going on from Kino's POV. Achieved as well. Still a minute to play, so in terms of siege time, he's got infinite clutch potential here to play things out. It's just, positionally speaking, from a realistic perspective, it's going to be so tough for him to swing beyond this, and especially to get that plant down on the ground. Goes for the peak, and unfortunately is taken down by Spoit. M80 claims yet another round at the tail end of the half.
Will say, I think that was a very risky play by DZ, specifically Panba and Gavini. Maybe getting a little bit out of sync. The strength of DZ so far was that coordination, their ability to methodically play, to acquire map control. And there they try to fast track it, think they maybe see an opening. And I admire the initiative, I really do. But unfortunately, it was a false one. M80 putting up, again, some very solid defenses. We've given, or at least I have given, a lot of credit to Darkzero for how well they've played these attacks. But M80 in that round, they never really got that aggressive at Gavini. They knew he was in the site. They knew he was alone. They knew that DZ would need to come and get him, and it was that final bit of knowledge that influenced their decision-making, because Gavini's not going to do anything. He's stuck. Wait for DZ to come to push, because they're going to feel that pressure, and then they'll react accordingly. M80 start off with a very good round in round number 1, and in the 2 other ones they won, it was just some very solid, again, quiet individual plays, or in the case of that last one, a good team effort.
Darkzero's ultimate push does not move in the best way to actually support Gavini's position there either. Could have potentially seen them try to go for an elevator drop, considering he would have had good pinch potential for the player that was holding the other side of the vault at that point, but Darkzero not feeling that one, decides to go for the server push, and that creates 2 separated fights that they just could not control when Kino had so much dominant pacing on the bottom of those blue stairs. So a 3rd round is claimed from M80. They tie us back up as we move into the 1st round of the 2nd half now with Darkzero on defense. M80 immediately going to pop off one of their EE1Ds as they start to move out on the map.
Kino rocking the shield early as well, moving in through that sewer area, achieved playing the pulse, waiting for M80 to enter through that CEO window, which it certainly looks like they're going to do. Gomez will repel on him, but that C4 is pre-placed. Oh no, it's not pre-placed. He has it in his pocket still. I thought maybe he had it under the other C4. That's somebody else's C4. They've got 3, so they certainly have a lot to spare. Gomez will have to be careful, and the drones will need to be effective for M80 to make sure that the Buck does not succumb to that pressure. They might not be maybe the most vert you can do, but you'll at least want to have your entry up. Oh, but it's blown too early. Now achieved alone inside of Archives will fuel the pressure of that skeleton key very soon.
Gomez takes a very powerful upstairs position. As you said, skeleton key going to come in hugely here. Has those can openers, so can open up access to the lower floor as well here. Begin to open up an execution path, and more importantly, an overwatch path and post plant for the rest of M80 here, as they're more than likely going to keep a player or 2 in this position upstairs for the rest of the round, even going into the position where they have the plants. First minute has only been used up as well, so M80 is making great use of their time here so far. Can actually sit back and relax for a couple seconds if they want to sit back on drones and try to gather more info, as they have more than enough time with the way they're proceeding currently.
And again, look at the difference between these 2 teams so far. M80 in their very first attacking round opting to secure control of the entire map, not just trying to cut off the defense on rotations, not just trying to pinch out those roamers, trying to push them back completely, and of course hope to get a kill, but still acquire the full map in the process. And now they have control of that open area. Gomez has made his way in, escaped the C4 earlier. Some of those hatches already opened up. You've got to be careful of these flanks. Achieved nose, or Gomez nose, excuse me. Cuts down Panba. Opening pick going the way of M80. And look at this, John. A minute left. They still have this Monty. If they're able to acquire control of that server stairs in a timely manner, and of course, bait out those remaining 2 C4s and those toxic canisters, a tall task, but if they can do it, this is still a very winnable round for M80.
Server in blue is free. They'll walk directly to the inside of it. Kino just walks in, takes it for himself, and is now pretty much primed to try and work himself in to set DS up for the plant. Especially himself here too. We're going to start to see some of those Goyo canisters get taken care of in a big fight over by main stairs that'll come out evenly for both teams. With the earlier kills from M80 though, it's going to leave them in a better position, but continuing to see the situation devolve. It goes back into an even-keeled scenario. The teams continue to trade down into a 2v2. Diaz and Kino alive for M80. Gavini and NJR up for DZ here. DZ only 20 seconds needed to bait out here, as now M80 is being forced into the site. They have to make a decision now and soon. Try to force themselves into it. Diaz tries to line up for a plant position, but he'll be the first to fall here, and now it's only going to be the Montaigne left alone here. He'll try to force the issue on the plant, but being left in this situation by himself is interrupted by the toxic pain. Forces himself forward, tries to take a gun duel, and it goes pretty much as you expect in a Montaigne 1v1 there. Defense shuts it down, and DZ take charge with the first round here on the defense.
M80 didn't take particularly slow time on that attack, but still definitely it seemed a little bit slower than DZ in terms of acquiring the control of that middle floor. But they had a minute 15 left and free server control. Unfortunately, there were just 3 C4s, 3 toxic canisters, and 4 Goyo canisters in their way. So they made a calculated decision, which is unfortunate with the Monty on the board. They need to go for those kills. They try to send someone down Marble Stairs to deal with the Garage player, and M80 lose some very important fights. Gavin wins it in that very position, and Darkzero still have the utility to rely on for anybody pushing inside of server. It was a really excellent setup for DZ, and a really excellent job from individual players like Gavin, able to repel the adaptation and the rotations from M80.
M80 falling behind yet again. See what they try to work themselves towards here to make up the difference now is, of course, Darkzero just move one floor up over to the open area hold. Brava is going to come in, I believe, for the first time in this match for Iconic over on M80. Darkzero not really feeling the usage of it back on the previous half. So we're going to see it for the first time here on the POV of M80. And Iconic, with him taking it up here, we'll have to see what exactly they're able to knock out. Plenty of utility pieces that can potentially be dealt with, but we'll have to see what specifically they'll be able to find. It's mainly going to be like magnets and whatnot that'll be taken over here just to get those out of the way more than anything, though. Is not any hugely not like huge game-changing utility pieces here for DZ.
I mean, if you could find a yokai, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
that'd be super cool, but the name of the game absolutely is finding those magnets, especially because, I mean, those are really the only electronics we have on the board, but still some very important ones. The lack of electronics on DZ's overall lineup should not diminish the importance of gaining a couple magnets, because look at the other lineup outside of that Brava. You have the Ying, you have the Amaru. Sure, the Amaru isn't going to get caught by a magnet, which will likely be aided by those Candelas, who could certainly be caught by some of that projectile denial. So you can take some of those magnets, or even maybe take a default cam to watch a flank, and God forbid for DZ, a yokai, if M80 can get their hands on it, will certainly be a great usage of that Kludge drone. Iconic down below right now. Same with the Amaru inside of server as well, going for the lurk up these stairs. It might not be flashy, but it might be quick.
And he's just going to work himself directly to the inside of it, but is immediately gunned down. Gomez is well knocked out here. He'll be thrown into a down state. No chance to recover him, unfortunately. The rest of the team is still sitting up for entry through electrical as well. Another wild peek from Spoit and is immediately shut down by an additional member of DZ. It doesn't matter where they are pushing. It is just not working out. Not a single point of damage connected onto a member of DZ from all of these attempts to play in.
Kino now stuck just inside of electrical. Diaz will bring one back, able to wall bang the Echo, but Gavini has retaken control of Marble Stairs due to the decreased man count. Put Diaz Lucas even lower. A quick two-piece to finish things off for Darkzero. And if you're going to try to flank them on attack and defense this game, John, they will know your every move before you make it.
So DZ continue to find that excellence here on the defensive side. Not missing a beat so far as they switch themselves over to the second half and go for another defensive lineup here over in Tellers for their third site. Potentially the final point on their rotation if they choose to skip the second floor and go back down into the depths of basement for round number 10. And try and set themselves up for map point on this one too. Just 2 rounds away now from victory in their second match of the season.
We talked about earlier that neither M80 nor Darkzero had truly been tested by their earlier matchups today, and that's not to discredit the future potential performances of Mirage and Beastcost, the former of which, Mirage, we will be seeing later today, achieved, or either achieved or forced, perhaps both. I believe Mirage was a little underrated, and we should not count them out. And M80 so far might just be counted out against Darkzero. Won 2 defenses in a row, Darkzero has, and looking to pick up a third with Teller's Archives, running a very similar roam setup to how they did previously on open area. You have that Lamai outside of stock, have the Orcs running around with the addition of the Valkyrie, the black eye cameras. This is looking like a very dangerous roam setup, as M80 have favored at least that roam clear initially, and after the rush didn't work out, I'm worried if they fall back on their initial plan in round number 1, they will run headlong into the vast majority of DZ's utility and manpower.
So M80 will immediately get themselves onto repelled angles and start putting pressure on the upstairs hold that is here. Of course, supporting the main hold back down in Tellers itself. This is just an extension at the moment here for DZ. They're going to play this out quite heavily. M80 is able to take this control, especially early in the round. It's going to leave basically unlimited time for M80 to set up top downs. Not the situation where you want to give that up if you have a choice in the matter. Achieve, they're going to get forced out from the Z area. They'll get sent into the inside of Banana here. We'll try to wait this one out instead. Has a pre-fire set up for an ATM entry, but not seeing a whole lot roaming there from M80. They have big focus on the repelled angle right now with this drone moving forward. May have the confidence to go for the initial swing as Panva as well has been forced back into the depths of Janitor. He's having to pay attention not only on those repels, but also for a potential swing from top square too. So just a little bit overwhelmed between these two players on Darkzero trying to hold the top end right now.
You can tell Darkzero are starting to feel that pressure. It's not manifested into anything concrete yet, but so many drones flying in, so many bullets being shot through these walls as well. Something has to give eventually. And it appears the Candelas will be the first thing through the breach. Nothing to burn these magnets, though. 2 of them caught, but Iconic still gets the first pick. Pambazu reads that initial entry. Gavini kills him in the process. Could have been a 4v3 for Darkzero, and instead now it's a 3vx for the defense. Gavini still trapped on that top floor, has the deployable shield, and as these Candelas are burned, he's still cut down by the T-95.
M80 take a definitive stance here with that final kill. inside of this gunfight leaves it all into NJR and Canadian down below as well. Canadian kind of still out and about by the teller's desk itself. We'll see if he's able to line up for any sort of aggressive play by the main stairs, trying to turn his team's luck around inside of the 2v4 now. You have some damage done to a few of the members from M80, most notably Kino there, down about 20 or so HP, so it's still somewhat workable, but Darkzero is going to need to get into a power position. That's unfortunate now, as we see there that yellow ping calling out Canadian's position downstairs. They are more than aware of this aggressive hold he's gone for, and here comes the direct counter to it now, but they're going to give him an opportunity. However, he's not ready for it when it's thrust upon him. Diaz quickly knocks out Canadian and leaves everything into NJR's hands.
He has this angle onto square, but with 40 seconds to reset, even drone out this remaining player. M80 have ample time, but NJR is cut down one. He's still inside a square. They know his position. They've got two people watching him in sight control to boot. Diaz, oh! Unfortunately cut down. NJR with a beautiful flick. A 1v2 and Kino low. John, this might just be match point if NJR is lucky enough.
NJR trying to line himself up for it. This is his moment of opportunity now with Kino going for the plant. Doesn't have the confidence to make the play immediately, though. And even worse, does not have the winning angle, but he finds it anyway! The swipe right over on the Spoit knocks him down. And now Kino, you see his HP on the right. He's already low. Just one bullet from NJR will seal the deal. And he's got all the counter defuse time to make this play as well, but no intel to play off of. Did he go to the inside? No, thankfully not, because the barricade's still there. Could have gone down the stairs, or he could be in the elevator. It's a few options, looks down, but he gets it anyway. The quad clutch from NJR to put DZ on map point.
Play of the day right there. I don't want to maybe jump ahead, but the mayor is back in town, boys.
Look at the chat.
You cannot mess with him. A 1v4 for NJR. And M80 had everything going for them. I know. M80 had everything going for them. They had square control. They had sight control. They had two people stacked on top of each other to take down Troy Canadian in the 2v4. And it was still not enough. You could say it began right here. A very nice shot onto Gomez. Unfortunately, not able to take that down. But I mentioned it came down to luck, and it definitely at least came down to game sense. That spray through the wall and that flick, that was very much a clutch by his positioning. I will give him that. But that was a clutch, of course, of just mechanical skill. Able to flick on that first player and to take down that second player. And sometimes you don't always have to say, oh, what a brilliant maneuver. And though while he did have great movement, that was just NJR clicking heads.
Yeah. Really, really good stuff to read into every single possible scenario. Doesn't overextend at any point inside of the 1v1 as well. Could have very easily stepped out, gone for a quick peek, and that's where obviously we could have seen the last member of M80 get their own advantage from that scenario and take him down to win it out instead. But he holds himself back, quickly scans all the possible angles that the final member of M80 could have been playing from, and brings it back down to where it's only going to be that front lobby swing or the elevator, and he's able to get the adjustment when he spots the player going for the movement.
Just a beautiful play by DZ overall. A match point more than worth its while. And a game that many believed, it was that SSG Soniqs game that the desk believed was match of the day, but this was another very likely contender. And it could be a 7-3, just like the first two games, the ones we called not even really tests for the teams that won. What could have been the match of the day if DZ could just win one more defense, something that they seemed on the cusp of not being able at least to accomplish 3 in a row in that last round. They somehow managed to do it, not dropped a single round on this second half. And M80, well, right now at least, going about business as usual. They've taken that top floor control, moving down vertically as two players are also outside of ATM, and Gomez almost breaks his shins dropping down onto marble stairs. And maybe are going about this attack in the way they have before, and thankfully for them, DZ and especially NJR are all downside.
Spoit, we're going to see the Yana drone work its way forward here and actually get a good amount of intel, even past the bottom level here of the main stairs. So we'll be able to figure out the lockers is completely empty. Won't have to worry about anything from there, especially if they're going to push into main stairs here. And a nice spot from Iconic as well as he moves forward and is able to grab out that electric claw, which was holding control over the hatch there for the past few moments.
And maybe also going with this Monty push as well. Very problematic last time, if you all recall, those Vulcan canisters, those C4s, though oddly enough, Canadian rocking with the barbed wire instead, but they still have two C4s in hands of Achieved and Gavini, and those smoke canisters as well, so still ample utility to deny this plant. And that's my worry with M80, them sticking so hard to this Monty push. It's normally going for server, but right now, at least starting in the second half of the round, they're looking to push down marble, maybe even drop down the elevator hatch as well. That would certainly shift things up. Can't say I've seen a Monty drop elevator all that frequently, but he's trapped inside of a box right now, and he'll at least waste some utility.
Moves forward, though, is going to be able to swing himself up front, but the Nitro goes deep. Apparently a little bit too deep. This is not going to deal any damage, so he's got the door blocked off. Makes a move himself, but that exposes him to Gomez, as he's now made the drop as well and has joined his teammate in the depths of the basement here. Has another angle lined up, but Achieve's going to win it instead. However, the Monty takes the trade, knocks him back out, leaves it all on the Canadian for the defense here in a 1v3. He's got an advanced angle, but Iconic already expects it, knocks him right out. And with that, M80 will hold on for at least one more round.
Definitely an unorthodox push, John, but I have to say it worked out wonders in that one. The Montaigne dropping elevator hatch.
And then just scrapping with the two players holding vault entry.
I mean, we can all agree that it worked.
Yeah.
At least in that round.
They got the round.
They got the round, and that's how I would define something working, at least in the short term. Hopefully, if we do see lockers again from Darkzero, we see M80 go to a different attack, but that's, again, another benefit of this team. The gun skill and the ability to just make things up on the fly, to just try and adapt to whatever's in front of them by throwing something at the wall. They can do it, and they have the gun skill to sometimes force those solutions in the round. But it's still been a very strong defensive half for DZ, and M80 need to claw 2 more back from Darkzero. Going back to open area as well. The second round that DZ won on this defense. It was a clear through that top floor, and again, a clear that DZ seemed in a prime position to stop.
As you might expect here, heavy on the roam presence from Darkzero on this round as well, with it being open area. So we're going to see a lot of that, the Wamai being brought out as well. The Frostmat's going to be deployed all over the place. Even the Echo drones here too, going to be a bit annoying to deal with, especially in the late rounds. This is very often a site that gets pushed in that sub 20-second marker, so that's where those Echo drones could come out for the clutch. They could, in this case, pretty much win the match outright if M80 misses it. But M80's got their own tricks up their sleeve, of course, mainly those Candelas, which are going to be used on the execute here. Hopefully blind out all the presence, ready to stop this push on the inside of Staff and Open itself.
A lot of those Candelas that Kino tried to throw into stock last time, caught by magnets. Have to be a little more careful with that burn, but Gomez sitting outside Perno window right now, trying to apply some release pressure, turn that valve, try and see if he can catch anybody inside of the site, but not for the moment. Instead, he'll likely go to the normal position that really the buck on both of these teams, but Gomez, for M80 in particular, have taken, just going on to that CEO repel. Meanwhile, the rest of M80 attack stock and attack square. Nobody from DZ has really shifted their positions all that much. Gavini on marble, Tanba sitting behind that shield outside of stock. So if Kino can land those Candelas maybe a little bit quicker, it was already a decent roam clear last time, but it would be that much more decisive if that utility can actually land.
Point having a little bit of trouble detecting this motion detector here. Now that he's rung the bell like 5 or 6 times, finally gets Panda swinging his direction, but still executes. The first executes. The second, he's got J access now as well, and is going to try to take out more. Thankfully, that's it as far as DZ is concerned. No more upstairs presence to be found in this round. M80 takes full control, and now just needs to get prepared for the drop down onto the first floor to take Open itself. Oh, I didn't even think he was scoped in for that one, but he still gets the kill as Canadian seemingly more than ready for the challenge from Spoit. Apparently not, as Spoit claims a 3rd kill on that.
Was looking for that inevitable aggression from Darkzero once they entered that 3v5. And for Canadian, it wasn't the most ideal position, but you got to make do with M80 had so much control and so much time. And once Spoit shuts that down after dealing with the structure in the early round, looking excellent for M80. Now a 5v1 achieved down inside of Elevator, still very much alive, but with dire odds in his face. Kino going for the plant, a beautiful shot onto Gomez. A long angle bullet just barely grazes his head. A bomb planted on the floor. M80 just need to win one more round to bring this to OT.
So we'll see now if it ends up going over towards overtime, or if once again DZ is able to maintain their control and take this one inside of regulation. Remember, folks, we are in the round robin phase, so points are needing to be gained here in order to give yourself a better position when we move to the playoff phase later on in the season here. If you win the game in clean fashion, 7-5, it's going to be worth a heck of a lot more than taking it to OT. Even if you still end up winning, that's 1 or 30% less points you're going to get for the match.
Darkzero taking their tactical timeout, which of course you might say, oh, it's on match point. What do you have? Why would you do that? It was a 6-3 earlier. They believed they could close it out now. This is the most optimal time, even if they only have 1 round left to try and fix this mistake, to win it in regulation and get all of those points, as you were mentioning, to deny M80 from getting a single one in this matchup. Of course, it will come at a very apt time, that being seemingly the best looking attack from M80 so far. Not really scrapped together at the last second, but truly decisive in the early round, much thanks to Spoit getting those first 2 picks, who has had a bit of trouble on the entry so far, at least not having the most dominant time so far, getting 1 and 3 at the half, but since then is able to get 3 kills in that round itself. That's just only one of those is counted for the entry, but he was just trying to make it up for it in totality, I guess. And if that's the kind of energy that M80 are going, DZ taking their time out, going back to that structure will be good, but M80, they're starting to get that momentum back.
Attackers need to
now we see if it goes the full distance here. One more round on the board from DZ, and they do make a return back into the basement here, where M80 once again was able to bring a surprise strat out with the elevator drop on Monty in order to find victory on the previous attempt here. We'll see if they can make it work yet again. DZ once more going to try and hold back the tide to claim it in 7-5 fashion. Very big on the delay, of course, as you might expect. We've got grow canisters, we've got a smoke for NJR, we've got the laser gates coming out from Gavini as well, even with the advanced intel on where the play is actually going to be coming from is achieved. Going to once again bring the pulse out. He can play that obviously very safely in the depths of Gold Bar Vault, and then Canadian a little bit more aggressively leaned, of course, here on the Vigil.
Of course, the nice thing about Achieved bringing this pulse and M80 going with that full clear so often, if he's able to look up and he sees a plethora of heartbeats all outside that rappel or on the top floor, he can call that they're going for at least something close to their normal push that they've done so far. We don't need to worry. But if he doesn't see any of those heartbeats, then he can call that, well, something crazy is about to happen. And M80 are switching things up. Of course, it's likely looking to be the former. See a couple bodies already over on that rappel, so M80 will try to go for that normal full clear. I've not seen a lot of impact from this pole C4 in the early round, and if it happens here, they're able to take away that opening pick from M80 that got them such a decisive round just a few minutes ago. That might be what Darkzero need to close this out in regulation.
By the way, it's a very, very slow wind-up here from M80 as they try to set themselves up for that first bit of clear. Playing heavily into their drones to try and figure out where they need to insert themselves first. DZ being very mobile as well, so it's not an easy task to find the safe point, try and work themselves into. As you can see, the Vigil effect going in towards those drones. If they drone themselves anywhere near main stairs, that's currently where Canadian is roaming around, they're going to get that effect, and they're going to have to try and hunt him down before they swing themselves and commit themselves to the inside of this upstairs hold. Finally going to find that safety, though, and we'll see Kino work on the upstairs hatch as they can begin transitioning down.
And good communication by M80 right there. Never rappelled in until they either knew that Achieved was not there or if they acquired the other control, and it was the latter in that case. They'd already been able to move into stock, move into Janitor, and at that point, Gomez doesn't need to rappel in. No need to take the control that way, and Achieved C4 is now useless, so good for M80. Half the round now gone, though. We have a lurker in the midst. Canadian on that Vigil, sitting by that hatch. He has an escape vector incredibly close by. He's basically hanging 1 foot in already, but hoping and praying that M80 have not droned him into the Buck CA just outside. Oh, he almost whiffs, but still takes him down. Might be able to crawl to safety as well, but there's the opening Darkzero we're looking for.
Canadian finds it, but Iconic trades it back and knocks out Panba. And once more, Canadian is by no means safe at this point. Iconic already setting himself up to be able to try and knock out not only Canadian, but the player that was potentially going to res him. But he doesn't have the confidence to go for the full commit. Backs up from it. Canadian's able to get himself around the corner, so he will get revived.
That makes it a 4v4 even, but again, Kino on this Monty, if you're not able to get an execute, well, specifically a plant-focused execute down, that's a gun you do not have up, and this utility is staring them straight in the face. No C4, but still 3 toxic canisters. Iconic will hit the back, but as soon as he's shut down, the bomb somehow still goes down.
Nice catch from Diaz here as well, taking out the immediate rotate from Canadian there as he tries to get himself over to the top of those main stairs. Diaz watching out for the secondary one that's also going to be committed to, and once again, immediately shuts it down as soon as he spots it. NJR is all that remains for the retake here in the 1v3. Has the Toxic Bait to try and force the Monty out of positioning, but he has to worry about the hatch play as well. Both are open, I do believe, so no matter where he goes around Red Hole on the interior position of the site, he's more likely going to have to deal with someone. Opening of the shield, but gets redeployed once again, and this is just a super unwinnable situation for NJR when everything is said and done. The Monty makes it so difficult to play on the inside of there, and the post-plant positions from the rest of M80 make it pretty much impossible. So they lock in that 6-6 tie and send us to overtime.
The two top candidates. It's a hard word. 2 Ds. Very difficult.
Tongue twister.
Exactly. The top 2 candidates for match of the day, both going to overtime, John, on the first day of the NAL regular season. I think that is a fitting way to begin, well, the 5th match of the day. M80 now starting on the defense. Remember those Darkzero attacks? I know it was a long time ago. You know, there were 6 whole rounds between the attacks and now. But they're pretty good. I was a fan.
But M80, we have to remember the last quarter, I guess you could say, of that half.
I hate it when people say
Attackers have discovered the
well, because the other
location of a
alternative is the half of that half, and that just like It sounds really weird. It used to be.
I didn't do well at fractions. So.
The final 3 rounds of that half is probably the cleaner way to say
It was a 3-3 half either
yeah,
way as well.
exactly.
So everyone.
That was the main point I was leading into. Is M80 did find the rebound, and that's where they ended that half. So Darkzero may not be feeling as secure starting things out on the attacking side here, considering they tied it and everything was said and done.
Yeah, timeout also not bearing fruit, unfortunately, as M80, because we saw Spoit, okay, getting a triple kill, just demoralizing Darkzero in that early round. That's all great. This time, M80's plan actually worked. M80 actually were able to make the plan that they wanted to do, every single Locker's attack now, work basically perfectly, despite being and flying in the face of all of that utility.
I really enjoy how they abused the situation with Canadian as well, just kept the constant distraction going on over by the bottom of elevators there, so that their actual push from the inside of server was like pretty much uncontested for the most part. So really good stuff there from M80 to kind of split the fight into 2 different areas and leave themselves with a very easy plan when everything was said and done.
2 areas right now, of course, we need to focus on for Darkzero. It's the same thing that we've focused on many of the previous Locker's attacks for Darkzero. Are they going to go after Spoit inside of CEO or Kino down inside of server? And taking this control, Darkzero have very quickly every single time. Gavini working his way into archives, at least that's the intention. He's inside electrical right now. Sprint across square, but no action just yet, no control solidified, but Gavini will rotate up this time, try to find an angle on the player inside of CEO as all of Darkzero are consolidating on the second floor.
Panba's with the right timing, but thankfully for M80, the player that was trying to go for that swing from the top of main stairs backs up the final second. Panba gets it on the second test of it, but as you'll see, Gavini as well claims a second kill too. So M80 going to take a decent, well, unfortunately, disadvantage from this situation now as Gavini claims another one to bring it down to a 4v2 overall. Just the basement players left in this fight now.
Love Darkzero giving a new look to M80 in overtime. Every single time they have either put only a little focus on the top floor, maybe NJR holding an angle, or no focus on that top floor. In the overtime, all of their resources that they could spare in the beginning, from drones to players themselves, were spent to clear them out, and now it has worked incredibly effectively. Both DS, Lucas, and Kino, though, getting aggressive on this top floor. This is also what I love about M80. They are not scared to get aggressive, even in the face of seemingly unbeatable odds. We have one inside of elevator right now. Kino just trying to shoot some more drones, waste some more time. He'll likely try to fall back, maybe play that utility along with the Yokais, because sure, you need to get aggressive in a 2v4, but with so many people looking your way, you might just have to drop.
Ready for the swing. Unfortunately, Kino's just a little bit more ready for it at the same time. He'll get immediately traded out, however, by Achieved. There's so much support here from DZ. Thankfully, they have more than enough players to make up the difference there from that aggressive swing. Diaz wanting to potentially line himself up for it as well as he tries to peek himself from the bottom of main stairs, but just not able to justify it, especially with the barbed wire, giving away the fact that he's here. Dead ringer, of course, everybody on DZ. Tries to get himself to the top of the stairs, but Panba as well sneaks out from the Beeper's side and is able to take him down in an uncontested fashion.
Again, DZ changed things up completely. They go for that top floor clear, and not only was it executed very well, M80 were caught a little bit lacking. DZ were quiet for that first minute. We're not making a lot of noise, you know, opening some windows up, opening up some doors, droning things out, what you'd expect from a team like Darkzero with a structured, quiet reputation they have. But then it all falls into place. Gavini opens up that wall, looking inside to executive office as the rest flood in from square and stock, and DZ just had the sheer number of players on that top floor going their way, able to make it a 4v3 because they put all of their resources to go for it. You had 2 players downstairs for M80 and 1 on that middle floor. If they're just able to win the gunfights that they take, which Darkzero did, they can come away with an advantage on that top floor. And once they got that 3rd kill as well, it was going to be a rough shape for M80 as there was still 1:40 left on the clock.
M80 showing us some similar things here to what we have seen before on their attacks. Most notably, of course, the reliance on the Monty coming out once again, but it's not going to be against the basement hold, obviously, as Darkzero has not had the best of luck winning that one out when they tried to go for it the past few attempts. Instead, it's going to be an open area hold here, and what could very well be the final round if they're able to latch in and take control of this one.
Maybe I like to see the Echo from Darkzero to deal with that Monty. It didn't give them a lot of trouble in those early rounds, even the one that M80 were able to claw by dropping down elevator. But considering how difficult it was and that M80 were able to bypass that utility, especially by sending someone down marble stairs and distracting a lot of the defenders, maybe bring that Echo feel a little bit more secure, but being an open area, Kino loving to bring this Monty on every single site. They might still be able to make it work with those C4s and that Warden. They end up throwing any of those 9 flashbangs into the site. Darkzero also roaming on that top floor as well. At least early on, M80 just looking around that first floor at the moment, not going for that full clear. C1 going up server stairs as well. This is a very straight and to the point direct take from Square for M80, but they still have a lot of roamers who could move to that top railing and shoot at them in the back.
It looked like with the hard breach they made over by the electrical wall as well, they just wanted to maybe possibly force the issue in the first 30 seconds of play, but saw something, potentially spotted the way the setup has been instrumented downstairs. Made them think twice about that, so they've just gone for the normal lower square take here now. They're gonna work on getting some openings on the actual triple wall that leads into staff that hopefully give them a better chance to knock out a few players before they fully commit themselves to the depths of the site.
They haven't cleared out Canadian inside of Archive, but they still got the opening pick. NGR cut down, playing on that triple wall. One of the 2 top players for Darkzero, and also with that utility, could peer through those flashbangs and also be the first point of contact. And maybe M80 stalled out a little bit and pushed into Square. But with Canadians still inside of Archives, that hard breaching can be shot by the Valkyrie. Gavini put to low HP as well. Kino's just making his way on in. Nobody's looking. There's so much on the top floor. He can go for this plan, and M80 can cover.
A little bit cautious to do so, however, but his teammates still have good Overwatch for me. Just a giant distraction right now to bait players into the open. And in the meanwhile here, M80 are just lining up frags left and right. Only one in the most recent few seconds that have gone off here. But Kino now finally with the confidence to commit himself to the plant. Pamba tries to run out towards the breach. Is immediately shut down by Iconic. They get all into Canadian now as Gavini was also put into a downstate. Absolutely no way Canadian's able to get him back up. So he is alone here in the 1v5, and it is a flawless one from M80 to take control and send us to the final round of this match.
That might be one of my favorite overtimes I've seen in a little bit, because each team took a page out of the opposing team's book. Darkzero in their attacking round go for the full clear, and M80, instead of going for their normal CEO push, really take advantage of that Montaigne. Know that if we can get open square wall with so many roamers on the top floor, if we just hold those cutoffs and don't directly push them, we can open up that wall and then push in. And if we get an opening pick as well, force and execute, maybe even in the first half of the round, but around that minute 30 mark, which is something that was very close to what Darkzero was doing on their attacking halves. Both teams taking the strengths from each other, and now as we go to OT, M80 on their last defense and Darkzero on their last attack, we have CEO, a site that compared to open area and lockers we've not seen too much of so far.
Darkzero not playing it at all, if memory serves me correctly, back in regulation, and M80 of course bringing it out just once back inside of their regulation play on defense. So we'll have to see now if it yields results for them. They go back to one final time at the very tail end of this matchup. It is going to force pretty much a full operator reselect from the Darkzero side of things as well, as they were obviously not expecting to head here, it seems.
And of course, we've seen Kino on the Monty pretty much every single M80 attacking round. Here is where we actually expect to see the Monty when we see a team attack Bang. The Monty usually moves up those main stairs to get eyes on the player inside of elevator and inside of executive office. You see that Warden playing right now. And with no Capitao on the board, but still with that Ying, they're likely not going to go for the rush, but still try to go for some kind of quick execute, not early on, but have the situation rapidly escalate whenever that Monty crests main stairs, and Darkzero have the control that they need. See everyone from the attack spawned on that side. That definitely appears to be the play that Darkzero have in mind for their very final attack.
Easy attempting to line themselves up for it now. Drone presence is up first here, however, as they do need to make sure they don't get immediately gunned down on entry, as we have unfortunately seen happen quite often on the inside of this game. More so defenders, I think, having that happen to them as they try to make aggressive plays, but still, it's been a common occurrence so far over the past 14 rounds we have played out here. More players joining up on that ATM push, sending their own personal drones out a different direction here too. It seems like they've done most of the checks that they'll need to perform, so expect some actions to follow this through over the next few moments. And indeed, that first Candela now coming out for the Repel team upstairs, but our lobby team still waiting to see exactly what they'll deploy themselves towards. A very late mirror window deployment going to come out here from Diaz as well to counter out a little bit of that pressure coming from the front side.
I just wait to see where they push from. You know, keep one for a rainy day, or front lobby Monty take in this case. First Ying going out was meant to try and draw some of the defenders out of their positions, and the second one likely intended for a similar purpose. Of course, Spoit on this Warden will be public enemy #1 for Darkzero, because he can deal with either of these Repel players. But finally, after a minute and 45 seconds, Canadian has made his way close to that top floor. But I'm worried for DZ. Sure, it's a minute 10 10 seconds, but...
This is really telegraphed now.
Yeah, it's really telegraphed. Haven't cleared out that elevator player, and now only a minute left. Nobody giving away anything on M80. DZ are really going to have to fight for this one.
Spoit more than ready for that challenge on Repel as well. Nearly gets the counter himself, but doesn't actually hear the Repel noise itself. Player ends up making it into the depth. Spoit grabs one, but now it's Canadian successfully navigating himself to the top of those main stairs, the front side, to find the trade against it. Back into a 4v4. Now DZ are taking control. 2 more kills go into their hands, both coming from NJR. Another one found by Gavani. It's all on Nikito now, inside of the 1vx situation. He grabs 1, but there's still 3 more to go, and he's very quickly running out of space to play this out. The SMG-11 just can't be controlled to get the headshot off against the Monty, and with that, it's going to be DZ taking the matchup.
And honestly, a win that by the end, both teams deserved. Darkzero starting out in that attacking half, they honestly, to me, looked like the clear favorites. I believe they were going to carry that synergy onto the defense, and well, they very much did, but M80 got that second win after that DS Lucas 1v1, and certainly on those attacks. And it was a tale of, well, at least for the regulation, 2 very different teams. Darkzero structured, going for that map control, not going for really anything too crazy, and M80, they're just trying to figure it out as they go along, and by God, John,
they figured it out.
They can make magic happen.
That's going to do it for this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, and we'll be back in just a few with the analysis desk to break things down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doa, here with you, along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo. And standing by, ready to talk with us, is none other than Canadian from Team Darkzero. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you again. Congrats on the not one, but 2 wins today. What do you think it is about this current squad, about the preparation you did coming into the stage that let you kind of come away with 2 wins on day 1 here?
I think we learned a lot from SI about, some things about how to play the game, the meta. I think we were kind of onto those things already at SI, but they weren't fully kind of incorporated in our play style and not really clicking that well for us, or at least not on a consistent basis. And basically just bringing in Matt, I think swapping me back onto more of a droning role on attack, I think it's really freed that up on attack for us. I think we've been comfortable on defense the whole time. It is very defender-sided, but I think we're comfortable on defense the whole time. It's more so figuring out the attacks, and I think that swap has helped us a lot, and Matt bringing like a consistent second voice, more options, and making sure people are on the same page. I think it's really kind of brought some balance to us on both sides of the game.
Canadian, I want to ask you about what seems to be your new favorite operator. You played Solus a ton during SI. You played it nonstop during the first game of the day as well. Can you talk to me about how you like to use that operator, why you think she's so strong, and kind of what her role is on a team on certain defense rounds?
I mean, I think it's technically an anti-information op, but it's really, I mean, it works out as an information op. You can kind of tell what teams are looking at. Sometimes there can be fakes and stuff, but you can get a lot of information and put a lot of pressure, and you don't necessarily have to risk a lot to put that kind of pressure on with Solus. So I don't know. I just think the operator applies a lot of pressure, and yeah, I think it fits really well into the meta if you know how to use it well.
Troy, talk to me about Achieved. What is the thought process behind that pickup? I think on paper it helps you out a lot, like you mentioned before. It kind of frees up the team. You can go back to being, Mr. Support, I guess. Talk to me about Achieved.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great player. There's the reason TSM was a world-class team before, and he was a big part of that the whole time. On the initial iterations of the roster, the big 3 for them were always Merc, Achieved, and Bolo. And I think Achieved was always the super consistent one. And I think that's kind of a level of consistency we want to bring to the team, and not only in the fragging department, but just in the teamwork department and communication. Because a big thing about Siege, and the huge thing we always preach, is all about the communication. And I'm a firm believer that it's kind of contagious. So, as long as you have a couple guys doing it, other people are going to pick up on it. So, yeah, I think kind of bringing him in, it just kind of adds another guy that's always going to be talking, always going to be, pushing for the right things and trying to win us around, basically, with communication.
Yeah, well, it certainly helped win all the important rounds today for sure. I got one more question for you before we let you go. Obviously, you're an authority on all things Rainbow Six, but since your ID is Canadian, I would imagine you're an authority on all things Canada. So I did have a question for you. Maybe this will start an argument with you and Jesse, I don't know. But in terms of poutine, you got your fries, you got your cheese. What else goes on top?
I've had some mean pulled pork poutine.
Yes.
I think that's like one of my go-tos, pulled pork poutine.
All right, that's usually, a great answer.
The gravy might be mixed up a little bit on that, but usually if it's got pulled pork, it's gonna end up being good. Sometimes jalapenos in there.
Yes.
I can't argue with that.
You're saying.
You've made thousands of people hungry at the same time. There you go. All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
I could be of service.
You're helpful in so many ways. Thanks for chatting with us. Congrats on the wins today. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
All right. Take it easy. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Well, there you go. I mean, what more can you ask for? Deep Rainbow Six knowledge, deep poutine knowledge. These are the things that I require in life. I don't know about you.
I'm out of my depth in that question.
I'm enriched.
Yeah.
You have a whole education.
I had poutine a few weeks ago.
That does not count.
It was from...
Wait, what's this?
Does not count.
What is this poutine that doesn't count as poutine? I got to know.
You can't have fast food poutine and be like, oh yeah, I've had poutine.
I thought it was...
I know what poutine is.
John can back me up. It was pretty good, you know.
Well, you know what else is pretty good? Some highlights from this game. Let's check it out right now. There you go. A lot to talk about. It went the distance.
Yeah, it was a fun one.
Great highlight, the dance highlights.
You can tell Kino loves poutine too. He's hyped about it. No, it was a very close game.
Great game.
This probably was beating out the last one. You could debate.
I think both were equal.
They were both very good. 15 rounds apiece. You love to see it. This game had a lot of big, I think, individual moments, right? NJR having the 1v4 play of the day.
We'll get into that. All right. I'm hiding back the frustration, but we'll get into that.
Yeah, I think other good plays coming from Gaveni. Thought he had a couple of really good rounds. Yeah, he had a little team kill in there, but still did it pop off. And yeah, it was good to see from Darkzero.
Yeah, the pacing for me today for DZ was everything. They're so much quicker. They looked much more deadly whenever they get themselves into those positions where they can get the plant down. Like you mentioned, Gav, he's a great kid. I think he's really growing into his role. Like Troy said, Achieve, that kind of frees up the team a little bit more. Achieve knows exactly what he's doing. Consistency, like Troy mentioned, that's everything in a great player in my eyes. And yeah, I just think DZ, they could just build on this. And Doa, you mentioned about momentum for DZ. It takes a while for them to get going. They've got 2 wins on the first day.
It always works out that way too. I don't know what it is, but it's just like they're like Dragon Ball Z characters, man. Like they just power up over time, and by the end they're Super Saiyan. You just can't beat them.
This was also very much a Monty map. Kino absolutely crushed on that operator. I think other than the first round, Monty won every single time he was brought. Towards the very end, I mean, even Darkzero said, all right, we got to get some of that.
Was on it,
15th round, Canadian jumps on it. They win the game with the Montaigne. Very powerful op. Didn't feel like anybody had a response to it today, so really nice to see some of that coming out. Some great shield play. You're even seeing it in the replays. But yeah, all things considered, this game could have absolutely gone either way.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it just makes the rest of the stage that much more exciting, right? I mean, both of these teams looking extremely good. M80, yeah, maybe they didn't come away with the win today, but they're still going to be a huge threat when it comes down to that top 2 later on, those decider matches that we're going to have later on in a couple weeks. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, we said top 2 teams in the league coming into this after a whole 1 game.
Yep, that's right. It's just true.
Still time.
There is a round we want to zero in on, though, and you wanted to talk about this a little bit, Demo, so go ahead.
It sums up M80 for this game. I don't know what has changed between the last game and now. They felt so individualized in this game, Jesse. It just felt like 5 players doing their own thing and it wasn't working.
For sure. I mean, even some of the rounds where they were doing really well, like there was the Spoit round top floor where he just runs in through top square, he gets a 3K. And then there's some other rounds where they have to be individual and they're not finding those frags. Beautifully done by NJR. I mean, you can definitely criticize.
They have gave him 4 1v1s.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, it's tough, right? Because there's the second one, or there's the third kill through the soft wall, which is just like, that's supposed to be the trade that they've set up in 2v1, but it's
just poor. It's poor siege, and you have to highlight that for a team which I have set really high standards for.
Of course,
you expect better. You do.
Yeah.
Well, they've got some time to work on it. Not a ton of time. It's only 1 round robin, but they do have some time to get things together before their next match. In the meantime, we've got a little bit of time for you to get a snack together, visit the bathroom, whatever you need to do, because we've still got 2 more matches coming here on the day on the Rainbow Six North American League. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Space Station Gaming taking on Mirage. That's our next match here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doey, here along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo. And guess what? This one's going to be interesting because Space Station just came off a nail-biting 8-7 victory over Soniqs. The question is, how much has that fatigued them now? It's only been one match between then and now. Are you warmed up? Are you fatigued? Where are you at, Demo? What do you think we can expect?
I think you're hyped. I think you've had a massive win on your first game. You beat Soniqs, who...
True.
A brilliant team in their own right, and for them to get that win, sure, it was close, sure, they dropped a point, but they still walk away with 2 against a big heavy hitter in the league. I think SSG that'll just set them up. I said before, it's all about the first win. That's what gets you going, and yeah, they have the first win. They can build on this now.
SSG might be hyped. Mirage, maybe kind of the opposite feeling. Not only did they lose relatively handedly in their last game, 7-2, only a couple of rounds they were able to find, but you've got Rampy and Yeti going up against their old team of Space Station Gaming. And, we know that some of these players can be a little bit emotional. They can be a little bit sometimes tilty if things go wrong. So a bad start to the day combined with such an emotional game going against your former teammates, this could quickly spiral if Mirage aren't careful here.
This is some emotional music going on with this right now. This is
very dramatic.
This is, whoa.
Bring in the orchestra.
Yeah.
They're in the back. People don't see that.
Bring in the Riders of Rohan, man. I mean, this is some pretty tense stuff. Well, there you go. We'll see if Drip's experiment works. I mean, the question is, Jesse, we saw the storybook. What's the next chapter?
Well, I can't lie to you, though. There's not a lot left in here. If the dish didn't turn out good for Troy Canadian, I'm concerned about what the guys on, what do I call them, Steak Station will think. This might not be worth paying attention to anymore.
Well, there you go. We'll find out if Jesse needs to pick up the book and reread a little bit, review, or if it's going to be good.
The reviews were terrible. I think that's probably the biggest thing we've walked away from.
So far. But maybe we just needed to dig a little bit deeper. Let's look at the map we're going to see if that's going to have an impact. We're going to Oregon.
Back to basics.
All right, yeah, this is kind of expected. I think it's kind of cool. These are 2 brand new teams, really. And at the start of the season with 2 brand new teams, I feel it forces them to be really honest, right?
Sure.
You cannot play games with the map ban if you don't know what your opponents are going to prefer and what they don't prefer. And so these 2 teams end up on a very safe map. We end up on Oregon. I don't think that's a big surprise.
Well, I think SSG played it very safe with going to Border as well for their first game. Because Border, again, is one of those easier maps. Mirage went for Skyscraper in their first game. That is not an easy map. We've seen the big teams. I remember back in EUL last year, seen BDS and G2 struggle and think of how high we hold those 2 teams together. It's not easy.
Especially because they had to start on attack, and Skyscraper notoriously a defender side of map, one that's really tough sometimes. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I'm glad to see them going to something a little bit more back to basics.
All right. So when it comes down to it, as we kind of wait for the players to load in here, we've got a few more minutes to talk. Looking back at that first game with Mirage, it was a pretty convincing loss for them. What were sort of the glaring things that you want to see improved on for their second game today? Obviously, not a lot of time to make improvements, not a lot of time to shift what your strategy might have been. But if you look at what little things they could do, what tweaks could we have coming to the second map that might help them out?
I think they need to probably just play together.
Yes,
because
literally was going to say.
I didn't see that on Skyscraper. It felt
fair enough. So
disjointed. Players running in, looking to be the hero. Because we mentioned before, there are 5 players who have been, at really high levels in this game. Not anymore. It's not the same team. People need to get back to reality almost.
Yeah. Whoops, there goes gravity. So we're going to stop right there. The casters are ready. The players are ready. I know you're ready. Let's find out who's going to take this one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doa, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second to last game of the day here, getting teed up for what is bound to be an interesting matchup. Possible redemption could be coming in for Mirage, or of course Space Station really setting themselves up for a good start to this season, at least, with a potential 2-0 on the day. Mirage is not able to rebound. Lynx, let's get your thoughts on things here as we're loading into the map now.
Just on the sheer story, there's no better time for Mirage to redeem themselves when Yeti and Rampy are going against the team that just dropped them, that just sent them to Drip Boolin for salvation. This is the time for Yeti, who had a very, very poor game against Darkzero, going 1-9 on those entry operators, to bring it back on Oregon. He's starting on the defense as well. He doesn't even have to worry about acquiring map control for a few more rounds, but he does have to worry about the formidable opponent that is SSG. For these op bans to start out, of course, Mirage will ban out the Ying immediately. I will say that could end up biting them if they don't have their coordination on lock and their attacks still look as disjointed as they were on Skyscraper. A Ying actually might be good to solve some of those issues we saw earlier.
So not going to be in the cards this time, of course, with her being banned out. Now we move to the tail end of it. The final two bans coming in on the defensive side of things. SSG's choice is to knock out Valkyrie. This camera is still incredibly useful, even on a map like this one as well. And Valkyrie's, once again, just a kind of a comfort pick for a lot of players. So knocks that out of the way, removes that option from play. And Azami is going to be the second of that 3-operator triangle that you mentioned previously. That doesn't mean that Solus is going to be left in play this time, though.
Of course, from Mirage, that might be able to level the playing field for them against the SSG attack. Of course, defense is already the favorite side on Oregon, especially for that basement site starting out, so they might not even need the Solus necessarily. But when you get to that tertiary site, when you've got to defend that top floor, extend a little bit beyond the outer reaches of the bomb site, having a Solus to deny some of that intel could be very useful. And after all, with that, again, the two legs of the triangle gone, all you have left is that Solus or some other options. In this case, we have the Mirage, who used to be one of those operators you'd immediately think, who are the defensive permabans? It'd be Valkyrie, and it'd be Mirage. Obviously, she doesn't share that same fate anymore, but DP Fire will make use of her on Oregon. Normally see it inside that small closet, able to watch the front laundry side, and the second one could be a little bit more flexible, maybe putting on that freezer wall, put it wherever you really feel like it, because that's the thing with basement. You can have all the operators you want, all the utility, but when in all reality, everyone's just going to sit on the side anyway.
Pretty straightforward setup here for Mirage, where everything is said and done. Usual amount of delay utility as well as site setup utility coming in here for Mirage. Most notably going to be looking at those Goyo canisters to slow things down when SSG are ready to move themselves downstairs. And of course, we have the Capcan EDDs as well, which are going to look to cause some trouble if SSG gets strapped for time.
Of course, we talked a lot about the defense, but SSG, he got forced on the blitz. He's got the shield. He might be sending it in momentarily. Kansan and Yeti both looking towards that front door, but there's only one man. E1D goes out, the door opened up. Will there be a blitz rush momentarily? I don't know, but I'm seeing a lot of people over by bunker.
Looking like the case here, but we're going to see Ramp able to fend off some of the initial pressure working its way in. The blitz immediately decked down to the ground, unfortunately, by members of defense here, so I'll take care of that problem a bit prematurely, and that will obviously kill any rushed play we were going to see from SSG. Yeah, just not working out there for Forrest, so cancel that one real quick and try to form themselves up for a much more normal take from the first floor, would be my guess.
Hope they're still under warranty, unfortunately, because this is really messed everything up.
Might want to try to make use of that return policy if you have it.
Do they do by mail? You have to drop it off? I'm not sure.
It's a rebate.
Still got 2 minutes, though. It's not all doom and gloom. I mean, you lose that blitz. Always very aggressive operator. Can always throw the defense off guard, but not bringing a lot of super important utility beyond the immediate confines of that strategy. You still have the Thatcher. You still have the Hibana. You also still have those 2 frag grenades in Merc's back pocket. Of course, Merc also, in that game earlier against Soniqs, the definitive entry, taking 10 of the 15 entry engagements in that match. Not necessarily won or lost, but still taking 2/3 of all of the entry duels right there. He's looking for Pillar, and well, he's shut down as well.
So far, a great hold from Mirage here, and it's going to continue to be the case. The third kill is found from Rampy's POV. Down to just Fultz and Houghton now as the final 2 up and rolling for SSG. 1 kill is going to be picked up from the SSG camp. However, Houghton is immediately going to be traded as he tries to move forward past EDDs and pays the ultimate price for that. Fultz now inside of a 1v4. Pretty much infinite time to play this out, but as you can see here, just check at every single angle, playing with essentially 0 intel. Case down on the ground as well. Here's the tape rips. That's immediately going to cause him to turn tail here. There's the EMP and to hopefully counter out any utility that is lurking around the corner. Once again, not wanting to get distracted by things like EDDs, on the door frames and whatnot, but still, it is too much to ask of our final player from SSG. So a statement made once again in the first round here by Mirage as they take definitive control, especially with the immediate denial of SSG's strategy in the first few seconds.
Yeah, and I want to give Mirage some credit, especially for dealing with that rush so early on, not falling to the blitz and, well, frankly, just breaking all of that momentum extremely quickly. And after that, it's fairly easy round to wrap up. SSG are forced to rotate, forced to go about the normal play, and then once the Merc on back stairs falls as well, it's really difficult to bring back after that. But of course, that was Oregon basement. If you're going to win one on Oregon defense, that's the one. That's the one you're going to win.
Spicy one from Mirage, though, in terms of the fact they go for their first floor hold on the second round. So this is a confidence play if I've ever seen one. Let's see how this pays out for them.
You know what? I have to give them this, having the confidence to go to that tertiary site second after being 7-2'd by Darkzero earlier. I gotta give them that one.
The fact that they went to Skyscraper as well, I think the Death mentioned this too, the fact that they went to Skyscraper for that first map as well, could potentially mean they've got a little bit more in the pocket for what I would assume to be a safer map like this one here on Oregon.
That is true. That is actually a really good point, because you can always fall back, even though on this tertiary site, it's just so much more played out than Skyscraper. Though, they're doing some interesting things. You see that castle barricades brought by Yeti, but still keeping some of the normalcy we'd expect, as it being a meeting and kitchen hold. You're gonna have to control top floor a little bit. Gonna have to contest that attic, especially if SSG go for a stage plant. They don't have the Oso, which is a big indicator of that, but Janano is on the Amaru, and that also usually indicates that SSG might be trying to take some very quick back tower control.
SSG, of course, failing so far in their initial strategies where they attempted to play things out a little bit quickly, but now going to hold themselves back a little bit more. Mirage continuing to wait down the time as well. We're still, of course, very early days in the round here. SSG still with a very big checklist of things to work on. And Mirage still with plenty of play potential inside of the early round here. DP Fire is going to head down to the basement to try to rotate over a little bit. Phone call comes out, reveals some of this early extension to SSG on audio cues. Follow through is good as well. J9O finds the opening kill against Surf, takes down the Capcan. Utility loss is minimal, but they can knock out the Frost as well. It's going to be very much the same thing, but nice find, however, as Rampy trades one back, knocks out Houghton instead, and safely makes it back down the hatch to retreat. DP Fire dashes up White Stairs to also find a second follow through now to put his team in front of the situation.
This is where things are starting to get interesting for Mirage. They lose the opening pick, but things get a little disjointed for SSG. Rampy's still on that top floor, and they come away with not just one, but two kills, one of them being the main source of hard destruction. J9O, of course, still has that can opener, but the important thing is that 2 rounds in a row now, and this time much more dramatically and much more importantly, they fended off the initial incursion from SSG, and while the attack has that top floor, they've come away bruised and damaged. Mirage still also have the element of surprise. You see DP Fire and Rampy both down below. Force taken down as well. Yeti unnoticed in Garage. Winning basement's one thing, but winning that tertiary site after you forego dorms, I'd be impressed.
Let's see now as SSG try to piece themselves back together with the final minute still to be played out. Mirage looking to be in promising shape to take control of this tertiary site, which will be a big surprise, of course, to SSG. And Mirage will be all that much more happier to take it for themselves. There we go, pretty much has sealed the deal already as Fultz completely boxed out of the site. Reads this rotate very easily as DP Fire is caught out, but runs through a single EDD on his way forward into Kitchen, which primes about to be quickly taken down by the player holding the connector here as we see on the replay one final time.
Again, basement, you know, for an Oregon defense, we can just put that one in the defense column right at the beginning of the match, almost essentially half the time. But, John, they go to the tertiary site as the second round.
They dunk it.
And then I couldn't have said it better myself. Slam dunk. Nothing but net on that. If anything, losing Surf helped them because they were so focused on clearing out that cap can. Rampy goes unnoticed and is then able to win the fight, and the team overall makes it a 4v3 despite SSG rapidly taking control of that top floor. And now they can go to dorms, the site they are more likely to win, and potentially get themselves a 3-0 half, and with basement opening up after that, could be a 4-0 in the making. And after a very large loss earlier against Darkzero, I get it's Oregon defense, but that is a lead nobody can discount if they get it.
Absolutely going to put themselves on much more respectable footing and follow this one through. The 2-0 lead, potentially 3-0 if they can take control of this one. So almost certainly potentially force a very early pause out of SSG as well to figure out just what they need to change up here to finally get the better of Mirage. Like I said before, closing 2-7 earlier on in the day to the Darkzero roster. Away from that, though, we've got both of our teams spawned out now as SSG is locked in. Not really any change-ups coming in for their lineup, and no really huge surprise, except for the Doc, of course, coming in for Mirage on the defensive side either.
Mirage has been playing very aggressively on these Oregon defenses, especially in that last round. So if you want to put DP fire on that dock, contest some long angles early, having those injections, the ability to heal yourself will be more than welcome for DP fire. And especially for Kansan as well, playing behind the shield, basically a magnet, no pun intended, for nades, having the ability to revive Kansan if he goes down and maybe even pick him, well, pick it back up and get into safety as well. The dock can be very useful. It also helps that he has a very good gun at that. SG, of course, they're not starting things off really breaking away from the trends. They'll get attic control initially, they have the can openers for that, and they can have the Selma charges to open up the bedroom wall. This is basically how people have been attacking dorms on Oregon since the map was first reworked.
Basic definition of a default here coming out from SSG, and with good reason behind it too, given how aggressively and how successfully the aggression has been played out by Mirage. They want to try to keep their distance from the team and give them as few opportunities to work positions like this being deployed by Yeti right now as possible. Yeti, no, look at this, walking right up, it's 2 for free after Merc picked up the first. J9 going to try to force himself to the inside now, but as you'll notice, the case went down over an attic. These kills being picked up, they don't matter if they can't get back that attic control. However, they do still find a respectable amount of those trades to bring it back down to an even 2v2.
But Hot and Cold trapped outside a big window right now, but Rampy rotates in front of him. My boy was trapped, an Aruni gate separating him and his teammate, and he somehow brought it back. But none of that might even matter.
This is going to be a very awkward final minute and 20 seconds now, as it is Yeti locking himself upstairs to try and maintain the case control while 2 players try to push him out.
This is almost like chess. I don't think I've ever seen this position before. I don't think I've seen this happen. The first nade misses. That's Foltz's last one, but Hot and Cold still has 2. I mean, he's got to get pinched here, right?
That's what you would assume, but once again, Yeti trying to play this out. He chose to go up here, assuming that he might be able to win it. As you said, though, you were right. The pinch comes in, and Yeti, unfortunately, is pretty much powerless to stop it. Tries to play it up to the best of his own capability, but sets himself up for his own demise, it seems, as the round goes to SSG.
I mean, great flank by Yeti. You can't take that away from him, but SSG not actively watching a drone T1, little bit of an oversight right there, especially if you're going for that split push. That's a very common position to get flanked, a very accessible stairwell for the defense, and seemingly, even if they had a drone on it, that bit of intel slips by. But I really have to applaud the decision-making by Foltz. As it enters the 3v5, Foltz does not get scared. He immediately sends it through that open part of the bedroom wall, and SSG, the remaining members, all move around him as well, and that brings it from a 3v5 to a 3v2. Really have to applaud that individual decision-making in a split second, because that is what started that pinch at the end of the round and what got them their first attack.
And good catch the fact that that was even open as well. Usually you're going to end up having a defender with pretty active control over that opening, if not outright playing it actively and then falling back and then deploying the wall in the middle of the round, as we sometimes often see there as well. So a nice catch from SSG, and a bit of a mistake made in the positioning from Mirage to potentially allow SSG to come back into that round there.
5 seconds left.
Now they get to go back to basement. They do unfortunately drop, or Mirage unfortunately drop dorms, but they got to go back to that safe haven for the defense. SSG bringing those same attacking ops we've seen so far. They're keeping it standard for the majority of these attacks, specifically for basement and dorms. They've got the Thatcher, they've got the Hibana for those hatches, and specifically the Ace if they want to open up any of those walls, whether it be to Harry Potter or somewhere else. But an interesting setup from Mirage. We've seen teams hold meeting, but Yeti has a shield looking at main door with Ella, an operator that we're likely going to see a lot more of, at least compared to her previous play rate, because of the changes in that compensator and how lethal that Scorpion can be. For Mirage right now, they are heavily focused on holding this middle floor for as long as they can.
So we're doing a pretty good job of that, denying a lot of the drone intel working itself in as well, as they're taking out 3 of those already, but still about 5 or so active and out on the map. SSG still with plenty to utilize. 7 total still to be drawn out. Merc claims the first kill of the round overall. Kansan is going to end up getting caught as a result of that one. No trades coming in. In fact, another kill. 2 more found just by J9O as well here. He takes up with DP fire. There's another member of the Mirage roster here, just not ready to hold this one off. So obviously, full fallback has been called for the Mirage roster. Upstairs Soul just not maintaining its presence anywhere near the length they would have hoped for it to be. And now they're really going to be reliant on these Goyo canisters, and of course, their own capability to delay things out. As you look to surf there, thankfully still has the 3 Toxic Babes, but we still have a minute and a half to play out as well. So this is a tough one, to say the least, for Mirage.
And that's what I was going to get to. Basement is great, but It's not that great.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to require either some miraculous gunfight wins for Mirage or SSG slipping up and making a couple mistakes. There's one solo engagement as Hot and Cold runs in, downed by Surf, almost gets a second, but a very quick cleanup by SSG in a very important round, winning out that basement. As I mentioned, what is so often an easy pickup for the defense, now it's all tied up, and SSG have really thrown Mirage's plans out of whack.
Mirage is getting a little bit too front and forward there. SSG able to apparently read into those positions very early on in the round and counter them out with no response coming in for the defense. There's double, if not tripling down on that one as they lose all of their presence within the first minute or so of play and leave it all on the site players to try and win things out. Bit of a futile effort, of course, as we saw. Tried their best to hold it back, but it really only took about 10 seconds or so for SSG to drop in and take out those final two players.
But I do want to give it to Mirage real quick because they are playing aggressive, and given that this is a new team, not new players, but still a new team who's playing together, the fact that they aren't being daunted by that early loss and not being daunted by sometimes what Oregon can lean into being a slower style of play, a more bunker style of play, and they are trying to get in SSG's face, who historically before this new roster, if you were able to get in their face, you really could throw things out of whack. I got to give credit where credit is due to Mirage, and that they're trying that. Now, they're not taking this tack timeout as well, and not taking these defensive wins for granted, trying to make sure they can pick up these two and get that 4-2 half on Oregon you are looking for. And as you can see, they'll go back down to basement to try to recapture some of that magic from round one. And even though I did just say that I admired the aggressive play, like you said, and you pointed out, SSG read into it very quickly. Perhaps, maybe with some different gadgets, we'll shift things around a little bit.
They're going to cool off a little bit more, play into a more traditional, maybe not full-on bunker setup coming in here for Mirage. That's just going to give way too much early map control over to SSG and kind of remove some of the power that Mirage have as a roster overall.
That's boring. Come on, I mean,
true.
We're on BO1 number 6. Let's switch things up a little bit. We all know it's Oregon, it's slow. Let's get a little aggressive, come on.
If they'll deploy themselves toward the Capcan's certainly going to be out and about here just to set himself up. Hansen will proceed upstairs. The rest of the team will try to set themselves up around that kitchen area a little bit as well and maintain those positions. Reinforcement actually going down on top of it also, so maybe pulling things back just a little bit more passively.
Still see some players, but no shield inside of split, which I appreciate. No need to deal with that, but still deny some of that control from Space Station. But unfortunately, talk about SSG reading into things. There's only one player in bunker right now. There's a Rooney gate in SSG's way. Have to use a nade to burn it. That might give Mirage an idea that they're pushing this way. So if SSG wanted to take control of bunker quickly, they're likely going to have to fall off now. And as you can see, yes, they will back out, not able to acquire that early control, but still able to open a very useful angle into pillar within 30 seconds.
We're not going to see at least one player return to that position later on in the round when the rest of SSG is actually ready for the execute. So the work done there is, of course, not for nothing. As we're even seeing a few players from Mirage be distracted by that still too, as they're certainly expecting something to come through that avenue sooner rather than later. Of course, first kill was found by SSG, knocking out Rampy over on the first floor, so he's going to be taken down. And we'll once again give SSG the opening initiation advantage. Mirage has cooled off. It's seemingly all of their aggressive positions after losing that player, not wanting to have the same results from last round echo out again here on round 5.
Backing off very quick, we will see that normal bunker style of play. And with meeting hatch open, which can often be the most important hatch on this, because you usually get the meeting hatch open, then maybe you get security, maybe you get front, but usually meeting hatch is the one that teams consistently get. And that's the control given very freely with no need to open it up with hard breaching because it was open for that rotation. Now Jane and O can start putting pressure into Harry Potter. We've seen Merc, like in round number 1, struggle with this position to win that fight inside a pillar, but with the man advantage, and still 2 nades overall for the attack, but only 1 focused on that side. They have the utility and they have the ability to trade out any deaths that they suffer for Mirage. And all of that, John, was still 1 minute and 15 seconds and now a 5v3.
I see it on once again here from SSG to quickly take control. More importantly, work the picks on an individual basis here. Make sure that they have the overwhelming force before committing themselves to the inside. Nicely played here by DP Fire. Working with Kansan, they get the first trade back against the members of SSG. 2 more of them also going to go down, but yet to be confirmed. J9O now trades one back against Mirage to get all the Surf. He's got a virtual 1v2 sitting in front of him, but it looks like one of those players potentially getting brought back up for SSG. Not so much the case, though, as it's a laser focus on just knocking out Surf and ending this round quickly instead of bringing up a 3rd or even 4th member of SSG into this fight. However, I think now that things have slowed down a bit, yeah, J9O is going to back up. Forrest as well in a safe position to be revived, so they won't waste that opportunity. They'll bring him back. Merc, of course, completely gone due to his position. There was no way he was getting out of this one alive.
Now you can almost use Forrest as a target dummy with 1 bullet away from death. play his contact, bait him, to try to finish off Surf. One will go for the peek, and there, the simultaneous push through the rotate and up long haul will be Surf's undoing. Basement, what we earlier said was a safe haven, of course, John. Why did we do that? Why did we do that to Mirage? Because they've now lost it 2 times in a row, and SSG have guaranteed themselves at a bare minimum an even half on Oregon. A lovely place to be for any attacking team, no matter the experience level.
For at least a second there as well, Mirage were flirting with potentially going down to it for a 3rd time, but they do change the vote up, and they're going to end up on their tertiary site. Obviously, the only other site they've been able to win so far inside of this half, and try to take control of that one for a 2nd time to still give them a winnable scoreline here as they get ready to switch sides and head into the 2nd half on the next round.
Seen this Mozzie pick rate tick up a little bit with the introduction of Brava, and I think also, even if Brava isn't played, I think people forgot that, oh wait, Mozzie's pretty good. Because we saw a really low dip in Mozzie's pick rate, and people were like, oh wait, this guy's actually pretty good. Got a good gun, great primary utility, and a C4 as well. Why not bring him and stick Kansan on him? We've got excellent gun skill. And it is also kind of funny that this is the only site that now has a completely positive win rate for Mirage, considering this is the tertiary site, and they've gone to basement 3 times, and dorms once. But such is the way the cookie crumbles in this case. Kansan will likely be around that top floor, joining alongside maybe Rampy and Surf like we saw last time. Sticking with the cap can, the latter is as well. But Mirage have really been trying to make this aggressive play work in the past couple rounds, and it has not had the same shine as it had in the first 2 rounds. And I think SSG, likely feeling the confidence on that, will also not change things up because their clears have gotten better and better, and Mirage have not had an answer.
Nice rebound victory from Mirage when they played to this site the previous time as well. Lost that initial entry, then had a great flank up White Stairs alongside of a good hole inside of the Storms, of course, coming out there from Rampy back on the previous play and ended up putting them in the winning position. Everything was said and done. Hot and Cold gonna try to walk his way into the upstairs extension, but Surf and the rest of Mirage more than ready to fend that one off. Even with the utility being used there for Hot and Cold, he is read like a book and goes down incredibly fast.
But Merc hops in a big window immediately after a flash for both Fultz and J9O to push on in, but nobody biting from Mirage. Talked about the aggression, talked about the patience right now, as nobody taking an unnecessary 1v1, but Fultz picks up 2 kills, and now the advantage goes back to Space Station's way. DP Fire also on 1 HP. If somebody just fires a bullet through the floor at this point, this could be, well, now a 3v3. Merc may be walking into a cap can, but no, a C4 instead. A 2K for Kansan, bringing the Mozzie and bringing the round back for Mirage.
Mirage excellently done here. Bit of a rough fight trying to maintain 2nd floor control. Looked like that was going to be the beginning of the end for SSG there at the start of the round, but no. Mirage hold themselves back, use that utility. SSG unfortunately committing far too many players to that upstairs clear. They get jumbled up, and a double kill is found on the Nitro cell. Suddenly the tables have turned yet again, and it's now Mirage controlling this situation, but only by a 1-player advantage at this point, so still somewhat workable for SSG. They're going to call for a full reset, though, and actually work themselves in from the basement for at least Forest to try and make this work.
And they still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. They found a player isolated on back tower stairs and want to try to bring the man advantage back to a 2v2. Because of how much time they have remaining, this is a strategy available to them, and if it works, they have his cutoff, they have a nade to use as well. They would still have plenty of time left and an equal man count. Yeti will throw a C4. He's got the shotgun as well. With only 1 player pushing this, he can win this fight and potentially win the round. And there we go. Diffuser dropped as well. J9O thinking the passive angle will work, but that's still a 1v1, and against a shotgun close quarters, J9O will try to make magic happen, but Yeti with a 2-piece makes it an even half for Mirage.
Yeti gets it done instead with a beautiful hold here just by the outside entrance door as well to the big tower. Claims it all for Mirage and locks us into a 3-3 scoreline heading into the 2nd half. SSG with quite a few dominant rounds, but not enough to take the outright lead at halftimes. It's still Mirage with a few of their own and one final one at the tail end of the half to claim just as many as we saw from SSG.
That 3-3 half, if you're starting on attack, that is what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for to get a leg up on your opponents. And it was those attacks from Mirage that were oh so troublesome in the previous game against Darkzero. And now you got to do it on Oregon. Skyscraper is a difficult beast to attack, don't get me wrong, but Oregon, despite its long tenure in the map pool, remains as difficult at times, especially on this basement site. I doubt SSG will hold on to that top floor as aggressively as Mirage did early on in the half, but given the new look this team has given us so far, even if it maybe doesn't end up working out, wait. Sorry, I didn't actually realize that Fultz was just placing a mirror window looking into trophy.
10 seconds left.
I didn't expect this.
Basement hold.
I honestly don't have words right now.
5 seconds left.
I didn't think they'd get that aggressive. I mean, second floor, Mira, on a basement site?
Bomb and defuse it.
Hello?
What do they know?
They know something. I mean, I'm not going to question them. You kidding?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
It's only when it goes bad that we question this. Immediately, though, Rampy's going to hop right into T3 here and take some control for himself and the rest of his team. Not going to find any opponents on the inside of this one. It is open for the taking. One of the reasons why he moves into it so haphazardly. But actually, upon correction, it looks like Merc is in the area here. So Rampy potentially still going to have an opportunity to take him down. It looks like Merc is able to dash away from that one, though. Using the active ability coming out from the Oryx, gets himself a little bit lower, safer pastures here as well, where he can play this fight out and just waste more time for Mirage's clear.
Active drone on the Alibi inside a small tower. 2 players over there as well, but not in a position yet to pinch her out. This Alibi is now, she can waste time. She can just sit here for a little bit. They've got the Z-ping, sure. Mirage can try and take her down, but eventually they do. J9O continuously peeks in. Well, once he keeps giving Kansan a gunfight, if Kansan just keeps shooting, odds are he's going to win it eventually. So I thought maybe we'd see a little bit more time wasted and Mirage would have to get in the position, but Kansan still wins the fight. Sure, not a lot of important active utility in J9O's hands, but that's the advantage they were looking for, and now they can press on forward. One more inside of Kitchen as well, with not an easy avenue to rotate out of. Gotta be careful, because Mirage are looking to make this a 5v3.
A little bit of pin pressure coming back out still from SSG. We can see one committing themselves to it there. Merc from the top end of the freezer stairs. He will recommit now on a second peek. Claims the kill, but goes a bit too deep into it here. DP Fire gets the trade back against it. We still have Houghton, of course, playing on the inside of freezer. Forrest as well tries to swing. They don't pay the price for it. Goes down to Rampy. But we did see Houghton Cold successfully retreat down the freezer hatch.
That aggressive play not working out. Mirage able to successfully read into it. And again, so much time left. This was the problem that Mirage faced on their basement defenses in the previous half. They play aggressively, but not waste enough time. And now you give the attack a whole minute and change to figure out their own plan. They've got security hatch open. They've got big tower control. Sure, Fultz has a C4, and only now is E-Box hatch starting to be pressured. But so much time is on the attack side. SSG are relying on Mirage, even if it's a small one, to make a mistake and let something slip through. Fultz and Hot and Cold are both talented players, but they'll need some help from Mirage if they want to win their first defense.
Does Mirage have the confidence to swing themselves into this one and shut it down outright? Looking like a big yes so far. Surf immediately knocks out Fultz, leaving it all on Hot, who is defending the back flank, already losing the rotate for Laundry as well. Gets a quick peek to take out the first freezer player, a second one as well. Now the plant was going down. It's been interrupted, obviously. Suddenly things have been brought down to a 1v2. This is very winnable for Hot and Cold. Now that he's brought it down to this point. Plan attempt yet again. He's got an individual duel here, but the angle from Rampy is good enough to win it out there, as Mirage is able to stabilize and take the lead.
And that's the bane of losing so many of your roamers early on and not wasting enough time, because Mirage we were getting into troll territory. Not even gonna lie to you. We see somebody in freezer swinging. 2 1v1s. Oh no, Demo's gonna do a telestration all about how terrible that play was. I can see the future. I can see the furthest ends of my imagination, but it stopped. Do you wanna know why? Because they took out 3 roamers early on, had 1 minute and 40 seconds, and they have bodies to spare. Because even though they lose 2 extraneous players, they still have 1 to cover the plant, and Hot and Cold does not have the control necessary. So SSG going back to basement. I'm looking at this lineup, and I'm seeing 3 armors, and a Jaeger and Wamai. Yeah, they're not moving up any stairwell in this round.
SSG gonna lock themselves into the basement, play full bunker hold more than likely for this round. It's certainly looking like the case where they're setting themselves up at the moment here. Few dirty peeks potentially coming in from the freezer stairs or an area like that. Might play onto the inside of security, something like that, but as you said, more than likely just gonna stick it all into the basement. They need to lock this site in and move themselves forward onto the other 2 here if they want any hope of closing out on this game and not dropping their second match of the day here to Mirage, who, like I said before, has had a very interesting story so far here, struggling to contend earlier in the day against DZ on Skyscraper. Now, certainly bringing the heat to SSG as they go to a map where they're much more comfortable on.
They'll have to cut their teeth on a different defense for this map as well. No longer will there be people on that second or that first floor who are ready to be picked off and ready to be received as an opening pick in Mirage's column. Now, they will have that free map control, and that's certainly something that they'll be happy about. They don't need to worry about clearing someone out of security too much, though there are some players aggressing just a little bit inside of back tower and inside of freezer, though they will fall off in likely about 10 seconds or so. So Mirage will have that control for the entirety of the first half of the round, but that means you'll have to deal with those 5 players eventually, and with those 4 nades and those EMPs, they'll need a lot of utility and some very well-placed EMPs or flashbangs to deal with the ADSs and the magnets in the late round. So right now, it will be a bit of a slow game, but it'll be very quick developing in the final half of the round.
Mirage is setting up kill box positions here if SSG try to swing themselves out aggressively, but as we've been talking about in the earlier portion of the round there, SSG not trying to play towards aggression in this round in any sense of the word, holding themselves back towards it here. We're going to see the team start to open things up. Comes the hatch play, work themselves down into the basement. The beginning of the descent here for our Mirage roster now. Still a ways off, of course, with so much presence being stabilized by SSG downstairs, the full 5-man roster, of course, but it is going to need to start very early here because of that fact.
The one X factor, well, there are two X factors, one of them being the Dokey calls, but we all know what those do. The one interesting X factor alongside that is the Kludge drone. What could it do? Well, they're dead, so nothing really. I was going to say that, oh look, there's a bunker hold, and oh, that'll be so difficult to hack those drones, but the Kludge drones are dead. So you're relying on that final Dokey call to push down Freezer stairs, and they somehow win the fight against the shotgun close quarters. I guess now they have an inroad to the site.
Having Freezer control as well as Laundry, of course, gives them the path inside that they need, but the case is lost as they try to push it forward. Forrest is the one to grab it here. A big peek comes in from Forrest to claim a second kill as well, but of course, two other players standing in his way. Rampy trades out not just one, but 2 kills. Keeps his team in control of the overall player count now as it's brought to a 3v2. Merc smoked out from his position on the inside of the laundry closet. Now gonna have to try and put himself in the rotate as well. Mirage still repositioning a few of their own players due to the fact that they lost their angles on laundry. Repositions one player towards it, now commits themselves to the inside of it. They sneak back forward with a prone crawl to grab the case as well. Retrieved by Rampy, as I believe he now has the position to put it down behind that mirror window that Merc's playing behind.
J9O trapped inside a pillar as well. He's got the Freezer player to deal with and the long haul player, but there's the spray from J9O. Downs the Brav, and we're in an even 2v2. He'll take the 1v1, but oh, just barely loses it. Kansan on low HP. Merc with a beautiful flick and a beat-up opponent for him to finish off. 30 seconds left. Knows where he is now. Has the 2 angles to cover, but he'll have to bait out the diffuser and hope Kansan gives him the opportunity. He'll begin it. 3 seconds left. Now he falls off. Kansan has the advantage. He can play patiently. Merc's got to commit, and he can't win the fight. 2 rounds in a row now on attack for Mirage, and this might just be the comeback we were looking for.
Great restraint from Kansan, never over peaks and gives his opponent the angle he needs to win that one, forces him into his territory and shuts it down outright when he has to go for the wide swing on the Freezer breach there. Beautifully done as Mirage now take a definitive lead here at 5-3, 2 for 2 so far on this half, and just 2 more to go to claim the matchup and regulation as well to claim the full breadth of points and make up for the loss earlier on today.
5-3 on those attacking halves.
Defenders, protect your
those
bombs
2
from being
attacking rounds, I
defused
should
by
say.
attackers.
On their attacking half, sure, but 2 basements now? 2 different ways of defending it as well. I knew that maybe we were underestimating Mirage a little bit. This isn't the Mirage of last year, of ages past. But 2 basement wins in a row? In a row? We saw SSG do that. But SSG won 8-7 with Soniqs. 2 of the best teams in the league right now at the start of the season. Surely Mirage, surely they can. Can they win a 3rd in a row? Can they do it? Can they get match point and force SSG to win 3 rounds in a row if they want to come back? I mean, I don't want to make a prediction. I don't like taking bets. But if they won basement twice, I mean, surely Dorms has got to be a cakewalk, right?
We're going to have to wait and see. Certainly much less of a bunker for SSG to play themselves into this time around. They'll need to commit themselves to a few of these extensions. Mirage has had great read on the early round in both of the previous attempts for basement, so it's going to need to be a big change-up on both the impact and overall strategy from SSG to make up the difference now, bring them back into this game.
Solus on the far side of the map, do some damage to not only Mirage's drone count, but also just be able to take down some of that early utility. And of course, Mirage will likely fixate it on it, at least for a little bit. And we'll see J9O try to get some kills. He's got Forrest as a support, as the bridge, the link between J9O and the site players to help him achieve a rotation back. You can already see as Forrest retreats, J9O follows, moves into kitchen, moves into security, where he honestly could remain and wait for a play through big window, which it appears Mirage are setting up for. 3 players now over by white stairs in small tower. But of course, J9O has a powerful position for the execute, but with 2 minutes to go, you'll likely face some bit of pressure with that door wide open and J9O all alone.
Slow wind up here for both teams. However, SSG, of course, trying to play things as passively as possible with good reason, given the results of the previous 2 rounds. They've not had a lot of success trying to directly challenge the advances from Mirage. And with that, they're going to largely walk right up to the white stairs position themselves and set up for this clear. But of course, still a few problems to be dealt with on that first floor position, most notably, of course, on the inside of security, where J9O still maintains positioning and could cause some serious problems. However, he is off on an island to an extent. Yeti, though, just steals a kill from the depths of the site. Forrest goes down on the Jaeger from top white.
Yeti has accomplished so much right now, and I'm not just talking about the kill on the Forest, though I have no idea how the hell he got that one, but he's wasted all 3 of those toxic canisters at about a minute 30. Fultz has that 1 C4, but aside from the Solus down below, that's the only form of plant denial, and that Solus is not looking like she'll be around for very long in the remainder of this round. 2 creeping in through meeting, and Yeti still on bottom white. J9O is trapped with the wall opened in front of him, and easy pickings for Mirage. Merc will answer back just a little bit, but Mirage are primed and ready to send it through big window and white.
SSG quickly losing player count yet again for 3rd round in a row here. It's looking like it may very well happen, but the follow-through needs to be made up to the 2nd floor as well. Still only clearing things out, and of course, getting a very nice kill from Yeti's POV, baiting out the utility and taking Forrest down along with him here to make that execute just a little bit easier. Team does have to rotate away largely from that white stairs hold they were maintaining previously, though, as they need some additional angles to work the actual take. That'll put Surf outside a big window. Be a nice 2-tiered angle here. They really don't have time, unfortunately, to try to work anywhere else. It would require hard breach maneuvering to be able to get themselves into it. It's just going to try and force the issue from top white, as well as on the inside of big window. SSG may still have hope of winning this one yet. First kill claimed by them. Some great damage going on to 2 different members of the team, but Rampy picks up an exchange. Yeti with a 2nd one. Everything on Merc now, as he picks up 1 more for his own team to bring it down to a 1v2. Rampy catches his next cross, though, and locks in match point or Mirage.
What did I say? Might just be easy pickings when you have the wind in your sails. Look at how hyped that man is. Look at him. Well, I know what he's saying right now, and that man, he's not unhappy. That man is joyous right now. He is feeling the happiest anger he has ever felt because he's 6-3 right now against SSG. And if you're just now tuning in, first of all, hello. Pleasant to see you. But if you're just tuning in, SSG went 8-7. Against Soniqs earlier, and I think most people, if you kept up with the transfer window, those are 2 of the best looking teams in the NA right now. And Mirage are about, if they can win their 4th attack in a row, to beat them just almost as dominantly as DZ beat Mirage 2 hours ago. John, what the hell is happening?
It's a big shakeup.
What am I watching?
Big shakeup to be sure.
Big shakeup doesn't cover it.
We're watching some crazy stuff unfold, to be sure, as Mirage once again stunning all expectations here by putting a 6-3 scoreline up against SSG, who, as we talked about before, just managed to just barely win out against the OXG roster here. Here we go, though, with SSG's timeout. A little bit late here, of course, but with good reason behind it, as SSG realistically had a reason to try and play out a lot of these rounds at the beginning of the 2nd half. Just let it go a little bit too far, unfortunately. It has now put them in this really rough position where they have to hope they have come up with something new to deploy towards on what could very well be the final round of the map. And they're going to return 1 more time to the basement and try to work it as well.
Keeping the heart and soul of that 2nd basement lineup the same. Keeping the Mira, keeping the Jaeger, keeping the Wamai, but slotting in at least some new people. We see the Malusi to make sure that nobody can just send down those freezer and those laundry stairs. J9O as well on that warden, likely playing on the laundry machines to stop that very same push. It still appears to be a bunker hold for SSG, given the utility and given the operators that we've seen. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I'm not looking to admonish it. But I am saying that Mirage won basement twice, attacking 2 different setups of the site. And sure, they're not going to give them any openings, but when they gave them all that map control, Mirage were able to use it quickly and efficiently, and then leverage opening picks inside of the site, still with a lot of time to spare.
And obviously, when we saw the aggressive stance put up by SSG, it was very much the same thing. Mirage immediately boxing out those individuals that had tried to adventure forward, and actually does look like we're going to get a little bit of that this time from SSG. Forrest,
just a little.
Just a tad.
Just a touch.
Forrest and Fultz sprinkle here on the first floor, as both players push out from the top end of the freezer stairs. Not actually a whole lot of contention coming in from Mirage, though, so they're not really countering a whole lot at the moment. And of course, we still have that back stairs peek coming in from one of the members of SSG too. Freezer players do back up, though, as obviously they've spotted out not a whole lot to play out against here. So they do not want to find themselves in the awkward position of being away from the site should Mirage try to force the issue downstairs or another part of the map.
Mirage also talk about the quick map control they got earlier. Once they get it, how will they be able to get some of those picks? Well, right now they have 6 total nades, well, 6 theoretically total nades, 5 in actuality. And what that allows you to do on basement is basically get maybe a free victory. One you don't have to take via a gunfight. You need to expose yourself to maybe a warden sitting in laundry, or in this case, inside a pillar, or somebody sitting inside of the little closet watching laundry. You can use one of the now 4 remaining nades you have to short clear utility, but also maybe get a kill that you didn't need to take a gunfight for. And Mirage, with the time they were able to start moving down below earlier, will be in a good position, likely in about the next 25 seconds to make this work. And, well, it won't be 25 seconds. It'll be 5.
Nicely done here from Ramping. Open things up once again for Mirage. Nade goes in, lands right on top of Forest. Take him down. One more still standing, however, for SSG, and with plenty of time to play out, still might see some hesitance from Mirage. They try to follow this one through. Members of SSG are right at the precipice of the execute point for Mirage, so as soon as they try to work themselves anywhere close to this site, they are fighting members of the defense here. Down to that final minute here now. Once more, Mirage are continuing to try and line themselves up for the play. They have all the execute utility ready to go, but they're also seemingly waiting for a member of SSG to step out here, making a mistake, and SSG is not necessarily the team to do that.
The one problem, though, with all those nades, you don't have a lot of flashes, the normal ability you need to take this pillar control. Mirage still have that man advantage, so SSG need to fight this back and get at least 2 kills to make this happen.
As he found as, oh no, the second drop comes in from DP Fire, and Jane, I noticed, does not react to it. Trade comes in. Fultz holds the line, though, to trade us back down to the 2v2. Kansan and Yeti looking to make up the difference and end it here. Now the push from Kansan is successful. They take construction, and the L-Wrap beyond that one now. Well, falls to Fultz here on SSG, trying to clutch this one out. Needs to pick up the next 2 with 15 seconds to go. Can deny it, immediately finds one. Doesn't get Yeti on the follow-through, though. He reacts quickly enough, but Fultz as well with the spin around. Shuts it out in the 2v1. We go further into this matchup here as SSG keeps themselves alive.
Oh, the heart attack 1v2, man, I cannot take that one. They finally get a defensive victory, and finally it comes on basement. Fultz just barely saving their overtime hopes with just a few well-placed MP5 shots. And now SSG go to dorms. Already saw them play it once. And we already saw Mirage win it once with a big window and white take. But as we just saw from basement, Mirage are giving SSG a new look to try and close out this final round. Before on basement, they went for the laundry freezer side, then they went for big tower. Now on dorms, they went for a big window and white take. I'm interested to see if maybe we see that Hibana drop off and go to an ace, maybe a thermite as well, and somebody brings secondary hard breaches, and instead of going big window and white, they go master bedroom and attic to try to throw SSG off their game plan and get just the 1 round they need.
Fortunes as of yet, though, on the repicks for Mirage. We'll see if they decide to go for that. At the moment, it's not looking like it. Full confirmation on their current strategy, the way things are currently moving. So there we go. There's the ace actually being brought back in here. We'll swap the Hibana out for that one, as well, with no immediate counter coming in onto the walls. He's going to leave that possibility open to do exactly as you described and execute in through Master. Throw SSG's defense off one final time to win the game.
I want to see that clutch drone have impact, but again, there's not too many. Well, I mean, we have the EDDs, sure. We've got the magnets as well and the Gersh mods, but this is what I like the clutch drone to be used for. This is what I like, the ability to get basically free flank cams, and in this case, albeit to change the subject mildly, a free opening pick. Merc taken down, getting aggressive down below. A freebie, free real estate for Mirage. Because you know what they're going to do now with this pick? The same thing they were going to do if they didn't have it.
Just follow through on this very slow and methodical execute. Yet he is having some trouble clearing things out on the bottom end here. Towards Cafeteria, J9 putting some nice aggression back over into Yeti's quarter and preventing an overall take of Small Tower. The team was fond of in the previous round, trying to utilize that bottom white control to move themselves forward. There's J9 getting the confirmation onto Yeti, finishing him off. And of course, with Dot, he just boosts himself right back up to full here. Still 2 more opportunities to do that as well later on the round.
There's still a lot for Mirage to try and clear. J9 has Yeti to back him up. Or not Yeti to back him up, Yeti to deal with. Still stuck in the old SSG mode. He's got Hot and Cold to help him retreat. Oh, just see someone on that window. But he's the one that takes the majority of the damage. He's got 2 more stims, but people incoming. Forest there ready to back up. SSG are putting everything on this Shower's hold, and Mirage are biting the bait.
Mirage taking every single opportunity to try and knock out these players on the inside of Shower and eventually Cafeteria as well. Nice little dash comes in from Kansan to deal with one of them that re-equalizes the player count, but still a long way to go here. And finally, SSG gives up that position, falls back to a full upstairs hold now to play out the remainder of this 3v3.
you got to give credit to J9O. Able to hold out for that long. Well, actually, no. Don't just give credit to J9O. Give credit to J9O, Forest, and Hot and Cold. They had the play. They had the read. They saw how hard Mirage wanted to take small tower, and they shifted their focus to maybe risk a little bit, gamble a little bit, but still get aggressive and hold on to small tower, because now with this 3v3, Mirage don't have the ability to go for that split take they might have wanted to go for before. Now it has to be a big window in white, and they don't have any of those flashbangs. They don't have any of those Dokkaebi calls. They don't even have the frag grenades to maybe get a kill, and with the smoke canister still left, in 30 seconds, SSG might get their second defense in a row.
Mirage is going to be forced to execute with basically 10 seconds or less to go. That's when all avenues will be opened up, as the Toxic Vapor will fade away by then. We'll see the aces work their way in here as well. Forrest already knocking down one of the players trying to push from top white. That'll be Kansan eliminated from contention here. DP Fire will take his place, and of course Surf still trying to work his own way in through the big window, but he is immediately decked as well. DP Fire, not even the confidence to swing forward, and with good reason, because we have an EDD sitting on the left side of the wall that'll just finish him off for the members of SSG.
And that's why you brought the clutch drone, to stop this very thing. But of course, a lot of other things went awry. Well, actually, did they go awry? Maybe a little bit. We see a very intense focus from Mirage on small tower, constantly pushing and pushing against a brick wall that was SSG. But if you weigh them next to each other, how much was that Mirage getting tunnel vision? Definitely a good portion. Definitely a substantial portion. But it's also SSG reacting in round, seeing J9O get pushed to the extent that he is, and allocating their remaining players, which were reduced early on due to the early loss of Merc, and reallocating them accordingly. So it was certainly Mirage getting very fixated on that position, but also SSG playing alongside, playing their game, and beating them at it. Going to this tertiary site now, it'll be the hat trick for SSG if they can bring it to overtime. They'll have one basement, they'll have one dorms, and one their tertiary site, but still one more chance for Mirage to upset the team I think we all thought was going to win.
SSG, of course, still going to be able to deploy their aggression in a very similar way to how we were seeing them do on the previous round here. Can force a lot of that aggression out from the inside of areas like showers in the cafeteria if they want to extend themselves towards it a bit from their current site hold. And we definitely see that actually not being played with too much, but there's a bit of a late setup coming forward as they'll reinforce a few of the walls and look to just stem the tide. Castle barricades blocking off the main access route to yellow as well here. So definitely some delay going to be played out as expected from the inside of shower.
And if we're going to see the showers hold anywhere, it's normally on one of these tertiary sites, not dorms like we saw. It's normally going to be in that position, especially on dining and kitchen, though this is meeting and kitchen. It still will be a little bit of a focus for SSG. It will also be a focus, not in actively holding necessarily, though with a deployable shield in hand, well, on the floor, no longer in hand, J9O might actually seek to hold Big Tower alongside Fultz, now climbing up into T3. This is a very ambitious play from Space Station Gaming. Two different players inside of Big Tower, both in positions that if Mirage get into their proper spots can be cleared out with one fell swoop.
I believe it's been droned out, and both players are aware of that factor too. As we saw the player up in T3, a little drone noise, at least I could hear as we swapped over to his POV. So pretty sure that this has been found out already, and you can see that Yeti keeping Overwatch on the T3 windows right now to make sure nothing goes awry if he decides to peek out from the inside of this.
Merc playing on that shower side will likely rotate back due to the complete lack of focus from Mirage on that side. And there are one or two players. It's certainly not the active object of their intent at the moment. Though they are also now falling off a Big Tower. I thought we'd see maybe something give from SSG. Maybe they don't push J9O. That's a close fight with the shotgun. Certainly a risky play. But Fultz is up there all alone. And now, because you left him be, Rampy is off the board. They still have a hard breach. Mirage have Surf on Thermite, and they've rotated over to clear out dorms. But a minute 40 spent on Big Tower, and now even less time to clear out the upstairs.
Mirage trying to pinch their way in through Trophy, and as well using some pressure coming in from the big window. They've already made the hop, actually, it looks like, from big window side too. One player has been able to negotiate a position on the inside. Now they're going to try to swing it, see if this pinch pressure will work out, as SSG still have quite a few members off-site or nearby. As you can see, at least one of their players in the attic backing away from it now. Mirage will move in, clear out this extension on the second floor. Remember, this is only part of the puzzle. Still need to make their way downstairs, of course, in the actual hold itself. And oh no! Hot Gold stuck around, is still able to go for a 1-for-1 exchange, preserving the +1 player advantage for SSG.
Those are the kinds of mistakes and the kind of oversights that let comebacks like this happen. They let 3 rounds in a row manifest for SSG. And as you said, 4v3 now for Space Station. They can pull back down below. Mirage only have 30 seconds to make this work, and they have half of 2 different takes, but no complete version of either of them. All they have is that Dorm's control, but all of SSG's utility pointed at that kitchen drop, their only remaining option.
Another kill found here with Fultz, finding the elimination on the surf. Yeti with the drop down as well, has the intel and the immediate frag to go out against Merc. This is a considerable amount of HP, unfortunately, due to the Toxic Baby to fall onto the inside of, but seemingly with a safe plant position, could still be able to make this work. No, J9O finds him in the final seconds of that plant, and Forrest as well quickly executes DP fire before he could potentially bring out a clutch, another attempt at that plant.
3 overtime games in a row. I have to say, one, I didn't expect that for the first play day, period, but I did not expect it for this game in particular. And again, not to be cliche, you got to give credit to both teams for being here, but specifically for SSG for holding on. And I mean, that Fultz 1v2 we saw in the second half, they might not even be here if he doesn't clutch that round. But the other 2 defenses since that quarter, I suppose, they have really been on point. Their mid-round adaptations, and in that case, their ability to just stick with the plan once they realize that Mirage are playing right into their hands. SG have played this extremely well, and they get the benefit of the defense. It was a 3-3 half. So again, like Bank, it's theoretically equal, but right now, SSG have the benefit of recency because they're the ones that just won 3 rounds in a row, not the team that just lost 3 rounds in a row.
Much the case. Now returning to the basement holder, things get a little bit dangerous here as Mirage seemingly was on a massive hot streak to take control of these SSG basement holds. However, SSG starting to piece things together towards the tail end of it. There's a little bit of control. There's one of those at the end of the half as well here. So really a coin flip in terms of who is going to end up taking this one. You could say very much the same thing for the match right now, as this has been a seesaw and a half ever since we got ourselves in the second half overall.
E1D goes out extremely quickly. It won't spot any of the only few defenders moving about. See Merc move up to that top floor, and I was gonna say move to the first floor, and now he might move up to the top floor, but he's seen that front door open, and whether he knows it or not, there are 2 attackers just stationed to the left. But no need to get aggressive. Just back up to the top floor. You're trying to play a little bit more in their face alongside J9O on the opposite part of the map. As Mirage are looking to take things slowly, as they likely assume they can do on Oregon. J9O will take a lot of damage from that rappel. He's in a tricky position right now. One he'll solve by holding Shift W and simply getting the hell out of there.
Might as well take the risk on that one, considering he was slowly being weaned down. Anyway, Merc nearly losing his life trying to take out a drone in the meanwhile here. In fact, the prophecy completes itself. Yeti recommits and finishes off the rest of the damage to knock Merc out. Give Mirage the opening advantage here. Start off overtime.
Yeti, by the way, we let this go unnoticed for too long, or at least I have. Yeti 14-10 right now. Complete redemption if you want to talk about redeeming yourself in that earlier matchup for him in particular. 1-9 by the end of that Darkzero game, and now 14-10, making a very good justification for why he's placed on those entry operators, and a justification for Mirage winning. We'll look no further, or at least winning this round, I should say. Look no further than the opening pick onto Merc, and now Fultz and J9O on extremely low HP. Mirage, in that 3-round comeback that we just saw, were usually going into these attacks with a lot in their way in terms of utility and a lot in their way in terms of HP, despite the control that they seemed to have. Now, they have a man advantage, uncontested, and 2 people on 1 bullets left of HP. They might be out of frag grenades, but still with ample time, and Fultz being very liberal with those smoke grenades. This freezer launch we take might just come a little bit quicker than Space Station were expecting.
As we're going to see, once again, the wind-up from Mirage being deployed out here, but at the same time, Toxic Babes to counter up both of the primary angles they are attempting to push themselves in towards. We're going to see Laundry open back up now as that Toxic Babe fades away, and there is another player trying to work backstairs here as well. We'll focus on that as J9O tries to go for the peak, but never mind, Rampy wins it instead. Another player advantage given over to Mirage is brought down to a 5v3, now 5v2, with Rampy continuing his rampage, knocking out hot and cold, and taking even deeper control past Pillar here. Forrest trying to go for a last-ditch rotate, but Rampy again on top of every single maneuver SSG attempts to make, and it's a flawless round for Mirage to start off overtime.
2 rounds in a row now for SSG. You won 3 earlier. What's 2 in comparison, but a flawless for Mirage? That's tough to beat if you, well, just saw the round transpire. Mirage start out getting that opening pick onto Merc, and just like we saw all the way back in that first basement attack when SSG put that mirror window on second floor, they did a very solid job at dealing with that early aggression. And here, it's a similar story. Merc playing by himself. They're able to take him down and do quite a bit of damage to the defenders on SSG. Now going to the defense. You have the inclination. You have the inclination to say, oh, it's basement. Oh, then maybe they can win this. But Mirage have just won it on the attack, and SSG have shown that they are still capable on the attack as well, able to acquire that early control and also deal with the aggressive players on Mirage. Both these teams have switched up their strategies quite a bit throughout this match, and for now, we'll just have to wait and see what Mirage actually do before we can even adjudicate what SSG's potential response can or can't be.
Let's see now. Mirage can get that follow through as they as well go into the depths of the basement, doubling down on most forms of that delay utility as well here. The cap cans to trip up players going for those sub 20-second executes. Rampy, of course, with those Goyo canisters to slow things down. We are not going to see the smoke come into play for Mirage here. Let's try to utilize that as well. The repicks, though, from SSG are going to get a little spicy here, most notably for Forest yet again. But it's important to call back the last time he picked into this one. Did not go very well. Went on pretty much a solo mission, pushing in through construction and immediately died.
He's not spawned construction, though, has he, this time? He is spawned over on front side. They've opened up that main door, and if this is going to be quick, which it still could be, it will not come from bunker. Jane, I know likely if he wants to, could just apply some pressure there and catch anybody rotating. But this is going to be a front-sided push if SSG make the move in the next minute and 30. They do have to worry about maybe some control reasserted by Rampy on those back stairs if they go too one-dimensional. But Mirage seem to have an inclination that this might be quick, as all have rotated back. All 5 defenders now in the first 45 seconds on the site. And now, in another response to Mirage, SSG might pull back for a second. They have all of this map control now, and if they're wise, which is what they're doing, they will use their X-Kairos to open up these hatches and give themselves some more options. So we are once again, as often we see on Oregon, in a bit of a waiting game.
Once again, SSG doing a whole lot of setup right now over this next 45 seconds. Once we get down to around the minute mark, we can expect them to really commit themselves to the swing wherever they decide is going to be the best path forward, as they really have all options open and available to them at this point in the round, especially with them opening up most of the hatches here. They can proceed forward with any of the 2 angles, potentially 3, that they want to try and move towards.
I think the best likely option with this blitz, unless they want to rotate bunker, would maybe be that laundry stairs if they can use some of those smokes that Janano has, but Forrest has rotated all the way over to bunker. He will try to blitz in, no pun intended, and get that deployable shield and the player behind it gone. But because it's a 5v5, Mirage have so many of these angles and the close shotgun as well. Forrest can meet a very similar fate to how he did before. Merc still gets the opening pick, but Forrest gets nothing.
He's going to get at least 1 player down, but look at this big swing coming in from Rampy here, trying to change things up. Kansan, in the meanwhile, makes all of the impact. 1 from the EE1D and finishes off Fultz as well. Merc left alone here, needs to win it as well. Mirage on map point here, looking to close this one down. Kansan a bit low. He'll sit in the relative safety of that mirror window room that he's been able to provide for himself. Rampy is the one hunting down Merc at this point, and Merc is proceeding ever so slowly when you consider the fact that he still has 30 seconds to play this one out. More than likely has the intel on 1, if not both of the remaining players also. And unfortunately, Case no longer under his control, so cannot really use that to force his opponents out into the open. Has to try and be sneaky, work himself into one of these free kills, and then use it to bait out. Nicely done, he counters out the Nitro, has the swing for the first kill, tries to transition immediately into the second one, but he's misread the position a little bit of Rampy here. Expects him to be a bit closer to Pillar from the way he sprayed things out there, but knows he can't get the plan, goes for the swing. Rampy obliges, but there's no bullets coming forward. Do they take the duel? No! It's gonna go to Merc instead! SSG commits, and they'll be able to tie it back up again and send us to a full 15-round match.
The skin of their teeth for 3 15-round games in a row. If you can't do math at home, that's 45 rounds total in the past few hours. And Mirage, they could have choked it. That could have been it right there. Now both basement attacks going the way of the attack, and now SSG with 2 1vx's now that have proved pivotal in the fate of the game. Fultz stopping a potential regulation loss, and now Merc bringing it to round 15. Nothing is going the way either of these teams have planned in this round, obviously. And with SSG going to dorms, we're not seeing the same J9O Doc setup again. If we see any pressure inside of showers or any congestion inside of showers, it will not be long for SSG due to the lack of those stims. It's likely going to be a little bit more close to the site, and if there's any off-site pressure, it might be a little loose, unless it's in trophy.
Mirage as well with a few change-ups coming into things in the final round. The most notable one so far, of course, being the Finka pick from Kansan, as they're going to use that to get a bit more aggressive, I imagine, on these executes, give their players that potential extra HP boost if they should need it. After a bit of a tough fight, trying to clear out parts of the map. Like, again, that showers push if SSG tried to contend against it. Obviously, more than likely not going to be happening too heavily for the reasons you were mentioning before. We don't have the Doc to immediately rejuvenate himself if he loses half of his HP on a peak.
Hey, you've got forced at least to shoot a couple drones early on. I mean, two very different things, but both very impactful if they happen at the right time. But he doesn't even have that deployable shield, so I mentioned maybe a trophy hold earlier, but with no deployable shield on the side for SSG, this is really going to be a loose hold downstairs, maybe with them falling off very quickly. An in-round adaptation by Forrest. He had 2 Gurjmots in pocket, now 1, as he just placed his second inside of Z to watch his flank and watch bottom white. Merc stationed over by back tower stairs. They've seen some drones, but still Mirage hold on to 6 of the total 10, and they're not taking this too quickly. Thought maybe with the Finka they'd blitz, try to catch SSG off guard. Not the case. Instead, they're trying to dot all their I's and cross all their T's and win just one Oregon attack to get the victory.
First surge does move forward, though, as the team is going to use it to clear out small tower area. It includes areas like shower and to some extent cafeteria, but you'll note he, of course, still has a small hold leading into, I believe, the kitchen itself, with one player maintaining positioning here. More than likely going to back up and give that away relatively soon, though. There's going to be the cap can being played by Merc inside of this one, already positioning himself on the rotate to get himself back towards Big Tower. But even there, he may not necessarily be safe given Rampy's position. It looks like he's been drawn away, though. That path is once again open if Merc needs to get out of here.
I think they've made a good read so far. Merc does have that C4, but at least for the early round, he can be contained at the moment. You know he's here. You can open up some of these angles, get active intel on him, and then push him, because you will have to eventually. He's got that C4, and now that it's gone, that pressure down below, you don't have to worry about going for the big window white take. There are still 2 C4s, Fultz and J9O, but you have to worry about them on the site. The only off-site pressure will be flanks from Forrest with that Scorpion, and if you can get a flank drone on lock, or even somebody dedicated to watching those rotations, you can make that work. First C4 goes out, and if anything, maybe this will do a favor for Mirage. They've lost Kansan, and now it's a 4v4, and DP fires on low HP, but that makes only 1 C4 left to potentially stop the execute, and Mirage still have 45 seconds left, and Forrest not doing anything to help the site hold right now.
Forrest continuing to maintain presence downstairs, however, but as you said, is going to be completely disconnected from the action. He has possibility, if he rotates correctly, to make a massive late-round contribution with a flank from white stairs or another part of the map, but like you said, is not in the correct position to deploy towards that currently. SSG, though, still holding the line regardless of the fact that they have one of their players off-site currently. Hot and cold and Fultz striking true yet again and bringing it down to 1, who's not long for this world either. Surf immediately knocked out, and just like their matchup earlier today, SSG come out on top, but just barely. It's a second 8-7 victory for them as they play out the full 15 rounds and technically the full 30 rounds that they had to play today.
And even though it's a loss, I think we can all agree, do not mess with this Mirage roster going into tomorrow, because sure, SSG got that 8-7 victory, but Mirage now brought them to the same scoreline as the Soniqs. Might have to watch out going into tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it. We still have one more game to go, though, so stick with us. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll have your analysis segment, breaking things down and get you ready for the final matchup of the night.
And welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League analyst, not really desk, but standing large monitor area. I'm your host, Noah. With me is Jesse and Demo, of course. And standing by, we have none other than Fultz from the victorious Space Station Gaming to have a chat with us. And Fultz, I mean, Space Station Gaming and overtime victories, you know, that we saw a lot of those last year, but already we have 2 in 1 day, the very first day of NAL. This was a couple nail-biting ones. This is fatiguing. Where's your mind at the end of these 2 matches today? What have you kind of learned throughout the whole ordeal?
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, us being like as new of a roster as we are, I expected us to play sloppy. But I did not expect the games to be as close as they were. Like, I'm literally drenched in sweat in my basement right now. I got the heater going and everything. Like, I'm out here sweating like I'm playing a physical sport. But no, I mean, these games were absolutely wild. And it honestly came down to a lot of like players on our team making big time plays. But it feels good regardless.
I mean, you were one of those players making the big time plays, right? I mean, a 6-3 down in the basement. You have the massive clutch to sharpen up, right? And then after that round, you know, you're able to hold it down on smoke. After that round, you get I believe your T3, you get a spawn peek in. Can you talk to me how that round particularly kind of changed the mental and maybe pushed you guys forward to get that game to overtime?
Yeah, I mean, we were at a tough spot. We had a 3-3 half, which is respectable on attack on Oregon, and we felt good going into the half. And then they kind of just cranked us on our first 2 defenses, and it was like just like a shock, to be honest. Like, wow, these guys came here to play. And then that clutch felt like it just breathed some life into us, and we were able to keep that ball rolling on Oregon defense.
Fultz, you're reunited with a very old teammate of yours, Merc, who obviously comes into the lineup. How has Merc been coming back in? Because for me, for SSG, it always felt as though you guys were missing Canadian for a long time, and it felt like a very big, you know, hole to fill. And for me personally, it feels as though Merc is certainly filling that hole.
Yeah, I mean, he's filling the hole in a way different way. Like, no offense to Troy Canadian, but that Merc can shoot way better than
Choose your words wisely.
Yeah. No disrespect to Troy, that's my boy. But no, they definitely help out, and I think I got to give credit to our staff as well. Like the amount of work that Call Out and Mango have put in as well have really like projected us to get to the point where we're at now. I mean, I'm sure you guys noticed we were coming out playing kind of a different style. It probably didn't look like SSG Siege. And that really, a lot of that comes down to them and the structure they bring, and you know, all of like these productive practices we're having. But I think we're honestly just going to keep getting better from this point. The system that we're learning is great, but it's going to take time. And the results aren't the only thing that all of us are looking for right now. We want to just keep getting better every day. That's the important thing.
Yeah, so as a final question before we let you go, I want to ask a little bit about that system. As you were looking ahead to developing this particular iteration of Space Station Gaming, was the style something that you had planned for as a team in advance and wanted to find players that fit into that ideal, or was it kind of like what you could make out of the players that joined the team?
Yeah, so after Invite, it was pretty clear to us as a team that we needed to make a change as a whole. Just with our style, it felt outdated, and it was kind of a weird spot. You had free agents that just had no business being free agents with Astralis and TSM leaving Siege.
For sure.
So it was kind of just like a situation where I knew I wanted to play with Merc. I know he's a great player. Everybody knows that. And then the opportunity came to like kind of bring in the Astralis culture and their staff and a lot of their players. So it was honestly a really cool way, like the way it all panned out, like how we all meshed together, and. Yeah, I'm just excited to get to work and keep getting better.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, I mean, it may have come down to the wire, but 2 wins today is not a bad thing at all. So thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and looking forward to your games next week.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. Fultz from Space Station Gaming getting the win there. And, you know, let's check out some highlights, because, man, there was a lot of them.
There were. This was another kind of back and forth game, right? We saw a lot of bomb sites that you typically expect to be really good, kind of falling by the wayside, and then some bomb sites that you typically expect to go to the attackers, be really strongholds, especially for Mirage. Did a really great job holding down that meeting bomb site. Always felt like they had a good answer to stop that top floor control that the attackers would get from really ruining their site. And then with the basement, it felt like a lot of the time for both squads, really, they had players dying early. They weren't able to just get a really solid bunker hold going on where you're all 5 players in the basement. You did want to branch out a little bit. They wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, and sometimes it didn't really find the mark.
From an entertainment perspective, I thought it was great. A lot of clutches tonight, which is always fun.
For sure.
From someone who has watched a lot of Siege and knows the way Oregon should be played, that is very frustrating. I've seen way too many basement defenses losses today, and I think teams need to wake up, and I think teams need to sit down tonight and go over, okay, how are we losing the best bomb site in the game?
Yeah.
How have we done this then?
Well, I mean, you call it the best bomb site in the game, and like I feel like why I would argue maybe it's not. It's
I mean,
because
no.
it gets held like this sometimes.
I'm not being exposed because these are playing like this.
I'm
No
not
way.
saying expose them. I'm just saying, like, you've got to be really careful with this site, right? Because if you do lose a couple of players, if you do start to bleed them out.
They're roaming. What? Who is roaming on this site?
Welcome to NA. People do this. People roam on this site.
Yeah.
And for a while, I mean, it was like the meta, and it looked pretty good.
No, whatever he's selling, I'm not buying.
We're going to take a closer look at things after we come back. Quick break, and then a telestration from our one and only Jesse. We'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six North America League. And we had a long game ahead of us, right behind us. We saw a lot of rounds. I wanted to take us all the way back to round number 3 and explore what went down during this game. So this was a round that kind of put us in a very interesting position in a spot that we really haven't seen before in the past. But I want to set it up for you to begin with. It's a top floor take, and we're going to see Space Station Gaming trying to send 2 players in through the attic to come through and make this happen. Now, we see, of course, Forrest here on the buck. He's going to do 2 things before this round really gets started. First, he's going to send a drone down the stairs, okay? He's going to set up a perfect low flank drone, very standard, back behind the stage in a very normal spot. Then what we're going to see is we're going to move over to the hard breach. Of course, he's brought those can openers. You see them right here. And he's going to put one up top on the right-hand side of our perspective, so he's got a good angle, and he's going to put one down in the corner. Again, standard stuff, of course, for any hard breacher to come through and open this up so that they can then push forward, move over to kid's window, whatever it might be. We'll clear this, though. We'll watch this all happen, and we'll start to see the problem player for Space Station Gaming. Of course, that's Yeti. Now, all of that was going on. You should have seen that start to happen, but Yeti is the guy in the basement. They know that there's likely somebody down there. They know it's a possibility, but he's going to make this happen anyway. Yeti getting kind of lucky on the timing. Pay attention to Forrest when he's on his drones, because he's on it now. He's on the drone, but there are other flank drones he's got to flick between, and somehow Yeti sneaks up. It's so unfortunate, the timing for Forrest, but in that split second, Yeti sprints up. It's not being heard, and he gets those 2 initial picks. Now, in the meantime, Space Station Gamer are still pushing top, right? False gets a kill, G9 gets a kill, everything is going well. Who doesn't get a kill? Hot and cold. That's not a bad thing, though, because that means they don't know where he's at. And if you're sitting here, and let's say that you are, I don't know, standing right there in the corner, and let's say your name is Rampy, you don't know somebody's outside this big window. Makes it a big problem because we see him swing out now, and Hot and Cold shuts him down. Puts the 1v2, or the 2v2 down into a 1v2, and then Yeti goes up the stairs, or up the ladder. And this is such a fun play because, as I believe it was Link said on the cast, this is not a position that I think we've ever seen before in Rainbow Six Siege. He's trying to hold down the kit from T3. They're going to start pushing him from these 2 windows, and I really like how Space Station play this. They don't rush in. They don't say that we've got to get this kit ASAP. They throw the grenades, not too bad. They're going to go to completely opposite windows so they can come in for this pinch. Yeti does his best. He's got full intel. He knows the windows they're on. Unfortunately, kind of backs up into the angle. Does end up losing that gunfight. It's a tough round for him. But thought that was a really cool round. Interesting stuff that we don't usually see in Rainbow Six Siege. In a very, very fun-filled game, that was just one of the rounds to take a look at. So we'll go back to the game desk, talk about the next game coming up, but thought you could see that one.
Come on back, Jesse. Come on back to look. I'm gonna pull your chair back for you. I'm the best host ever. Look at this.
you.
Let me scoot that in.
You give him too much respect sometimes. I don't
there
think he
you go.
deserves that
Now go
at
down
all.
there next to your other analyst. All right, perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
toss him to me.
There
I
you
don't
go.
want him.
You're the
That was fun.
It did look fun, and it was a fun match to watch. We got one more that could possibly be even more fun. We don't know. We haven't seen it yet. It's going to be Oxygen versus Parabellum. Now, Oxygen, of course, looked quite strong in their first match of the day. Parabellum looks like a team that has potential. They've got some rookie star power there, but needs a little bit more time, perhaps, to bring it all together. The cohesion, obviously, nobody's expecting it to be there in the first game of the season. But I'm wondering now, as we go into their second game of the season already today, are we going to see things gel a little bit more? What do you think, Demo?
Oh, it's a rough day for Parabellum. Just
It has
the,
been
the
so
two
long.
games, I think.
The day's not over yet.
You're out of the frying pan. You're into the fire. That's the best way to sum it up. Oxygen, I think they showed how good they are. And keep in mind, Oxygen had a great match against Beastcost whenever Newers wasn't even doing that good. And Newers is the kid. Newers is that guy for me on Oxygen. Fantastic invitational. And whenever he's not even at his best and the team's still winning in such a comfortable fashion, the depth of this team is scarily good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Parabellum had the worst first game, especially considering their opponents. I agree it's a tough day for them, right?
Totally.
They just have a really difficult schedule on this first day. But it didn't feel like any of the rookies let us down. It didn't feel like there were players that weren't performing. Some coordination issues, didn't really get their attacks going.
Yeah.
It's been some time. Maybe they fix that. It would be impressive if they had. But yeah, they'll get to go
It's the
for
map for me. That's, I think, the make or break.
important.
I've got some good news for you on that front. The vetoes are in, so we get to see right now what the map is going to be for our final match of the day here. It's going to be Oregon again. Here we go.
I love it.
All right. Yeah, Parabellum on defense to start things out, it looks like.
All right, I mean, it's a map that Oxygen play. Pretty much every team plays this map to some extent. They went 2 plays, 1-for-1 at the 6th Invitational, beat M&M, Demo's favorite team, and lost to the Wolves. Yeah, all in all, should be comfortable enough for Parabellum to come through into this game. You're looking upset, Demo.
I don't like this.
You're looking upset.
Why don't you like this? Why don't you like this?
Parabellum on the attacks were not good in Oregon. I don't think you can change those within the time. I think that's like a full weekend changer. I don't
like
think
that
it's
they went to Oregon though, and here's why. Let me tell you why. As your host, as your non-analyst, I know my place here, but let me tell you why. If I am like the coach for Parabellum, I'm looking at this team and I'm like, you know what? We're working on our fundamentals here. We're working on our cohesion. Let's go back to the same map. Let's try to execute our same game plan, different opponent, and obviously that does affect things, but let's try to execute the game plan that we've been practicing, and then we take the weekend to figure things out. We watch some footage, we run some stuff, and we try to kind of take it from there. So, while we may not see much better results, I like that at least this gives them more data points on this map to work from.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have bad defenses, right? Their attacks were rough, but their defenses, I mean, they had better defenses than what we probably saw in Oregon last game.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we've talked enough. It's time to send it over to our casters to hear them call the action with the final game of the day. Blue and Lynx, take it away.
Thank you very much, Doa. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to head into that very last matchup of the day. We're going to be seeing Parabellum looking for a bit of a rebound inside of this matchup. Obviously, part of that roster has quite a bit of legacy, even into the Oxygen side of things, too. Skies, of course, even on that roster, going back to the time when they were under Reciprocity as well in 2019. So this is going to be a cross of teammates from far in the past. We'll have to see who tops it out. Once again, we are on Oregon. As we talked about before, a map that has been played out quite heavily, so we should expect both teams to be quite comfortable on this map. We'll have to see who will top it out. Lynx, say your thoughts on this one as we get ready to jump into it with the first round in a few minutes.
I mean, just as Parabellum got a little bit of a dry run earlier, in the earlier game on Oregon against M80, you and I just got a little bit of a teaser of Oregon in general in the previous matchup. We'll take this one twice in a row, just as Parabellum will take it twice in a row on the day. But I hate to be a Debbie Downer when you're playing against Newers, who was plus 18 billion at Invite, and OXG, who got third and looked so indomitable today. I didn't root, but I was a little bit leery of Mirage coming out on top, and they got a 7-8, but I still can't extend the same underdog grace to Parabellum. And I say that with immense reticence. I love Spiker. I've casted Spiker for 3 years now in the amateur scene, and I have immense respect for players like Laxing and Skies who've been in the scene for a long time. But this roster, I think, needs a little bit more time to cook, and a baptism against OXG is not going to get them where they need to be today.
Parabellum with smart bans to start us off as we do get ourselves into that. Knocking out the Nook from the attacking side. Oxygen makes heavy use of that one, so generally still a great ban, but overall definitely targeted towards the Oxygen roster more so than not. Dokkaebi being used in similar fashion as well there. She still finds quite a bit of use for this map specifically to burn out some of those positions in a bit of a tight scenario where drones are not able to accomplish that for you. For the defensive side of things, Azami, once again, kind of goes without saying, but once more, that utility is second to none in terms of its contributions to slowing down the pace on the attacking side as a solo player, and you can say somewhat of a similar thing about Valkyrie as well. They're a very comfortable pick, and lots of intel being given over to the defense if she is allowed to be played in here. So once again, Solus is left in play, though, because of that.
I mean, didn't see too much play, I feel like, on that Oregon game previously, but if you want to do some of that damage to OXG's drone economy, hamper Newer's ability to get some of those entries, or OXG's ability to set him up for those entries, never going to be a bad pick. But on Oregon, there's just a lot of options that you can't pass up. You've got those Banshees, those Mute Jammers, and of course that smoke that will perennially be in your lineup on Oregon, especially on basement. Solus might be forgone in favor of something that lends itself to the very turtly bunker nature of the basement bomb site. One thing I will give OXG, though, to switch sides and to talk about, they definitely seem to be the team that was the most active in their usage of Brava, though some teams later on gave them a run for their money. And I hope we see them use it to great effect, because Brava has gotten more and more impactful, I feel, as the day goes on. And I was excited by their very, very broad usage of her earlier, and I hope we see more of it in this matchup.
Yeah, hopefully going to be the case, and certainly seems like it will be. Based on the first round we got here, is obviously Foxy going to pick directly into the Brava, so we'll get some immediate use out of that from the Oxygen side of things. Alongside the Brava, though, we do have a pretty usual lineup of operators, though, for the attacking side, and you could say very much the same thing for the defense. Still seeing that Ella pick continue to elevate, however, and once again, she has gotten quite a bit of a boost recently with those gun changes, so we're seeing her get picked up quite a bit more, specifically for this map as well, just because she has a lot of play potential with those Geschmats on this map.
It's also close quarters fire rate.
A lot of like hallways and stuff where you just get an easy headshot angle against someone.
Well, that's actually a good point too. Very long hallways, not a lot of places the attack can fall off of an engagement. So if you send 41 bullets down range, someone's probably gonna get hit by it.
Yep.
It's also just, to be honest, it's one of the more satisfying guns to use in the game.
It's a pretty straightforward gun.
It feels really nice to use. And they've got Skies backing him up as well. It's Fish and Skies upstairs right now, with the ladder tangling inside a classroom, and the ladder being the first pick taken off in the round. C4 flies up, and Spiff is just kind of put off by the fact that a teammate threw a C4 at him. Maybe they expected Spiff to fall off, but Spiff does not whiff, my friends. He is going to get aggressive. Never mind, he's going to fall off. And that C4 will likely not do much.
Pretty easily get shot out by anyone from Oxygen when they go for the clearance on that room. So the Nitro, or just a very confusing distraction more than anything else there from PB. Just gets Oxygen to be like, okay, I don't know why that's there, but sure. And that will obviously allow for the PB player trying to hold on to security to quickly fall back through the hatch, and more importantly than anything, keep themselves alive here as Oxygen continues the rest of their early clear in this first round as they attempt to get themselves ready for the descent into the basement.
OXG have managed to take out one of the more mechanically gifted and aggressive players on Parabellum, being that new pickup of Fish, and taking out a good gun as well. Those Geschmats will persist. They do not fully die with him unless he had some in his pocket, but OXG have done what we expect on Oregon. Well, in that now, they'll just bide their time, take the map control, drone things out, decide, do we want to push laundry and freezer? Do we want to push bunker and back tower? We have an opening pick, so there's a lot of leeway we have now. And Spiker's positioned very aggressively on Harry Potter. Foxy still has both of his nades, and Newers has one as well. With an E1D, they could freeze that very player in position, throw a nade down below, or even into bunker as well. Either of these positions could be targets for the utility from OXG.
Spiker continuing to hold the fire position down to the bottom of the back stairs here. Lots of slow bleeding damage has been ticked onto really both teams, but only just now going to start to see those kills come forward. Spiker claims one, two more picked up by the auction side of things, however, so now PB down to only Laxing, as well as Spiff trying to hold on to it. Spiff as well, not long for this world. He quickly goes down to Dream, leaving it all on Laxing now. Of course, former teammate of Oxygen, trying to clutch this one out. 1v4, but won't even get things started. Sweater quickly completes the rotate through construction, boxes him out, prevents any retake whatsoever.
Very just clean take by OXG, which of course you'd love to see as the first attacking win on Oregon, first attacking round on Oregon, and a win on basement nonetheless. But the ability to just set a plan and then deal with the problems as they arise is something that on Oregon basement can be a little difficult to do. You had Spiker and Harry Potter, you had somebody in Pillar, and bunker control still firmly held by Parabellum, and yet none of it seemed to really matter for OXG. They managed to land a nade on that blue doorway, deal with the player inside of Pillar, and then take out the bunker player before he manages to reinforce the wall. OXG went about that in a very standard way. They didn't reinvent the wheel or spin some new strategy. They said, okay, we have 4 nades, let's throw them into those power positions, and if we get kills, we'll push off of that. And it was very simple, and once they got that elbow control, that was an easy round victory to clean up.
So good follow through from Oxygen, taking pretty straightforward control of things on the basement attack for the first round. We do have a bit of a tech pause, but it looks like we are, I believe, done with it. Yep, there we go, back into the game. And now PB looking to correct on things, however, as they go for an immediate retry onto the basement hold. Despite how one-sided, at least for me, things look for Oxygen in that previous round, they feel they can make a correction on the second attempt. So let's see if they can get that job done now. They'll make some smaller change up to the line.
Now they'll bring the Mirror this time, and that'll shift the Malusi from Skies onto Fish. We'll now bring those Banshees. Because of that change where Malusi became a 3 armor, it is a little bit more difficult to roam with her now, but with that MP5, she can still be very good. Maybe you put him inside of security this time, close by the hatch. Maybe put some ADSs upstairs, but we don't have that magnet, those magnets anymore either. So the amount of projectile denial you have is not nearly as much as it was before. Unfortunately, as well for OXG, we did not see much play from Brava, or at least we didn't see her do all too much or have all that much of an impact. And not entirely likely we'll see it again, but maybe we see a Banshee get hacked and somebody on back tower stairs caught in a little bit of a trap for the attack.
Will be fun to see, of course, as those trip-ups are very much the trademark usage for Brava at this point, but haven't really been able to, as you mentioned, see a whole lot of that play potential echo out just as of yet here. The last round, it was more, I think he was out of range for a lot of the stuff he wanted to steal, and obviously if he tried to move the drone forward, there was like a player waiting around the corner that would have knocked it out. We saw that at least once when he tried to push into construction, I think, and take out a piece of utility that was on the far side of the back stairs, but I imagine he will run into some similar issues this time if the team tries to execute in a similar way.
Well, you also could be using it for things that aren't necessarily readily visible to us. I mean, maybe he's going around hacking default cams, setting up flank cameras that setting out flank cams with those default cams that you no longer need to have drones for, or they get shot, which of course is the difficult fate that those Brava Kludge drones sometimes run into. That's why you've got multiple. That's why you don't have just one. As OXG take control of that top floor, Parabellum have ceded most, if not all of it, save for one sweet summer child. Fish with that 3 armor is doing something that I can say that Fish does quite frequently, which is sit in T3 and bait.
Well, let's see how much he's going to be able to bait out in terms of both time and potentially player count. Drones from below should have just spotted him with that jump up there. We'll know he's indeed in that position, and it works out. There we go. The bait is successful as he gets a peek from Newers as well. Takes him down. Newers, so far, a little bit of a rough start to the game, but of course, only in the second round. So plenty of time for him to make that up. A little bit of a... Huh? Yeah, I'm not sure how he ended up missing it there, but just ended up falling a little bit too far to the right, I think, and then ended up dropping down to their level. So it takes a smidgen of damage. We'll force to leave him in a disadvantageous position when he takes the next fight against Sweater.
Unlucky, loses life, but look at what he's gained. 1 minute and 50 seconds wasted for his team. Not precisely, but since the beginning of the round. And he's taken out the other main set of nades, and one of the most prolific players on OXG, Demo's favorite, in fact. And, well, to be honest, my favorite to watch on OXG as well. Without those sets of nades, with only 1 remaining, you only have Yaga to try and deal with Laxing, who's now getting aggressive on those back tower stairs, and you're not able to mount the same pressure because of how much time Fish was able to waste and Parabellum was able to waste inside a big tower. If Laxing can get this kill right here, that could have changed things, but now OXG have what they need.
Yaga wins it out instead, although he'll take a small amount of damage as a result of still taking part of the shotgun pellets. Unfortunately, the stairs, I think, ends up eating most of that right there. Spiff ready for the potential challenge to come his way and just swings for it as well. Catches Yaga dead to rights. Mid-transition down the final. Steps going their way into the basement here. The rest of the team ready to work their way forward, but Skies as well with a well-placed Nitro. Drops the case. Toxic Babe goes right on top of it to prevent an immediate pickup. Sweater is all that's left. PB finds revenge for the second round here and ties us up at 1-1.
Such a simple solution orchestrated by Parabellum, and yet look and witness the effect it had. all they really did, sure, they changed up some operators, sure, they had a Mira, but all they really did was put Fish in Big Tower. They dangled something in front of OXG, and OXG took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Because once Fish took down Newers, and they needed to spend a whole 30 more seconds trying to clear out the Malusi, they went from having over half the round left to having just barely a minute to even open up some of those hatches and then to start working down those stairs, and they were now working at half of the frag grenades they had previously, and all because Parabellum just put one guy in Big Tower and OXG got fixated on him.
Dream with a showing here. If he ends up using it, we'll have to wait and see over the next 20 seconds if he doesn't re-pick away from it. Though, Garhook is potentially in play. It's gonna go away. It's almost always gets re-picked when it's shown for the first time. That's an operator that, when it's actually used, at least for me, from my experience, it's almost always re-picked into, as it's one you want to try and hide. So the Capitao is what gets brought out instead for Dream there.
Before insertion.
Also, sadly, we had an OSA for a second, and I've not seen a good stage plant and stage execute in a while. Would have liked to see it. You also see, I mean, not just stage, but also see that split wall opened up, that right panel by Garage, and sadly, again, no OSA means it could still happen, but not in the same way. Because it's always fun watching defensive teams wrangle with that shield and sometimes fail miserably. This time, we'll see Parabellum stationed over by that shower side, and OXG, I mean, they have a lot of options at their disposal, not really pigeonholing themselves into one take. Likely try to focus on clearing out some of that upstairs pressure just because of how many players are up there, and the reward to be gained if they can use those frag grenades or just even pinch a couple players out.
Just about off your OSA point as well, would have been a great round also to bring her when you consider the kind of lack of utility that PB have right now to take out those shields. When you look at the fact they've got one impact and one nitro for the entirety of this round. Very good chance it will be used before the execute even happens, and it's going to be that very late point where we actually see those shields come out for the first time. So there's a good chance that they would be uncounterable by the members of PB, but obviously not going to end up seeing that on this round.
Also not seeing much, at least vertical pressure at the moment. Sky's creeping down main stairs. OXG need to have a handle on this because with those split walls opened up, you pretty much know they're going to commit to that. And now Laxing, not Sky's on the flank, but Laxing in the site, just brazenly swings Classroom. And Sweater's buddy is inside of Garage on drone. No one to get that trade, though it'd be unlikely for anyone to get that trade anyway. But now OXG stalled once again. If Parabellum are going to win these defenses, which, to be fair, weren't their problem in the earlier game, but running up the scoreboard with some poor attacks, maybe to come if they have not improved from earlier, will be imperative. Starting OXG on the back foot, stopping them from getting their plan underway, and forcing them to reconsider things will be great in the long run.
A lot of inactivity from Oxygen, however, after losing that initial player. Sweater's gone down, and they seem to have been very hesitant to move beyond this due to the multiple positions that Parabellum are continuing to maintain both in the first and second floor. Of course, here it is a very difficult matrix to tear apart, and they are just not finding the right puzzle piece to get this one started. Unfortunately, Foxe finally claims the first kill of the round, but it's at a cost of one of his own teammates as well. Down to 2 now, considering both Foxe and Newers. Newers does pick up his own personal first on this round. Spiff as well gives himself away in this fight a bit prematurely. Newers trying to grapple control over, but he's got 2 different angles to work with here, both the freezer push, which we saw from that player's POV, and another one on the inside of security too.
I want to see OXG reset a little bit here. They don't have a lot of time, but they have maybe about 15 seconds. Maybe Foxe could hit a rotate or just bait a little bit. This is still winnable, especially with Fish and Spiff on such low HP. Newers has an idea somebody might be freezer, but he just sends it into the site. If he can get the kill here, this is still winnable and a potential attacking win for OXG.
Fox with a nice peek, picks up 1, Fish goes down. Now the numbers are finally even, down to a 2v2. The team as well with the confidence to push back into kitchen, but here we go, Sky's gonna notice so far. Newers attempts to react, but he's far too slow, goes down, and Foxe now in a very dangerous situation, gonna be forced into the plant, leaves room open for the rotate here, and at the same time he's gonna walk right up, shut him down, and give the round over to PB.
Again, able to get that kill early on. Laxing not let OXG get set up in their initial plan for how to attack Meeting and Kitchen. Swings that breach, risks the fact that, sure, he's getting aggressive, sure, he's peeking the very place the attack just entered, but Classroom is not exactly a big place. Somebody's not going to be sitting on Sweater's body, ready to get his trade. It's still a gamble, but one with some logic to it. So he gets aggressive, takes him down, and now OXG have to get the remaining control on the back foot, and they even rotate away from a split take later on to try to go for meeting, and then Parabellum continue to get aggressive, deal with the player inside of Dining, and this is the Parabellum we're going to see again. Like Mirage, not at all worried because of their loss earlier. This could still be a close one if Parabellum can run up this scoreboard on defense.
Let's see if PB can continue to make this run and once again continue to surprise the audience at home, much like a lot of our teams that had a bit of a bumpy start today. They're now finding their footing much more solidly as we move into the later games. The tail end of the broadcast day here. PB with the lead. The big question is, can they keep it? Oxygen looking to make up the difference here as they look for another attack against the first floor hold in Cafeteria, as well as Kitchen here. The second first floor site we're going to see Parabellum deploy themselves to now.
First team maybe allergic to dorms today, I guess.
It's just not working out, I guess.
I honestly just saw the bomb sites in this part of the map, and I was like, oh, I guess it's dorms, and it's not. Went meeting hall, kitchen, then meeting, or kitchen and dining. All right.
It's one of the very few times I've seen a team actually use both of the first floor sites as well. It's usually just one or the other, and that's it. You do not touch the other one.
I don't know if I've actually seen that before.
I think I've seen it like once before.
Well, I mean,
and it was like USN games, if I remember correctly, that it happened in.
That was at the peak of competitive.
I think it was even before the rework, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that was a very interesting decision by them then. Oh no! Oh, actually, oh yes for Fish. Just barely escapes from behind that deployable shield. This often is a deceptively difficult position to clear for the attack. You always think, oh, you've got the EMPs, you've got the ADSs. It's so easy to clear out Fish, and yet somehow, no matter the team, this player in Small Tower always seems to survive for a little bit too long. No magnets, only the ADSs, but now Newers doesn't get dissuaded. He immediately hops on in, and Yaga got the opening pick as well. This is such an easy frag for OXG to get to make this a 5v3, and yet Fish persists.
Fish continues to maintain that defensive presence. No strike forwards working for him just as of yet, but gives it away as he moves over towards the window. It's a direct cue for Newers to take him down outright, so early start works out very well for Auction as they bring things down to a 5v3, and now we're going to see these OSA barricades end up going down as well to establish permanent positioning for the attack, and they'll continue to find prowess from those positions. Another kill marked by Newers, down to only 2 now for the defense.
A lot of pressure put on Spiff right now because Skies will likely be reluctant to give up control of that hatch. Maybe he'll move down to white stairs to support him as well, but that will definitely open up a plant spot for OXG to move on in, and with so much time as well, unfortunately, this is one of those rounds that will likely require OXG to make some slip-ups if Parabellum want to close it out. Yaga has bottom white. They have that small tower control. They now have the 1v5 advantage. They're not exactly methodical. They're not letting anything slip by. They do let Skies rotate up, but again, we're on the brink of a flawless round in a post plant for the attack. On the off-site, they could easily get a flawless for that one.
Even at the hacked Brava can on the bulletproof deeper into the site there too, just to catch anyone that was going to rotate.
They had everything.
Kitchen. Yep, had everything built up perfectly in that round's auction. Quickly correcting for the bit of a rough run they went on here in the middle of the half, and now tie us up yet again, heading into the final 2 rounds of it before these teams switch sides. Basement is up on the deck yet again for Parabellum here as they'll finally return to it.
Of course, lost it in that first round, managed to bring it back on the second without putting so much focus on that bunker. And instead, just putting Fish upstairs. That's it. All he needed to do. But I don't think that OXG are going to let that one slip through the cracks again, because that's maybe something that trips you up one time. It's not the kind of thing you're going to let slip by a second time when all you need to do to counter it is throw a drone up at big tower, find he's there, go up on the rappel. What's his teammates going to do? Support him from T2 by looking up completely vertically? Very unlikely. So Parabellum will have to find a new way to stall time, but if they find one that's successful, even if it ends up just being playing the site and messing OXG around with these black mirrors, that could be enough, but they certainly can't run back the same round 2 deep roam they did last time.
Let's see now as PB looks to maintain their lead that they gained earlier on. OXG now bouncing back quite quickly, losing out the first round, but then losing the 2 rounds after that. And now winning the most recent one to tie us up yet again. Very pivotal round here to decide who could potentially at least have the opportunity to take that advantage at the halftime switch. PB, of course, the team that wants to claim it for themselves, being on the defensive side where teams are generally able to take further control. But with the struggles that's happening, especially on the second floor, that lead is not so much assured, it seems, the matches that we played out in Oregon here today.
OXG take an early lead in map control. Sweater opening things up very quickly, not leaving anything to chance that there might be somebody lurking down below. Spotted on that default cam, but I imagine given the bevy of noises made over on that top floor, Parabellum had an idea that somebody might have ended up there. And they've all pulled back down to the site. So OXG have all of that second floor and first floor control, but this is where the strategy comes in for how Parabellum will try to waste time for OXG, and it is very much these black mirrors. Likely first and foremost, Laxing behind that freezer mirror. He's got the freezer hatch electrified, but has to worry about his laundry. That's where Skies comes into play, to watch that very angle with his own mirror window. Again, OXG have so much time at their disposal to open up these hatches, use their 4 frag grenades or flashbangs, maybe even Bravas, not to hack the mirror windows, of course, maybe hack those ADSs to make the frag grenades a little easier to throw. But Parabellum have set their strategy, and for us, it's a very passive one, very patient one, the one that if OXG also maybe stall out, could really be painful.
Entirety of OXG looking to try and line themselves up. The Brava drone as well, looking for the opportunity to try and hack out that electrical if it can be found. Unfortunately, it's taken way too long to notice it, so they're instead just going to quickly knock out this Banshee, reverse that one, prevent any aggressive swings towards the doorway that they are now maintaining, of course. Still going to see quite a bit of play potential in terms of aggressive swings to come out from that side construction hall or the main doorway, which is being actively defended by PB. They're looking to deny this entry outright. Yaga tries to take a duel against Spiff, and both players end up losing a considerable amount of HP. But they will back away from each other at the end of the duel.
Still waiting to give, likely be a gunfight. Depending on which way it goes, that could decide this game, whether it be Parabellum winning with Fish and Harry Potter, or OXG storming through bunker. But Spiker has this close angle with the shotgun, with time low and the angles at 5v5. Spiker making it a 5v4. This is likely looking like a PB round, but Sweater has something to say about it.
Sweater still trading it back. Now Spiker waiting for his opportunity to claim a second kill. Dodges the flash, re-peeks right back out into it. Full tunnel vision from Oxygen, working their way in towards Pillar instead of trying to play the side hull here. Sky steals one away as Yaga tries to push back stairs. Laxing as well here with the Nitro. Is able to knock out Foxay. Puts the numbers advantage back into the favor of PB. And it seems like they've nearly sealed the deal here. Spiker gets one more on top of it to lock in the round for PB and the 3-1 lead along with it.
I gotta say, very risky play from Parabellum right there. The shield is destroyed and they never reinforce the elbow wall. Now, had Spiker died, and let's say instead of the 2 players from OXG that pushed in bunker going into Pillar, maybe they try and push Spiker and open up that angle. That would have been a big problem for Parabellum, but the calculation was made to not reinforce it, and it's understandable why. There's very low time, and let's say OXG do duo push-up. Most of the site and laundry side pressure is non-existent for OXG, and still rock solid for Parabellum. They could get that trade, so for OXG, the safer bet was to go Pillar, try to get the bomb down in default. Unfortunately for them, there was a C4, and Spiker never reinforced the wall. She was able to continuously put pressure on their position and really round out what was a big team effort in a very good anchor hold for Parabellum.
He looks to solidify their half here with one more site being locked in, but it is that second floor hold, which has been an incredibly daunting site to try and maintain for so many teams here, not even just in this matchup, but overall today in the Oregon matches that we have had. A couple repicks end up getting locked in there for the OXG roster. Foxy going over towards a Nomad, Sweater adding the ace into the fold as well for some more direct hard breach. Could potentially expect that bedroom push because of that operator changeup to go over towards him for the hard breach.
Especially because Dream can just get into big tower so quickly and immediately open up this wall. Well, not immediately open up this wall, but open it up decently quickly. It should be good. Newers, though. I was about to say Newers isn't having the best game so far, but for us sometimes if Newers isn't dropping 15 kills and 5 deaths, it seems like he's not having a great game. But he is the opening pick in this round, and for a man that SI was, I believe, like plus 29 on the entry or something like that, in the 20s at SI, you'd hope he'd be winning these opening duels. Of course, in a best of 1, anything can happen, and he loses it in this case. One set of nades gone, a powerful entry off the board, but more importantly for OXG, as they're likely going for that split take in attic and master bedroom, one player down for what will already be very low resources, and everyone's gone now. Skies has somehow killed 2 people in showers, and I mean, I guess it's a 2v5, John.
Just completely shut down. Not exactly sure what Oxygen tries to work towards. They're just a big tower pressure, and they commit themselves far too heavily into it, or something else goes awry, but it definitely goes poorly. Regardless of the way you tried to spin it for Oxygen here. Now down to the 2v5 and still with over half the round to play out. What exactly do these remaining two players try to do? Just not really able to work anything here. As you can see, Dream was going to attempt to group up with Sweater here and make a push through Master Bedroom, but it's obviously a moot point now, as he's alone and can go pretty much anywhere he wants, as he's got to take out the entirety of the enemy team regardless of the route he takes. And he pretty much immediately gets shut down as soon as he does make the entry over there towards Armory. Well-deserved flawless hold there from PB, and they lock in the 4-2 advantage now at halftime.
Good final round, I suppose. I honestly don't really even know.
Definitely much more like the mistakes of Oxygen right there. Oxygen definitely like walking right into something. Because we didn't obviously see it directly on camera, but
I genuinely don't. Like, there's 2 people died in showers. I didn't even know they were holding showers. I don't even know. They were just there. Got to give it to Skies, though. Able to get the 2-piece to round it out, and Parabellum get their 4-2 defensive half. Beautiful stuff. That's what we want to hope for, but this is what we wanted to see, okay? The defenses, all good. Got the 4-2. But as the desk brought up, Parabellum's attacks were really the problem here. They were really the problem, and I can already hear somebody say, oh, but it's attacking on Oregon, it's so difficult. We get that, but you're going to have to play attack at some point. There's map's been in the pool for what, like, the rework version has been like 3 years now? 4 years now?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
I want to say like 2020?
Everyone plays Oregon is the point I'm making, and everyone has played Oregon to some extent for the past 3 or 4 years now. And they're a new team. They've got Skies doing some of the calling, but Spiker also aiding in the younger voice and the older voice, both melding on this roster. We want to see, not necessarily if they can win this this half flawlessly, but for a team in development, can they make some improvements, even if they're marginal, with very short notice? And if they can, might be very impressive, even if they lose.
Let's see here now. PB can continue their rampage, find some solidity on these attacking rounds, which plagued them in their matchup earlier on today. More importantly, if OXG can wake up a little bit here as well. It's questionable fights more than anything being taken by them over the course of that previous half has left them at a surprising deficit, considering the results from PB earlier on, and even the results from Oxygen, of course, against their first game earlier today against Beastcost. Seniors set up to fend off any aggression that's going to be swung from construction, but obviously not a whole lot of that currently teed up on the PB side of things. So it will be some time before he finds action, and you can see the same thing for most of the downstairs setup here. PB is just going through their initial clear still.
Still acquiring map control. Have a lot of very good pieces of utility as well. They're not rocking the 2 sets of frag grenades that OXG did, instead just keeping 1 set on Fish. But they brought a lot of useful pieces of utility in turn. Mainly the Rotero drones and those EMPs in the hands of Spiker and Laxing respectively. One could deal with any Cade claws if they were there. Of course, in this case, they're not. But the EMPs could easily also be used for those ADSs and magnets to make Fish's job with those 2 frag grenades a little easier. No mute as well for Spiker to worry about those Rotero drones. So a lot of this utility can be used to great effect. Of course, if it isn't shot or caught by those ADSs or magnets, the Parabellum have a very solid lineup and a lot of time to work with because of OXG's standard passive setup on basement. So it's now this final minute and a half that we need to look at. Where is PB focusing? Where are they starting to move? A lot of pressure over in Freezer right now, so perhaps some will rotate to Laundry later on, but the initial pick, the initial probing for information and weakness will likely occur over there.
Like as well, going to try to work some of these Rotero drones downstairs to knock out the utility, but seeing all of them get counted out, the normal drones also being shot out there by either Yaga or Newers as they try to pierce their way past Pillar into the actual site setup. Rest of PB, as you were mentioning, is looking to set themselves up towards a Laundry as well as Freezer take, but Oxygen have quite a few players standing in the way of that even. Oxygen kind of expecting a backstairs take from the way their players are currently set up. Thankfully, that's just a quick adjustment to correct for that. Spiker is certainly keeping that illusion alive, or as we head to the final 45 seconds, Laxing a very nice find here through the partial breach in one of the electrical walls. Gets Newers trying to lurk over towards the bottom of backstairs.
And Newers availing himself to a very normal angle, but now Spiker's position is a lot more important. He's not going to do much. He's just going to watch the flank, but there's only one person here now, and if nobody ever rotates, they know that that remaining defender is in sight. With the 5v4, they can begin to push. Down goes the E-Box Hatch player, down goes the Backstowers player, and it's Spiker, the player in Bunker, that goes down, but everyone who's pushing these main points of entry, Back Tower, Laundry, and Freezer, they're the ones winning the fight. Foxay just barely gets one. It's a blood sacrifices all his HP needed just to get one impactless kill and still give Parabellum their first win on attack.
PB, a lot of patience to build up to that as well, really running the timer down to a low point, committing basically no one into the site prior to that one, just very slowly leading their players in a position to go for it towards backstairs, and of course eventually the hatch, and they are able to make things work. Yaga as well, really struggling to try and maintain his positioned over towards Pillar. We saw him trying to work multiple different players from multiple different angles and just could not connect shots on his spray, which unfortunately contributed quite heavily to the flood from Parabellum as they're able to get more and more control from that backside position.
Good timeout for OXG as well. Do not want to prolong any potential damage, either done by things irrespective of sides on those attacks or specifically flaws in those defenses, but you do not have a lot of time with only potentially 2 rounds left in the game if PB really want to stun us today, to let these mistakes simmer and let them grow into even bigger problems. So Hope's a redeemer. Call the timeout button. Try to get things under order. Usually we see teams when they lose this basement site today, they've gone back to it. They haven't switched it up. Sometimes it's been successful, sometimes it hasn't. I have a feeling in this case, OXG might try it again just because of the reputation basement has. Maybe they get a little bit more aggressive because with a new team, like we saw from Mirage before, if they are able to get aggressive and harness some of that mechanical skill that they have, PB with a very new calling structure and a lot of players who haven't teamed together before could very well struggle to adapt.
Let's see here now as PB looks to lock in 2 more for themselves. Another retry down in the basement is locked in for Oxygen. Trying this one final time, bringing the Goyo and Smoke combo to hopefully delay things a little bit more efficiently when the actual execute comes through. Just on normal operators, without this much delay, they were able to stem the tide down to about the 30 to 45 second mark, so they're hoping the addition of these 2 utility pieces is going to push it over the edge and allow for them to completely burn out the timer, leave Parabellum struggling to get in, and of course making a whole load of mistakes, which will allow them to win out the round on the defensive side.
Newers, of course, in this position can be very powerful. I hope he's a little bit more cognizant of the angles he's opening himself to in the future, because if Newers maybe retreats to Pillar, plays a little bit more passively and gets out like he intended, I think that even without, say, the current Goyo changes, for example, or Sweater switching to the Goyo, I think that could have wasted a lot more time and been very powerful and potent for OXG, but unfortunately he was caught, so maybe Newers retreats a little earlier when the execute actually hits. Of course, right now, I'm totally fine with him playing to try and shoot some drones on back tower right now. Same with Yaga. They can get an early pick, but in all likelihood, just going to fire some shots. Hopefully get some drones, but now back off, as Newers will likely do the same in just short order. We'll be left with what we've seen multiple times now today, and in the 2 matchups that rounded out the day. Very slow, early to mid-round, and then very quick development in the action in the late round, because right now, Yaga is the last man standing on this realm, and he will likely, respectfully, but consciously cede his position to the attack.
A very inactive round for both teams so far, as neither is able to get full commitment into an early fight, even with those extensions we were seeing on back and freezer stairs. Yaga has completely given up his bit for it. We're going to see Parabellum commit a bit of utility, and that will flush him right back down into the depths of basement. Same can be said for any sort of backstairs pressure. We're going to be getting out of Oxygen. Most of the hatch work now being completed here for Parabellum, including electrical over here, so they can begin to line themselves up for it, but still under half the round to go. They're not strapped for time just as of yet here, but certainly getting themselves ready for it with the lack of any resistance coming in on the top levels from OXG.
A lot of focus from OXG being placed on either winning these fights as Parabellum push down or letting their utility do the talking. Now, 1 Vulcan canister was destroyed in the prep phase, if some of you missed it, so that does mean there will be only 3 on the field right now for Sweater, but even if there's only 3, there's still the ADSs, the magnets that have likely not been cleared, and the smoke canisters that only now Dream will begin to use inside a bunker as Spiker retakes his position from last round right outside. Now, Newers has also positioned himself in Harry Potter. This will likely to be to avoid and give himself an easy path of egress, either away from that meeting angle or up big tower stairs if he wants to get aggressive.
Dream continuing to position himself right at the entry point here if someone tries to take a risk on dashing through it. Foxay as well, maintaining the similar position that we saw Yaga actually taking up on the previous round. It's Newers as well, playing directly on those back stairs this time. They attempt to flood in through E-Hatch. Skies, though, gets baited in the sight because of all the action going on towards back stairs. Yaga knocks him out because of that. Foxay now continuing to maintain pillar position, finds a second personal kill. Sweater picks up the final 2, and OXG back in a winning position now as they pick up this round.
Such a small adjustment from Newers, such a small adjustment in the geography of his positioning, and yet the impact that it had. Instead of focusing on Spiker on bunker door, he focuses on the big tower stairs player, positions himself accordingly to avoid the meaty angle, and gets the first pick of the round, starting the execute phase on the right foot for OXG. That at that point, Parabellum don't have the easy opening they had before because Newers was the one they were able to take down first on the basement attack they won, and that's when they mounted their E-Box flood, started pushing down back tower stairs, and ended up winning the round. And now that opening is not there, now Parabellum begins struggling even more, and because of how much time these teams like to spend getting that map control, not a lot of time to adjust.
They change up some of the backstairs positions as well in terms of who is going to be the first player to take a fight from those positions. 2 rounds back, of course, it was Yaga doing it, and he struggled to maintain it. They put the extra pressure this time on Newers as well as Fox8, and they have a much better presence that time, holding it back, letting Yaga relax a little bit more. He's also able to catch a player this time as he manages to find, I believe it was Skies, dropping in through E-Hatch, being able to take him down and seal the deal on the rest of the round for Oxygen there. 2 more rounds, and they will have things tied up at 5 rounds to all, but PB still with a pretty definitive lead at this point, so a bit more work needing to be done from Oxygen. And of course, they've committed themselves to the second floor.
Interesting hard breach setup from Parabellum, rocking the 2 hard breach charges, but the Hibana as their main primary hard breacher. So, I mean, in terms of the hard breaching resources that they have, they could still do a split take. It would be a little bit awkward with that Hibana, but it doesn't really matter. Fish is able to get the opening pick onto Yaga. Losing out those goo mines maybe will make some of the roamers or the lurkers' life a little bit difficult, but it's similar to when we saw something like this happen on Mirage in the previous game. They'll get this opening pick, and then they'll move on, as if nothing happened. It's just now they can do everything they were going to do with a body up on the other team. Very nice, very lovely. No one's going to complain about that. They'll open up the attic wall, start opening up the bedroom wall in about 30 seconds or so. They'll just do what they did before with a man advantage.
Very slow play from the OXG side due to the loss of Yogg, not wanting to take any additional risks here due to what has transpired already on previous rounds. Sweater going to potentially try to line up a bit of action for himself as he's going to rotate down into the very depths of the basement. So going to be looking for some late round setup here. The problem is, more than likely to counter things for the freezer stairs angle, and that is not going to be the winning formula to get himself in a position to frag out here. He would have to work himself up laundry instead. Try to swing up through the main stairs. They're going to end up using that Hibana, but no, most of the X-Kairos end up getting destroyed entirely. Only 3 of them go off, and there's no additional ones for Skies to even bring out here. So they will not have access to walk-in unless they try to put a can opener on it, but nope, out of those as well. So that's not an option either.
I mean, one poor intel gathering for Parabellum, not reading into that impact trick, but also that's the problem with only having that Hibana and those hard breach charges as your main source for this site. No other hard breaching bans are on the board. It's a dope Nook ban game that we have right now. They could have brought Ace, they could have brought Therm. Instead, they tried to unfortunately go only with a half measure, and now they got to push through Attic as a result. But because of that opening pick they have earlier, now with that basically beeline shot on the Dream, taking down the smoke as well, they might just be able to send it and flood it if they go their way and if the aggression is on point.
Fox8 with the first kill being claimed here. Still keeping the hopes alive for Oxygen as he finds that marker. Newers with another one as well. That's Case now gone down. Spiker to trade one back against Fox8. Rue's one of the potential holders against the diffuser. Indeed allows him to pick it back up, and Newers like a bandit pops back out and steals out another one of the members of PB. The Nitro to deny the first attempt at the play with the swing coming around from Spiker. Counters out Newers entirely. He goes down. Sweater is left alone in the 1v2. Here's the shots coming in with Laxing commits to the fight, giving the round to PB. And now map point with it.
Really excellent attack right there. Well, ignoring the snafu with the hard breaching, that of course is a mistake. We acknowledged it. Maybe should have brought some different operators to the table, gained some info on the impact tricking. But at that point, again, they realized the situation and they pushed onward. Saw SSG do a similar thing earlier. When Fultz was at the bedroom wall, 2 of his teammates died, and he pushed on through. PB did a similar thing, except this time they had the advantage. They realized, crap, we messed up our hard breaching, but we have a 5v3. Let's just try to flood in. Let's play man advantage, get a plant down on Brick, and even though they ended up dropping the diffuser, they didn't let that stop them. They quickly and decisively realized the options that they had, made a play, and with Spiker also making a very good individual decision to follow up that plant and push the Dorms player with the skeleton key, just brought back a very narrow round.
So XG now with a reattempt yet again of the second floor hold. We'll see the adjustments they try to make one final time here to save their butts inside of this matchup. Now needing 3 rounds consecutively. That's only to trigger overtime. It'll be a 3rd overtime in a row in terms of these final matches as well. We'll have to see if they can summon the strength to get that far. It is not necessarily looking like, at least for me, they might be able to do it, but at the same time, we've already seen one good adjustment happen on their basement hold. Very much in the cards, we could see the same thing happen for the upstairs play also.
Also, for Mirage to be denied a regulation victory, it just took one 1v2, and then to be denied an OT victory, took another 1v2. It's the little things that can screw you in the end, whether you're attacking or defending on Oregon or playing on any map in the game. Of course, for OXG, we'll need to see some improvement on those defenses. They have already taken their attack timeout to, unfortunately, not great effect, as you can tell. Parabellum have also just been playing a very nice game overall. Still some mistakes, as you'd expect from a new team, but vast improvements over their game earlier against M80. We'll see Spiff go up inside a big tower and replay some of the things we've seen before, but still only rocking with that Hibana. Gotta be careful about this impact tricking, John, because if they don't, their hard breach will be destroyed again. Huh?
Barely get it off this time, it looks like, as the impact trick comes in just a little bit too late. Unfortunately, only manages to get that second set of the X-Kairos. The first one does go off without a hitch. I think we might have actually seen an attempt to impact those first few, but it may have missed. It looks like, once again, the timing of the explosion happened just as we also saw the breach go off, so it could have just been some unfortunate timing for the defending player as well there. Either way, PB actually have the angle open this time, so they do have an avenue to move forward.
And they were able to make it work without that avenue forward last time. So looking right now, already starting with over half, well, albeit only slightly over half the round to go, but still now half the round to go. Looking in a very good position. Spiff, unfortunately, taken down early on. That was the main Attic player, and Yaga making a very good individual play, going for that flank, taking advantage of all the PB doing their isolated things, maybe not everyone being able to watch drones. Gets the flank off, and now man advantage goes to OXG. Parabellum still have a lot. They have that attic angle, and they have that match to better angle, albeit the latter is the only one they're actively playing right now. But with Spiker and Trophy and Skies creeping on in, white player now down as well. PB are not looking to waste any time or mince any words.
Sky just barely has a safe pocket as well beyond that Toxic Babe, so he's going to be able to get the plant down, but no, a second one works its way in, forces him into the open. Dream is ready for the defensive end of this one. He shuts down the attempt to move forward. Skies is knocked, and on top of that, the case is dropped. Fish, a nice nade to once again finish more of the defending players off. Reopens the window for PB to try and make this attack work. A little over 30 seconds, so they're not completely done just yet. And Foxay now claiming another kill. Certainly put PB in a bit of a dire position. Foxay also continuing to maintain the entryway over by Big Window, blocking off any refrag that they would attempt to go for, and Dream with just the perfect timing on the peak, just when Spiker had triggered and had to try and knock out the Banshee. You see him peek out and knock out the player who was attempting to take down that utility. Laxing is the only one that remains. Oxygen are playing this perfectly inside of the 1v2, just slowly but surely reeling him into their own setups. And with that, we'll see Foxay claim one more kill to shut out the team entirely.
Really got to give it to Yaga on that flank earlier as well, whether that was a call made by the team or an individual decision made by Yaga. It made what was still a viable strategy for Parabellum, being just flooding into the site, much more difficult to make work. Almost basically evening out for Parabellum now being able to open up that wall, whereas in 2 rounds ago, they couldn't open it up, but had the 5v3. This time they opened it up, and now we're in a 4v5. So just straight up flooding into the site, even though Skies very narrowly was able to get the bomb down because of that slight little pocket he had evading the smoke. Doesn't end up working out. But as opposed to OXG, PB have their tag timeout. They have that ability to take a pause and to stop a potential comeback, as there's still 2 more rounds to go before OXG can even start to win this out beyond regulation.
So we'll see what they work on inside of this tag timeout, of course. More than likely going to be seeing OXG bargain forward, turn potentially towards the basement, as they made some great adjustments towards it and seem to have a pretty definitive hold, but the same adjustments could be made by PB if they attempt to go back there. So that's a little bit of a gamble that OXG need to decide on if they want to make a return to that, where of course we've already seen some success for PB, or if they want to go for one of the first floor sites, which would potentially be worse just from their own base setup. They are going to make that return to the basement when everything is said and done, however, and the attack pause is finished.
It always comes back to basement on Oregon. It always does.
Makes sense. Again, it is by far seemingly the easiest site to win as a defender.
Now hear me out. What if we stopped going to basement and instead do what happened earlier and just go to dining and meeting? Is that smart? No. However, is it funny? A bit funny. It is a little bit funny.
Especially if your attacking team gets a flawless on you, and then it just doesn't really look like a good decision at all. But
still funny.
Yeah, still funny for us.
Exactly. Are we playing? No. OXG, going back to that basement site, of course, we have all the usual suspects in the lineup. The Electra Claws, the ADSs, the Magnets, and likely playing the same positions that we've seen up until this point. But Parabellum have an operator in the cards that could be useful for just tipping things in their scales. The Ying has not been banned. We've not seen it much in this Oregon game so far, with the Thatcher EMPs as well. Her main 2 nemesis, the ADSs and the Magnets, can be disabled wherever they push, be it laundry or bunker. If Parabellum want to just get one cheese round, they have the lineup to do it.
Parabellum proceeding pretty slowly after we see Fish make a pretty booming entry into Yellow Hall to start things out from small tower side. Really droning, more than likely indicated they have zero resistance from Oxygen on this side of the map. And indeed, that is the case. Even looking into areas like security, there is nothing poking up right now from Oxygen. They had a little bit of positioning towards backstairs, but that is it. And I believe that player will immediately give up that position if any form of challenge comes his or her way. And yep, there we go. Newer's already back down to the bottom of the stairs. It was really just the kind of spawn peak for him.
And we're back to the same positions that we had before. Don't you love Oregon? You know what's going to happen. It's always predictable. And if that's your thing, if you just like being in that comfort zone for about 2 minutes of the round, this is your map. And let me tell you, if Spiker survives to the late round, you will not be having a good time because those Candles will be flying everywhere. Fish has already worked his way down to the bottom of Freezer stairs, by the way, not to let that go unstated. He is droning right now, but nobody's actively playing Freezer itself. There are just feet holes and head holes watching the walk down to Freezer that's stopping him from moving forward. All the hatches are opened up, save for the Freezer one, still electrified. But does Laxing have any more of those EMPs? We know he's on drone right now. Laxing, please get off so I can see if you have some EMPs, see if you open the hatch. Either way,
I think he has one left.
Either way, if he has one left, that means they won't be able to destroy the ADSs and magnets later, but they'll be able to open up the freezer hatch, which would make Fish very happy.
See here, as we are going to see quite a few nades get dumped into the lower level here. The attackers try to line up success for themselves. 3 out of 4 of the nades they bring using those past few seconds. Still one more sitting in their pocket. We can confirm now Laxing does still have one more of those EMPs. And they're still able to, from audio cues I was getting at least, knock out things in Freezer. They just went down to the bottom of the stairs and they could shot it. So they didn't have to waste that final EMP on it. So they can still keep one in the pocket where this execute, like you were saying, knock out the ADSs and whatnot. Let that third grenade ring out a lot more truly as well.
Now look at him cooking that EMP. There it goes. Magnets disabled. Dream about to be put in a montage, but it's Sweater with a beeline onto Spiker. The Ying goes down and the ace up their sleeves now gone. OXG with the man advantage. A C4 and everybody waiting with open arms for PB to push.
It's moving in, looking for his initial target. He will find him at heavy cost to his own HP. Yog as well finds one from the Nitro. Foxy picks up a second personal kill on this round. Laxing already down to just being the last player alive. He'll get one player down. Doesn't even get the confirmation though, as the trades immediately rolling for the rest of OXG. And they nearly complete the set now. Just one more round to go, and they will trigger overtime.
I think we got 45 rounds in us. I mean, we're already 41 there.
True, yeah. We don't only have a few more to go.
It's basically
might as well get the full
drop
set.
at the bucket at that point. Adamants, can we just give OXG this round? Just make it happen?
I don't think Parabellum will like that.
I don't think
Parabellum's probably gonna contest
Spiker. The amount of hate DMs I'd get from Spiker would be like, "Why would you do this to me?
Protect your bombs from being defused by
I thought we were
attackers.
friends." You would not be happy. But no, we will instead play out this final round. And it is not dorms, it is not basement, it will be on this tertiary site. So theoretically, if there were ever a time for PV to close out this match, it should be this one. The site in which the attack has the greatest likelihood of winning, just given the strength of basement and the amount of times that dorms has been played. Will Parabellum go for split? Will they go for stage? The world is their oyster, John, in round number 12. But Lord knows, we'll make it at least enjoyable.
See how he's going to look to proceed on this as well. Initially flirting with a Maverick pick, but that ends up going over towards Ash for Skies, as he wants a bit more of a direct contender. Actually to play things out on entry, so we'll just be looking at only the Habana for the hard breach. I don't believe we will have any can openers either. No, none have been picked up. That is just going to be it. Only working with the Habana once again. Thankfully, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. They will, however, have to worry about once more Bandit batteries, believe it or not, sitting on the other side of the stage wall from Foxy, which they do not necessarily have a way to counter. Thankfully, it's a... Ooh, the deployable shield, though, makes it a bit more difficult to actually get around the corner and knock those out. So that may be a bit more of a hard point than initially was led to believe from Oxygen.
He stepped on a goo mine, I hear. That'd be Fish, the aggressive entry himself, making a very quick inroad onto the top floor. He'll nade close on that concrete door where Sweater is playing, though he only suffer a tiny bit of damage. But anybody entering this top floor has to not only worry about Sweater, but also the player playing over by big window. I believe his lure is actually... No, he's dropped down. doesn't matter. He's playing inside of security now, so it is only Sweater, and PB realize that. They immediately push on in, take control of dorms and Trophy and the hatch in particular. They can hold that attic as well. They don't need to directly push Sweater. They have what they need in the first minute. They have that top floor. They've pushed the alibi back. Now they can start working some angles around kitchen or wherever they want to push.
So as we reach the near halfway point here now, for the attack, once again, things remain quiet across the map for the most part. PB with top control, but looking to utilize it to get themselves a first kill, or at least some intel which could lead into one, and they have not been able to find that amount of control just as of yet. OXG does peel back, at least initially looks like they're going to peel back most of their showers pressure. Mute's going to stick around for a little bit longer, since once again, they are not being heavily contested as of yet downstairs in that hold, but certainly wanting to think about it sooner rather than later with the way that PB has been able to burst in quite suddenly on a few of these rounds. They have to start getting a bit nervous considering there hasn't been a whole lot of follow-through as of yet from the attackers.
Especially nervous, at least a little bit. Maybe not nervous, but cautious of Sweater. They didn't need to deal with him with 2 minutes left, but now with 1 minute left, they've at least got to be aware of him. They've let him survive inside of attic, but the longer they wait and they don't clear him out, the likelier and likelier it gets that he'll make a play. But Spiff is waiting. Spiff knows. And does he whiff, my friends? Say it with me. No, he does not. Man advantage for Parabellum. Looking to attack that dining side. We saw Dream rotate to Showers earlier. One more player to catch them off guard, and one more player falls to Parabellum.
Now with that, Parabellum seemingly with full control of the situation, just need to follow through onto the site. Yaga, Foxe, Newers are all that remains for the defense here. They continue to sit back, wait this one out. They cannot afford to play aggressively, but at the same time, the sky is falling out from beneath them. Newers excels in that environment, though, and he's able to catch Spiff. Gets a second one as well. The numbers are even, but finally, he'll be traded. Foxe there for the assist, and no confirmation on the Newers. No chance of a revive whatsoever. And Laxing now with a relatively secure plant position on the inside of Kitchen. He'll commit himself fully to it. Spiker with great overwatch, nearly gets 2 players down and nearly seals the deal with that second player, but indeed it'll be his teammate that locks it in instead. PB take this matchup at the tail end of regulation.
Beautiful play by Spiker on the coverage right there, although you gotta give credit where credit is due to Newers and Foxe as well at the very end, but Newers in particular for also bringing that one back. But ladies and gentlemen, if you saw stage 2 of the NAL last year and you thought, man, what a competitive league this is.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Well, I imagine a lot of you are home were thinking, PB lost to 7-3 to M80 earlier. I got to take an L to OXG today. Did you see OXG beat Mr. B and the boys? It's wraps. Well, you were wrong, you silly boy, because PB fought back. And at this point, John, Beastcost obviously, you know, that was the last game of the day. Maybe Beastcost tomorrow. Maybe they got something in store if the underdogs are able to pull out victories like that.
Very true. We've seen 2 stories now of underdogs rebounding in their second game of the day and kicking some serious butt in the process here to outright win those matchups, meaning that we don't really have like a true frontrunner here after day 1. The results have been all over the place. And while we certainly have teams that have been here for a while, and we'll look to see that consistency carry forward in terms of who's going to be on top at the end of the season, we have no freaking idea here after day 1 is finished.
But me personally, I'm just happy. Got to see some good play from Darkzero. Got to see some good play overall. But that's enough for John and I. That's enough for us casters. We got to throw it to the desk because I'm sure that those 3, especially my friend Demo, has some choice words for OXG after that loss.
I mean, take it away, Demo.
He says friends.
What are your words?
He says, I've known the guy for maybe a day. So,
wow.
Bit of a loose term.
Okay.
All right, we're setting some boundaries here. That's healthy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for colleague, I would probably say would have been a better one. But
acquaintance?
Friends, we have to work for that. I mean, Jesse.
Nothing about Demo's mental is healthy.
I'm not even sure if me and Jesse are friends. And it's been, what, 5 years, something like that? So... You know, slowly but surely, hopefully, maybe one day.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights from that one, because we almost went to overtime again. It was very close, wasn't it?
It was. We almost got Lynx on his debut casting the maximum possible rounds. But it's not to be. Parabellum do close it out, and it comes off the back of a really strong defensive half. You know, they played their first Oregon game earlier today, and their defenses were good, but they really struggled on dorms. They lost dorms all 3 times they tried to play it. They come into this match now, and they don't touch dorms. Not until round number 6. They have a meeting defense instead. They run dining once. Meeting at the very least does go well. They're able to get kind of active, goes well there. Their dorms hold as well. It feels like they are trying to get a little bit more active on that. So it was a good showing to them to start things off. Another thing that kind of happened that first half, we saw Newers dying a lot. Really didn't do Oxygen Esports any favors. And of course, Newers didn't have the worst stats in the world, but like when he's constantly dying early and he's used to being your star entry, that's a problem.
For Newers, it's a difficult one because you think of Newers and how good he is. I would say with the performance he's had today, we'd probably say on another player, hey, they've actually done pretty good today.
Yeah, sure.
But for Newers' standard and how high we hold this guy,
right,
it has been a bad day. It's not the same Newers we are used to seeing. Is that a worry going forward? I mean, it depends tomorrow on how Oxygen will bounce back. Because I would probably say that today, they should have come in here and cleaned up house. They should have had clean 2-0 victories, but Parabellum has spoiled that.
Fair enough. Well, tomorrow's another day, but for now, here are the results from today. As you can see, we had Oxygen. They did take down Beastcost in our first match of the day. They eventually did fall to Parabellum, of course, in the end. M80 did convincingly take down Parabellum, which is also interesting. Darkzero taking down Mirage as well. And then things got tight. They got very, very close as they can be with Space Station over Soniqs, Darkzero over M80, and then Space Station again over Mirage. I mean, again, like if you watched NAL last year, Space Station Gaming and Overtime Victories, I mean, name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
You'd probably name Iconic and someone else on his team. But in this case, I mean, they got a lot of Overtime Victories.
There's a Tie Station Gaming way back in the day when we had ties, and now ties are gone.
Yep.
So we'll be
as close as they can get.
Overtime Station Gaming.
There you go.
Doesn't hit the same, does it?
No. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups and some exciting ones after what we saw today. The big one I'm looking at right now, and maybe slightly less so after this last match, but M80 versus Oxygen, I was so excited about that. Now I just want Oxygen to make it competitive, and I think they can, but like you were saying, Demo, some questions now about that squad. Some questions about Newers and what state he is in coming into this particular stage. Tomorrow might tell us more.
Yeah, I think today it should have been an easy day for Oxygen. Tomorrow will not be that. They have got two heavy hitters coming their way, M80 and DZ, both teams that of course were at the Invitational alongside of them. For me, I want to see Soniqs tomorrow. Only played the one time today.
Yeah.
They've got 2 games tomorrow. And again, on paper, you would expect Soniqs should be winning those games.
You know, and again, I look to the very end, Space Station versus Parabellum. Looks like overtime to me.
Almost certainly, right?
I think so. How about you, Jesse? What are you looking forward to?
I don't know. I think the Soniqs games as well, for what Demo said, that second Soniqs game was specifically because they kind of had an upset
Well, that makes
loss.
it more interesting. If Parabellum walked away with a loss, you'd probably be saying Soniqs, but...
Yes, no, exactly.
You never know.
Because PB kind of got an unexpected win. Soniqs got an unexpected loss. Now they get to clash. What happens there?
Well, you won't have long to wait because tomorrow we have another set of 7 games here in the Rainbow Six North American League. But today, that is it. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. Thanks for sticking with us. Thanks to our crew in the back putting in a very long one today. So we really do appreciate it. Thanks again to you for watching. We will see you tomorrow for more great Rainbow Six esports action right here. Same time, same place at the Rainbow Six North American League. Until then, take care. See you later.